Hi, welcome back guys. This is your friend, Cabbage Head Fanfics, back with amazing fanfiction. This is the third part of What If Badass Deku Becomes Ronin. Now before starting, please give this video a like and subscribe to the channel if you want more videos like this. Now let's get into the fanfic. Another round of drills. He stepped in and twisted his spear to turn his shoulder, putting more power into the thrust. Again, he backed out, then stepped in again and drilling the tree with 11 strikes before he couldn't keep pace. Another set. He switched between long strikes and short strikes, forcing himself back and forward to replicate the tide and waves and red rain over and over. His shoulders ached, but his strikes improved. Still wasn't good enough. He would have dodged that. The problem was he needed to get into a rhythm, and Stain would dodge every one of them. I need more. He closed his eyes and rolled his shoulders, forcing his body to relax. Strained muscles would just hold him back. Regrets would just hold him back. Thinking would just hold him back. He gazed over the spear, focusing on it. For now, this was his world. 7 feet of wood and metal, ending in a small cross. The target didn't matter. His whole body gently rocked before the attack. It gave away what he was going to do. But right now it didn't matter how obvious what he was going to do. Spears stabbed. It's what they did. He had a spear. He was going to stab. His body only rocked a few centimeters back and forth, always staying in his zone of balance to avoid falling over. He jutted forward, won the first strike, spinning the spear but not moving his feet from their place as his body crossed over his lead leg. It cut through the air, moving the full meter in barely a quarter of a second. Then the tide receded, and the spear returned. His body rocked backward as he withdrew the spear, avoiding the counterattack and keeping his spear from being knocked away. Another crashing wave, and so another thrust. His spear dove forward again. The spin put on it minuscule, the power immense. His back leg tightened as if bracing against the impact that would have been there. His back foot pushing off the ground as if trying to jump straight into the stab. But then it receded again. The front toes pushed off the ground and made him rock back, the spear unwinding to its initial position. The third strike came, his body leaning in. The feet stayed in the same position, but the legs pushed forward off their bases. The upper body leaned at the hip, driving his weight down the shaft. It wasn't a freestyle of free small cuts, but a series of momentum-shattering blows. If mindless violence was a never-ending attack from side to side, the tide in waves was a never-ending attack forward and backward. The fourth came, then the fifth ever faster. 6, 7, then 8. Every strike was a little faster as the rocking speed increased. The 9th and 10th seemed simultaneous but were surpassed by the 11th. The 12th struck even faster still, almost a tenth of a second now. The improvements were minor but could be devastating. Finally, just as he was about to give up, his front leg rose. He lunged into the final strike, pushing off with his back leg and driving his whole body into the thrust. His entire body was pointing forward, seeming one piece with his spear. It struck the tree, embedding itself halfway to the crossguard in the wood. His entire body was still. He could feel it though. It was Tuesday, and the sun was setting. He must have thrown that jab hundreds of thousands of times today. His hands had been wrapped, but they still might have developed blisters. There had been no patrol today, no lunch either. Just the crash of a spearman's wave against the shore of his own limits, wearing it down until he finally did it. He hit a tenth of a second. Midoriya didn't make the mistake of using superglue twice. It seemed a little risky as a long-term fake beard attacher, and he learned of better ways to do it back when he was making the jacket by stealing ideas from cosplayers from 150 years ago. A little spirit gum would have done better, but he found a 2-for-1 for eyelash adhesive. Got some for Mom. Now nobody would question why he bought it. He used that to glue the hair snips to his face. He had to don most of the costume for this but didn't bring the sword since it hadn't been raining. Besides, he was supposed to be training the spear, not the sword. The wind stirred up his cloak as he walked, made him feel like he was in a samurai flick with his costume. It was dark, and his legs and arms hadn't been this kind of sore in too long. He had never realized how much he missed it. A weird feeling, since he tried to avoid pain as much as possible. He entered the bar with his usual reserved air, smiling at the young men who were all older than him. He got his usual seat and thumbed through the menu, reading everything over to see if anything caught his eye. The meat platter from last time was a little expensive, so he couldn't always get it, but for calories per yen, it was very nice. He had dropped the leftovers off before running to the subway. Midoriya didn't buy any water, since he didn't want to use the money on something he could get at home. He had gone through 6 water bottles today and didn't need more water. He was trying to decide between a sandwich and a burger when someone sat down 2 seats over and huffed. Yeah, 1 glass, beer, you know what I mean. He didn't need to look to know who she was. He tried to shrink away as subtly as possible while ordering his sandwich, pulled pork with barbecue sauce. It was his go-to food for the place. That you, old man? Baruko seemed to be peering at him. Now seemed more appropriate to take in what she looked like. with messy hair, the slight dark line under the eyes. She appeared to be suffering from minor sleeplessness. She wore casual clothes instead of her hero outfit, a t-shirt and jeans. He was pretty sure they were the same as last time. "How old do you think I am?" He chided her gently, chuckling to himself. She squinted, trying to take a guess. 35 HM. She was putting a lot more effort into this than he thought anyone would bother to. 40, and even 40. He chuckled, making her embarrassed. "You flatter me, Ms. Maruko. You might want to order some food if you came to eat." "Whoa, yeah, shit." She buried herself in the menu. "What did I get last time?" "I try not to pry into what other people get, but I believe you got the roast beef, potatoes, and carrots." Maruko nodded, pointing at Midoriya. "Yeah, I'll get what he said." They sat in silence for about 10 seconds before she started talking again. My name isn't Maruko, old man. I'm off duty right now. Call me Yuzujiyama." "That's a bit of a mouthful, but I'll do my best, Ms. Yuzujiyama." He gave her his best smile, then rubbed his stiffening shoulders. Should he visit a masseur? He'd feel a little uncomfortable with a masseuse. "What's with the Ms. shit? And what's with your shoulders? You lift one too many grandkids." She seemed very inquisitive for some reason. "It's just manners, Ms. Yuzujiyama, and I am single. No adopted kids, not even a pet to my name." Where the hell was his food to save him from this awkward conversation? Ooh, single. At her age, she was looking smug now. But then her eyes drifted to his arms, and the gauntlets on them. "Do you do martial arts?" Which one? Where was this going? With his outfit, the gauntlets, and boots, it was pretty obvious he did. "Just wondering if that's how you hurt your arm, old man." His sandwich finally arrived like an angel from heaven, saving him from this conversation. Her food arrived a little later, but she kept playing with her food. "Are you good at martial arts?" "Which one?" She thought over it, then rephrased her question. "Are you good at fighting?" "At fighting some people." He took a bite, chewing as he thought. It had barely been 3 days since he would have answered yes. Even if he couldn't win, he didn't think he'd lose. How much had Stain really shaken him up? "I once thought I could never lose. I think now that defeating that misconception might be the greatest victory I've ever had." What does that even mean? She tried to figure out his vague words. They were true, but he made them intentionally vague so she'd stop asking questions and think it over. He got to eat in peace, enjoying the quiet atmosphere as Yuzujiyama thought over his words, trying to figure out what they meant. He paid for his meal with cash and left the heroine to stew in her own confusion. It was a quiet night, and he greeted the homeless people with a smile on his face. "Sir, could you please help?" He turned to the homeless man, Gi, and gave him his full attention. "There's a fight about 2 blocks that way, but there isn't any way of telling the heroes. Please, if you could call them for us, we'd be grateful." A few other homeless people nodded. They seemed to follow him, probably to get out of the fight. If he listened, he could make it out. Over 10 people. Midoriya checked the time, then sighed. "I will take care of it, Mr. Gi. Don't you worry about a thing." He moved in the direction of the fight, smiling. He wanted to try something, and this was as fine a chance to try it out as ever. There were 20 people, all swearing and arguing while hitting each other. Then, the 25th person and the last one to arrive whistled to get all of their attention. "Ladies, gentlemen, I don't suppose I can ask you all to resolve this peacefully." He wasn't a large figure, but he carried himself like a larger man. His cloak blew in the wind, and some laughed, some spit, some swore, but some decided to beat up this lost old man. "I thought so." He took his spear posture, hands at waist level. He cleared his head, then refocused. "I tried to resolve this peaceably. Everything that's about to happen was done as self-defense." A sentence like that alone was suspicious. His presence tripled any suspiciousness. An old man dressed like a Japanese warrior from 500 years ago, in a strange fighting pose. But they did not listen. The first 2 got into range, unarmored and unarmed. He stepped forward like he was armed with his own spear, bringing his back arm up to his pectoral while his lead arm struck like the spear itself, striking the man in the stomach. The first attacker's own momentum crushed him, knocking the wind out of him. But as the second attacker moved to hit this strange old man, the tide retreated, then resurged. It came back as fast as a whip, striking the man with the flat of his hand to the temple. The second man went down like a sack of rocks. Midoriya straightened himself, moving his fingers. They were more alert to him now, and one of the charging men stopped. 3 more went on though, straight into Midoriya's waiting clutches. He rocked forward, staying stretched out as he jabbed his hand into the leading man's nose. The second was only a moment behind, but he got in 2 more quick jabs in that time, stunning the leading man with his repeated strike the nose. Looked broken now. Midoriya pushed off on the final hit, rocking backward and taking a single step backward, giving the now off-balance second man who had lunged at where he had been a spinning back kick to the side of the head as compensation. Another man went down. The first man was stepped towards and received another barrage of jabs as he almost finished refocusing. Every single hit was straight to the face until he thought to block, covering his own vision. Then the hits backed off, pausing for a second. Just as the first man peeked over his own hands, a power thrust struck him in the face. Midoriya's fist spun as it flew, putting his shoulder into the blow, and his entire body put into the punch. He went down as well, just in time for the first armed one. He had a pipe and swung it like a baseball bat at the old man. The old man in question retracted his arm and body so it missed, then pressed into the range, smothering the pipe by being too close for it to be properly swung. This was done to give Midoriya another chance for a power swing at the man's body, since this guy seemed to have a toaster for a head, and those didn't take too well to being punched. The hit drove into and through the man's body, but the hit wasn't done. Until now, he'd just been using his left arm. His right arm, the power arm, just rose from his waist to his pectoral. Now, it was the right arm's turn. His upper body turned as his left held onto the man, fixing him in place for the overhand right. It connected like a hook more than a straight punch, but still sent the man flying. Midoriya wasn't even using the gloves. He couldn't. He left the belt and wires that made them work at school. He hadn't even taken off his strange hat yet, or his stupid-looking cloak. Now, as 4 more men charged him for some reason instead of running away, he ditched the cloak, throwing it at the first of them and sidestepping the rushing figure. He stepped to his own left while sticking out his right leg and arm. The man couldn't stop and was caught on his leg, tripping straight into Midoriya's waiting arms. He was spun around to build momentum before being launched at 2 of the charging men. He had some trouble when he threw Midnight, but he thought he was getting better. Now though, Midoriya faced the next person. They tried to stab him, thrusting with their knife. Midoriya stabbed with an open hand to counter, pointing his fingers like a knife. Both didn't hit the other's body, but then Midoriya grabbed the man's arm and stepped forward, striking him once in the stomach with his power hand. He forced both their arms away from their bodies and the man's head under his armpit, putting him in a position to knee the man in the stomach over and over. The man struggled with his right, which was forced back until he couldn't get the momentum to break out. Finally, with his free left, he grabbed Midoriya's leg. Now, Midoriya didn't technically need it to balance since he was leaning on the other man, but he kind of liked having it. So he raised his other leg, shifting their center of gravity and tipping them both off balance. They fell backward and the man's head struck the ground, making him go limp. Midoriya's hat fell off, letting the hair he glued and cut himself be ruffled up in the breeze. He wore a tank top for training and loose, silky pants that didn't hamper his movements and covered the boots. His arms were decorated with sports tape and the large gauntlets, but the skin that could be seen was a mix of burns and scars from both middle school and his vigilantism. He was quite an imposing figure. Before, he seemed to carry himself well. Now, despite being one of the smallest people there, including the women, his presence alone dwarfed every one of them. I believe we are done here, and we shall be parting ways. Please, take care of yourselves. Despite saying they'd be parting ways, he didn't move. Instead, the gang members had to come and pick up each of their own members, dragging them away. He watched, making sure they left in different directions before rolling his shoulders. His left one hurt especially. Some of those jabs didn't land right. He could tell, from carrying one grandkid too many. Ah, such lovely fantasies. Maruko squatted behind some trash cans as she watched the old man pick up his things. Now that was some martial arts she could get behind. All Ronin ever did with his was run away. The old man beat 2 gangs with it. Ronin made it look pretty wimpy, but what was his name again? Whatever it was, he made it look interesting. She didn't really have any ways to get a hold of him, other than going up to him and asking, but that didn't occur to her. She'd just have to camp out that bar and ask him the next time he came. Midoriya undid his makeup much easier. He put the scar on by marking where it should go with his freckles. He blinked at the light adjustment, then finished putting his things away. Tonight had been pretty good. He needed to keep drilling his spear tomorrow, but it was all good since it applied to so much. He had no worries about that at least. His jab and spear thrusts also carried over well, so more reason to practice. He went home feeling content, despite his aching shoulders. The dark streets were a second home to him, and the first home to Ronin. It felt good to practice again, with only minor fights to cement what he learned instead of trying to learn in the middle of fights. He finished his stretches and meditation, slipping off into a happy sleep. He wasn't that worried about the next day, since he'd be going to learn more Parker. The morning he'd spend researching more techniques. The afternoon he'd do them. It was a fun plan. For Midoriya, Wednesday was spent fine-tuning his movements. The lunges he did, the flexibility he had, the directions he could move in, all had to be honed for the rematch. There were other criminals to fight to be sure, but right now, all that mattered to him was the one who beat him. He lost fights before, but he never lost to people. Until Stain. Stain was imprinted in his mind, a beacon he could aim himself at. He could remember how fluidly he moved, and his own passion that once burned for heroism compelled him onward. Would he try to be a hero still? Maybe someday. But for today, being the best he could be would suffice. He entered another round of jumps, trying to get that quick direction switch Stain had done while fighting. Nezu looked over the internship requests for the first years. There were quite a few gaps between some students. There were a few surprises, but most of them fell into a reasonable order. Bakugo had the most, barely more than Todoroki, but they were in the thousands. Most people were in the hundreds if they were lucky. The third years got more attention, but most of them were already in an internship. Mirio had flashed his stuff quite well. The problem was, it was a little too well. He had no aces in the hole, hidden cards up his sleeves, or tricks. Everyone in the world knew Mirio's power now, including the super strength that was supposedly a mutation. The person Mirio was getting compared to was, of course, Ronin. He'd been much less active, possibly preparing for the item he wanted UA to help him create. No specific time of day mentioned, but probably after lunch. Mirio's quirk was a fine addition to One for All. Most people could never beat it, but for Ronin, it was still a battle of one hit. If he got the drop on Mirio, all it would take was one hit. It was a two-way street, but Ronin seemed to be much faster, skilled, and above all, smarter. It was hard to hit someone who knew every play you'd make. The Monday incident felt like showing off. Over 1,000 pros in the city and not one could catch him. It showed his knowledge of how they worked, his usage of routes, and his ability to fight while running. And he hadn't even bothered to teleport. It was a clear-cut statement of how good he was at his job. That's why Toshinori and Mirio were discussing him right now. So if you can avoid his first blow, your victory should be cemented. How dumb do you think Ronin is? Nezu blinked at the two, who had been discussing things and not realizing why Ronin would win in one blow, while they would need to land one blow. Nezu continued, you need to solidify to hit him. Do you think Ronin won't attack the second you come out? He tapped the reference image they recreated of the range of the slash dimension. This attack seems to only affect Ronin's clothes, but not Ronin himself. He uses it on you. Whatever you solidify is getting sliced. He can stand inside it for as long as he likes. Do you have any way to counter that? A punch. Mirio was trying to be positive, but being positive when fighting Ronin was a hard subject. That's why Nezu only thought of himself as testing the vigilante, to avoid discouraging himself. If my punch creates air blasts like All Might's, I can hit him from a range. Nezu nodded. Good. It might not work, but a safer strategy than running up and trying to exchange blows. But enough about fighting him. If we play this out right, we never will. Mirio, what do you think of Ronin? As a person, an opponent, however you view him. Mirio took a second to form his thoughts. The general public had the same reaction towards him that most people had towards things like underground rivers. People noticed that they existed, were slightly surprised, and moved on with sparing them much thought. Those that met Ronin, though, told many wildly different stories of a monster that shredded every opponent that crossed its path, that he could cut a man to ribbons and put them back together without lasting damage, or that he had switched outfits and went to Hosu even though he was seen the next day in Musutafu. Mirio now knew of the real Ronin. He's very skilled at what he does. He avoids anything he doesn't think he can win. He's not a direct threat to heroes because he usually runs away instead of fighting us. He was turning over the information in his head. He created a new wave of vigilantism single-handedly but is detached from other vigilantes. Maybe he doesn't like working with others. It helps him keep his information on a tight leash. And he's very good physically. Ronin doesn't use his quirk in most fights for some reason. Maybe he treats it like a last resort. Nezu and Toshinori nodded. Excellent deductions. Nezu clapped with a big smile. I hope you will always remember to think over your opponents, instead of overthinking them. Perhaps you will get to see Ronin someday in... Beep 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 beep. Nezu's head snapped towards the cameras, whispering to himself. I'll see you when the festival is. No way. How the hell does he walk with balls that big? Nezu started laughing as the other two men in the room exchanged confused looks. Sir, are you all right? Ronin said. He'd come after the hee-hee. Festival ended. It officially ended 1 minute ago and... Nezu tapped the camera. On it, a man wearing a cloak and an old Japanese straw hat entered the gates. He's here. First Ronin design and second Ronin design. The crowd should have been mostly gone, but this was a chance to be inside UA. People still loitered around, admiring the scenes. Most of the stalls had sold out by the third day. No one paid attention to the slowly moving cloaked figure. It was small and had a strange walk, seeming to drift across the ground rather than walk. The ghost floated through the remaining crowds, leaving for the main UA building. It swiped a badge at the door and slipped inside. The halls were mostly empty, save for a few odd students and heroes. The teachers would all be busy right now with the festival. The ghost sat itself down, waiting for someone to pick it up. They said earlier they'd be coming once the festival ended, so it shouldn't take long. The few people inside might have been wary at first of the strange figure, but were calmed by its lack of movement. It didn't seem to be a villain, otherwise, why would it wait at the entrance? Nezu was a slight jumble of nerves as he entered the entrance hall, carried on Mirio's shoulder and tailed by Toshinori. He sat by the entrance, the epitome of calm. Heroes walked mere feet from the second most wanted man in Musutafu. And now the 196th most wanted man in the country. I'm glad to see you, Mr. Nezu. His voice was stronger than before. The tension from before was gone. He seemed even more relaxed than before. The real Ronin rose, bowing regally toward the trio. It is an honor to be invited here. His politeness cut through their defenses, and his eyes fixated on Mirio. You are Mirio, correct? Yes, excellent work today. I can't say what kind of person you are, but you do good work. Might I ask for an autograph? Wouldn't mind getting one before you become a new top 10 hero. He spoke with such confidence, it was hard to deny him. Flattery flowed down his tongue like a leaf drifting in a babbling brook. Yes, I can. Mirio took the offered notebook and pen, signing it. On a page written all about him. He noticed the theoretical limits on how long he could hold his breath and his new super strength, but this was just the end of the notes on him. The pages he couldn't see surely had more. This is just some small studies. Pen and notebook slipped from his grasp and back into the folds of the cloak. That's not what I'm here for, although it was a pleasure to meet you. Ronin shook his still outstretched hand. Mirio noticed for the first time just how small Ronin really was. There was half a foot between them easily. Still, the hand had a firm grip despite being dwarfed in his. Ronin didn't seem to notice or mind, however, and continued. Nezu, I have come to negotiate our deal. Where do you want me to sit while we discuss? Ronin slipped his hand out from the grip with ease, now looking up at the mammal on Mirio's shoulder. Right away. Mirio, you can go now. Nezu slipped off the boy's shoulder, facing both Toshinori and Mirio with a spin of the heel. Toshinori, please make sure the festival is going along well. Power Loader should be in his office, and maybe we can arrange a schedule for our, deal. Nezu led the vigilante away from the rising and already professional heroes. If you looked very closely, you could see the tension of an unforeseen future in the eyes of the mammal who had thought he foresaw everything. Midoriya twirled his umbrella despite the lack of rain. They both knew what it really was. Insurance for him, a counter to any surprise UA tried to throw his way. Its presence helped him stay in the serene mindset. The twist was that, while they both knew what it represented, they didn't know what it actually was. Ronin did bring his sword, but it wasn't in the umbrella. It was locked at his side, only to be used as a last resort. The umbrella instead hid a strange metal piece with a crossguard and 3 shafts within its folds, ready to be assembled into his spear. Even from the hall, he could still hear some people working in their destination. It seemed R&D never quite ended. Not for the support division. Ronin opened the door for Nezu, letting him go in first in case there was an ambush. He followed after, ready to punt the midget up and use him as a shield at a moment's notice. The room was as big as he remembered, but there was just Power Loader and a pink-haired girl talking. Well, Power Loader scolding a pink-haired girl who wasn't listening. Nezu managed to get Power Loader's attention. The guest here is the one we owe a favor. They wish. Midoriya bowed slightly. It is a pleasure to meet you, Power Loader. Could I have your autograph? Midoriya offered his notes again, already open to a new page for Power Loader. He looked a little weird without his match suit, but he still wore most of his hero costume, like his giant helmet. He looked Midoriya over, doing the math. There was no point in hiding it. His mask gave it away. Yes, I am Ronin. The mask you designed is very good for its weight, and the visibility is excellent. Power Loader bristled when he found out the thief was not just in front of him but confirming his suspicions. This increased even more when he realized they had agreed to give this little thief more technology. Midoriya's admittance also caught the attention of the pink-haired girl. You are busy, so I'll just be arranging a time to come by and make something with you. How are you this Friday? This Saturday. I'm busy this Sunday, I'm afraid, and any earlier won't give you the chance to set up some sort of trap. Hey, are you trying to say I'd booby trap one of my own creations? Are you also saying I can't make a trap in one night? Midoriya nodded to both. He intended to destroy whatever they made together and recreate it on his own for that exact reason. He needed to be there not to ensure it wasn't trapped but to make sure it wasn't made of anything hard to get. Yup, nice summary. So, sorry. Midoriya had his notes out, taking in the contents of the room for any ideas on what he wanted. I'm willing to come here if you sign a paper that you won't ambush me. Oh, can I do it? The pink-haired girl butted in. I'm free Sade. Are you really Ronin? Do you fight with any armor? What's your full arsenal? She rushed forward but was blocked by his umbrella. Please calm down, Ms. Now. Power Loader, please give me something to work with. A date, a time, and a location or a signature. I'd sign it. The pink-haired girl turned to Power Loader. Come on, I can do it. Just give me permission, sensei. Midoriya finally figured out where he saw her. She was a first year who gave up after advertising her wares in the final tournament. Showed how far she got, and her equipment wasn't bad. Just too big for what he wanted. Fine, this is Hatsume, and she'll design your item for you. With me. Midoriya cut him off. If I'm not satisfied with it, I'll turn the finished product and blueprints back to you and have you design my item with me instead. How's that? Power Loader waited up, then nodded. Hatsume, this looks like your first commission. Set up a time with this thief, and then prepare some ideas. Sun is great. You said Sun earlier, right? I have to work on all the commissions I got from being in the sports festival on school days. She was very high energy and washed over Midoriya, who was trying to stay calm and hold her back at the same time. Do you have armor? Do you need it? What's your quirk? I need to know if it will interfere with the design. Don't worry about the design, Miss Hatsum. Midoriya kept crushing any advance she tried to make. I will be bringing the design. Your job will be to help me make it into a reality by proving how stupid an idea it was. He bowed, thanking Nezu and Power Loader for this chance and asking Power Loader to sign his notes. He still didn't, but at least Midoriya tried. I'll want to meet you to plan it earlier then. How about a quick brainstorming session on Thursday, 12:45? That's during my lunch, so I won't miss any time to work. Ronin nodded. If your principal and sensei are fine with it. A meeting to plan everything out worked fine for him. He'd need to gather materials and make sure all the things they picked he could get. Nezu nodded, and Midoriya refocused on the Hatsum. All right, where can I find you tomorrow? I don't eat lunch, so right here. Don't worry, I'll get the blueprints all set up. She gave him a big thumbs up and a bigger smile. She seemed quite enthusiastic about this whole process, and it slightly worried him. All right, goodbye. He bowed to her and walked out with Nezu, still hearing the grumbles of Power Loader. He didn't mind too much. He wasn't hurt that one of his idols wouldn't sign his notes. He wasn't. Thursday was a great day for Midoriya, getting to come back to school and see the usual mess. He was finishing up all his classes and now just going as far as his teachers had material. Next month should be fun. The biggest change was that, out of the 4 people who were usually in class before him, there seemed to be a missing figure. Instead of the person slumped over in the back, there was a tall figure wrapped in only 2 coats with their hair draped over their head and a beanie over it all. The beanie was a little hard-pressed to stay on her with how big she was, and other hats probably couldn't go that far with all that hair and skull. Her body was still hidden, but she was much more energetic, as in actively looking out the window. Aiko waved hello to him as he came in, and he waved back, despite the strange glances he got from the other 3 who got there before him. It was the 3 faction leaders, excluding the workout boys who were running laps until a minute before school started. Nobody still wanted to mess with Aiko, it seemed, and coming in he could see what happened to the sliding door to their classroom, or where it went. Someone had flung it open like a push door, then broke it by walking over it. It seemed Aiko's excitement also led to an increase in her strength. Maybe it just had to do with her heart rate. You could even follow her trail by the things she accidentally hit on the way to her desk. There was a footprint in the side of the teacher's desk where she might have accidentally run into it that he didn't remember seeing last time he came in here. She'd talked to him about it at lunch. For now, he sat down and began to work on the last of his math work. Class was quick, with everyone avoiding the 2 quietly focused students. Aiko felt great. The doctors said that the first 2 surgeries were the worst, and she got to have both over the break. The next blood implants should go even better. Other than the initial pain from being stabbed and the weird feelings, she felt a lot more energetic and warm. She'd have worn 3 coats, but she opted for her dad's old wool coat and one of hers. That was warm enough to keep her going if you threw in her cute beanie. She smiled beneath the curtain of hair, admiring at how hyper she felt, or rather, how tired she didn't feel. Breathing was easier, focusing was easier, and she didn't break any doors that she actually cared about. Pluses all around the board. Midoriya had waved hello earlier, and she was excited to try making something with him. Maybe they could hang out afterward. She always wanted to try physical activities, but even walking for too long left her feeling faint. She adjusted her hat. Maybe they could make matching hats, or those bracelet things you were supposed to give to friends. Midoriya went off to lunch followed by Aiko. She ran to catch up with him in the hallway but didn't talk for some reason. They didn't talk at all until they got to their club room, where she exploded. It's so good to see you. He got wrapped up in a crushing hug that made some tackles feel like the breeze. The blood thing went great, and I should be fine after a few months. She dropped him as she sat down at the table, holding her face between her hands and swaying back and forth. Then I can swim and go to zoos and play sports and see animals. She descended into rambling, talking a lot faster than she usually did. It was good to hear she wasn't as tired anymore. The effects were starting to show, with her usually pale skin having a little more color. Having more blood also helped the muscles and boosted her physical endurance overall, so she could use her strength more and more. Midoriya pulled out his lunch and the 2 ate, Midoriya with his usual steady speed and Aiko eating much faster but taking breaks to gush about whatever popped into her head. She usually cut herself off and seemed to ramble almost as much as he did. Is she just a female version of me? That would explain why they got along pretty well, but their interests were too different. Midoriya liked heroes and fighting. Aiko liked warm things and bodily contact. It made sense that she would, since her own body would crave the heat that it couldn't generate. Their mumbling and not showing what they really liked was pretty similar though. As so, she placed her hat on the table. I was thinking, we could make that. Midoriya looked it over, lifting it up. It was bigger than his whole head. He dropped it on just to see if anything stuck out. But it went over like a sheet. It did look pretty stretched though. You want to knit this? Shouldn't we make it bigger for you? Midoriya questioned as he pulled it off, checking how thick the yarn was. Aiko nodded vigorously. Yeah, and I wanna. She kept trying to say something but couldn't work it out. Midoriya nodded along until he checked the clock. Aiko, don't mean to be rude, but I think it's time for you to head back. She checked the phone and nodded. All right, I'll see you soon. Bye. She ran out at top speed, then ran back to grab her lunchbox and bolted something beyond her top speed, judging by how she opted to jump through a window to get away faster the second time. Man, she's fast. Man, he's fast. 12:30 and he was there. Nezu waved hello to Ronin, who bowed to him. You didn't need to come in person. Ronin barely broke his own pace in the bow, heading towards him. His confidence dominated his surroundings. All might, or the threat of him, would have sufficed. Can't be too sure. Can't be too sure you wouldn't show up unexpectedly. Again, don't you worry, as few people as possible know you're here. Come, it seems our excitable mechanic was forced to come to lunch regardless of her own feelings on the matter. Nezu led the volatile bomb along, always aware of that umbrella and the thing that carried it. Why did I get so few offers? Kaminari screamed while headbutting his desk. Because you didn't do well. Jiru responded, playing with one of her earlobes. Seriously, not only did you lose in the first round, you lost the fastest of all the students. Even Monoma lasted longer. Hey, what do you think I am? Monoma glared her down. How was I supposed to know I needed to silently beat up that insomniac? Study, now shut up. Aizawa rubbed his head. Get to lunch and pick someone to internship for by the end of school, Friday. Go be someone else's problem. Kaminari's problem was he knew exactly who he wanted to intern for, but he didn't have a listing. It seemed all of the UA staff didn't have any internships, but he could ask, hey, Aizawa-sensei, if we want to intern for someone not on the list, can we ask them? Is there like a form? Aizawa blinked, then rubbed his head. Did your parents forget to submit the application? Both of Kaminari's parents were heroes and did submit a report. Separate reports for some reason. Probably they didn't check with the other. As much as he didn't want to admit it, them forgetting was totally something they'd do. It was something he'd do too. No, that's not the point. So, is there some way I can get someone who isn't on the list? A paper or something I can get them to sign? Kaminari batted his eyes and tried to look as innocent as possible. And while it didn't work on Aizawa, he was too tired to give a shit either way. He pulled out a paper and tossed it. Get that signed, then check with Principal Nezu. Do it on your own time, but your parents should be able to submit everything. Kaminari nodded and smiled, running away. He dashed to catch up with his class to the lunchroom. There was some pink-haired girl arguing about appointments, tons of talking, and his buds were getting lunch and marking their table. Life was good, holy shit. He looked at the cloaked figure standing mysteriously next to Nezu. He played video games, man. And every sign under the sun said that guy was a secret mentor just waiting to happen. That hat, that cloak, that mask that he recognized. Kaminari ran past his table. Don't put tape on my seat again, I'll be back. Midoriya and Nezu walked into the mess, giving him a moment to marvel at the rich kids. God, he hated it. It was so loud. How was anyone supposed to get homework done? It just seemed annoying. He scanned for the pink-haired girl, but there were so many pink-haired girls it was harder than he first thought. Nezu was too short to be a help, so it was all on him. Midoriya's eyes moved across the room, investigating every person until, hey, I was looking for you. Kaminari was standing right in his line of vision. He had on a big cheesy smile and looked very pleased with himself. He had a paper in his hand and hid it behind his back. So, you know about hero internships, right? Midoriya nodded. I do. I am unsure what you are doing though, or where this is going. Can I please intern under you? Kaminari thrust out the paper and bowed. I need a lot of help, and I think you'd be great at giving it to me. I've practiced what you already taught me every day. I taught him something. Midoriya was pretty sure he'd just spat bullshit for 30 minutes and called it a night. Nezu, however, was looking at him very interested. Kaminari, you wish to intern under him? You do know who he is, correct? Ronin, right. I know I normally couldn't, but he's here, and you're here, so could you please let me? Kaminari seemed to want this pretty badly. But as much as Midoriya wanted people to learn more about martial arts, he had someone to teach martial arts to already. Himself. You train with my technique every day. Kaminari nodded and walked right into the trap. Then what were you doing at the sports festival? You could see him freeze in place, giving off a little scream from his bow. Well, you see. Kaminari was stuck in his pseudo-bow, trying to reason. Nezu stuck up for him. Students can only bring a support item into the sports festival if they made it themselves. Midoriya nodded, getting an idea in his head. Wasn't sure he liked it, but he might take it. Wasn't like he was going to do any vigilante activities for the rest of the duration of the internships. They happened every year, and he didn't intend to extend his past the due date. Training someone to do what you did was one of the ways to prove you mastered it. First, Nezu, would you accept it? Nezu looked delightedly. And Midoriya could already imagine that Kaminari would be grilled the second he got back from even his first lesson. Yes, of course. I love to see students pursuing what they need, and perhaps this will lead to a wonderful bond. Nezu should have learned to hide his emotions better. He looked like a supervillain on the verge of maniacal laughter. Second, what time do I have you? Afternoon to what? This one was again directed at Nezu but framed at Kaminari. I have my own things to do. That was pretty late. He'd also have to skip club meetings for a school week. Do I have to sign off on hours? Yes, but it shouldn't be a problem. We expect you to give him the full hero experience too, but that should be no problem for a pro like yourself. Nezu smiled and nodded. I understand. Kaminari, give me the paper. Do you have anything after school today? Kaminari blinked while he stole the paper, reading through the legal jargon quickly and trying to find anything that forced him to give away his identity, then pointing it out to Nezu to sign away. No one should trust a vigilante this much. Something was going on, and he wasn't sure what. Unluckily for them, he wasn't in a vigilantism mood. No, sir. He saluted sharply. Midoriya nodded. You have a sword. Kaminari shook his head, and Midoriya nodded. Good. You know Hatsum. We're looking for her, and you're coming along now. Midoriya had a vague idea of some things he wanted to experiment with, but now it had been funneled down to an experiment he wanted to try. And with someone else as the guinea pig, he felt a lot more comfortable trying it. They looked at the exasperated student, who was delighted to see them. Principal Nezu, Ronin, random guy. I'm so glad to see you. Power loader locked the shop up for lunch and I can't get in. Can't you do something? Please. Midoriya once again kept her back with his umbrella. How unprofessional are you? The other students looked happy at the strange man chastising her for going too far before their hopes were cut off by his continued speech. Do you think business only happens in a shop? If we have to do it here, we will do it here. Kaminari, pull a chair up. Nezu, I don't care. He sat down himself, taking out a notebook while Hatsum smiled as if she just got to meet All Might for the first time before he crushed all her hopes and dreams. Maybe he was projecting a little hard. Ronin and Midoriya. He flipped through his notes. The item we'll be making is a sword for you, Kaminari. We'll get the lengths down and then go from there. Got it. I get a sword. I'm just making a sword. Kaminari was excited, while Hatsum looked a little disappointed. No, Kaminari, you and I are making a sword. Hatsum, right. Good, you're going to make a quick draw sheath. We'll be devising some way to speed up the drawing motion. Springs, rocket propulsion, I don't care right now. Saturday we're going to come back together, finish making the sheaths you thought up, and test them. He lost them for a moment but got Hatsum back quickly. Kaminari was still catching up. I have high expectations for you. Midoriya rose again. It was good talking at you. Don't you mean talking to I know what I said? Kaminari, 4:30 tonight. Will you be free? Yeah, I can be. His enthusiasm wasn't going to last long. Excellent. Make your way to Takoba Seaside Beach. Shouldn't be too out of the way for you. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. And sir. Kaminari saluted like a soldier but then broke form, cocking his head. Where's Takoba Seaside Beach? After Midoriya finished giving directions, he thanked Hatsum and finished the last of the paperwork before running away. He had about an hour to do the hat thing today, but for planning, that was more than enough. Midoriya descended into the sewers, practicing his wall running and jumping. He wasn't entirely sure, but he thought he was doing quite well, maybe a little better than earlier. It seemed slowing down his pace was helping him to even faster than before. He sprung back into the classroom and switched clothes. Then he went straight back into his spear training. He needed to think of something he could teach Kaminari, and the best way to think of something was to focus on something else so the interrupting thoughts would be helpful. He knew what he wanted to do with Kaminari before the week of training. That meant he had 2 days to do the hat thing, and he'd make more time for himself tomorrow. He wouldn't need to be there with Kaminari for what he had planned. He did jab after jab, letting his thoughts flow until the alarm went off. Then he put everything away and got ready for Aiko to arrive. It only took her 20 seconds and a window dive to get to the classroom. She was taking this extra energy thing a little further than he thought she would. But onward she went. Hello Aiko, hi Midoriya, are you ready to go? Did you want to plan colors here or on the road? Do you know of any good wool stores? Are there stores that sell just wool? Stop. Breathe. Just relax, Aiko. Midoriya shook his head, smiling at her. Yeah, I'm ready to go. If you don't know where you want to go, I'll lead. Now calm down, let's go. He grabbed his few things and walked out with her, checking on his phone the nearest crafting supply store. He didn't do much with cloth, so he didn't have the way memorized. Aiko was content to fill the silence with her own ramblings. She rambled between two shades that were supposed to be completely different, but he was pretty sure the color were too similar. She also wondered how animals would look cute when pink. She really seemed to like pink for someone who never wore it. She was perplexed when he asked about it. Of course I don't wear pink. I look terrible in pale colors like I'm sick. Dark colors make me look way better, and there are some I like. Midoriya nodded along, taking notes as they went. It seemed that some colors looked better when paired with others, not that he'd noticed with his one-color palette. All grays and blacks, with hints of green. Aiko told stories of how different shades sometimes looked good with each other, and other times it didn't. He might have to consult her on his next outfit. She decided on both as he told her about his plan for next week, much to her disappointment. What am I supposed to do with only myself as a building project? I can't sew. Midoriya ignored the fact that they had only done one sewing project so far. Do you actually do anything during school? Like any of the homework? She froze dead in place, Boogaman activating. Homework. What homework? Midoriya glared at her, and she sheepishly turned off Boogaman, the black aura drifting away and fading out. Tomorrow I'll send you a list of the homework we've had so far. Don't worry too hard, no one else does. He patted her on the shoulder and purchased the yarn and needles for the two of them. He'd figure out how the needles worked tomorrow before Aiko came in for their club. As the club president, that was his job. Now, I'll be dropping this stuff at school so we don't leave it at home. I'll see you tomorrow. He waved goodbye and parted ways. They'd spend more time together tomorrow. Kaminari could see Ronin standing on the beach, staring out epically. The ocean rolled before him, his hat and mask hid his face, and his cape danced in the wind. All in all, an epic silhouette as the sun shone down on him. It wasn't particularly late, but he made it feel like a sunset somehow. You're here. Ronin didn't bother turning. He just knew things. Do you know why? We're gonna make a sword, so. Kaminari rubbed his head as he glanced around the beach, covered in a thick layer of trash. The aspiring hero had changed out of his uniform into some casual clothes. Thank God. The cleaning bill from standing around in all this trash would be nothing to sneeze at. Are we standing in garbage cause we're hoping someone already threw a sword out? Not quite, but this will tie into making your sword. Ronin held up a discarded computer, a little damaged by the weather, but the outside still looked alright. The tide brings trash here naturally. People use that as an excuse to leave their trash here, but they also leave a few useful things. You can even find gold if you know where to look in this mess. Like a sword. Kaminari took a stab at where this was going as Ronin pried open the computer, chuckling at Kaminari's response. A bit more literally, Kaminari. Inside the discarded computer there were still a lot of parts. Kaminari didn't know what most of them were, but his eyes were drawn in as Ronin plucked a small piece of golden metal out from the hardware. Oh wait, that was gold. Like, straight up, in Ronin's hands was a very small tiny piece of gold. It's not much, but we have to start somewhere. Ronin's attention went outward, the vigilante pointing across the sea of trash and even to the sea of water beyond. You and I are going to collect it today and tomorrow, then use what we collect to make your sword. You'll start without me, but we're just going to collect these circuit boards right now. I'll handle the disassembly. Really, that's it. Kaminari laughed. I thought this was gonna be hard. Why is this so hard? Kaminari's hands hurt from opening these computers. The first 10 were fine. Next 20. Alright. Next 30. Manageable. But they never ended. Take your time. There's no point in rushing. Kaminari just hit 100. But Ronin shredded through computers and even other things, adding all the gold he collected to a plastic bag he kept on his hip. Kaminari had one as well, but already there was an obvious difference in how many they'd each collected. Ronin might have started out a little slower than Kaminari, but it was the fact he never slowed that made such a difference. Your hands might be getting sore soon, so work slowly. I am working as slowly as I can. Kaminari held up the screwdriver and miniature computer tower to emphasize his point. And my hands are already sore. How are you going so fast? Practice. Ronin quickly twisted the screwdriver, slipping it in and out of screws and using the screwdriver itself to crowbar the lid open. He took the circuit board out quickly, then moved on to the next one, finding no screws and skipping to crowbarring it open too. Get used to repetition. Kaminari sighed, wondering what he signed himself up for, and got back to work. The first lesson Kaminari learned that day was to stop counting. He didn't want to discourage himself. They kept their circuit board things in the same grocery bags. He knew he didn't even fill half of one. How much you did doesn't matter. Ronin finished stacking the desktops and laptops they had already cleaned out while putting the mess to one side so he didn't accidentally reopen one of them and waste their time. It's like heroism, that you did anything is good. And the effort you put in is how good it really is, and you did good work. Ronin packed up the grocery bags and double-bagged them, then gave Kaminari a pat on the back while exchanging a smile. You helped me do more than I could have on my own. And that's what heroes are supposed to do. They help. Civilians, each other, doesn't matter. Kaminari glanced down at the bags they'd done, then at his hands. Even if it hadn't seemed like a lot, the math added up. Together, they had gotten more done than just one could do on their own. Together, he might have seemed small, but he still helped. Tomorrow, I'll show up at 5:30. You just be there before me, even if you're not doing anything. Ronin walked away, waving goodbye without looking. Kaminari looked at the retreating figure, then at the grocery bags still left on his hip. He knew he wasn't smart, everyone in Wana did. But this didn't require a brain, just effort, time, and a long of free time. Like the amount of time it took to get through a new rock album or two. He checked his phone. He had an hour or two. Kaminari hit shuffle on his playlist, took his screwdriver, and began to pry open another computer. Midoriya finished separating gold from the circuit boards. He had to use a bucket with just how many circuit boards they got. It was insane how many computers had been dumped, giving him the most expensive part for free. Usually, the computer parts with gold cost the most, while the chemicals used to get the gold were cheap if you knew where to get them. He didn't even have to buy that much. He already had some of everything. The hydrogen peroxide and hydrochloric acid had separated the gold from the circuit boards, and now he was dissolving out the gold in more hydrochloric acid, but this time with bleach instead of hydrogen peroxide. In the last step, he reformed the gold with sodium metabisulfite. Why was he getting a better chemistry lesson here, helping out some idiot, than in his own school? You were supposed to do this for a week, but instead, Midoriya cheated, using some of the scraps of possessed metal from his airguns and running an extremely low voltage. He fed in more oxygen and sped the reaction for the first step up. Midoriya had to check up and finish collecting the gold before he went to school. He now had the completed gold fragments, over 10 grams of the stuff. Not bad for their first day. They'd need about 40 grams for what he intended, so he'd be staying late and going in early to make sure it was properly finished. He was doing the math for this internship project as he went to school, as he finished another class for the year, and was still doing it when he went to the club room with an incredibly happy Aiko. She brought a book from the library on sewing. He didn't even know the school had a library. She started practicing between bites but wasn't getting very far. She wanted to add a smiley-faced pattern to hers but wasn't sure how. Midoriya assured her Google could teach her wonders. Then they parted ways, and he ran back to the beach to continue gathering supplies. The piles were a little different than he remembered, but it didn't matter. Midoriya took the gold from parts other than computers, saving those for Kaminari. They were the easiest to work with, and so it was best for someone who didn't know what they were doing. Midoriya got in a solid hour and a half before he ran away with the salvaged pieces, running home and adding them to the chemicals, the running all the way back to school. All in all, a lot of running, but it'd be over soon. For now, he had to stab his hands with some needles. How are you so good, Midoriya? I thought you said you'd never sewed. Aiko put a finger probably in her mouth to suck the blood while rummaging for another band-aid. Was hurting herself part of her quirk. I take my time, so slow down and don't rush. I'm here for another hour, you know. I knew we should have bought a loom. He really wanted to but wasn't sure they'd need it or use it again. After hearing her scream for the 12th time, he was assured just this one use would have been enough. "Oh, this is my last band-aid, do you have any?" He threw 3 of his from his emergency supplies at her. "Thanks. Don't worry, just calm down and back. Don't rush." "Didn't I just say don't rush?" "I'm pretty sure I said don't rush." She put the new bandage, tiny as it looked on her digit. "Aiko, you want a thimble? We can buy thimbles." "No, I can do this." She was probably doing something like a pout, but it didn't work since he couldn't see her face. "Next time you stab yourself, we're buying thimbles." She straightened and finally slowed down. She still made the occasional idle comment, speaking whatever thought popped into her head. The two worked in this pseudo-silence for the rest of the hour before Midoriya tied his off to finish later. "I've got to run, so you get to close up. You get any more injuries, the nurse's office is only open for 30 more minutes. See you next week." She waved him off, but he didn't go far. He came back into the bathroom and switched clothes, then blitzed through the sewers. He came back to the beach and saw 3 bags filled with circuit boards. The F. Kaminari was working hard ahead, opening another computer and pulling out the circuit boards before closing and tossing them into a pile, then moving on to the next one. He had a great rhythm going. "Kaminari, nice work." Ronin approached over the trash, nodding in honest admiration for Kaminari's work as the aspiring hero finally snapped out of his trance, waving hello and laughing as he looked over his own work. "Really, it's mostly stuff from yesterday. I stayed a little longer, then I got into this groove, and my music was really good." Kaminari didn't even stop right now, pulling out the circuit boards and tossing his current computer, then emptied his pockets into the grocery bag. They easily had hundreds of them now. Midoriya stopped the student as he moved to the next computer. "We have enough gold for now, Kaminari. Now, we're moving on to the next thing." Midoriya glanced around, then chose a path, dashing over the trash and debris. He scaled broken appliances like even ground, stopping atop a refrigerator. Right now, all we've done is get things for your sword. Now, I'm going to teach you a technique. Another ninja thing. Midoriya shook his head slightly, laughing. He had experimented a little, but he wasn't sure how to teach Kaminari. It seemed repetition would be the best way forward. We're going to refine an old technique into a real fighting move. His right hand rose, beckoning his student forward. Show me your thunderclap and flash, Kaminari. Kaminari lined up his feet, then burst forward in the sand. He could move 5 meters in a second from a dead stop, with no push-off. It was impressive, but it was just a start. Usually I'm better than this. Is it because I'm tired? 5 meters was the distance that he went last time, but that was when he first started. He'd been practicing for hours, but right now couldn't show any real results. He couldn't get why though, and it didn't make sense. He wasn't that sore right now. It's the sand. Ronin pointed down from on high, sitting cross-legged on the refrigerator. It's hard to run in the sand because it's not a solid base. On top of that, you're right. You've been working what? 2 hours. About 2 hours in, you should be pretty tired. His teacher tossed him a blue drink thing. Gatorade. Not sure what flavor you liked, so I went with generic. Enjoy it and watch. Ronin rose, then seemed to disappear. While he had to take a second to get into the pose, Ronin could switch into it at a moment's notice. It was like he teleported across the garbage, appearing atop a washing machine with an imprint from behind it. You can't replicate the sword swings yet, but that's fine. He appeared in front of Kaminari, moving 3, maybe even 4 times the speed Kaminari demonstrated. Swordsmanship looks like it's all arms, but everything starts at the legs. The feet will form a base, and the legs move you to where you want to go. Can't hit someone from a mile away, right? Kaminari nodded and Ronin turned, pointing down to his feet. The distance between your legs should be the same as if you wanted to tie your shoes. You'll push off with your toes but land on the entire foot. Don't worry too much. Watch my feet. He pointed out where he was going to go, and took his time on this run. His heels rose and dug into the sand, then pushed off the base he formed as he strode across the ground. Ronin leaned forward, every step pushing not straight down but slightly backward. His knees rose over his hips as he moved, taking powerful snapping steps that pushed him up and forward. Ronin stopped atop the refrigerator again, turning to face him. Learn these steps. 100 reps, 100 of 100 reps, no matter how long it takes. Natural talent hits walls. Passion burns itself out. But discipline. Ronin squatted slightly, flexing his feet. Then, he was gone. No, he was nearby. Ronin seemed to fly as he moved, striking off the nearby objects and onto the refrigerator. Kaminari wondered what he was doing. Then one dent appeared, and another. Dents appeared faster and faster, hitting harder and harder until the refrigerator dislodged itself from the sand and swayed slightly from the impact. The once square, boxing refrigerator had been beaten into a circular form, the metal cracked and dented. And atop it he appeared, his weird old-fashioned cape flowing epically as it blew off him entirely, showing off his body. His usual costume was gone, replaced by baggy pants and red shoes. His sword was at his side, but he wasn't wearing a shirt right now. It showed off scars and burns adorning his chest like tattoos. Your discipline can never leave you. No one can take, and only you can get it. Ronin stood atop the partially crushed refrigerator, beaten down without a quirk, but by the same footwork Ronin used to fly around. Perhaps someday, you'll finish this old fridge. Not with the quirk your parents gave you, but the skills you earned. You dashed once. Now dash twice. Ronin disappeared, sliding in the sand. I'll be right beside you, Kaminari. Kaminari glanced up at the figure standing over him with awe in his eyes, an empty Gatorade bottle in his hands, crushing it as he began to nod erratically. Sir, yes sir. Midoriya was gonna be honest. He really didn't think he'd be able to dent the refrigerator without his boots. Most of his stuff had been in the clubroom except his cloak and hat. But he had at least snuck out the sword and his helmet since he kept those with the disguise. All those reps in the sewers had paid off at least. Even now, switching directions had gotten easier. He had to put his feet below him relative to the new direction he wanted to go, then spring off. Now, the two moved across the beach. Kaminari tripped a lot but rose every single time. He hadn't even switched from his school clothes, just ditched the jacket and tie. The dashing technique wasn't for moving very long, so they stopped or paused often. Kaminari drank the most Gatorade he'd ever had in his life as they worked, performing dash after dash. The goal right now was to get him to do the dash instinctually, so he wouldn't have to be supervised. Then he could practice even when Midoriya wasn't around. While Kaminari couldn't keep the rush of speed up for long, his initial burst improved significantly with the proper technique. Overall, his entire running technique improved, but what Midoriya was fishing for was that solid start. That initial push that the rest of the dash built off of. His constant wall running made him have so many starts it was basically his default state by now. The direction change Midoriya used while in the sewers was basically the start of a new run mixed with a jump, so he was pretty good at this move if he'd just sit down and learn it. It was one of his first swordsmanship moves, and though he only practiced maintaining his skills while he focused on developing his spearmanship, his drawing cut had still improved. The dashing motion of the spear thrust suited it well and lent a lot of power to the cut. Kaminari stretched his legs under Midoriya's guidance for the last set before they broke for dinner. Relax, we're almost done. We're only going to do one dash and then pause for you to breathe now. Thank God. Kaminari finished off the water bottle. He ran Midoriya out of Gatorades in 2 hours. He shook his legs before getting back into position beside Midoriya. It felt a little awkward for Midoriya, but he wasn't sure Kaminari could think that far ahead. The two bolted, starting similar enough but ending with 5 meters between them. Kaminari looked ahead and groaned. He even had gotten to use his arms while he dashed, while Ronin had been keeping his arms down for the sword posture, but there was so much difference between them. Excellent job, Kaminari. Excellent. Ronin seemed to be overjoyed for some reason. He clapped him on the shoulder. Just keep repeating the motions, and soon you'll outpace me. What? Kaminari was really confused. Why was Ronin so happy? He hadn't done anything special, he just followed the motions, but even with the same movements, he was so much slower. Look behind you. Ronin pointed at some random skid marks in the sand. It was about 3 meters behind him. He didn't see what was so important about it. Those marks are from your first dash, before practice. Ronin seemed to eyeball it. You're what, a little under halfway between you from then and me right now. He picked up the grocery bags, putting them all inside a trash bag. I wonder how much further the you of tomorrow will go. Oh well, come on, let's bounce. I'll pay for dinner. Kaminari instantly forgot all about the things he was wondering. Really? Thanks, dude. He laughed as he grabbed his stuff, following behind his master. He seemed so old and mysterious, but Kaminari wouldn't turn down a free meal. Where are we going anyway? Midoriya held his spear and rocked, adjusting the grip with his backhand. The chemicals were still going, and it was too early to take them out. So instead, he trained a new skill he hadn't had the chance to use. His lead hand went up and forward while his backhand went down and forward, not moving far but still moving the tip entire feet with the minor adjustment. His lead hand jutted down like a punch, his arm straightening and doing most of the traveling while his back arm stayed mostly stationed, adjusting to the lead arm. It rose to give it more power, sure, but it wasn't much power. It was acting more as the base for this attack, like a reverse stab where the lead arm guided and the back supplied power. It was the down slice and cut through the air in front of him with a sharp sound. He checked his posture, then did it again, and again, and again, and again, and again. Then a side cut. His lead arm took point and was still doing most of the movement. The back arm served as the base, and the spread head surged from behind Midoriya until it crossed his central line and was in front of him. It'd be hard to push it the other way since it'd use his back muscles. It'd be a weaker cut, but with enough practice, it could become dangerous. Another tool in Ronin's arsenal, and so he practiced. Swing after swing, strike after strike. His shoulders ached. They'd been getting quite a workout these days. Thrusts that made them push, swings that made them pull, he'd been getting everything. But with muscles, that didn't take much. He drank and meditated, then checked his phone. The gold was almost finished. And now he'd just need to finish the substance. He wouldn't use it all, but a lot would be going into this. Midoriya looked up at the chirping birds, smiling. It had been a while since he'd done something like this. He wondered when he'd help someone for cheesy reasons again. Kaminari was the last one to show up at UA's own support section. Even as he came in, the door had been blown off the room. Hatsum, put that blowtorch out and away from Bo-o-Alam. The gas canister, away from the gas canister. Inside, Power Loader supervised as Hatsum took off her goggles, laughing. Ronin was sitting in the corner, checking the materials. Thanks for supplying this Power Loader. I'll pay you back with some of the spare gold. You don't need to. Sheesh, why is the vigilante more responsible than my own student? Hatsum. Power Loader moved around the room, noticing Kaminari. Finally, you're just in time. Ronin is all set up for you, but I'll be helping you make your sword. It is a support item after all. Remember what I asked for Power Loader. Ronin adjusted the metals, checking everything's position. I already sent in the length it should be and the width roughly, but we should be able to create the sword quickly enough. Kaminari, come. Kaminari had no reason to refuse, walking over to the furnace. Ronin was looking over the metals, selecting the piece with tongs. Get some gloves. You're going to grab this piece of metal here and heat it up. Hey, already. Kaminari looked around, confused. This didn't seem like something he could do. He was in the hero course, not the support course. People tend to have a better appreciation for things they created themselves. The time and effort used to make it becomes a bond. Don't worry about ruining it. Power Loader's much better at this than I am, and I'm the one who made all of my weapons. He rose and approached Hatsum. Now, let's go test the designs you've made. What do you mean you're not done? Kaminari looked over in confusion at Power Loader. The pro hero nodded toward the gloves. Don't worry, we'll be taking this pretty slowly. You're just going to be working with iron right now. Just put on the gloves and hold the metal in the furnace with the tongs. Kaminari nodded, working slowly with the iron and a hero over his shoulder, telling him how to hold it, adjusting his stance and waiting, then when to bring it out. They lengthened the material on an automatic hammer, making it thinner and longer until it could no longer all be heated at once and he could settle for just holding one end without the tongs. There were no extra layers, just drawing out the metal to shape. The hammer even partially drew the edge part and curve. Then he got to sharpen it, watching Power Loader do it twice before trying once. Then another 2 watches, and he got to do it more. It was like that with the forging, and with the hammering, and now the grinding. They finished with the hardening bath in motor oil for some reason. Whatever it was, the flaming oil looked pretty cool. He didn't get most of it, but overall, the sword was pretty satisfying. What do you mean you're not done? All you needed to come up with was prototypes. Midoriya rubbed his head. I came up with more designs. Like what if the entire sheath has one giant spring in it to push out the sword versus multiple smaller ones? How long can the springs be? Oh, and I tried a few other designs too. Tatsum had a list and a whole bunch of metal sticks that'd be acting as the swords. Gas propulsion, wheel propulsion, I even tried magnetic propulsion. I've got all the samples mostly finished. But I need to reset the gas propulsion. Ronin stopped her, rubbing his head. Tatsum, how many times do you think Kaminari is going to draw his sword in a fight? He looked down at her, checking each of the pseudo-swords. These were embarrassingly close to his first sword, and they weren't even meant to be real. I was going to say once, but the way you're acting is letting me know that's wrong. Midoriya nodded his head, satisfied. I'm going to ask you to do something. It won't apply as much to heroes, but it will still apply. Are you ready? He put down the prototypes. I want you to run a lap around the school, climb to the top floor, then go back down and build another prototype sheath. The whole time, you've got to hold this propane torch. I can't do that. My hand's going to be tired. And my arm will cramp, infringing on my precision. How am I supposed to make another baby like that? She stopped, thinking it over. It seemed she was capable of rational thought. I see the problem. I need to create a robotic hand to hold the sword for him. No, it needs to be reusable. And not get in the way too much when sheathing. Ronin tossed a sheathed sword from hand to hand, testing the weight. I really like the motor design. If you make it free-floating when not turned on, it could be easily sheathed too. Have you tried any of these yourself? Nope. I don't know a thing about wielding a sword. I'm leaving that to you. Glad you like it too. It was inspired by frisbee shooters. Midoriya drew the sword without turning it on. A bit of a struggle in its current state, but it could be modified. With her knack, he was sure of it. You should, otherwise how will you know if something's not functional, like being unable to sheath quickly? He resheathed the sword and collected the bunch. Did you try explosive propellants, like a bullet? What? A bullet? You know, like how the bullet forces the chamber back, but turning that push into the purpose instead of a side effect. It'd force the sword and sheath apart. Then both bullet and casing would fall out. You hero types do know what bullets are, right? Of course I know that, but I didn't think of it since I don't have access to any guns. Do you have some? Midoriya nodded, going over to his backpack and opening it, selecting a handgun. Sig Sauer fires 10 round clips. That's 10 draws a clip. I think you're smart enough to not kill yourself without any bullets, so take it apart, but don't point it at anyone. Midoriya drew the clips out of the bag while Hatsum turned it over, muttering, I think I'll need one more for reference when I make it. You can keep the second one, but I need to see what the assembled piece looks like. Midoriya nodded, placing a second on the work table without a thought. Hatsum looked amazed. How are you getting these? They're impossible to get in Japan. And you have so many. You should see the criminals on the streets. Midoriya sealed up the bag, amazed it didn't dawn on her that this was his idea the entire time. It was an excuse to let someone else test putting a gun inside a sword sheath, with practically no risk to himself. He even brought all the parts to create it. He helped her put together the prototype with the gun mechanism, thoroughly aware that this was only useful for someone like himself. Who else would have enough bullets to actually use it? And if this sword kept developing in this direction, it would blow your arm off when trying to use it. He had to interrupt to teach her how to draw a sword. Power Loader, I might need to borrow Kaminari for a second. How is it going so far? We're on the oil bath, so he can take a break. Go see what he wants. Kaminari. He took the two of them out into a spare room designed to test equipment. Alright, Kaminari, for your technique you're going to have to learn how to unsheath a sword. Hatsum, to stop making shitty sheaths you're going to have to learn how to unsheath a sword. He put his hand on the control sword and gestured for the others to do the same. He rigged up some quick crappy belts for them. You might like holding your sword instead of keeping it on a belt, but this is the easiest style. Follow along with what I say. Ask questions as they come. Left hand goes under the handguard. About an inch or two between your hand and the handguard. What's an inch? 2.54 centimeters, or 2 and 54 hundredths. About 3 to 5 centimeters between your hand and the handguard. He made an obvious demonstration, and on the third time they figured out to copy what he was doing. Good. Put your thumb against the tsuba. No. The handguard. Why are you bringing up tubas? What's a tsuba? The handguard's real name is the tsuba. He was starting to dislike this question everything mentality. Thumb against the tsuba. Push against the tsuba until the sword comes out. Don't just watch me, do it yourselves. He wished he could rub his head or take some drugs for the headache they were giving him. Alright, after you get used to the feeling of pushing it out, start from the beginning. Start from when your hand isn't on the sheath. How far do I have to put my hand again? On average, 4 centimeters. Oh, thanks. Midoriya stared at the heavens as the two of them practiced the motion. Hatsum looked at it as she moved. So that's why the ease of draw matters so much. If it's too hard, the thumb can't start the draw. I will need to adjust the spring motion and the motor. Whoa, this is a lot harder than it looked. Kaminari just moved it those few centimeters. Amazed. Great, now that you're all ready, question Sensei. Why's the blade pointing up? I almost cut my thumb, dude. I also had that question. We'll get there in a few minutes. Please, focus. Your right hand will grab the sword with this position. He showed his hand grabbed the handle from different angles so they could see how their fingers should move. Then, you're going to start from the beginning, hands off the sheath. When I say so, you put both your hands on the sheath at the same time and do the thumb push. Got it? Let me know if you got it. Stop staring. Yes, Sensei dude. Yup. He should have taken some medicine before he came. Go. Resheath, and again, and again, and again. A few minutes later, Hatsum was shaking her left hand. Their thumbs were cramping from the repeated motion. We'll break for water. Kaminari, go back to check up on the sword. Hatsum, we'll finish learning to draw the sword. He sat back while she recuperated, writing down the ideas. The spring that could launch the sword to aid the thumb, like the gun's sliding top. It seemed mixing designs would be the best option. She was getting some good ideas from trying to use it herself. Some of the best blacksmiths were swordsmen. Ronin had been doing the motions right alongside them, as minor as they were. The difference was he looked fine, but as could be expected from someone who did this every day. She had outlasted Kaminari at least. They learned what swords needed and added it to their creations, making other swordsmen want them more. He drew his sword in a single fluid motion, slicing through the air despite the practiced sword's dull edge. In his hands, it looked like a real weapon. He inspected the blade closely, despite his great performance. Like how to balance a sword. I might have to break whatever the hell they're making in there. Anything else for drawing a sword? She looked up at him and picked up her sword. Wasn't exactly her thing, but the learning was fun. It was like they said, couldn't paint the beach without seeing the ocean. Yeah, follow along now. You want to lead with the sword handle as you draw. Kaminari held the finished sword in his hands. Still didn't have a handle, but it looked so cool. He swung it around, not caring how he looked. The door was walked on as the other came back in. He got to mess around for another minute before Ronin approached. Power loader, how'd it go? Fine, no big problems. He really wanted it to be iron though. Seems kind of weak. Kaminari didn't quite care as they talked, delighted to have something vaguely sword-like. Nope, this was practice. Didn't want to ruin any of your steel on his first sword. I'll help him, you help the girl with the guns. He pointed over his shoulder. The girl with the, who gave you guns? Don't hit it with a hammer. Power loader left to help with the gun and motor sheaths. We're making a different one too. Ronin nodded, taking the first one. This one will be for practice, like if you need to try a new move that might damage your sword. The balance is a little off, but we can work with it. For now, get those tongs and go back to that furnace. We have some metal to cook. Ronin and Power Loader were very different when it came to making a sword. Power Loader was all about preset times and math, while Ronin seemed to eyeball it. He didn't explain himself much, since Kaminari wouldn't get what he was talking about. They moved much faster, with the entire blade being lengthened out in 20 minutes. Ronin even told him how to add the curved shape to it, checking it with his eyes. He'd have Kaminari hold the blade up and make sure it was straight regularly, then continue the forging. They slowed down when they hit the grinding stage, sawing off excess material. This sword had something resembling an edge but was entirely smooth, and entirely done without Ronin touching the blade once in under 45 minutes. What do you think of your work? Ronin adjusted a new, different chemical bath, made of different stuff than the one Power Loader used. He checked the area for something while Kaminari held the sword up. This one was lighter than the last one, and a little bit shorter too. It seemed a little thinner as well, and he was pretty sure they sanded for longer compared to the other sword. I like it. Ronin had been right. Making something yourself made it all the better. He prepared it for the heat treat when you shoved it in the fire before you shoved it into the chemicals, but was stopped. Ronin took the sword for him and elaborated. One last step before we go and do the chemical treating. Ronin set it on the ground and cleared the surroundings. Then gave Kaminari a weird stick and protective goggles. I'm going to stand over there. When I give you a thumbs up, use your quirk as hard and as you safely can. Got it. Kaminari nodded, and Ronin retreated. You're going to run your quirk along the blade from the handle to almost the tip. Almost the tip. Then you flip it and run it from the handle to almost the tip on the other side. Not the tip. Almost the tip. Kaminari nodded as Ronin turned his back, then gave him a thumbs up. Kaminari didn't know what was supposed to happen, so he poured power into the stick, dragging it along the blade. From handle to the tip, no. He stopped at almost the tip, kicking it over to the other side with his shoe and restarting. He didn't even have time to look at his own work through the heavily shaded goggles until it was all said and done. Did it work? AGH. He had put some weird burn scar thing on his sword with the lightning. There was a weird scar running down the body of the blade now where his electricity had torched and warped the metal, forming a strange burn groove in the weapon. Ronin stopped him from touching it directly and instead handed him the tongs. Put it in the furnace to let the metal relax. Then we'll clean it up on the grinder again. Ronin seemed relaxed, but Kaminari didn't have a clue what was happening. He followed along, putting it in and voicing his questions. Why'd you have me break it? It looked great. Ronin nodded. It didn't have bad balance either. Good shape. And if you were good enough, it would have had a great edge. When you get good enough, it will have a great edge. It should become hard enough to retain an edge for a long time. But, for you, we can do better. He checked the temperature of the sword, then had Kaminari bring it out. Give it a once-over with the hammer to ensure stability. Then go clean it off again. Finish by drilling 2 holes in it. I'll show you where when we get there. Kaminari went back to the automatic hammer, doing a slow hammering on each part to make sure it stayed smooth. Then let it cool, cleaning the entire thing off again at the grinding wheel. Ronin handed him a measuring stick, a permanent marker, and told him where to mark and drill. It returned back to the kiln for a moment, then went into the chemical bath to rest. Ronin checked something he'd been working on the entire time Kaminari had been forging, only stopping his work on it to give Kaminari tips. Now, he gave some of his usual strange old man wisdom. Do you know of Kintsugi Kaminari? Nope. He shrugged, used to not always getting it. Besides, he could tell there was an explanation coming if and when he didn't. Gold repair. When something was broken, they'd use a little lacquer and a little gold dust to put the pieces back together. It transforms damages and mistakes from something to hide into something to show off. He checked the substance in the rather large bowl. It was about the size of Kaminari's head. Haven't you wondered what we were going to do with all that gold we got? I'm gonna get a gold sword. Ronin laughed in his secret ninja insightful old man way. Not get Kaminari. You're going to make a gold sword. Give it another 30 to 40 minutes to sit. We have time. He laughed, gesturing out of the room toward the hall. This was the long part last time too. They watched out the window as the clouds rolled by, not speaking. One lost in the thoughts of the cool thing he just did. The other lost in the things he was going to do with this boy. Midoriya guided Kaminari through the last step, making sure it was still mostly smooth. The slightly rough part of the gold was part of the image, and was also kind of the point. It started at the handle and would ensure his electricity traveled the blade easily. He had to make sure it didn't compromise the integrity of the blade. But Kaminari had done a good job etching the blade. The handle would be copper wiring and gold bits. They worked on the tsuba while they waited, giving the completed handguard and pommel a cover of the gold lacquer as well. The ornament, handle, and wrapping would have to be gold all the way through to ensure a good connection. You don't have to take your internship or apprenticeship with me, you know. Ronin sat beside Kaminari, who was copying his motions to create the ornament. Even the teachers here might be a better fit. No way, dude. Could you imagine taking your week with Aizawa? No sleep, no sunlight, and no breaks from him. He laughed as Power Loader stuck his head in. But you might also get Midnight. Wouldn't you prefer her instead of me? Kaminari laughed and nodded. Guilty as charged. He squinted, focusing on his work. This doesn't look like a thundercloud. But if I did take someone else, I wouldn't get the skills. She might be hot, you know, but your quirk isn't physical, and you still pull off some crazy shit. He worked the small hammer and pin, carving details into his cloud. I want to learn how you do that. You're like some hidden boss I accidentally discovered, and I milk you for all you're worth. He laughed as he worked, but slowly sobered up. My parents are heroes, you know. I was tempted to go with them. If I did, I'd get to spend the whole day with them instead of just half a day with you, and half a day at the school. I'm the only one who's going to do that, you know. But they're doing that cause they're my family. He leaned in, licking his lips with focus. I was a little worried that I couldn't keep up, you know. I'm the dumbest in my class, well, one of them. My quirk might be flashy, but it's hard to control. You probably saw or heard about it, but if I use it too much I fry my brain and get even dumber. I'm not very useful since I can't even control the direction of my shocks when they get big. But you were willing to give me a minute and show me this cool attack. You didn't know me, you didn't have to, but you taught me it anyway. And even when I didn't use it, you still let me come back and learn it again. He gave a cheesy smile to Midoriya. I want to prove to you that you're not wasting your time. I want to prove to everyone I'm not some reckless kid. But I think I want to prove to myself that I got what it takes, that I'm not a complete idiot, that I belong here. You know, Midoriya sat, staring at the counter for a while, then slowly patted Kaminari on the back. Hey, what are you doing? Don't make this awkward, dude. Midoriya chuckled. Listen up then, since you chose to apprentice with me. I'll make sure you're the first student in your class to have a super move. During our week, I'll teach you how to use thunder-breathing forms, but going forward, you'll make these moves your own. You know, what was that? An immediate callback. All right, deal. The two shook hands, snickering a little. Then he looked over at what Kaminari was making. Why are you making a sheep? I knew it didn't look like a cloud. In the end, Ronin made one of the ornaments as a gift to him. The second one took even longer but slowly took shape. Ronin then did minor touch-ups to make sure it didn't break or something. He removed the sword, checking it over and nodding. You've done great, Kaminari. We're going to dry it off, then add the kintsugi. They cleaned it off with cloths, amazing him with the pattern in the metal. Strange dark lines like lightning ran through the blade. The scarred metal was still warm to the touch. It had a weird design, with such a dark metal. Ronin placed down the bowl he'd been mixing, showing a strange gold substance. He took out a wooden spoon and spread it along the blade with Kaminari. They covered the scars with the lacquer, Kaminari doing most of the body while Ronin did the small trails that branched from the main body. He then smoothed it out again. They flipped and repeated, but he didn't get to look at the finished product. Alright, this needs to dry, so we'll leave it alone and test out those sheaths. Ronin balanced the sword on a stand he prepared, then shooed Kaminari outside. Come. This should be the last of the setup for us. Kaminari needed to relearn how to draw the sword, but after finishing what they already went over and adding more, he practiced drawing swords. Midoriya sat back by the two crafters, checking the weight and balance of their creations. If it was too heavy, it couldn't be moved properly and would slow down the swordsman. Too unbalanced and it would throw the swordsman off. However, both of those needed to happen majorly to affect the swordsman. So, you heard about UAS apprenticeships? A strange question from Power Loader. Depends, will you sign my notes finally? He offered them without any shame at how cheesy he was. Power Loader forced himself to take it, muttering about how dumb this was. Hasn't everyone just study UAS past years? And the trend suggests it's happening soon. If I hadn't been offered to apprentice Kaminari though, I wouldn't know it was next week though. You are the one he signed up for. Ronin stopped staring at his apprentice failing to draw a sword because he forgot to hit the release button and faced the pro hero instead. Nezu didn't tell you. He's the one who offered it to me. It was strange that a principal wouldn't tell his workers what he was doing. On minor things it made sense, but a student shadowing a vigilante wasn't minor. There are safety and legality things to worry about. And someone would probably be following him to ensure he didn't do anything illegal. Ugh, I'm going to have to bring this up at the next meet shit. The last one was this morning. That meant by the next time all the teachers met and were told of what Nezu had done, the week would be over. Also, Power Loader was one of the only teachers who definitely couldn't follow him. He was too obvious and he had all 3 years of his classes to teach. Do you want me to walk in front of a camera or go see who's still in the building? Midoriya refocused on his student. If you want me to join you, we can get lunch for these kids while we're out shit. Kaminari, do not spin the gun sheath. You are the real Ronin, aren't you? He got a weird look for that. You're just not how I imagined you. Whatever, just go find Present Mike. He probably has all the other teachers' numbers. From everything he knew, Present Mike was the easiest person to get a hold of. And he definitely seemed like the kind of guy who'd do anything to get everyone's numbers. Present Mike, are you still in the building? Yeah, could you get as many of the teachers here as possible? Definitely Aizawa. See you in 10. He hung up. Could have asked him to pick up lunch. I'd pay him back. Hatsum, why are you messing with the sheaths now? I'm trying to get a feel for it so I can make a better sheath, sir. She clicked the button and launched the sword out like a bullet. Well, the bullet propulsion works great, sir. Midoriya took it, looking it over. It had the trigger at the mouth of the sheath, so you could still push it out with your thumb. Have you considered combining anything? The spring seemed to go well with everything, but lacked pushing power on its own. Hatsum brought back the sword, holding it like a hammer and swinging it idly around, nearly hitting him twice. If I put in enough springs to do it on its own, sheathing becomes too difficult. He nodded, then grabbed her hand to stop her from cutting him. He took the sword and spun it into a reverse grip and brought the tip to his shoulder, pushing the blade away from the mouth of the Seiya but moving along the blade until the tip was over the Seiya's mouth. Then the handle went up and into the Seiya until closed. One streamlined motion, only about a second because he slowed down towards the end. He put the blade underneath his cloak and into his belt over top Yamato, fastening it. The ammunition gets in the way of the wrapping. Try to make them work with each other instead of against, like turning the ammo spot into a place to fasten the belt. He showed off what he was talking about, but she only had eyes for something else. That's your sword. Why's it have buttons? What's it do? What do you make it out of? Focus. We're talking about your design, not mine. He checked the clip, then reinserted it. He took his stance, wrapping his fingers around the saya. His index flicked the trigger idly as he breathed, adjusting his stance, rushing the target. As he entered range, the trigger clicked. Hatsune was pretty sure the swords were blunt, which is why it didn't make sense when the training dummy was split in half. His explosive opening to finish showed off why Ronin wasn't scared of tangling with pros. For someone who called himself a vigilante, he'd be awfully good at killing. The top of the dummy floated up for another second, then was caught by gravity and crashed to the ground. It popped and sparked, creating a shadow against the vigilante. He faced the fire, back to her, and spun the sword a few times as he looked at his handiwork, then held up the sword. It was missing half its length, and even what was left was damaged. It seems this method is quite effective. We need to correct this method if used. He sheathed what was left and locked it in place. An additional trigger, so you can remove the sword without firing it. Perhaps it'd be better to be an alternate trigger. Hatsune, check the internals. We don't want the sword or sheath exploding from damages. He tossed the entire piece to her and began to look around, then returned to the workshop with the other piece of the sword. It's quite effective, but these practice swords can't handle the impact. They're too dull. Two rocks met, and it was only a test of hardness. So we need to make sure the sword has enough to edge to cut things for the practice tests. Ronin nodded and began to help her, removing the ammunition clip and beginning to unscrew the modified sheath to look at the internals. This will need to be easier to remove. When dealing with gunpowder, you need to clean regularly. Ronin tore apart her baby, but it would all help the next baby be even better. Heroes had manners, but it seemed all Ronin had was facts. So how did you handle it? Kaminari had shot the sword out like a gun 3 times before giving up on drawing it entirely. He didn't have a good enough grip or technique to draw it. It was so powerful. It's good enough. Ronin didn't get overwhelmed by it though and turned that explosive force into his slice. A spring would help the release and tension though, even if it would make sheathing more difficult. Make sure the shell ejection goes away from the body, possibly down and away. Otherwise, it might hit and burn the user's own arm. Ronin adopted to her blueprints, sketching quickly. He wasn't great, but it was obvious he was no rookie. The two went back and forth on the new sheath for him, before settling for their new combined method. So you're gonna get a new thing too. Kaminari was trying out the adjusted sheath for him. He had decided on the motorized sheath that ejected his sword with a wheel since he could change the speed as he got better and better. It had been modified so that the battery was him. If he remembered to put his hand in the right place. I suppose I am. Ronin took a moment to glance at Hatsune, who was creating a new sheath for one of the practice swords. Enough of me though, how's yours? Great, Kaminari demonstrated, grabbing the sword and pulling it out without activating it. Power Loader told me I did enough work on the sword to definitely use it next sports festival, but I might need a little more practice making this thing before I can bring it too. Ronin nodded, impressed. It was 4 p.m. now, and they were standing in the training room. Sunlight shone through the windows illuminating the space, and they had enough room to do some cuts. Unfortunately, there wasn't anything in here they could practice their movements on. We'll begin training soon, but first I'm going to get dinner for all of us. Hatsune put in a lot of work, and I have some money to burn. I won't do this every day though, so next week you'll need to come after lunch. Ronin checked his phone, skimming through places. Do you think Lunch Rush is still here? That'd be cheap. No way dude, it's the weekend. Why would he be here? Lunch Rush, Eraserhead, Present Mike, Midnight, Recovery Girl, and Power Loader all met in the hall. Where's All Might? I thought you said he was here. Power Loader really wanted All Might when he started, just as backup. Now, he wasn't too sure. He's here for the same reason as us. Paperwork. He's still going. He'll be here soon. Eraserhead yawned. Why'd you call us? I was gonna skip this if you hadn't asked for me. Aizawa, have you gotten to check where everyone's taking their internships? He knew this was going somewhere, but Aizawa couldn't figure out where. A few. Bakugo is going to Best Genus to prove he's learned nothing. Yaorazu is going under Uembai, against my better judgment. I don't see why this interests you. Denki Kaminari is going to be interning under Ronin. Midnight, who'd been barely awake, snapped up, chugged what was left of her coffee, then began screaming at him. He's what? Who let him intern under that creep? Why when I see him? Present Mike reined her in. Whoa, Nemuri, don't you Nemuri me Hazashi. He didn't spend 6 months chasing him around like a effing monkey. She stomped as she spoke, snarling with rage. Where's my whippo? Who cares? I'll kill that Amoas clown without it. So I'm going to guess you didn't know he was interning under Ronin. Power Loader and Aizawa stepped away from the screaming Midnight, who was just a second from using her quirk to knock out Present Mike. No, but I think Nezu hinted at it. Aizawa rubbed his eyes, trying to remember the strange comments Nezu had made. No doubt he approved it, in a meeting or something. Nezu knew where that F-face was this whole time. I'll kill him too. Let me go Present Mike or you're also going on the list. Do you know how much sleep I lost chasing him? Huh, Midnight looked like she was going to skip Quirks and try to strangle Ronin to death. I'm not really needed here, am I? Well, I don't think I am either. Are you still taking food requests? I'm only paying for 3 kids. The rest of you can get your own food. Lunch Rush shook his head. Sorry, no can do. We just finished closing up and making sure we'll have everything prepared for Monday. Lot less students, you know. Ronin nodded his head, stroking his mask where his chin should be. I see. Thanks anyway. He went back into the support room to pass along the message before the hero's head uniformly snapped toward him. Huh. Midoriya walked back into the room. Thanks for pointing out the hero's Hatsum, but they're not serving food anymore. Oh well. She laughed it off, then held up the completed sheath. This baby's ready at least. Come give it a shot. Midoriya nodded and took it, checking the weight right as the adults burst on the scene. With their state of disarray, it was impossible to call them heroes. Midnight was snarling, dragging Present Mike and Lunch Rush along with her step by step. Let go. I'll kill him right here. So I'm thinking fast food. Is that good with you? Hatsum nodded, and Midoriya thought of nearby restaurants. He could get some food for the 3 of them. What do you want? Fries should be good. Large fries, 2 orders. I need something I can eat quickly and won't get in the way. He nodded and ducked into the next room, ignoring the screaming woman behind him. You just keep on running, Ronin. I swear when I get my hands on you, Kaminari, I'm going to pick up fast food for us. What do you want? Keep it generic and under 1,000 yen, please. Kaminari stopped swinging the sword around like a child and thought. Another Gatorade. And a cheeseburger. Wait, can you get some curly fries with that? Please, I'll pay for the curly fries. Midoriya nodded and took the kid's money, turning. Oh hey, why is Midnight shouting? Something wrong. ... Not entirely sure. Must be that time of the month. Try not to give her too many troubles. Kaminari was still thinking his words as he left the practice room, shutting the door behind himself. Oh, I get it. I'll be back with food later. He walked out, waving goodbye with his left. Just for a brief moment, Hatsum could see that baby on his hip. It wasn't her baby, but it seemed well developed. Most people didn't put a lot of effort into their materials, but Ronin seemed to thoroughly develop everything from his pieces on up. The handle she had briefly seen had intricate designs covered by the grip, and strange levers near the handle. Above all, a big button that begged to be pressed. Her hands twitched. She wanted to know what it did, and how it did it. The problem was Ronin wasn't even bothered fighting people way stronger than her. She'd have to use her head if she wanted to look at it. That beach. Midnight stopped, fuming. I think you need to calm down, and that you're focusing on the wrong thing. Power Loader scratched his head at the pro hero who could best be described as throwing a tantrum. Aren't we here to talk about Kaminari apprenticing with Ronin? Aizawa scratched his head. Nezu approved, and he probably has something planned. We can even ask Ronin what he plans to do when he gets back. When he gets back, I'm going to make him hurt as much as my back did. I had to sit on those roofs for hours. Midnight was trying to make a big deal of it, but no one else had the energy. Probably because Ronin walked around as if he belonged here. Hatsum was hoping she'd get to see him change sheaths so she could examine the sword. When Ronin swapped for the newer model, he'd have to take out his sword and attach the new one to his hip, and then she'd get to examine his sword. She smiled and hummed, drawing Midnight's attention. Midnight slowly realized there were other people there and reorganized herself, but Hatsum was going back to work. What did she care about how the pros carried themselves? She had a lot of requests from pros for her work since the sports festival. The heroes talked and talked, but she didn't care. Midnight seemed crushed by the others, scolding her for jumping instead of reasoning. None of them seemed to notice Ronin's return, slipping past all of them to give Hatsum her fries. She nodded in appreciation as he moved past her, going over to the testing room and Kaminari. How am I doing? Kaminari caught the burger, checking it before digging in. Overall, horribly. For how long you've been doing this? Pretty well. He set up a chair for Kaminari. Sit down while you eat and watch me. This is what you'll be doing later. Midoriya ditched his cloak, showing off his muscles and scars as he stretched. You should stretch before doing a workout. And we're going to be pushing our limbs pretty far. You might pull something if you don't. He could have used the new sheath, now on his hip, but this was just the basics. He turned to present his left side to Kaminari, and slowly placed his hand, verballing going over the actions so Kaminari could see and hear what he was doing. Midoriya breathed in, focusing on an image of his opponent. The hardest fight he ever had, the greatest disparity between himself and an opponent he ever felt. Those flowing red ribbons. That crazy hair, he could still remember it all, like the roofing against his fingers as he lay limply atop that building or the twinge of pain before his entire body froze up. He still had the scar on his fingers from the smallest cut that defeated him, not even stretching across 3 of his fingers. Ronin breathed out. For a moment, for just half a second, serenity and violence were balanced. His calm focus was mixed with passionate hatred and drive. Legs tensed, the body leaned, his breath hissed. And then he drove with all the speed he could muster for a single attack. Hatsum hadn't seen a real attack. He'd just been holding a sword and swinging, like that night. He had thrown needles, but he never struck. This was a mix of concentration and killing intent. This wasn't a sword swing, it was a cut. The attack was designed to build up speed and power from the legs. The forward momentum drove the human bullet forward. The following steps forced him to go faster and faster until he peaked, then pushed him onward as he put all that momentum into a single cut. His thumb pushed out the sword while the rest of his left hand pulled the entire saya back so he could draw even faster. The saya twisted as he drew, lining up his cut. He pushed the sword out, then pulled it across his body. Shoulder blades came together, arms tensed, and his wrist flicked out his sword as he cleaved the air. This swing would impart most of his momentum into the opponent and go straight through, meaning it could be repeated. The cut was so heavy it hurt both his arm and shoulder with how far it pulled. Midoriya rolled his shoulder and shook the stiffness out of his arm, noting that apparently he was more right about stretching than he thought. Kaminari heard his teacher teleport across the room and felt the swing. It was a soft breeze, but for something not using a quirk that was amazing. Ronin sheathed the sword, giving him the once-over. Please close your mouth, Kaminari. You still have food in there. He quickly scarfed down the rest of his food, drowning it all with Gatorade and standing up. How long before I can do that? Ronin reached for his cloak. Right now, he showed off his arms, toned like steel. He looked like he could give Kirishima a run for his money. And all those scars just made him look even cooler. How long are you willing to train? How much training did this guy do? He looked like a veteran who fought for years in constant warfare. Kaminari didn't have to go to a war zone to get this good, did he? Until I succeed. That made Ronin laugh. I appreciate the enthusiasm, but for now let's practice stance while you digest your dinner. Get your sword, we've got drills to run. Kaminari drank the last of his Gatorade and took the chair out, wondering briefly what the pros were arguing about. Whatever didn't concern him. He went back in and shut the door, picking up his sword and running beside his new master. It was just minor adjustments. They spent an hour not even dashing, just adjusting the starting posture and going over how to properly draw the sword. It was like slowly hammering metal to shape. Good. Try to draw the sheath back a little further. It can't go too far right now. We're just trying to get your sword out. Midoriya was beside him every step of the way, slowly polishing off what Kaminari learned. Don't worry about getting it right on the first try. Don't worry about the 10th time. Don't even worry at the 1,000,000th. The only time to worry is when it matters. When does it matter then? The only time you'll wish it was right. When a life's on the line. Excellent shoulder movement. You're drawing in a great direction. Wouldn't want to accidentally go to cut and hit your own leg, would we? Kaminari ditched his coat as they worked, and his sword speed steadily improved until peaking, and now was on a decline as he was too tired. Midoriya put a hand on his shoulder. Great hustle, Kaminari. We'll go over the next part sitting down. And you can have the displeasure of trying to mix this on your own for now. Tomorrow is my day off, and I will not be with you. Kaminari nodded, glad for the break, and got to lay on the floor while Midoriya talked him through a basic meditation. It was a strange change of pace but allowed him to relax his muscles and breath. It wasn't advanced and was just to calm down the heart rate and get rid of some stress. He sat in the lotus position because he spent 10 minutes each week learning to do it, and by God, he was going to do it now. He talked to Kaminari, instructing him when to breathe in and out in a calm tone. Speaking of which, they only went for 10 minutes. Well, they together only went for 10 minutes. Midoriya had looked up a video to put on while he got them more water and bailed, letting Kaminari follow along with the program. He walked out and still rolled his right shoulder. He could feel the tension from that swing, but was unsure how he did it himself. The muscles hurt like when he started working a new position, like his spear chops. He rubbed his shoulder, then walked forward. MHMHMH, are you even listening? When did she get there? Midnight was in front of him, talking his ear off. He stood placidly, looking up at her and feeling short as F. I Nimuri. We agreed that wasn't what we were here for. Present Mike spoke up, giving Midoriya some new information on the heroine before him. He'd add it to his notes later. Nimuri isn't any better. Midnight still backed down, snarling at him. I'm missing a major part of this conversation, and I think it's almost all of it. More than that, I don't think I want to know. Midoriya started to walk past them. Power loader, do you have drinking fountains in here or something? Hold it. Eraserhead was talking now. There were a lot of pro heroes here. Was it the right time to get some autographs? He needed present mics, lunch rushes, and power. No, he got power loaders earlier. We want to talk to you about the apprenticeship with Denki Kaminari you asked for. Agreed to. Kaminari asked for me specifically, not quite sure why. Midoriya now searched the room for somewhere he could fill the water bottles. If they weren't going to help him, he'd do it himself. Is that all? Just ask Nezu, he's your boss. I just want him to owe me a favor. Yeah. What do you actually intend to do with him? Eraserhead was in some weird sleeping bag, resting against the wall. He physically couldn't take the hero seriously, and was glad the mask messed up his voice and hid his real face. Midnight spoke up, still peeved at something. He didn't know what, and he cared even less than he knew. You don't know what most heroes do for their internships or apprenticeships, do you? Most heroes treat the students as sidekicks, placing them below themselves and giving them menial tasks and pointless patrols instead of as independent heroes, like most of them will become. He finally found a water fountain. Is this safe to drink? Hatsum, is this safe to? I'm going to take that as a yes. He focused on the sink, filling the 2 bottles. I won't be doing any vigilantism with him. I don't do it with vigilantes, and doing it with him would just be counterproductive. He doesn't have the instincts yet. He closed the bottles, spinning to look at them. Any other questions? I went for the easy ones I thought you might ask. You can ask Kaminari to keep his phone turned on so you can track him, or give me someone else to babysit, but try to stay out of my way. The people who do this are volunteering. I'm not getting paid to do any of this. Yeah. How much time do you? Midnight was caught off, taking an empty juice packet to the side of the head. None right now. Are you just going to train him that move? Power Loader nodded to a monitor. And while most of the others just saw a flickering image, Midoriya knew what he was talking about. To start with, yeah. Do you do first aid certification here? I might teach him that too if you don't. Midoriya pulled out his schedule, checking the things he planned to teach Kaminari. It was mostly just thunderclap and flash all the way, seeing if he could get the kid to put his quirk into the attack. That'd be where things went haywire. We have a course over it, but a little knowledge in advance wouldn't hurt. Oh, Recovery Girl was here. The perfect person to ask. You shouldn't push him too hard, sir. I know you might be quite spry and strong, but he's a growing young man. He's still developing. He's not the sharpest tool in the shed either. Eraserhead threw in his 2 bits. He tends to not focus, and if you set your goals too high, probably won't meet your expectations. He was going to die. He was going to explode with laughter, and they'd kill him. They thought he wasn't young or spry. He'd been worried they were onto him, but these guys had not a single effing clue who he was. He's already not meeting my expectations. He's exceeding them. I am strongly against you discouraging your students without seeing how far they can develop. Eraserhead's line did piss him off. Not everyone adjusts on a dime. Some people can learn quickly, jumping from thought to thought, while others need to learn slowly, building line on line. Having done way too much preaching for even his own tastes, he stood up, preparing to leave. I am coming through the knockdown door. Sorry I'm late. It seemed rude to interrupt such a passionate exclamation of one student's. No, he couldn't be here. He couldn't. All Might stood in his buffed form, laughing. And I thought there was some emergency when you called for me, but it's just a teacher get-together. You could have said so. Power Loader. A pleasure. Midnight. Present. Mike. Eraserhead, looking good. Youthful as ever. Recovery Girl. I didn't know you were still here. Lunch rush. And Ronin. Wait. They looked at each other for a moment, before Midoriya scooted his way back toward the testing room. If that's all you wanted, have a great day. Goodbye. He shut the door behind himself, breathing heavily. He thought he was going to have a heart attack. What was All Might doing there? If he was in the building, he should have arrived an hour ago. What the F were you doing for an hour? Midnight was having none of this shit. She had papers to grade that weren't getting graded. Not that it would actually take long, but she wanted to leave. Wasn't anyone taking this seriously? He gave up on his big form when it was clear no one cared. I had to do everyone's papers. You all left with a huge stack for the first years, and I had to sort it all out. You could see Midnight go from pissed to delighted in real-time seconds. You did all the paperwork. Why didn't you say so? You want to correct her. Present. Mike whispered to Eraserhead, who was on his 6th juice packet, and get her ranting again. She can be a pain in the ass all she likes, as long as I don't have to deal with it. Hey All Might, we're all done. Aizawa got out of his sleeping bag and left. He had some free time to enjoy next week, and he could and would probably catch the vigilante and their shared student at the beginning of the night. I just got here. All Might looked so lost. What was the point of coming here then? Did you see Ronin's reaction when All Might showed up? Present. Mike asked, laughing. Looks like even Musutafu's #1 vigilante is scared of him. Judging by his reaction, he might have actually just been fanboying. Aizawa didn't really care about mentioning this, since it didn't change much. He already asked for Midnight's, Recover Girls, and my signatures, and he's asked for mine every time we've met. I wonder if he actually likes heroes. He then lunged toward Hatsum, grabbing some of the leftover guns. These aren't yours. Stop messing with them. He likes heroes. All Might squinted, confused. That seemed like something Nezu would have brought up. Nezu definitely would have tested that by asking him, the #1 hero, to give a signature. Why would a vigilante like heroes? Is that why he avoids fighting us? Who knows? The spa closes in an hour, so if I rush I can make a 30-minute appointment. Give him a kick for me. Midnight practically skipped out. Why wouldn't he become a hero? His appearance made no sense. He should be in his 30s at the earliest, and would have had plenty of time to become a hero. Maybe his quirk only recently got to this level, or he found out he could do it. Prudent Mike shrugged. I mean, how many people would try to use an energy quirk to teleport? He must have had a ton of energy saved up and done it on accident. And that's when he went for this vigilantism sh tick. Still, that level of martial arts. Lunch Rush offered his 2 cents, despite being the most inexperienced in combat. It seems like something he'd have to train. Were there any significant things happening around the time of his first appearance? When was his first appearance? 6 months ago. Eraserhead thought over the events when he got assigned to Ronin. Longer. 9 months. When were we first assigned? The little Musutafu decapitation. That was his first case we know of. Why that? All might well. It was more accurate to call him Toshinori right now. Whoever he was, his hero senses were tingling. Taking down an entire gang as a first entrance. It's bold, but most people start smaller. Maybe some smaller crime that's related was done by him. Aizawa realized he made a major mistake and wasn't getting out of it. Not easily, anyway. Yeah, but the other crimes are so open-ended it's impossible. We don't even have a location. Aizawa had been ready to start falling asleep, but his eyes snapped open. They did have a location. And while it was known Ronin didn't use it anymore, he and Midnight had stumbled into Ronin's old hideout. He had a smithy all set up to make his goods, inside an abandoned office. That was a location, and they just had to check it with past crime records. An incident that would have inspired the trade-off. Hey, do you remember the little Musutafu decapitation incident? Which gang's turf was it on? I think Toxin Lovers. They took the fall for the whole thing and collapsed later. Most of their major people went down in some warehouse fight. I think there was an explosion quirk involved. Their leader, Mao, got out of jail when his criminal record was erased. He got shot at the incident, but he hasn't been seen since. Present Mike was just vomiting facts, but Aizawa was putting it together. Toxin Lovers had been chased down and stomped out by Ronin. The decapitation incident, the warehouse explosion incident of 2222, Mao being shot, all of it had been done by one vigilante. Why? To get their turf, or rather, to make sure no one had that turf. Homeless people were infamously bad with police and heroes, but when it came to Ronin, not a word came out of even the most chatty witness. They probably knew something, but it seemed he had done them a favor once, a big one. That favor seemed to be the takedown of Toxin Lovers. He could have done it for many reasons, but probably because they operated in the same turf. Ronin would have butted heads with them, then gone straight for the head. His goal was probably never to take down all the gangs like they thought. The little Musutafu decapitation that was getting too long, the LMD wasn't about taking down the heads of all the gangs. It was about shattering the Toxin Lovers. It was why Ronin now moved without focus against the gangs when he had once only chased Toxin Lovers. Aizawa tapped his foot, thinking it all through again. If they shared a turf, they were one of the only groups who could accurately keep tabs on him. His first hideout should also be within their turf, so they'd fight over that too. What's he talking about? Toshinori whispered to Present Mike. Not a clue, but I think it's important. They nodded at each other. Ronin probably got into dozens of never-documented fights and a few public ones, so his real record could go further back. If we only had records to look at, we could better date when he started fighting. Toxin Lovers Mao was also believed to be chasing him in the Centipider incident, meaning that Toxin Lovers probably has information on him. Aizawa rubbed his eyes, then went for his dropper. Ronin has a history with the Toxin Lovers, however deep or shallow it is. Mao was also noted in his reports of being extremely responsive but never answering the questions head-on. He thought back to the report. It was so cheesy, it was easy to remember. I came here for gang fights and drugs, but instead found a samurai. Something like that, I think. A Ronin is just a samurai without a master, and Mao probably wouldn't know the difference. It didn't really help, but these thoughts could be investigated. Ronin came about then probably because of something Toxin Lovers did, like a crime they did at the time. If we can find their first clash, we can find out where it all started. I'll post a record and have the police start looking through it. Thanks. He now left to file a request, the two not quite understanding what Aizawa had been talking about but knowing it vaguely concerned Ronin, Toxin Lovers, and the little Musutafu decapitation incident. Shouldn't we just arrest him? He is a vigilante. Toshinori scratched his head. We could, but it might violate whatever deal he has going with Principal Nezu, and whatever crimes we charge him with will be cleared. Present Mike was more used to his dealings with vigilantes, but this was a lot of dealings with one vigilante. Why'd you stop? You had been doing so good. Ronin looked at him, head slightly tilted. Dunno, just a feeling, you know. He laughed it off, but Ronin shook his head. Don't laugh off your instincts, Kaminari. They've kept you alive so far. They might keep you alive a little longer if you listen to them. How did he do that? Where was he getting all this wisdom from? Did old men have to go to school to learn to be this smart? Or was it only the mysterious martial arts masters? Just thinking that something's, I dunno, being completed, coming together. Ronin nodded. Let's hope whatever's coming together is good. Maybe if you train hard enough, it'll be your form that's coming together. Ronin packed up the little he brought, bowing. I'll come meet you at the gate. I'll be outside probably. See you Monday. They parted, Ronin taking the sword to finish it off, as Kaminari watched him walk off dramatically. He couldn't help but wonder what his instincts were telling him now. As he watched Ronin spin around the training room, his instincts told him this was impressive and powerful, but also dangerous. Ronin might not have called himself impressive, but he already told Kaminari that these techniques could be powerful but dangerous if used wrong. He wandered home, thinking over what his instinct had told him. All he could think of was to keep drilling, to sharpen his skills. 1,000 reps, 1,000,000. He was an idiot and a gamer. He did mindless shit like that all the time. Grinding that out was nothing to a pro like him. Midoriya spent Sunday finding out that he got his lack of coordination from his father after getting schooled in ping pong. He didn't even know if his mom had ever heard of ping pong before, but here they were, with her giving him tips on how to properly hit the ball. After a long day that worked his shoulder and arm, he returned to training his own thunderclap and flash. He never expected to be so good at it. He drilled each step, focusing now on not improving his push-off but the second step. A good start was nothing if it wasn't used. The second step had to take the energy he built and help bridge it with the other steps. The third step was like the second, and the fourth like the third. Every step branched from the last, so every step he refined helped refine the next. Ducking and dodging, using minor movements to adjust his overall velocity. In the anime he ripped it off from, you didn't use the arms at all to build up speed. However, he found that by waiting until the second to last step to grab the sword, you could build up a small bit of extra momentum. He'd get up to top speed, then fling his right arm across his body to pull himself forward and twist, winding up for the attack. It made his opening quieter, but his finish more explosive. His second step improved, from dragging him along to a second chance to push off. The first step was to get him moving. The second was to give him speed. He danced around the beach, letting it work his ankles. Sand flew, and his swings created a second breeze. He didn't have surroundings, it was just him and his sword. He'd woken up early to create his new sheath. He had noticed that 6 of his guns disappeared, but he had over 50 handguns alone. What was 6 missing but the work of a week? Instead, he rebuilt a new sheath from metal that could take the blast. He had transformed a gun into his new method of quick draw, however little he'd use it. His main thoughts were on himself, namely on his shoulder and that slash he performed yesterday that had hurt his arm. It wasn't bad, he could barely feel it anymore, but he wanted to do it again, and again, and again, until he could use it as easily as he breathed. He resheathed the practice sword into the prototype explosion sheath, then prepared his body. He entered that calm sea he tried to stay in so much, focusing on what he felt. He'd been trying to show Kaminari something, but he forgot what metaphor used. Hey civilian, this beach might be empty but you're not supposed to use your quirk here. Midoriya stopped mid-slash, stumbling a little and looking up at Death Arms. He was losing sight of that tranquil ocean. This jackass was the one who only gave a damn about his effing reputation, calling him a civilian. What the F did he think he was? A government worker? What are you yelling about? Another person to piss him off, Mount Lady. Oh great, just some dude inspired by. Ugh, Ronin. Did they think he couldn't hear them? He was wearing a mask, but it was pretty obvious who he was. Who the F else ran around with a katana in Musutafu? Hey, you want to learn to fight, go to dojo or something, but stop flailing around in public. Nobody effing came here. Better yet, nobody effing cared. There, we can leave now, right? Death Arms argued with Mount Lady while Midoriya massaged his right shoulder, then checked his form. Other than his shouldering hurting and throwing him off, he was doing great. A few thousand more reps and he might have his second step down. Not perfected, but able to pull it off better. He didn't even bother with the sword draw, just dashing while doing the motions away from the two bickering heroes. The legs lined up, he leaned forward, then twisted his legs outward just a tad before exploding off. His right leg extended fully while his left knee came up, rising above his hip before hammering down. He had to angle it to push him straight forward, since the initial push-off with his right leg wouldn't push him straight forward. The third step corrected his momentum again but with a smaller and tighter focus. By the fifth step, he was going straight forward as far as he could tell. He'd need more practice before he could find true straight. He would reach his top speed by the 7th step, so on the 6th, he swung his arm to get that extra momentum. It crossed his body and turned him slightly, angling him so his last right step could give as much power as possible. The final step pushed him forward while his arm exploded outward, completing the slash. The rotation still made his arm ache a little, but he could put up with it. He shook his arm, then did it again, and again, and again. He hit the trash that was strewn across the beach and danced over them like stepping stones. There were a few slowing steps after the hit, since transferring all his momentum and stopping dead would probably give him a concussion. The trash heap served as great practice for his legs. By the time he looked back, the duo hadn't even noticed his absence. He shook his head, then lined up his feet again. You know, you really should stop. Somebody else was in the trash with him. He broke posture to look at whoever was talking. Kamui Woods squatted on another trash pile, pointing at him. Public quirk use is qualified as vigilantism and is a serious crime. You think this is my quirk? Did these idiots only think you could run if your quirk gave you super legs? These weren't even impressive speeds. If he was on flat ground, he could give them a real show. If you're just going to interrupt my training, piss off. I've got work to do. He either hated Kamui the most or the least for admonishing that effer, Bichigu, and he wasn't honestly sure which. Any hero who thought that sociopath could be a hero wasn't a hero, but an idiot. Ronin retook his stance, breathed out, and dashed, instead of his usual 7 steps. He broke it down into 6 steps but performed it 3 times back to back. He didn't even need to swing his arm if he used the 6th kickoff as positioning. This miniature version could be launched with great speed, but still required him to eventually take a break. Ronin stretched his legs when he stopped, pulling his legs as high as they could go. If he turned his slowing steps into another thunderclap and flash, he could hypothetically repeat the attack indefinitely, but his stamina wasn't indefinite. He finished stretching and lined up for another attack. Going to try the miniature version again. If this was my quirk, doesn't that mean you have a speed quirk too to keep up? He could hear Kamui Woods behind him, probably going for one last lecture before he attacked. You are running away from an authority figure. Sorry, excuse me. You just called yourself an authority figure. Ronin sized this guy up. Half a second, that'd be all it took to kill him. 2 slashes, one to break his guard and the next to cut through most of his head. I wasn't aware heroes learned any laws other than the hero ones. If you want to fight me, you'd be an authority figure. Arrest me. You ain't an authority on sit when it comes to arresting people. Now, if you're done preaching, piss off. I need to train. Ronin adjusted his posture, which had begun to fall apart, then rocketed away. He used every bit of trash as a starting block, kicking off to get as much forward momentum as possible. Every swing to maximize his own momentum and push himself forward. His intense emotions allowed him to push past his limits. 3 thunderclaps. Why stop? He could go further. He had to. Would Stain wait for him to catch his breath? Every kick refocused, and Ronin seemed to blink from place to place, ending his 9th dash with a slash so powerful it spun him around like a top. All forward momentum was turned sideways, creating a much more powerful slash. He looked down the length of his sword as he breathed. How much further could he go? How far could this passion take him? If you want to fight me, just say so. You're getting further and further from your team. Ditching your hero team was never good. They should at least have stayed within a mile of each other. Ronin rubbed his legs, then took out his notes and began to write. I think I might, if you are who I think you are. I think most people wanted to at least try to fight you, Ronin. ... Then they're idiots. What's the point in fighting me right now? You can't arrest me on suspicion alone, and I don't gain anything. Save your energy for saving people, like heroes are supposed to. This guy really was a pain in the ass. 9 slashes. F9 slashes. What kind of storm only had 9 thunderbolts? I wonder how many I can really do. Then I guess I'm an idiot. With that simple declaration, Kamui's arm came up. The wide-ranged attack should have been able to beat his widespread movement. It moved everywhere slower than him but cut off his options. Ronin spun on his heel, facing his opponent and stretching his right arm. He was about to do a lot of weed cutting, after all. Wouldn't want to hurt something. Thunder breathing. First form. Lacquered chain prison. Thunderclap and flash. Hey Sensei Ronin. Both men slowly turned toward him. He was so glad he got to see this. Hey, saw you. Gimme a sec. We're putting in practice too. Kaminari stretched his back, then stood back up. You two practicing your moves. That's pretty cool. Dude, wait, you're Kamui Woods. You know the sensei. Was Ronin that famous? For a security guard at UA, and a hero not even on the ranking board, he was pretty famous. With moves like his though, it made sense. Ooh, I get it. You getting some training in with the sensei. Might if I join? Kamui was trying to talk, but Ronin just nodded. It's fine. Did you bring your sword? Kaminari broke into a smile, then grabbed for his sword, then kept grabbing. Gimme a... Ronin removed his belt and tossed it to him. Use that. If you don't know how to draw it without firing it, ask. I'll go and get yours. Ronin left, going back the way he had been but now going away from the beach. He probably left his stuff up there. Dude, isn't he the coolest? Kamui looked at him like he was from Mars. You're Ronin's disciple. Oh, sit. I forgot to introduce myself. Oh, sit. I'm swearing in front of the number 11 hero. My name is Kaminari. I'm a student at UA, and apprenticing under him for the week. Class 1A, glad to meet you. Kaminari bowed several times, then dropped the belt and sheath entirely. Shit, give me a second, I need to do this. Kamui watched in utter confusion as a student in a hero course for the third largest but second most promising hero school in the world, who was apprenticed to some random vigilante from Musutafu who the Hero Bureau released info on to try and catch, tried and failed to put a belt on. Shit, effing sit. F, can you hold this sword? The unnamed student handed him the sword, then went about adjusting the belt until it looked right. Yeah, thanks. Kamui tried to unsheath it, but something was stopping it from opening. How do you know? Ronin. It seemed like they might know each other and the kid was just lying to cover so they could both make an escape. But then what was the point of the kid staying around? Though, Ronin. I asked him to teach me his sword moves, so he accepted me as an apprentice. I didn't know teachers could do the internship thing, but Ronin took time out of his schedule to do it. Ronin's a teacher at UA. What? Well, I think he's a security guard or something. Kaminari shrugged it off, then finished tying his sword in place. Ronin was actually coming back, true to his word. I don't pry. Are you going to keep following me? Now I've got even more work to do. Ronin's attitude toward Kamui and this kid was completely different. He hadn't looked too closely at Ronin but had been following his movements. A tank top that showed off scars and burns, baggy loose pants and athletic shoes. A cloth mask covered his face, but at his side was a strange sword, long and ornate. It had a strange mechanism on the sheath he was pretty sure most katanas didn't. You done your stretches? Then let's start right now. They went to the sand and stretched, focusing mostly on their legs. Aye Kamui, you gonna join us? Come on. He didn't need to see his eyes to know Ronin was glaring daggers at him. But this random vigilante was intriguing him. Sure, I'll be over in a minute. He quickly texted the others that he was done and wasn't dead. This could be fun to watch. Keep up Kamui. I volunteered for Kaminari, but you're just tagging along. It was fun watching the normally fast hero get slowly worn down. Kaminari, your knee keeps bending inward. Try to keep both knees pointing outward slightly. It's better to be a little outside than a little inside. Fine, he'd advise him too. Ugh, Kamui, stop. Watch Kaminari's third step onward. Focus on the legs, then replicate. If you have questions, just ask. The problem with advising anyone other than Kaminari was they didn't listen to him. He knew what he was doing, but no one took him seriously other than Kaminari. Having Kamui here to be a little beach really raised his appreciation for Kaminari. Good Kaminari, excellent timing. Take a break to drink while I chew out Kamui. Kaminari gave him another salute, then tried to grab the tossed Gatorade and instead fell on his ass as the trash beneath him showed that it wasn't the sturdy foothold he had thought it was. Now then, you. His tone switched on a dime. Are you just here to piss me off? Learn or leave. For a vigilante, you're awfully confident in your techniques. Kamui had asked to be there, and he really wanted him to leave. Who knew if this idiot would call the cops or more heroes? Didn't matter because he only devised ways to escape from the beach, but it was the thought that counted. No sit, I'm a martial artist. He was about to brain this guy upside the head but thought of something more humiliating. Head. You know, you're pretty confident in your own techniques. How about a bet? He pointed toward Kaminari. Think you can beat a first-year hero course student? We'll train for 1 more hour, and you can keep sitting on your ass. The very idea of fighting a hero student was ridiculous. We could go for a lot of different rules, but I'm thinking the first contact to the body. Shoulders count. How about it? It was clearly rigged. That played immensely to Kamui Wood's strengths. His super move was designed to hit quickly and hit the body early. I need to train him, after all, and he won't get stronger without a good opponent. If you're not going to listen to me, how about helping out a hero student? This spun it to not be about himself, but about Kaminari. Sure enough, the bait was taken. I think I could do that. Good. The idiot didn't think to ask what he'd be getting if he won. Let's go for 3 tries, and if Kaminari hits you once, it's his win. You hear all this, Kaminari? Yes, sir. I gotcha. He nodded vigorously, making Ronin smile. Excellent. How much of your quirk can you use right now? So I can use my quirk on selective parts, but only a little bit. Kaminari held up a sparking hand to make his point. And if I use my quirk too much, my brain gets overloaded. Can you do 2 different areas? Like both hands? Kaminari nodded and held up weak sparks in both hands. Does your power output increase the more area you use, like your whole arm? Probably. Kaminari started with 1 arm, then let the area increase to his entire forearm. The sparking light seemed a little stronger. It then increased again up to his shoulder and was definitely brighter. It seemed the more of his body was creating sparks, the more sparks each part made. Now, try it with both arms. This took a lot of concentration, so Kaminari started from the hands again. A few dainty sparks flew. Then as the electricity spread across his body it grew more intense. Keeping it just to his forearms took a lot of concentration. But it was as powerful as 1 full arm. Not that it was useful, since he couldn't even move right now. Just something to practice, something he could work with. Excellent work, Kaminari. Excellent. He was starting to get used to what any self-respecting hero who learned martial arts had to do, getting used to his quirk. Kaminari was the first person above the age of 10 Midoriya had met who hadn't already adjusted and gotten used to their quirk. He almost always used it as all or nothing, from what he'd seen. He'd been researching his pupil and his performance in the sports festival. Most people would adjust to their quirk by around 6. This would stop accidents like if Bakugo accidentally exploded while combing his hair and hitting himself in the face. Then, most people would get used to their quirk by age 10. This was when they could use their quirk easily in day-to-day life, and when most people generally figured out what their quirk did, like how Kaminari charged phones with his quirk. Kaminari didn't explore his quirk beyond its basics and never tested his limits. By only using all or nothing, he severely limited himself. Even a tenth of his full power across his entire body was still a deterrent to being hit, and would increase any damage he dealt while fighting hand-to-hand. For some reason, Midoriya felt a vague connection with being unable to properly stand or use one's own power, despite the fact he never having any. It was like owning a car and refusing to do anything other than the bare minimum or flooring it. Kaminari lacked finesse, and Midoriya aimed to fix that, one drill at a time. I don't suppose you know how muscles work, do you? It was a hopeful question, but that hope couldn't stand before Kaminari. Magic. What made it worse was how confused he looked. It would have been better to just say no. God, Kaminari looked so desperate, trying to read the face he couldn't see. Was this how he looked when he tried to read Aiko's mood? Science, sorcery, quirks, God, am I getting closer or further? Electricity. The answer I was looking for was electricity. He found a relatively intact seat and rested his legs as he explained. By using your quirk and nerves, you should be able to move your muscles faster than other people. Really? Wow. At least do a little research before you agree. I might be right for now, but who knows about next time? What does that have to do with hitting Kamui Woods? It should make you faster, but we'll burn that bridge when we get to it. For now, I just want you to focus on what we're already talking about and polish your first step. Midoriya gestured for him to get to it. For the next 10 minutes, we're just going to work on that first step. After that, well, we'll skip to your last step. We can define the other steps more later. Kaminari nodded, then grabbed his sword and got into position. Kamui watched on, unsure of what they were trying to do. How could you make a tactic when your enemy was watching? Besides, Kamui's quirk countered Kaminari's. Or so it would seem. Remember to push the Seiya back. That will help you draw faster. Ronin's eyes were clearly focused, but invisible. The way he worked Kaminari was impressive. It made sense now why he wanted Kaminari to have an opponent. By giving him an opponent, it gave the kid something he needed to work on and learn. Kamui would force the boy to not rely on his quirk, which seemed to be an electric quirk. He didn't pay attention to him at the sports festival, he wasn't sure. Focus on where you put your feet. You're putting a lot of weight on them, and slipping could throw the entire attack off. Yes, excellent. Ronin sat calmly, confident in his pupil. He gained and lost nothing from this battle, but no matter what his student would gain something. And now that he watched, it was clear they shared a style. Kaminari's martial arts were like the unfinished version of Ronin's, like a new Ronin in the making. Don't slow down at the end of the attack, Kaminari. Push it as far as it will go. Yes, yes. Excellent. It wasn't really excellent. Kamui had seen tons of goons with a better motion. Kaminari was just stepping forward and swinging his sword once, then sheathing it and doing it again. There had to be a trick to it. But was the trick just that Ronin wanted his pupil to go up against a hard opponent? How are you feeling? You ready? The kid had barely changed anything from when they started. And after seeing Ronin's technique, it was like seeing someone move in slow motion. It just didn't seem fair. Yeah, why was the kid going along with this? Didn't he realize who Kamui was? Ronin pulled Kaminari close, then clapped him on the back. Are you sure? You'll only get one chance. After that it won't work. You think you can do it? Kaminari nodded, then smiled. Yeah, I got this, don't you worry. Why was Kamui worried more than the teacher? Failure was a learning opportunity, but this seemed cruel. Midoriya wasn't enjoying this mask, because it couldn't hide how smug he felt. Kamui was about to look like a dumbass, and he wished he could film this guy getting his ass handed to him by Kaminari. They'd start 10 paces from each other, per Kaminari's own request. They stood back to back with Kaminari, a jumbled mess of nerves. However, right now, Kaminari didn't know it, but he had this in the back. It was going to be fun, if a little annoying, to watch this newfound confidence. 10 paces, go. When you hit 10, attack or whatever. He sounded bored, but he knew that this was going to be hilarious. Kamui clearly hadn't paid enough attention to Kaminari, only focusing on the vigilante. Right now, though, he wasn't a vigilante. He was just a teacher, and he aimed to teach this idiot some humility. Did he want to support terrible heroes? He'd show him terrible heroes. They walked away. neither one moving quickly. Kaminari was a bundle of nerves, shaking with every step. Kamui was calm and relaxed, even if he wasn't used to fighting on uneven ground with his opponent. That'd be one of his downfalls. They hit 10 steps almost simultaneously, and it happened. Kamui turned and started talking like an idiot. Lacquered chain press. Bang, it seemed, as the sword was shot out of the sheath and clocked him in the stomach and knocked him on his ass. Kamui Woods would never get to use LCC curd chain prison while Midoriya was around. Mount Lady ruined it, Kaminari ruined it, and now Hatsum and Kaminari ruined it. Midoriya's sheath shot his sword straight out of the sheath and straight into Kamui. All Midoriya had to do was tell Kaminari how to aim the sheath from the hip, then tell him to pull the trigger without grabbing the handle. To make it even worse, Kaminari walked up and touched the confused hero with his hand. You alright, dude? Dude, Ronin, I think I killed a pro hero. He laughed as Kamui slowly rose, trying to figure out the F just happened. Then you're the worst killer I've ever seen. Get your sword, Kaminari. Something that weak won't kill him. It was true. Kamui was naturally resistant to blunt attacks like getting shot in the stomach by a sword and only being hit by the pommel. Plus, the force went down so much from the original bullet it wouldn't kill a normal person. Hurt like hell, but he'd need to upgrade to a stronger firearm type to make it dangerous. What? Kamui Woods wasn't dazed because it was painful, but because he had no idea what just happened. Midoriya took back the magazine from Kaminari, laughing. You lost, obviously. Now Kaminari, remember, only self-righteous idiots fight fair. Fighting fair. Kaminari nodded as he spoke. Can you not win in a fight? Change the fight. Ganging up on someone isn't only cheap, it's effective. Sneak attacks are cowardly, despicable, and God's gift to warfare. If at first you don't succeed, run away and try again later. He turned from his apprentice and looked down at Kamui. Now then, about that bet. I don't think you're going to want to leave yet. His mouth wasn't visible, but his venomous smile was obvious. I think I got something fun for you to do, loser. Kaminari watched amazed as Ronin went in depth with Kamui and what he wanted him to do. He could be so inspirational sometimes, and right now was one of them. Kamui was now doing the running drills with them. Focus, this can't be harder than all those flips you usually do. Ronin usually only ran with his explosive technique, but he was forcing them to improve their endurance now. Kaminari, you're dragging your feet. Don't waste energy. The three of them ran, with Ronin behind them to make sure they weren't doing anything wrong. Running in the sand felt weird, but it was a pretty good workout apparently. Kaminari smiled, glad he picked someone so eager to train him. He'd been worried he might be doing something weird, but other than running until his legs felt like they were going to fall off, it all made sense. Anytime it felt weird, Ronin could tell him what the point of the exercise was and wouldn't stop explaining until he was satisfied. This was because the thunderclap and flash was very tiring to do over and over, and it built up leg strength so it could be done more easily. You wanted to tag along, then you'll train. Get your feet up. Ronin and Kamui didn't seem to get along well, but Ronin taught him just as well as he taught Kaminari. They broke, and Ronin handed out drinks to both of them. Excellent work, you two. We're going to be going over more moves next time, Kaminari, but right now I'm done. You can go home. But you. His gaze snapped to the other person. I said I'd teach you, so finish the water and get up. I don't think I've ever seen you kick, and I aim to fix that. I want to see you get those legs up if it kills both of us. Kaminari waved goodbye, glad that his mentor and the number 11 pro hero got along so well. He couldn't wait for tomorrow. Midoriya didn't mention why he was going to be missing class for the next week, just that he was. His teachers were fine with that. He already finished all their courses. He'd be moving on soon. It was just a matter of time. Nobody doubted he'd be number 1 in their class. Hell, he was probably the only person in the whole school who'd take the test seriously. Midoriya waved goodbye to what might have been a tearful Aiko, but it didn't make sense that she'd cry. They barely knew each other past being club members. He was probably just bad at reading the room. Now, he got back to what he wanted. Training himself. He hadn't gotten any time to yesterday. Or at least, hadn't gotten to train what he wanted. Right now he practiced his seesawing cuts, pushing it forward slightly as it rose up or down. As the tide rose, he pushed up and outward to get as much distance as possible. As the tide fell, he pulled downward and inward to get as much power as possible. His spear snaked from side to side, going from a sideways cut into a thrust. He breathed slowly and steadily, every thrust lining up with a breath. It was rapid and light breathing and heavily worked the shoulders to move so quickly. He could feel the improvement though. His thrusts and cuts seemed to form a dance, as he wanted. If the slash dimension was the formless art of everything Weeping Demon had taught him, and true violence the formless art of violence, this new dance would be his amalgamation of all the spear arts he learned. Didn't have a cringy name yet though, so he'd need to fix that before it was a real super move. Midoriya patted himself down with a towel. It was becoming hotter by the day. Finals were approaching, and he was feeling confident. Today, he'd pick up Kaminari and they'd practice moving and quirk usage. It was downright insulting how little work they did for Kaminari over there. It was like he went to Ishiyami with Midoriya. They didn't teach him to use his quirk or any real tactics, just how to thrash around until you either won or lost. Rules upon rules, with no actual method of implementing them. Now, knowing the rules for arresting a criminal was fine, but first, you had to be able to arrest the criminal. Every single one of those brats, precious as some of them were, would probably die on the first day if they did what he did. And they were supposed to be the experts. How many of them would get doned because they had to shout out stupid names? Their attacks weren't even complicated. He used the attack names to remember what it was about, what style is used, and he still didn't even shout the name. Midoriya finished meditating and jumped up. He had more thrusts and slashes to try out. If he wanted to make this a real style, he wanted at least 4 moves and a super. And only one way to learn more moves. More training. Kaminari was the only person in class. And it wasn't even a real class, it was just him and Nezu. They just sat there, staring each other down. How awkward was this sit? Even Mina wasn't here. Seriously? What gave? He was sure she was doing worse than he was. Had he been betrayed? Try not to look so heartbroken, Kaminari. Nezu was working on a very large binder, humming to himself. You're not in any trouble. This is actually more about Ronin. He thought it over, and he started to get it. You mean because Ronin has to do his job right now? Nezu nodded. Exactly. While the heroes are still getting paid while doing this, Ronin isn't. So he still has to do his job while the others go out and intern in the morning. It's still more than I thought he was going to do, mind you. Can't you just pay him? He works for you after all. Kaminari begged. Please. He what? Nezu blinked rapidly, confused. But it was obvious his confusion went over his student's head. I met him when he was on duty guarding your basement or whatever during the entrance exam, and he showed me to the bathroom. Come on, just let me go to the basement even if I can only hang out with him. He definitely has something for me to do. Nezu processed this. He hadn't quite heard everything back when Ronin first showed up in UA. But his memory helped him relive the parts he did see and hear. Ronin escorted Kaminari to the bathroom during the entrance exam. They exchanged a few words, then they split. So Ronin had definitely come from the basement. And when caught he used the excuse he worked here. That's why Kaminari thought to ask him if he could take Ronin for the apprenticeship. This kid didn't even realize who Ronin was, and just thought he was a security guard. Ronin certainly had the skills. He usually had to be better at fighting than the people you were guarding. And how many people were on Ronin's level? Other than All Might, it'd be a tough matchup. Kaminari believed Ronin was a member of the UA faculty, which made sense since Ronin only came by when he was allowed and was supposed to. Since he never saw the teachers fight him, he'd never put together that they weren't on the same side. Any disagreements could logically be flatted as Ronin not being satisfied with his position. I think he thought a lot of things, especially right now. He wrote furiously in his 6th binder on Ronin as he spoke. I would like to see what Ronin has taught you so far. Okay. Oh, I get it. You want to review your employee. Kaminari did finger guns at him. Makes sense. Where we doing it? I believe we have a training hall that you could use. Please, follow me. Nezu bowed once, then led onward. Kaminari wasn't sure what he was showing, but it didn't matter. After lining his feet up, his entire upper body went limp for a moment, slumping forward before red-lightening and pushing off. Just as he slumped and breathed out, a faint smile passed his face. He wasn't sure how good he was, but he could at least get the opening down. The legs tensed, the body leaned, and his arm twitched. Only after all that, he'd breathe out. His kickoff relied on both legs pushing off, but one leg pushing off longer than the other. It threw the entire body off balance and leaned it to one side, but leaned it forward to better impart momentum into the second push. That kick, his second kick, corrected his course. The third corrected it further. The fourth onward was purely for speed. Each kick was coming from the outside of his body, to push him forward faster and faster in as straight of a line as he could manage. His eyes were closed, focused on breathing out. He remembered his master's arm. Every time he did it, he'd cross his arm on the final moment to push that arm. He didn't know why, but he'd been beside his master long enough to know it did something. His eyes were still closed. He finished his first breath out, going over the motions in his mind. He then began to breathe in, taking as much air as his body could handle. Only then did he speak, opening his eyes faintly. Thunder breathing. First form. Thunderclap. Bam f whoop. His entire body flew. The distance was irrelevant. It was as far as he could go. He heard his feet slam off the floor. It was soft, like the beach. That would slow his movement, but he could use that softer ground to force our feet to get a better grip with every step. Kaminari. Ronin started every lecture with that line, going over the basics. Every time they took a break, he'd slip something about it in. His clothes flicked about in the air as he dove forward, remembering the image his master drilled into him. They hadn't known each other long. They hadn't met more than 5 times. But that man wasn't bothered by how he didn't get things the first time, or the second, or even the 100th. He'd just be running right beside him, every step of the way. It was the image of that man beside him he copied now. His sheath activated, pushing his sword out and crossing his body. The hum of the motor, the hiss of his breathing, shwaying. It cut through the air and forced him to take a few steps after. His eyes were open, but not concentrated. In flash. Nezu looked at where Kaminari started, then where he ended, then where he started, then where he ended, then where he started, and then where he ended. He needed to get his thoughts straight. Nezu had always believed Ronin's bizarre movements were due to his energy quirk, but Kaminari of all people managed to mimic it. The strange speed, the constant slightly shifting direction. It was all there. Ronin hadn't even come to see him yet and had already begun to teach him. If he could teach all their students like this. Oh, I messed it up. Kaminari cut off his thoughts. I drew it wrong. Give me another chance. I'll get it right this time. Kaminari lined up, breathing heavily for another 5 seconds without needing a response, then blasted off again. He slid to a stop, 3 feet past his starting location. He then began muttering, nodding as he checked off all the things he was supposed to do. Kaminari, one of the worst combat hero students, was dashing 9 meters in just over a single second. This was absurd. Humans shouldn't have been able to do this. He'd seen Kaminari's running record. It was nowhere near this good. How could he have improved this much? Boom. See that? Kaminari rolled his left shoulder. Not amazing, but not bad, eh? They had certainly passed bad a long time ago. How long had Ronin spent to teach him that? It didn't make sense. Did he teach you anything else? Kaminari flinched, rubbing the back of his head. He taught me how to make a sword. But that'll take too long. Clearly, not even Kaminari could learn everything. Good. He hadn't completely shifted into a mirror world yet. Nezu nodded. You're doing excellently, Kaminari shweeing. And your practice is quite good. Thanks. Kaminari smiled, then began stretching. Sorry, I skipped warm-ups. My bad. Sensei always says to stretch. Gotta do the reps for the results, you know. It was impeccable. Did he have a secret? Some technique to train quickly? How was he doing this? Did Ronin ask you to call him sensei? He tried to build a profile of what Ronin was like with other people, but Kaminari was a solid cliff that walls couldn't be built off. Nah, I just call him that. He totally seems like one though. All that old guy wisdom, dude could write books or something. He's not secretly a teacher, right? Can I sign up for his class? This was the most he questioned his initial theory. He believed Ronin was the boy with a white cloth wrapped around his head. He was almost sure of it. It hadn't been almost before, but it was now. This didn't seem like something a high schooler could pull off, but his memory had never failed before, and he didn't believe he was old enough for Alzheimer's quite yet. No, I'm afraid Mr. Ronin does not teach for us yet. I will ask him about it though. Maybe he'll have a change of heart. Kaminari nodded along, smiling. Thanks. Can I spend the rest of class here? I think I need some more training. Ronin always says practice doesn't make perfect, it makes performance. And I think I could use a bit more refinement, you know. Nezu nodded along, content to leave him to his own devices. He had some free time, and it seemed fate had decided what mystery he'd be working on. Maybe he could ask Eraserhead for some of his time since his whole class was gone now. Midoriya walked into UA's campus, ever ready for an ambush. It had come one of these days, he was sure of it. Hey sensei, you ready? Midoriya chuckled, nodding. It'd seem so. I'll need to ask to use one of the training rooms here, but I got you something. He tapped a package he brought, specially prepared after his workout. Everything was dry and ready to go, and he finished putting all together himself. He would have let Kaminari do it, but he did want to give the guy a little help, and he didn't have infinite material for the handle like the rest of it. Don't worry, I've been in one practically all day. Wait, you got me something? What? Show me. The hero in training was like a kid at Christmas. A moment Kaminari. He laughed, patting him on the back. You need to relax a bit. Come on, I'll show you in the training room. They walked along, one humming strange tunes of days past. Kaminari waved hello to the teacher there to supervise them. He was a classic, an oldie and a goodie. Greetings, Eraserhead. Thank you for letting me borrow your student. He bowed slightly. I didn't have much of a choice, Eraserhead standoffishly. Don't think of doing anything funny so here is your gift Kaminari. Hey, I'm talking. You made it yourself, so this is more a gift to yourself. I am honored to have helped you make this. Midoriya picked up the package, wrapped as if he'd deliver it to all for one himself, then bowed as he gave it. It was traditional to do so, and for somebody as easily excited as Kaminari, it seemed something he'd enjoy. He was right. Kaminari gingerly took the package, opening the box. Inside was a strange sheathed sword, a black and golden sheath with a strange mechanism on it. Even the cloth was black and gold, with minor blue detailing. There were a few things also in there, like a new belt for the sheath. Kaminari slowly, carefully, lifted the sword. It was lighter than he'd thought it'd be, and the balance was different from his current sword even while sheathed. He carefully removed his current belt, switching it with the one inside the box first and then reattaching his new sword without drawing it. His eyes closed, and he took a moment to breathe in from his slouched posture, then disappeared. His dash brought him over 30 feet away, his sword now drawn. The black blade framed the silvery edge, and the golden lightning bolt that ran its length. This was the way a sword was supposed to be. It wasn't as awkward to move as the one he'd been using. Even Power Loader couldn't make swords as good as Ronin did, no, as good as he did. He took a moment to enjoy it. The golden wire-wrapped grip, the black metal beneath it, the vaguely sheep-like ornaments in the handle, the cloud pattern on the handle, a black thundercloud giving way to the golden streak sparking down the sword's length. Even thinking about how he made it brought a smile to his face, and now that he held it, a strange feeling of pride and joy mixed within his chest. Enjoying your handiwork, Kaminari? Ronin laughed slightly from his kneeling posture. It's quite beautiful, you know. Yeah, what's it called? Ronin chuckled again, ignoring the glare from Eraserhead, who was usually so potent to be ignored but couldn't seem to anything against the relaxed mentor. How should I know? Did I make it? He pointed to himself with both hands, then shrugged. That's a question for the smith. His eyes and smile widened, bouncing with how giddy he was. Really? You mean it? Midoriya nodded, drawing his own sword. In most people's hands, this would be dangerous. But this was Denki Kaminari. This, my young student, is my first true katana, Yamato. Would you like to look at it? Kaminari nodded and held his sword, comparing the weight. Yours is pretty heavy. Midoriya nodded, laughing. Mine is made for a different purpose. It's also quite a bit bigger than yours, though. Kaminari had missed the most obvious difference between the two but still managed to get a bit of the point. Midoriya pushed off from his sitting posture and grabbed his sword easily, rushing past Kaminari before he could react. Now though, let's see what you can do with that good sword. After all, a great sword can cut anything in the hands of a fool. Ronin spun the sword before dramatically sheathing it. But a great swordsman can cut everything with anything. He walked away, then gestured to Kaminari. Come, enough of these soft grounds. It's time to get some bruises. I want to see how good you really are on some real ground. Kaminari nodded vigorously, then finally remembered to sheath his sword, chasing after his master and running toward the harder floor, eager to practice new aspects of the thunderclap and flash. Midoriya enjoyed this part of training the most. They just did some light stretching and were now practicing breathing and meditating. Kaminari was just sitting crisscrossed, but even that seemed a little difficult for him to do for any more than a minute. That meant at least sitting like this would help stretch his legs in a way they weren't used to, even if he shouldn't go too hard into it at first. Midoriya kept an eye open, gently talking him through it and helping him position himself correctly. A straight back will help you breathe better. This applies to the thunderclap and flash too. You want to take your breath in while your back is straight. This will help you get more air into your lungs. Kaminari nodded, his face scrunched with focus. He looked ridiculous, but Midoriya didn't want to laugh at all his effort. Relax, Kaminari. That's the point of meditation. If you don't do it right, it's not the end of the world. Kaminari nodded, going limp and slouching, before remembering what he was supposed to be doing and leaning backward. It wasn't much better, but it still was better. They could work on it. What are you, a yoga instructor? The Eraserhead chirped in from the side. Haha. Perhaps I am. Midoriya nodded, not taking too much offense. Eraserhead was one of the heroes he still liked, so no point in making him an enemy, even if he did throw sand in his eyes. Twice. Whatever helps my student, I'll at least try. Eraserhead rolled his eyes and lay down in his sleeping bag, but not falling asleep yet. Midoriya checked the clock, then had Kaminari go for another minute before he wrapped it all up. Come, Kaminari. We've got to finish stretches, then we'll get into today's lesson. Aizawa didn't get it. He was watching, he was seeing the results, but he still had no effing clue how Ronin was doing it. Stretches, breathing, what did that have to do with the insane speed Nezu showed him? Were they effing with him? Was it Ronin's quirk? It didn't make sense according to everything he knew. Good work, Kaminari. He was always saying that, but Kaminari looked anything but good. His face was red from how hard he was trying. How come he never tried this hard in class? You're really improving. You couldn't even get your legs this far when we first did it. Really? No, he's just flattering you. Thanks, Sensei. Sensei. Kaminari didn't even call him Sensei. What was going on? This didn't make any sense. Alright, Kaminari. We're going to be going over quirk usage today. We do it on the beach, but this place is the only place you can legally do it. Kaminari listened to Ronin, nodding along as his teacher made his points. So far, it all made sense. Ronin was a security guard, not a pro hero, so he wouldn't have his own agency. If he ever needed to, he probably used UA's gym and stuff. But I can already use my quirk. What are we going to learn? Ronin had taught him to always question what he didn't understand. It was the first lesson he ever taught him. A new method for you to use your quirk. Ronin stretched on the hardwood floor one last time, then walked toward a table usually used to hold drinks or bags while working out. There was a slight rattle as he placed things on it, then turned to face Kaminari. I have a few theories about your quirk, and I want to test them. Please use your quirk on your arms only, both arms to the forearm if you will. Kaminari nodded, then concentrated. It always started at one hand, then the second. When both hands were encased in electricity, it began to slowly creep up to his forearms, stopping just before the elbow. Excellent, Kaminari. Excellent. Now, please walk towards me. Kaminari blinked, losing the electricity, while he refocused, then started creating more electricity. He slowly walked, concentrating deeply. It was hard, keeping the electricity running while moving his body. Walking was a motion he'd done a bajillion times, but it still felt so hard right now. It took him 3 minutes to walk 50 meters, with Ronin having him stop moving anytime his electricity went out. Ronin told himself, 3 minutes, 17 seconds. Not bad for the first time you've done that, eh? He handed him a Gatorade. Drink up. You've got some time to shave off. You stopped 9 times. Let's see if we can get either of those numbers down, eh? It was the principle that mattered. Walking with lightning hands wasn't that hard overall, but maintaining it, splitting it between 2 hands, and walking. The more details he added, the harder it became. It wouldn't even help Kaminari directly by being an attack, unless he wanted to walk toward people then use it. From what Midoriya saw, Kaminari didn't move when he used his full power. The electricity probably forced his muscles to tense, so he couldn't. Right now he wanted Kaminari to gain the focus to use his quirk and his body at the same time. He counted every time Kaminari lost control of his quirk and kept an old-fashioned cooking timer for his overall time. No point in bringing out his phone, or else they might hack it. He didn't even bring it. Excellent hustle. 3 minutes, 12 seconds, and only 8 stops. Just shaving off 1 stop improved your time. Kaminari had to move slower when he was concentrating, but cutting out the stop meant he still moved faster overall than last time. Kaminari's excitement was a reward unto itself. He wasn't sure if the boy was aware of just how little he improved, but at least he was working. Great. I'm going to start walking to you, so restart the time. He walked back and forth, his brow dampening with the effort he put in. Kaminari was only wearing a t-shirt now, but he still looked hot. Electricity wasn't exactly a cool, refreshing breeze, after all. After just 30 trips back and forth, he ironed out most of the stops and was at 2 minutes, 39 seconds. He wasn't fast, but he was improving, with only 1 or 2 stops when he tried to move too fast. Relax. Trying to go fast slows you down. You tense up, you mess up. Remember that. You tense up, you mess up. He always repeated anything that might be important, and Kaminari echoed it back to show he remembered it. Kaminari repeated it as he walked, eyes focused on his arms as the electricity sparked. By taking his time, he'd be slower overall but much more smooth. As he repeated the lame mantra Midoriya made up on the spot, he finished his first no-stop walk. Only took over an hour of training to learn how to walk again. Excellent, Midoriya clapped, bringing Kaminari out of his state of focus. Fine work, Kaminari. Excellent. He laughed a little, but then refocused with a smile. Again, they broke off at 4. Kaminari now could walk at a normal pace with his lightning hands, and was very proud of it. They stopped to discuss the next part of the training and how this tied into the thunderclap and flash. Right now, your version is the same as mine, Midoriya explained. We're gonna begin to put your quirk into your version, so it's actually your own version instead of a copy of mine. Kaminari nodded. Now that you can divide your attention, we're going to practice a new version. I want you to only use the lightning on your legs. Got it? Wait, no, I don't got it. What? You'll be using your quirk on your legs now. Same thing as last time. We start with you just standing around until you get it. Then you start walking around. Then you walk without losing control. Midoriya tapped his arm to make his point. You seem more used to using your electricity with your arms, so I assumed that'd be a good place to start. Now that you know what you're going to be doing, you can focus and practice the quirk usage instead of the movement. Kaminari nodded, then stretched his legs again. When we getting food? All this quirk use is making me hungry, but the Gatorade is pretty good. Midoriya tossed him a protein bar. I'm thinking 5. Eraserhead, you wanna eat anywhere? I'm not going out to eat with you. He could actually see the moment Eraserhead realized that, if Ronin was going to eat, he'd take off his helmet. Fine, something light. I need to move tonight. Midoriya nodded, thinking of nearby places. Kaminari, get to work. We'll discuss this more next time you get to the table. Kaminari nodded, then closed his eyes. Before he started walking, he had to focus on generating electricity in that place. It started at his body, then trailed down slowly. He couldn't see all the sparks due to his pants, but he could hear them. You should include your hips, Kaminari, especially if it makes it easier. Listening to the comment interrupted his concentration, but Kaminari nodded. Thanks, sensei. I think I can handle that. With all the positive reinforcement, it encouraged the student to take more risks. Someone who was being chastised might also follow his words and try, but they were much more likely to give up. Kaminari refocused, generating more and more sparks. Then, slowly, as if there were weights on his leg, he moved his leg, and immediately lost his concentration. You tense up, you mess up. Gotta go slower. Never before had a kid looked so determined to go slow. Kaminari reset himself and spent 10 minutes just sitting there, generating electricity off his legs. Try to divide your attention in your own ways, like talking while generating electricity. At the start, even breathing sometimes interrupted him. Now he could breathe easily enough, so it was time to take baby steps. I need. Sit. He restarted, calmed his breathing, then spoke again. I need. Fruits. Or nuts. Lot of. Energy to reply ace. Didn't lose it. On. Sit. Shouldn't have said anything. Midoriya made notes and nodded, writing down foods to bring tomorrow. Is yogurt good? I know a good yogurt place nearby. That would have fruits and nuts, and yogurt is a good source of energy. He should know. It was practically his entire breakfast any day he had to rush. Kaminari finished resetting, then jerkily nodded. Sounds great. Never had I it. How did you never have yogurt? It wasn't exactly rare food. Whatever, that wasn't a question for him. Eraserhead, you good with yogurt? Whatever. Somebody was abounding with life and looked like he could really use the energy. Got it. Excellent job, Kaminari. We'll break for now and go get food. No point in trying to waste time. Midoriya donned his super stupid looking cloak. Come on, I'll pay. Aizawa followed closely, but Ronin didn't ever take out a phone or wallet. When they got there, he paid with cash instead of a card. He wasn't sure where he put the money. The two ate as they walked back, with Ronin just holding his cup. He'd try probing him. Something wrong, Ronin? Yes. Why is Midnight running at us? He pointed to a figure coming from UA. Eraserhead. There's a Nomu attack in Hosu City, and Nezu wants all available staff there now. That was bad. All Might was out of hours by now, and most people weren't still in school. He was there because he'd been watching the idiot and the vigilante. It wasn't like UA had on-campus living. That'd save him a pretty penny. There's more than one Nomu. Oh yeah, Ronin had seen the first Nomu. He provided covering fire for the students, and he still didn't know why Ronin had been there. Hosu City is 30 minutes away by train. You better get going. See you tomorrow, Kaminari. We'll break here. Something dangerous has come up. Oh, you gotta go help Eraserhead? Can I come? Please, I am your apprentice. That wasn't a bad idea. Ronin had shown off he was more than capable of killing people if he wanted to, and nobody had any problems if these Nomus died. The problem was convincing him, or doing it in a way that didn't gratify him. That is not up to me. Eraserhead and Midnight. I would be honored if my apprentice could come with you to Hosu City. Ever the traditionalist, Ronin bowed from the hip. Kaminari looked between them and mimicked the motion, adding his own words or word. Please. Whatever, just hurry up. Kaminari might be a risk, but Ronin should be a good enough babysitter to keep him out of danger. He was sure Nezu would love the idea. Kaminari was stuck between his actual teacher and a hot babe. His principal sat opposite his teachers, and next to him was Ronin. I don't suppose All Might will be coming. A good question. Where was he? I'm afraid he's predisposed at the moment. Unfortunate. We might even have to deal with Sane while we're there, but hopefully he's not active right now. Him cutting down heroes on the clock is the last thing we need. Ronin said it like it was certain the hero killer would be out. Wasn't exactly encouraging. At least I have all my tools. You're already wearing all of yours, Kaminari. Kaminari had been training in his, but he found that he might need to start modifying it soon. Ronin would probably have some ideas but might want him to build the new suit himself. At least it would be functional that way. Yes, sensei. Any advice? Ronin looked outside the jet, contemplating deeply. All that practice you've done is about to come into play. If you need help, ask. There will be other heroes besides the ones in this jet. We'll be working with them, some for minutes at a time, some for a few seconds. Remember to properly communicate to avoid any mishaps. We'll just be focusing on saving civilians instead of fighting the Nomus, so stay calm. Midoriya only had two thoughts as they flew on the jet. How the F did UA have a jet? He checked their expenses once a month, and he never saw sit for a effing jet. No fuel, no parts, where did they get it? Was it lent to them? Why? Second thought. How the F did he and Kaminari get pulled into this cluster? He knew they should have trained at the beach. It would have been illegal use of a quirk in public, but F it. No supervision, no paying for Eraserhead's food, and no Hosu City incident. Who did they think he was? He was 15, goddammit. But he couldn't back out now. What? Did they think he'd give up the game now? He was going to run with this lie all the way to the finish. Actually, Ronin, I think you should be able to take on Nomus. Nezu spoke like a effing liar. Did he see the same sit Midoriya saw in the USJ? That thing was as good as All Might. The F was he gonna do to take it down safely? We're allowed to kill them this time, so you shouldn't have to restrain yourself so much. Oh, I see. He could kill. Was he worried about then? Kaminari better have some glasses, because Ronin always wondered how many people Yamato could dice up, and the kid was going to be in the splatter zone. Ronin wasn't too surprised when they had to land outside of the city. He was completely quiet now, except when responding to his pupil and voicing the occasional question. His mind raced a mile a minute, thinking out what to do when they got there. Your students are at a lot of hero agencies. Any here? His legs were crossed, hands on his lap. He looked the epitome of calm but radiated killing intent now. It was obvious to most that he was possibly the most eager to arrive in Hosu. Heroes got to see how many people they could kill anytime things got too dangerous. Vigilantes, especially ones who wanted to last long, didn't kill to avoid the eye of the law. However, this wouldn't even count on his killing record. He could massacre every Nomu in the city and might actually be rewarded for it. It would be a great experiment for the vigilante to see how lethal he really was. It was a great experience for them too. They'd get to accurately see just what threat level Ronin was. Most of the top 10 were extremely good, but could only show their full potential when in life or death scenarios when they were allowed to kill. Some were like Endeavor, who'd kill as long as he could reasonably get away with it. Few were like Wash, who was mostly a rescue hero and had barely any kill records. It'd be a chance to see how Ronin operated when he didn't hold himself back. Well, we only seem to have one. Tenya Ida, from Class 1A. He's apprenticing with normal hero. Ronin nodded, tearing it apart as soon as it came up. The brother of Tensei Ida, Ingenium. In Hosu, if you think he's here for an apprenticeship, you're an idiot. Ronin was showing off his research and belittling them at the same time. Best case scenario, normal heroes not in Hosu today. You should have refused the apprenticeship. He will be as focused as you have forethought. He didn't bother to look at any of them as cut them down, staring instead out the opposite window. Will you be traveling by car into the city? We all will. Nezu might not have liked the berating, but it just showed how much research Ronin did. They were genuine criticisms. And worse, they were probably right. The street should be evacuated. It's only been 12 minutes since it started. 12 minutes is a long time to try and stay alive. Ronin stood as soon as the jet stopped, opening the door for himself and jumping out. Instead of getting into the limo, the only thing available, he stood atop it. With how little endurance most heroes have, you should hurry. Dude, Kaminari said as he looked out, shaking his head. He's so cool. Nezu was amazed that the vigilante didn't fall off as they drove, staying cemented to the roof of the car somehow. Ronin shouted whenever he wanted to speak to them. How many Nomu are there so far? Nezu flicked through the information worriedly. This wasn't normally their thing, but a lot of people were called in to help because of its sheer size. At least 50. There were hundreds of reports, but Nomus weren't exactly easy to keep track of as they ran around. 50 was a conservative guess. That explains why we can already see some heroes. There appear to be some strange creatures on the road. They could see the massive bodies, and if one looked closely, the exposed brains. This could be troublesome. They had brought Recovery Girl, Midnight, and Aizawa along with Ronin. It was a little troublesome to have to stop the car in order to deal with them, but they didn't want Ronin jumping off and getting ditched. It'd be easier too. Duties call style, first form. No Russian. Bang. 2 pistols, 7 rounds each. Enough to take care of anything alive. And 1 to spare. They spun on his fingers as he stood on the car roof, admiring his handiwork. The car had shaken from the shockwave of the 2 simultaneous blasts. The momentum of the bullets was pushed forward by his gloves. The feedback was absorbed into his bodysuit, and the bullets pushed onward and spinning faster inside of twin tornadoes. What was that? Did a bomb go off? Are you all right? Midnight hollered, leaning out the window. I am alive. No bombs have gone off that I am aware of, and the problems are being dealt with. He kept it brief. Tell the driver to go faster. It's been 13 minutes now, and every second counts. They weren't even going 200 kilometers an hour yet. When were they planning on getting there? Nobody but the driver paid attention to 2 corpses, who could more accurately be described as crushed than shot by the way their bodies caved in on impact, twisted by some strange force and plastered into the ground. Ronin only had to shoot 3 more times, reholstering his guns when they finally arrived. Nezu, do you have a map of Nomu activity? I'll also take the location of normal hero. He stepped off the top of the limo, talking with the heroes and leaving the lone witness of his massacre shaking inside the cab. He got to talk to normal hero himself, and sure enough, no students in sight. I think I last saw him 2 blocks to the east, moving civilians. I'm sorry I can't be of more help, but I need to take care of civilians. This is his mistake, and you have a job as a hero. Keep it up. He walked that way confidently, sure he could find something to kill along the way. These guns were great. He hadn't gotten a chance to try the magazines with bullets in them until now. Kaminari began to trail him. Wait, Ronin, you shouldn't be going off alone. He admired the Nomus who sprang at him as he left the group. Big, ugly, and annoying. He was really going to enjoy this. 2 came from the air, one because it jumped, the other because it flew. 3 more approached from the ground. What was this? A zombie movie? They were just asking for him to kill them all. He already played with his guns. It was time for Yamato. Kaminari, observe. He flipped his cloak, exposing his blade and drawing it slowly. I'm only going to do this a lot tonight. He flicked it out, the blade radiating its smoke. He controlled it with the gloves, eyeballing where Nomus would all line up. The smoke was spread thin, but it didn't need to be bunched up. It just needed to be there. Weeping demon style, formless, the blue smoke writhed around, then clung to each creature as they entered its range. He teleported more smoke through the smoke, admiring the lines the smoke drew on their bodies. He hadn't even stopped walking. He began to spin the sword to spread more of it, smiling as came closer and closer to the collision. Slash dimension. It fell like snow behind him. No one was quite sure what happened. The Nomu's bodies turned white. Then there was a scream, and then nothing. No slash, no cuts, and then it fell. Blood like rain, bits of their bodies. It was impossible to tell what was what. The 5 Nomus had been turned to paste on the floor, coating everything but avoiding the Ronin and his disciple. As they check. Ronin had flicked the blood off his sword and now sheathed his sword, still walking. He hadn't broken pace yet. Come on, Kaminari. It appears we're going on a scavenger hunt. Ronin didn't bother to look back, but they could hear his laughter from under the helmet. Head. Won't this be fun? He had Kaminari dash attack when he was confident that he could support the boy. He had never practiced against an actual target until now, and it was good to get live practice in a safe environment. They'd have to settle for this instead. Excellent Kaminari. A good hit on the leg. He ran along, never stopping. He might have been looking casual, but that boy was in serious danger. Do you think you can finish it yourself? Yes, sir. He felt bad, knowing most real heroes wouldn't put their apprentices in such dangerous situations. But he had a few ideas created by his slash dimension, and one could help him find the boy. No better time to try it than now. And Kaminari, Ida's quirk sounds like a normal engine, right? He'd never met the boy for long, so it was hard to remember. Yeah. And kinda like a fire when he uses his burst thing. Why, Ronin began to slash rapidly, then jumped through his own portal, falling 10 feet before landing atop a building. Now, he needed to concentrate. New powers were best made in safe environments, where one could test them and answer questions about them. Now was not that time, but he never needed to use Yamato like this. He pinned the blade in the ground, turned on smoke, then turned it to max power and forced the smoke in every direction as far as he could, then closed his eyes. The smoke drifted across the town, all one large network of portals. Through it, and by sticking his head into the cold dimension without crossing through another portal, he could see and hear sights and sounds coming through the portals. He turned his portal network into a glorified phone network. Hirajiri would be spinning in his sleep if he saw him use a teleportation quirk so stupidly. But he needed information, and this was how he'd do it. The best part of the search was the sound in question. No one would be using an engine in the city, and he had just heard one, so the sound was fresh in his mind. He strained his ears, searching for the sound. Then, faintly, sword slashes and an engine. He withdrew his sword and shouted to his disciple, Kaminari, I'm going that way. I'll be in an alleyway, and I'll be fighting Sane. Bring the pro heroes. He didn't check to see if Kaminari heard, but jumped through his already existing portal network to get as close as he could. People are dying, monsters are attacking, and you come to settle your petty grudge. Sane shook his head. You aren't even trying to help anyone other than yourself. He pointed with a thumb towards Native. Any real hero would have grabbed Native before trying to take me down, but you were so fixated on me you didn't even think about the people you're supposed to save. Another fake, just like Ingenium, no, worse. He licked the blade, paralyzing the young boy, then flipped the blade to pierce the child and kill him. Goodbye. You're an offering to a more just world. Shut up. Shut up. Ida was unfocused and beyond reason. No matter what you say, you're the criminal who hurt my brother. Bang, bang, bang. The air bullets took Stain in the side. They were loud so they couldn't be hidden, but they were so fast they didn't need to be. Stain couldn't move in time and was hit by 2 of the 3 shots, forcing him backward. Jackpot. The 4th figure in the alleyway spun his guns around his fingers, trying to take it all in. His duster drifted in the wind, and a black mask hid his entire face. His whole body was a plastering of grays and blacks. His guns glinted in the moonlight as they spun, and his sheath stuck out from under his coat. His head turned across the alley slowly. So, his guns stopped spinning, both ready to fire. What's going on in this neck of the woods? This isn't your fight, Ronin. The kid on the floor, that must be Tenya Ida, looked like everyone got hit by Stain's quirk, and he still wasn't completely sure of how it worked. His gaze shifted to the other guy, Native, who wasn't talking. We've already fought once, Ronin. You didn't win then. Go back, and you might live another day. These fakes need to be called. Good threats, strong threats. If only he had a choice. Did they think he wanted to be here? He sucked against smart opponents. He'd rather be slashing up idiots and seeing how else he could use Yamato. There had been some incredible developments recently, and that sonar use was amazing. Ugh, what are you talking about, kid? Who else's fight is it? He began to walk forward again, keeping his guns relaxed. No point in pointing, the added tension might make him miss. A hero's job is to save people. Native, Ida, I'm here to save you. You run off now. I won't chase. These words were no longer to comfort the people he saved, but to the killer in front of him. The heroes are coming, and they'll stop you even if I can't. You should escape now. He blasted both guns and sidestepped the needle thrown at him. He was pretty sure he's the one who made that needle. You at least know you can't save them on your own. You're better than the child, but everything is better than a fake. Even a villain like you. Someone has to do it. They reached an impasse, and Stain wasn't too torn up about it. I believe it's time to finish this. Let's see if you got any better at least. He threw a knife at Ida's exposed neck, trying to cut it open, but the blade was blasted into the ground by an air bullet. The needles lacked the power to kill in one hit, but the knives could be knocked around by the guns because of how flat they were. Ronin opened fire, shooting shot after shot at the vigilante. This alley was easier to take control of than a blank rooftop. Stain moved around, throwing needles at his hands. But Ronin finally had a good solution. He took a step back into the side, spinning to show his back to the vigilante. The first need struck the metal jacket and bounced off as he performed a spinning back kick, knocking a trash can into the air and shooting both guns into it repeatedly. It flew through the air, a third wide-range target for the murderer to dodge. It alone was harmless, but when you added the area denial of his guns, suddenly the area was becoming more and more cramped. Stain kicked straight off it, going for the up and over approach as he charged. This put him straight in the path of the guns, with nowhere to run. It also put the guns in a predictable spot. Stain threw needles where Ronin's hands would have to go, to bounce off his chest, his arms pulling something out of his coat. Right as he began to fall, Ronin finished assembling the pole arm. One last quick spin of the spearhead to lock it in. Then the entire spear spun to point at Stain. Dance with me, Gungnir. The spearhead surged forward and locked into position, braced against the falling Stain to impale him. It was the first time Stain realized he might not walk away from this fight alive. Stain slashed downward with his own sword, using it to knock the spear away and save himself from being gutted. Ronin went with the attack, since it was too fast to dodge, but added to the momentum. The spear spun to its opposite end and still rammed into Stain's shoulder, missing its intended stabbing point and stabbing destination, but still hitting the murderer. Instead of adjusting back, Ronin kept the spear as it was, pointing the dull end towards Stain while he adjusted his grip on the spear. The two stared for a moment before Stain moved in again, still not using a ranged weapon and now relying on the sword. A terrible choice. The spear was the natural counter to the sword. Legendary swordsmen had died at the hands of farmers armed with pikes because of how simple the advantage was. Serene style fourth form. Hurricane. Stain should have noticed his odd grip. The back hand was on the front of the spear, and the front hand on the back. The front arm covered his body, and the back hand still had a thrusting grip. But for the sharp side, which was pointed backward. He spun the spear around, the spearhead rising up and over and putting his entire body into the cut. It was as if he was slashing with a sword, performing violence with Yamato. The spear ends switched places, and the added length and leverage gave him better momentum to parry and knock Stain's slash to the side. But Hurricane didn't end there. It forced his spear down and gave him the perfect momentum and position for a rising stab. He stepped forward, giving a single jab that extended his range. It shot forward, stretching 6 entire feet from his body. The first hit knocked the enemy's weapon out of the way, and the second banked on their lack of defense. This attack was designed to crush anyone who parried his sword blows by putting 2 attacks so close together, they couldn't both be blocked. Stain couldn't dodge. No one without super speed could have. He managed to change the path of the spear again instead, taking it to the side instead of straight into the stomach. It cut along his side, and he winced. Stain leaped backward several times, going as if to grab his side but instead threw a knife at Native. He could just bleed him to death if need be. The child wore armor, but Native was open for attacks without anything other than that poncho he wore. It was swatted out of the air by another sweep of that spear. It seems I'll need to take care of everyone today. Didn't think I'd get to use this move for this. The blunt end was jammed under Native's arm, flipping him up and over. He was flung 10 feet down the alleyway behind Ronin. Ronin repeated the move, muttering the name of the move to himself as he rolled the fake hero down the alley as well. Serene style, third form. Whirlpool. It seemed a strange attack until Stain realized the real purpose. Ronin was using it to throw the heroes out of the way of the fight. But he had no doubt that if he got hit by it he'd end up thrown straight into a wall, then impaled to death, or until he couldn't fight back anymore. The other attack, Hurricane, had the same purpose. People usually associated spinning with whirlpools and hurricanes, and the signature trait of these 2 attacks was their spinning motion. The move Whirlpool moved people around and could either throw someone out of the way or into another attack. The harder to realize one was the one from earlier, Hurricane. That one could spin the spear around, meaning it turned the spear from a lethal to a non-lethal by switching the striking end. Ronin's main weak point was his fingers. Stain didn't see any other direct way of getting his blood. He had learned from the last fight, but not in the way Stain thought he would. Instead of covering the fingers with armor, he covered them with a weapon that stopped him from getting close. Any range attacks would be swatted, and the free-formed handle with no real beginning or end meant his hands could slide into any position. Ronin himself was now practically invincible against Stain. There were no openings he could see that could get him blood safely. Stain had no such body armor. Even where he did have armor, it had been run through regardless because of how much force Ronin could generate with his spear, piercing it like a knife stabbing a tin can. Ronin's weakness wasn't a physical one though. It was that he wasn't Stain's goal. His goal was the two people Ronin had thrown behind himself. If Stain could kill them, he could leave safely. He had no doubt his mobility was better, especially now that Ronin had a spear to worry about. It was too big to be brought into the chase. The two vigilantes looked each other in the eye. Monsters screamed out in the night. The moon seemed to shine as they adjusted their grips. The master assassin rolled his wrist. His swordsmanship was much better than the other, but the other had proved now he was no swordsman. From needles to guns, and now from swords to spears, if something didn't work he'd change. It was time to take a page from his book. The nameless blade rolled his shoulders. His spearmanship could control an area, but for how long? He'd been training all day. He was tired. His dinner was yogurt and some fruit, but he didn't want to take off his mask, so he gave it to his disciple along with all his protein bars. Besides, he didn't have to worry about himself. The two people behind him still weren't moving, and he'd have to stay here until one of them got up and dragged the other away. Right now, they were both at an impasse. Neither cared about themselves or the other. All their thoughts led to and ended at the two paralyzed victims sitting at the end of the alley, and the heroes that would eventually be coming. This was no longer a battle of who was stronger, or who could better use their weapon, but of stamina. Stain moved his left hand to better grip the katana's pommel. Ronin adjusted his forearm to get better distance. At the mouth of the alley, two figures lay, tossed there like ragdolls. Stain had to move first. He was on the offensive, and Ronin would win if neither side did anything. He experimented, throwing Ronin's own move in his face. He grabbed a trash bag and threw it at him, then followed in its wake, hoping to make use of the blind spot it'd create. The problem that the movies never addressed was, when in a blind spot like this, it becomes your blind spot too. The spear swatted it to one side, and they made eye contact again. Stain was in range of the spear, but Ronin was not in range of the katana. The shoulders relaxed, then the spear jutted forward. Stain, however, grabbed the trash bag from the air, shoving it on the spearhead and attempting to force his way through, pushing the now harmless spearhead out of the way. The spear dipped, but then spun around. The dull end now pointed toward him, and he could tank a hit from that. Serene style third form, whirlpool. There was barely any build-up, but it danced past his sword and struck his shoulder, knocking him backward. It wasn't a lot of force, it just took advantage of how unbalanced Stain had been. He threw himself backward with the hit, right as Hurricane crashed where he would have landed. The blade tore through the trash bag, spilling garbage onto the ground. It'd make it harder for Stain to approach slightly, which was exactly Ronin's plan. Every little bit helped. Ronin flicked his blade one more time, staring down the killer. This battle was taking energy he just didn't have. He used the sword and guns because they required so little effort on his part. He felt he'd fail instantly if he had to go into a sword duel. Stain tested him again, throwing another knife. It had more weight than the needles but was an easier target. This knife wasn't aimed at him, but native, rather than the fancy option like striking it out of the air. Ronin just put himself in the knife's way and took the hit. His chest was ridiculously padded with his jacket, vest, and bodysuit, so it could take some extra abuse. He did wish he opted for swatting the easier target, the knife, when Stain threw a needle at it. The needles were faster, smaller targets, and could be used to prick a target to death. However weak it was, though, it'd still probably kill if it hit the throat. He used the spear to push off the ground and shove himself between the target and his attacker. He needed to go on the offensive. Stain would win if he just sat back by waiting until he was too tired to block an attack. Ronin stepped forward, pulling his spear back. Stain had gotten ready to throw another needle, so he wasn't ready to deflect more spear thrusts with his sword. He didn't say the name out loud, giving away what attack he was going to do next, but said it in his head. The names were designed to help him remember the motions for each attack. Serene style, first from Red Rain. The light flurries of jabs weren't heavy or powerful, like tide and waves, but they were fast. He just wanted to interrupt the knife and needle throwing, or hurt Stain enough that he stopped. Stain had another needle in his hand but didn't hesitate to drop it to parry. His swordsmanship and strength both outclassed his skill with a spear, but his first parry would be weak by being rushed. He'd have to break through Stain's weakest parry. Right as it should have impacted, something switched. The spear went back a few centimeters, and the parry that would have sent it flying instead sent a great deal of force into the spearhead, along the shaft that was now braced against Ronin's body, and wasting it all as Ronin began to rock backward, pulling the spear with him. Stain's sword was forced to bounce off as the spear came back, cocked and ready. Stain's eyes widened as he put all his force into pulling his sword back into position to block the next attack that was aimed straight at his heart. He took a step back to move with his sword as it was forced up to gain distance, eyes focused only on the spearhead that twisted slightly like a bullet aimed to kill. It rocketed forward, fully extending to 6 feet from Ronin's body. That was enough to hit Stain with room to spare. It would have been easy to knock to the side if his sword was in position, but the first attack had been bait for a parry. Ronin had braced to be hit, then threw Stain's sword back and out of the way for the second strike. Stain couldn't move fast enough to block it. The spear had closed the distance, the fight almost ending when Stain's legs became limp, giving out under him. He fell backward ungracefully, watched the spear go straight over him with too much force to adjust to his new posture and finish off the killer. Stain pushed off the ground, underneath the spear's body, and aimed to tackle the warrior from underneath. He'd throw the smaller opponent to the ground, then kill his targets with a knife each and run. He had dropped the sword. It was too big and only got in the way. He moved forward by pushing off the ground with one arm, rolling onto his feet and diving for the opponent's legs. Ronin shifted the spear so the spearhead pointed straight up as he lashed out with a front kick, striking the assassin in the stomach where he'd been cut earlier. The unexpected pain caused him to tense up as Ronin drove the entire weight of the spear down at him. It wouldn't be lethal, but it would hurt. Stain decided to tank it out, pushing forward as the pull struck down on him. It was the same shoulder as before, and that shoulder was started to hurt quite a bit. He pushed into Ronin's waist as the warrior's hips turned, making Stain realizing why the warrior hadn't tried to block him. The warrior's katana nearly gouged out his eye with its handle, something he hadn't noticed as he nearly faceplanted into it in his rush. His neck strained to avoid it, crashing into Ronin with his entire body in as straight a line as he could, trying to push him over. Ronin was forced a single step back. His boots grabbed the ground, cementing him in place at the feet. The assassin wrapped an arm around his stomach to try and push past him, but he needed to make sure the killer couldn't take one more step forward. He ditched his spear after clubbing him in the back and grabbed the assassin by the shoulders, trying to push him back. His knees were bent to give him the ability to move since his legs were so strong. They were the muscles that humans trained every day, and Ronin trained his relentlessly. All the dashing he did, the parkour he practiced, the kicks he polished, every single one of them had turned his legs into steel. His legs turned into the platform that he pushed off of, driving the killer back. His right hand had a crushing grip on Stain's left shoulder, the shoulder he'd been hitting. It was time to finish this, as ugly as it took to win. He grabbed one of his needles and held it for the murder stroke. He went straight for the shoulder, the easiest target. He could kill if he went for the head, but it'd be too difficult from how close they were. Stain's arm lurched to grab Ronin's left. A needle was in it, poised to stab him. He has to adjust his posture, pushing into Ronin. Ronin was sturdier than his frame would lead you to believe. Stain had felt the thick muscles underneath the coat when he tried to drive the warrior down with a tackle. Every single one tensed to restrain him in place. Ronin made it clear he would not be falling down, not without a fight. Stain held the warrior's wrist, trying to force it down or away, anywhere but his shoulder. Instead of moving away though, there seemed to be some strange force pulling the arm toward him, or him towards the arm. Ronin didn't flinch at Stain's attempts to move his arm, gripping Stain's shoulder harder to make sure he couldn't avoid the needle. He was forcing this to be a contest of pure muscle. And somehow, this new monster's teeth were just as sharp as the old ones. Stain had to adjust his feet, and the instant one foot rose, he was pushed back by the beast in front of him. Stain himself had risen to be almost head-to-head with Ronin, and forced over a foot backward. There was no expression on the warrior's mask, just a reflection of his own desperation. This close he could hear the slow, calm breathing. Ronin wasn't even excited. He was just working his job. They both were. It was restrained, but there was a willingness to kill that most heroes didn't have, letting him know that this newcomer was ready and willing to let Stain be his first kill. He was aiming to end this right here and right now, the instant Stain hesitated. He couldn't give up yet. He had his own job to do, for society. He couldn't be beaten here. Stain took another step back and was pushed further, but switched his grip, trying to claw at the warrior's left hand. If he could scrape the fingers, he could get blood. He could win. Ronin's left was still held in place by Stain's right, but Stain's left was free to move. He let go of the body, rising up to try and claw him with his bare hands. Bam! Ronin's helmet crashed into his head, forcing him back. His grip slipped, but he still had enough of a hold to push the needle down. Ronin's needle scraped Stain's shoulder but didn't get the impalement he'd been looking for. Stain leaped backward as Ronin attacked again, aiming for the now exposed throat. Stain disengaged though, sliding away and hitting something with his foot. His eyes flicked, and he lurched down, grabbing a familiar object to his eyes, but an unfamiliar to the touch. He jumped backward again, correcting his grip, and pointing it at its first master. Ronin had charged, but Stain swung wildly with his new weapon. He didn't strike Ronin with the spearhead, but the blow did stop his advance. It'd take some getting used to. Gungnir, a nice name. Stain adjusted his grip on Gungnir, taking the same stance as Ronin had. I think I'll take it. Ronin crouched, rubbing his arm that had been whacked, throwing him off course. Stain now held the distance advantage, and Ronin hadn't bothered to get a weapon that countered the spear the way the spear countered a sword. But what about two swords? Ronin drew Yamato and lurched forward, performing the sideways cut he'd finally got around to learning. It wasn't even hard, but it put the sword behind him to generate power, abandoning defense for that power. His upper body spun on his hips, his shoulders' blades drew together, and he stepped into the swing to knock the spear away. He couldn't force himself close enough to attack Stain's body, but he could knock away the space that the spear threatened for a moment. Stain didn't know how to use the spear well enough and tried to resist it without properly bracing his legs. As a result, his entire body was forced back and sideways, giving Ronin the chance to kick up the other discarded weapon. Its weight was similar enough to the sword he'd practiced on to get it on the first try, even if he had to catch it by the wrong part. Didn't catch your name yet, I'm afraid. He moved out of Stain's range as he adjusted both swords to a one-handed grip, giving each a spin with his wrist before crossing them to form an X guard. Stain's sword had good weight, and the serrated edge was a welcome addition to his arsenal. I think I like you though. You're a massa. Ronin rolled both his wrists, then reformed his X guard. It could deflect any spear thrust easily enough but lacked the reach to strike back. Yamato and Stain's own sword glinted in the moonlight, side by side. Stain rolled his shoulder, smiling as he corrected his stance. Gungnir had an excellent balance. He could feel it from years of training. He had the reach advantage now that could help him get past Ronin, but lacked the threat that those two swords posed. Ronin was clearly aware he was a novice with the spear, while Ronin demonstrated at least some knowledge of dual wielding. So much had happened, yet so little had changed. It was a strange feeling, staring each other down, back to the positions they had started in. They were still focused on the 2 sacks of meat at the alley's entrance. They were still waiting for the sound of the heroes approaching, and neither could get what they wanted with the other standing. Stain thrust Gungnir at the air, adjusting to the new sensation of the weapon. He never would have imagined such a simple weapon was capable of moving so quickly if he hadn't seen it himself. He wasn't sure what it was capable of in his hands, but it was his best shot at coming out on top in this fight. Ronin ran the swords down each other's lengths, like a butcher cleaning his knives. Some of his sword attacks were one-handed, practically all drawing cuts were. The lunging overhead cut could be done with 1 or 2 hands, so could the flicker cut. He'd seen others fight with 2 swords. In anime, it'd be a challenge, but then again, easy victories weren't worth it. Yamato might be able to beat Gungnir, but his odds were just as good at getting stabbed. He'd need both swords to trump the inferior range. Both breathed out, then looked each other in the eye. The feet came forward, weapons were pulled back to generate power, and steel clashed. The spear entered the sword's range, and the 3 blades clashed. The 2 swords collided with the crossguard, forcing it up. Stain brought the spear back instead of continuing the engagement that favored the warrior so well. He stepped backward as he withdrew, but Ronin himself remained fixed in place. He was tired and aiming for as little movement as possible now. Who fought with 2 swords? He had very little material now that he thought too hard about it. Zoro usually fought with 2, and only used the 3rd for special techniques. Inosuke used 2, but he had very little technique. It was tiring to hold a sword, and holding 2 made it worse. He had to hold his sword one-handed, then add another sword on top of that. This X-guard was good at stopping attacks though. Another thrust, and again both swords caught it and pushed it away. The scissored blades pushed it off course, then both came forward as he moved, slashing at the body. Stain, however, danced away again. He needed to save energy to chase the killer. They went back to starting positions, eyeing each other. Finally, after thinking through the guards he knew, he decided on one. He realized he had a technique in the making, a style that had been dormant for far too long. He was bringing it back, baby. Stain finished adjusting to the new motion. He'd be better at it if Ronin hadn't kept attacking his back shoulder, the one that was supposed to generate all the power for the thrust. A strong front shoulder meant you could aim. A strong back shoulder meant you had the strength to do damage. Ronin dropped his defenses, muttering, "Been a while, huh?" He looked up, with both swords touching the ground. He swayed from side to side, chuckling. "Come on." Stain took advantage of the down swords to stab at Ronin's body. Ronin swayed to his right, not bothering to raise an arm all the way to block. Joke-style Nomu. A thrust almost reached him as he flicked his left wrist counterclockwise, relative to himself. Muramasa rose from pointing to the floor, then to his right side, then caught the spear tip as it went up and flicked it away from his left side, the opposite direction his body swayed. His mind was completely calm and focused. He was entirely pissed off at Sane for stealing his spear. The detachment and fury mixed to form something, Joker-style, third form, hangman in the wind. His swaying motion pushed him out of the way, bobbing and weaving through attacks. When an attack came too close, it was swatted by his sword and helped push him away further. He took in all of Sane, his shoulders moving the spear, his legs adjusting their stance to generate power, his hunched back stopping him from fully breathing. The way his eyes kept switching to the other possible targets. He wasn't focusing on his opponent right now. Did he think he had the time? Who did he think Ronin was? Ronin seemed to become as high as a kite at the drop of a hat. Suddenly the grace was gone, replaced by laughter. Sane vaguely remembered a report he heard about a dangerous criminal who nearly beat 4 people to death with needles alone. Laughing through the night, Ronin laughed as he dodged one more attack, arching his back and pushing his chest into the air as he laughed. Had he snapped? Aye. A lot of people say that to me. Always wanted to myself. More laughter. Then he leaned forward, putting his head in range of the spear. He attempted to hit Ronin over the head with it, raising the spear first before stepping in to put more power into the attack. Joker style. Let's call this the fifth form. Ronin weaved his head around as one of the blades, left again, smacked the spear. He stepped forward, letting his body roll around. Funky beatdown. It was to keep standing up, so why bother? He took one deep breath while standing up straight, his entire body rigid, then slunk into the attack, lurching forward at the hip. As his upper body went slack and was pulled forward and down, stepping in and raised his right hand, performing a one-handed violence. Sane was forced to try and defend against it, raising his spear to block. Almost instantly, he noticed the left arm flicker. It was too close for a cut, so what? Bam! The sword's pommel struck him in the side. He was forced to breathe out and lower his guard. He tried to breathe in and raise Gungnir, but Ronin's left arm grabbed it and actually helped him raise it, and kept raising it until it was out of the way entirely. Ronin pulled him forward as he turned slightly, bringing his left leg up and back in position for a sidekick. Sane couldn't block, so he instead tensed his core. He'd taken hits way worse than that before, and he was pulled forward as Ronin's right leg also left the ground, spinning the madman almost upside down before both legs rocketed out, kicking him in the face. He was sent upwards and back while Ronin was sent down, rolling out of it and running straight at a wall. Sane had a clear shot at the fakes, but the problem was he knew for certain he wouldn't live if he dropped the spear to throw anything at them. Instead, he had to hope that he could generate enough force to injure Ronin, then throw something or kill them with the spear. So, instead, he watched as Ronin ran at and up the wall, then kicked off and spun his entire body around like a top as he charged back into the fray. The spear came back up but was rammed down over and over again by 2 swords. It was difficult enough to get it up, but keeping it up against the frenzy was near impossible. Both swords came from the left and pushed down over and over, all against the backdrop of laughter. Ronin had snapped. He replicated Ronin's hurricane, a wise choice. It struck at the shoulder and pushed him away for a moment, breaking his flow. He spun out of the hit, still laughing, then adopted a fighting stance. Ronin's sword, the one in his right hand, was placed against his shoulder. Sane's sword, the one in his left hand, was left pointing downward as it rested against his leg. The edge pointed both downward and left. Ronin rolled his shoulders, giggling. Was this the real Ronin? He was sure now. Sane had fought a lot of people, but they all had something in common. They feared dying. This guy stuck his head out just to get a free hit. He laughed like a maniac and left the people he was supposed to guard just so he could try to crush his opponents. This guy was out of his effing mind. This might be the final fight. He might actually die here. He was sure of it. He was gonna die. He was sure of it. He had 2 swords and not a effing clue how to use them. His body, instead of being tensed, relaxed. He had stopped trying to figure out what was happening and was just fighting with whatever bullshit he could think of. What were some of the other moves in joke style? He couldn't remember. Maybe if he just started talking, he'd remember them. Joker style, Form 1, Pocket Sand. Ronin blundered forward, laughing. This was so stupid. He still didn't have any pocket sand. He forgot to get more. Where was he going to get pocket sand in Hosu City in the middle of a fight? Did it really have to be sand? He dragged Muramasa along the ground, then flung trash into Sane's face. The dirt and garbage forced him to close his eyes, giving Ronin an opportunity to attack again. And what was that screaming sound? Why was something screaming above him? Why did God himself hate Midoriya so much, instead of getting to take advantage of the blinded Sane, who flailed blindly for a moment before blinking his eyes clear? Ronin dove out of the way of something massive, a giant creature with its brain exposed. It was huge, with giant eyes that flailed around and never stopped screaming. This was the closest Ronin had ever been to a Nomu. Not sure he liked it. He rolled away, mumbling, "Oh, this just gets better and better, doesn't it?" Both of them were forced back by the giant monster. It served as a threat to both of them, screaming and flailing as it swung at the nearest one. But for all its strength, it lacked the one thing Ronin had in spades: technique. Both fighters took a moment to breathe with the tension gone. They no longer put pressure and stress on each other, not with this thing in the way. It was almost a blessing, as it allowed him to clear his head. He had a magic sword, for God's sake. Last time he relied on it too much, but this was too little. It was time to hit that middle ground. He stepped back, rolling his shoulders and letting it wear Stain out more and more before it suddenly switched to him, or rather, the people behind him. That was bad. Stain was fine, just a little winded. This thing wasn't a threat to either vigilante itself, but it forced him to deal with multiple targets. He'd have to start playing double or nothing, or his chances of victory slipped. He watched the monstrosity charge towards him. He'd been flailing before, but it was time to show his stuff. He practiced his Parker all the time, and this alley had plenty of sit to jump off of. If he was going to make Joker style strange, he was already coming up with the formless move. He squatted slightly, chuckling. His balance of violence and serenity had been whack, with him using tons of violence and in serene despair. It was time to turn that on its head, and turn his fears into jokes. The Nomu charged the three figures, with the central one going limp again. Joker style, third form, hangman in the wind. Instead of swaying from side to side, though, he swayed up to take a breath, then crossed his arms in front of him as he slouched forward, placing his swords on the opposite hip. Right hand and sword at left hip, and vice versa. Into thunder breathing. First form, thunderclap and flash. He rocketed forward with what little energy he had, the two swords allowing him to swing from either direction. His last step usually forced him to turn in a certain direction to get more force, but since this attack came from both directions, he could turn either way, or just hit dead on. The Nomu flew straight at him, but instead of staying on the ground and attacking its stomach, he jumped up and kicked the body in the stomach. Their two momentums colliding to do even more damage. His boots anchored him to the creature and allowed him to take one final step, using the creature as a base to attack the creature. The two swords crossed at the Namu's neck, cutting the jugular as they crossed, all to finish into true violence. The swords came up, then the swords came down, both hammering into their respective sides of the neck, and finally killed the damn thing. It was screaming bloody murder, and now it finally shut up. It crashed down as Ronin goalie kicked the head at Stain before landing roughly back on the ground. There was a smack as Stain struck the head from the air, getting more familiar with it now that he got to deal with an easier opponent. Ronin spun off the ground again, getting to his feet. Learned to do that one on accident, you know. Some kid who likes sleeping way too much taught me. Riveting. The two charged again, fighting atop the first Namu's dead body. Right in time to hear more screams. Oh, for God's sake. Something didn't make sense about Ronin. When they first met, he was overly confident but seemed aware he was going to lose. When they started fighting, he was extremely calm and in control the entire time, not even being hit once. But when they changed weapons, it was like a switch was flipped. People showed their real colors when they were faced with death, but Ronin was nowhere near dying. He was using the monster's body that was between them as a pincushion at that very moment, lifting it up with his swords before kicking it up and trying to get the spear stuck inside it. He weaved about, flipping over the corpse and dancing around, trying to force Stain to back down. It was a strange dance of blades. He was forced to focus on the fight in front of himself entirely as Ronin spun like a top, switching between graceful sword strikes to hammering blows like a baseball swing, then throwing in kicks or pommel strikes, or throwing garbage at him. He even cut up the Nomu to spray blood in their faces, swinging through the entire mess. His movements were erratic, like a leaf in the breeze. It turned this way and that, stinging at him. One sword would block his spear, the other would strike at his body. It had shifted. Earlier, it was a contest of strength. Now, their agility was put to the test. Stain would dodge, then swing one end of the spear. One sword would knock it this way or that. Then the other would attempt to pierce one of his gaps and he'd have to adjust, swinging another attack to parry or stepping out of the way. Ronin had snapped when they traded weapons, but now it was like the training and insanity blended into some sort of sentient blender. He couldn't get a good read on who Ronin really was, other than he was someone very, very dangerous. He learned way too quickly to be normal. How long ago had he crushed this guy? He spun his upper body, pivoting on a heel and holding both swords like they were one as wave after wave crashed into him. Joker-style third form hangman in the wind and serene-style second form the tide and waves. He stepped forward and around with every attack, slamming blow after blow into him. I suppose this combo is called the Dead Sea then. Another scream, another Nomu arrived. This one no, these two landed behind him. It was far better to fight those things, the monsters that he could recognize, than whatever the F was hiding under that black mask. They'd probably go for the most people, and that was to his benefit. Ugh, when is hell gonna run out of you bastards? And where the F are the pros? He hadn't even stopped his onslaught until then, kicking Stain back and raising a great point. Where were the heroes? If he tried to bring them when he first arrived, they definitely should have arrived by now. Unless, how many of those things did Shigaraki bring? Shigaraki was behind this. Effing knew it. Ronin snarled, cleaning his swords off on each other like a butcher. God, what a pain in my ass. Stain could read that Ronin was at least a hard worker and dedicated. He was willing to take blows for others, even if he thought he'd survive them. He didn't let the Nomu go for the paralyzed victims, even if it'd give him an easy hit for an easier kill. He let Stain do it, but if he was guessing, that's because he knew Stain's limits. If he wasn't sure of something, he wouldn't risk it if he could. It also meant, now that the situation had gotten dire, Ronin should start getting serious very soon. Now, Ronin had to break off from his advance and return to in front of the paralyzed victims, muttering, "Shit, knew I should have given Kaminari better directions." He went limp, rolling his entire body before placing his right sword back on his shoulder. His left sword was in front of his body, resting on his left thigh. The stance looked relaxed, ready for the long fight he had against him. Whatever. If a hero can't turn a situation like this around, are they really a hero? Come on, let's see what we can really do. The rush of air came from behind Ronin, but leaped straight over him. A blue and white blur crashed into the leading Nomu, climbing on the wall, and slammed its entire body into it. The Nomu lashed out, but the blur managed to move back, bouncing on the balls of his feet. His eyes were unfocused, his hair was messy and looked like soot. His armor was dirty, and there was still some of his own blood on his chest. Did you think I'd sit back and let someone else get my revenge? He was breathing heavily. He didn't seem fully awake right now, kept conscious only by his desire to beat Stain into the ground. I promised, and I intend to keep my promises. He was a ball of problems, but right now, if he could get focused, he could be exactly what Ronin needed. If he could rein the martyr complex in. Ingenium. We'll beat you. Tenya Ada stood, his feet under him but his head in the clouds. He wasn't the ideal backup. Ronin looked at him, nodding mostly to himself. Fantastic, glad you're up. Listen, his quirk paralyzes you if he licks your blood, so how about you take Native in? Ada ran straight for the Nomus head first, leaving Ronin pointing with his left at Native. Sorry, give us a minute, Native. Hey jackass, at least pretend to listen. Ada was exactly the kind of hero Ronin hated too, it seemed. Headstrong, reckless, didn't listen to others, and most of all, didn't know how to do something as basic as effing kicking. The thing his whole fighting style was based on. Would it kill him to learn some better moves than leg sweep? Ronin had to cover for Ada and help the boy out, instead of the other way around. He barely seemed to notice the Nomus that nearly effing plastered his dumb ass into the ground, leaving Ronin to chase after him and disrupt the two Nomus. Analyzing them was a mess, because from what he remembered they had multiple quirks. It seemed one could stick to walls, and both had some kind of super jump. Instead of getting to sit back and analyze though, he had to push forward to keep up with Ada. If he was on his own, he was gonna just activate /dimension. He figured that with two swords to shove through the portals, it'd be even scarier. But at first, he had been worried about hitting the paralyzed heroes. Now he couldn't because Ida charged in like a dipshit. He snarled, spinning both blades at the wrist to get them into position before performing another thunderclap and flash mixed with hangman in the wind. This time, he put both blades on his left side, then drew them across his body like they were one sword, creating two massive gouges in its body while throwing it forward. This wasn't the wall one, since that was too slow to be a threat to Ada and himself. Ada went straight for Stain again, a garbage decision at best. Didn't he learn sit? Stain sidestepped and began to dance with him, taking his time to quickly adjust to the spear. Ronin had to wrap these two effers up before they became a threat to Native, Ada, or himself. The swords crossed his body, now both on his right side. He stepped to his left, bringing both swords across with him, and tore another two chunks out of the Nomu in front of him. His swords were painted red now. He flicked both of his swords at Stain. The blood splattered and hit him in the face, but more importantly, the Nomu in front of him suddenly stiffened. Hell yeah, even if Ada wasn't on his side, Stain was, even if it was unwillingly. The Nomu had slammed the ground where he was, and was stuck bent forward, perfect for a decapitation. He activated Yamato and easily removed its head, then turned off the portal to dismember it. Head 1 came off, clean as a whistle, allowing him to get another free soccer kick in. He sidestepped around the other Nomu, who was leaping between the walls to try and crush him, then punted the first head at Stain. He was actually getting pretty good at that move. Should he make a name for it? The head took Stain off guard. The hardest part of dealing with this fake was the person he wasn't even fighting right now. He danced circles around the monsters, laughing as it crashed. The fake in front of him was practically just flailing. He was great practice for blocking and attacking since his barrage was much slower. Strange, for someone so fast, to be outpaced by a teleporter. The flying head struck him right as he was about to stop blocking and skewer the idiot before him, hitting his shoulder and throwing off the attack. His stab, meant to scrape the speedster's already wounded shoulder and get easy blood, whiffed, hitting and scraping off the armor instead. He needed to hurry up. He could tell Ronin was getting more serious, with the second monstrosity already missing a leg. Ronin was picking up the pace, and he had to as well. Sane breathed in deeply, rolling his shoulder. He could see all the weak points of his prey, the veins, the chinks in the armor, the organs he could break. All he needed to do was concentrate. He forced himself to calm down even as the child rocketed toward him. As his heart rate began to slow down, he raised the spear up. It was essentially a giant knife, best for stabbing, but could slash. He'd used that now. He could figure out Ronin's strange styles, if he thought about it. Style, the mindest or form he used, like the difference between a sturdy base and the fast movements he used now. Form, the attack itself, and which number it was out of the multiple attacks in a single style. The name was based on what the attack did. Whirlpool pulled people around, Hurricane tore people up, and both spun. Following that, this would be spear style. First form, Python. The spear scraped along the ground, barely a couple of centimeters up. The fake's right leg was up, leaving his left alone on the ground. The spearhead snaked along the ground, striking the foot. It dug into the flesh, gouging its own hole while stopping the fake's momentum. He leaned forward, his leg staying place while his top moved onward. Stain moved out of the way as the boy rolled into a wall, crashing and doing more damage to himself than Stain. He raised the spearhead, licking a bit of blood off. His version wasn't very complicated. While the styles could be just a riff on heroes and their super moves, it was more likely to be an acoustic encoding, or when someone paired a sound with something they needed to remember. Ronin used the attack names and the attacks to perform them without trying to remember how to. It's why he didn't shout his attack names all the time but sometimes whispered them. Ida was paralyzed again. Who'd effing figure, rushing in like a jackass was a god-awful tactic. Ronin finished lining up his targets and stood, tall and confident, for a moment. The Nomu, who'd regenerated its leg back, leaped straight at him, not questioning the obvious bait. Ronin waited another moment to make sure its direction couldn't change before walking through his portal, teleporting 9 meters forward and about 1 meter to the side, out of the way of any Nomus, then closed the portal. The Nomu barreled towards Stain, who had to jump back to avoid it. Ronin created another portal and dragged Ida through it. Stupid kid. Do you even think? Charging a effing supervillain? Who the F do you think you are, All Might? He dropped the boy, still belittling him in his heart when another needle came towards Native. The leg went between it and him, but it got stuck in the leg guard. Muttering, he pulled it out. How are you feeling, Native? Anything. Sorry. How long have you been paralyzed? I think 5 minutes now. It was weird because Native had been hit before Ida was. How had Ida gotten up first? He didn't have time to care. He knocked the needle out of his armor and ran towards the fight. It could be said that the last Nomu was fighting Stain, but it was more accurate to say he was prolonging Stain. Stain killed this one, but he could still hear more coming. Their annoying screams. There were already 3 dead in the alley. What were the heroes doing? How many of these things were there? Stain took the spear out of the dead Nomu, unable to even twitch from the paralyzation. I'm getting tired of these distractions, so we can agree on something. Ronin ran back down the alley, jumping off one of the bodies to push himself forward, readying both swords to smash the spear to one side. Stain brought the spear down, ready to test his new move again. Senseii. Both stopped, 20 feet from each other. Ronin spared a moment to look over his shoulder. Senseii. I found you. There was a figure who bent over, putting a hand on a wall as he caught his breath. His blonde hair hid his face until he straightened. Don't worry, your disciple is here to help. The 2 vigilantes looked at each other, then at Kaminari. Are you hiding the other heroes behind that wall? Nope, don't worry. It's just me. What are we doing? Fighting Nomus. It would seem someone didn't know who or what the hero killer was. The 2 sides resurged, one spear so low it could barely be blocked since it went for such a low body part. The other twisted both of his blades around, leaving the ground. God damn it, Kaminari. Stain brought the spear up, chasing him while stepping out of the sword's range. Ronin kicked the spear with a leg, pushing himself out of the way and landing back on the ground. Stain. Huh, that's Stain. That guy. Yes. Oh. Kaminari at least looked around, noticing Native and Ida. Oh, I get it. Ronin now moved with Stain in a strange dance, each quickly entering their range for a light attack before backing out. Thank God, then go call the heroes. Heroes already on the way. Kaminari walked forward confidently, placing his left hand on his sheath as he power strut his way over. Don't worry, anyway. Kaminari smirked, flicking his hair. Fought 2 Nomus, learned a new move, and was eager to show it off. I gotcha back, Chief. Oh no. Oh yeah. Kaminari watched Ronin dash off, squinting. WHAAT. Ronin didn't come back to repeat his words though and just left him with a mostly dead Nomu to deal with. Kaminari looked around to see if anyone else was there to help him with this before stepping up and stabbing the brain a dozen or so times, with all the professionalism of a 2-year-old. Well, that one wasn't so you. After a dozen pokes to make sure it was really dead, he flicked the blood off his sword and sheathed it stylishly, only missing the sheath entirely. But nobody saw that it took 2 tries, so it didn't count. He turned to go get the heroes. Then, something about stain. He didn't really hear what Ronin had shouted from on top of that 10-story building. Whatever, it wasn't going to be anything Ronin could handle. He'd seen him turn Nomus to giblets with a flick of the wrist. Besides, if it was important for Kaminari to listen, Ronin would have come down from the 10-story building and repeated it face to face so Kaminari could understand. Kaminari was feeling great. He got 2 yogurts, Gatorade, and protein bars. He was bursting with energy now. Kaminari met back up with the heroes, arriving to watch Endeavor cremate one. That was pretty badass. He stood around watching for a second before his master's words came back. One of his many lectures, but one of the few on heroism. Heroism is an action term. You're only a hero when you're doing your job. That meant no lolligrasping. ... That didn't sound right, but he'd run with it. Kaminari began helping escort people out, working right beside normal hero and Eraserhead. I need to bring the pro heroes. Where again? He was trying to remember what Ronin told him, but he barely heard him. Did he say where? I don't think he said where. Kaminari, focus. His usual teacher scolded him, then shook his head. Where's Ronin anyway? I thought you went with him. Was that what he wanted? He said he was fighting someone, and to bring the heroes. Oh yeah, he's over there. Kaminari pointed in the direction he thought Ronin ended up going in. He was pretty sure that's where Ronin was going. And if that wasn't good enough, was anything really? Is he in danger? Kaminari laughed at the thought. Ronin, the old master man, in danger. That was like saying All Might was in danger. No way. I'll finish here, then I'll go help him. Kaminari took his stance, then ran toward a Nomu. Then kept running. Was he getting any closer? Oh, no you're not. Eraserhead didn't even use the capture scarf, grabbing him by his coat. At least work with a hero. Don't run off on your own. ... You're a hero. Follow me. Kaminari turned back around and began his victorious charge towards glory, fame, and killing, slowly dragging his homeroom teacher along. Fine. Wahoo. Come on, this'll be a blast. Now they both ran into the havoc, Kaminari smiling like Christmas as his feet struck the ground, pouncing towards the nearest bad guy. Kaminari really got to refine his thunderclap and flash with practice. What had started as a movement that could barely hit anyone became his go-to attack, slamming into his opponents with enough force to literally tear them apart. The sword's blunt edge ensured he wasn't dismembering anyone like a fruit ninja, but he was breaking bones with almost every shot. He barely used his actual quirk, and only used it after he slammed into them, forcing their guard down with his sword. When he was that close, he practically couldn't miss. He made this tackle attack with his last defeat in mind. He lost in the first round of the sports festival, and lost while still conscious. Sort of. If he had managed to get around the vines, he would have had Ida, who had only close-ranged attacks, in the bag. He now realized the brilliance of his teacher. The rubble was a playground now, much easier to negotiate than the trash heaps he used to run across. By teaching him in rough terrain, this felt easy as walking. Thunderclap and Flash wasn't just an attack, it was a form of movement. And Nomu stopped flying suddenly and was wrapped in cloth, plummeting and flailing. Kaminari dashed behind it as it fell, avoiding a swing, then turned his entire body 180 for that sweet spinning cut. The cut dug into the body, severing most of the neck and forcing it to bleed out rapidly, but it wasn't done yet. Another flailing limb forced him back. Instead of resheathing his sword, he brought it up and over his head, then accidentally made his new move. After killing that Nomu, and trying out his move to make sure it was as cool as he thought it was, he said later to the heroes and told them the direction go before heading off himself. Listening for the fight made it so much easier. He must have wasted a whole minute ducking his head around everywhere before he heard the sounds of fighting and rode that train all the way to his master, who danced circles around a cool dude with a ton of bandanas. Then, after a brief exchange of words, he charged forward, ready and eager to help his boss. He would have carried the 2 guys away, but he didn't have the muscle, and it looked easier to beat that guy. Ronin watched, horrified, as Kaminari casually walked forward, nodding his head to a beat only he could hear. No guard, his hand on his sword, and his right swinging freely, not even trying to grab his sword. Kaminari. Watch out. Kaminari then began his dash, pumping his one free arm to build up momentum before grabbing his sword at the last second. Thunderclap. And he swung his entire body at Stain, putting everything into a single slash. Flash. Predictably, Stain had learned to pull back the spear, but instead of being able to push back forward, He now had to adjust back again as two swords swung, one at his leg and one at his arm, one under his spear while the other ran over. He moved backward, but Kaminari just kept advancing. And my new attack, thunderclappin'. He pushed his sword completely over his head with one hand, stepping forward with his left and re-entering the range threatened by the spear. Stain took this moment to thrust, since Kaminari's guard was completely off, stabbing at his main body, and getting hit off course by Kaminari's free arm. Kaminari had his left arm entirely free still since he was one-handing the sword. That arm backhanded the spear to one side, right as he stepped in. The sword came down, and Stain couldn't exactly back away since Kaminari was on the same side of the spear as him. Ronin was on the opposite side of the spear from Stain, meaning if they both grabbed the spear side closest to them, they'd face each other. Kaminari was on the same side, so if he and Stain grabbed the closest side, they'd be shoulder to shoulder. This meant Stain overextended, and the spear couldn't attack because Kaminari was too close. Bolt, with Stain overextended, the only thing he could do was step back and give Kaminari more room to build up speed. They seemed to move tandem, one pressing forward in perfect sync with the other. The sword came down, slamming into the lead shoulder and making it audibly crack. Stain grunted in pain as his lead arm went stiff. He couldn't move quickly anymore and turned just in time to make eye contact with him. Ronin, after all that, the first solid hit goes to my apprentice. So this is what pride feels like. He put both swords on the same side, his left, and took a step back. I believe it's my turn to show you a modified thunderclap then. Stain forced the spear as high as he could go. Thunder breathing, modified first form. Thunderclap in cyclone. Stain jumped back but was rushed past on his right side. Ronin moved straight past him, meaning instead of moving away from Ronin he was now moving towards Oh No. Stain tried to stop his own jump, but he was midair and hurtling back first towards Ronin, defenseless. They both faced opposite directions, but as Ronin crossed his legs, his entire body began to spin. His feet shifted, his hips adjusted, his shoulders rotated, and both arms extended as both swords slammed into his body sideways, taking the air out of him and sending him forward, defenseless. The world seemed to spin as he fell, straight towards Ronin's pupil. He tried to catch himself with his spear, but instead took another sword to the face. Ronin's pupil had performed another drawing slash, clubbing him back towards Ronin. Ba-bam, two swords hit him forward again, making him stumble. He had to get a solid grip or else. Bam, the pupil brought the sword down on his head, making him kneel. Ba-bam, making him go face first into the ground. Bam, forcing him lower and lower. Ba-bam, crushing him. Bam, ba-bam, bam, ba-bam, bam, ba-bam. After 10 hits with the blunt weapons, the murderer finally went down. It was strange. After such a strong build-up, the fight ended in a very aggressive game of ping-pong. He was tied up with Ronin's coat, since for some reason, not one person managed to have actual handcuffs. God, you two were useless. Ronin shook his head as he checked Stain for weapons again. Then as subtly as a car explosion put Stain's old sword on his belt. You, what the F were you thinking? He pointed at Ada, furious. I'm sorry, sir, I wasn't. You're goddamn right you weren't. Ronin finished sorting the weapons, shaking his head. He'd taken the canab out of the jacket so there was as little as possible in it. He was just wearing his baggy pants, boots, gauntlets, and bodysuit. Felt a little chilly. I don't have any real problems with you, native. Just pissed in general. Wow, he really went down easily. Kaminari made it look easy, but it was far from the truth. Stain had already gotten beaten and battered, but Kaminari had tilted the battle in his favor. He gave Ronin the opportunity he needed to win by forcing Stain to spread his guard too thin. From the moment Kaminari didn't get skewered, Ronin won. The problem had been ensuring Kaminari didn't die in that first exchange. But he managed to pull his own weight a little bit by aiming for the spear. Stain would have won if they exchanged body blows, but attacking the weapon forced him to try and avoid it. Even if Kaminari didn't realize it, he was only alive because he hit that weapon instead of the body. You shouldn't have been so reckless, Kaminari, but I'm not sure I can blame you. I thought you didn't have it in you, but you surprised me. Ronin kicked up Gungnir, checking it for damages. It seems you have some tactics in you yet. With all due respect, sir, Ida spoke up again, still ashamed. Might I know the difference between myself and Kaminari? I need to know to improve myself further. The difference between you two? That is a good question, actually. He stretched his back, thinking it over. He aided his superior and followed his lead, instead of charging ahead. He tried to understand the scene. But most of all, he succeeded. Sometimes, the only way you can tell who had the better plan is to set them both loose and see what happened. God, he was hungry. He barely thought about what he was speaking, so he only hoped it wasn't complete garbage. Whatever plan works is the better plan. If you managed to pull yours off, it would have been fine. But you didn't, so it wasn't. That's how vigilantes think. Anyway, he dusted himself off again. And despite not being able to see his eyes, they could tell he was now staring him down. I'm not sure you could ever handle being a vigilante. The strong thrive and the weak die. Heroes get cushy jobs, don't have to risk as much. But without the risk, weakness is allowed. Most heroes survive their first year. The only vigilantes who survive 1 year of full work are the best of the best. The heroes were arriving now, slow as F though. It seemed they had finally finished most of the Nomus. Ronin adjusted his guns, shaking his head. Your teachers will have strong words for you. Your family too. But if you learn from this, you might actually improve a little. He was calm now, sitting down to let Native do most of the talking to the heroes. You can control your emotions, or your emotions control you. One gives you focus, the other gives power. They're not entirely disconnected. He closed his eyes, content to relax for a second as they went to grab Stain. And something screamed. Another Nomu. It came from deeper down the alley. Ronin's eyes came open as he had thoughts, a little too late, from reviewing his fighting style. The entire fight, I decapitated every Nomu to make sure they were dead, but I was the only one to jump on top of the Nomus. I thought Stain killed his, but what if he instead? The third Nomu didn't even stand up properly when the paralyzation wore off, charging straight at the heroes. They were in disarray, they were slow, they weren't prepared for the attack, but one person was. Stain slipped out of the jacket, grabbing a certain spear from a vigilante, and hopped atop the rushing Nomu, using his spear to actually defend the few hasty attacks that almost hit it. The Nomu jumped straight past everyone, leaping onto the buildings in the distance and hopping away. That motherfucker just stole my jacket and my spear. Kaminari was mostly uninjured except for the injuries he made himself. He was the happiest one in the jet, and he was excited. I didn't even use my quirk to beat Stain. I can't wait to tell everyone I beat Stain. Ronin leaned back with his weapons laid across his lap, held in place by his hands so they wouldn't slide off. While it might be good for public morale to know that the hero killer was beaten, I doubt either of us will get credit. That will probably be given to miscellaneous heroes in the area, who will never be named. Nezu nodded along. You'll be debriefed, Kaminari, while Mr. Ronin will just be sent home. He already seems to know what is going to happen. Hey, you have great muscles. Why wear that stupid coat when you could show these off? Midnight was poking his shoulder, which was quite sore from training with the spear he no longer had, that effing ASSHAT, and spoke with a smile. Just ditch the helmet and show some skin. Not like you have minimum clothing requirements. He couldn't tell if she was trying to flirt or get him to show off his identity, but he wasn't having it either way. No way in hell was he going to look like the rest of these idiots who wouldn't know a proper defense if they faceplanted into it. This mask was clearly the main thing stopping her from using her quirk and drugging him, and he still didn't trust her enough to take it off. If I recall, you're the reason they had to make those requirements. He stared out, trying not to scream as she kept touching his arms. Swinging those swords had hurt them more than he had thought, it seemed. Kaminari, what do you think of your first delve into heroism? As unfulfilling as you thought it'd be. It was way cooler. Kaminari smiled wide, thinking it over. I got to see your super moves and make my own. The way you slashed everything, then how fast you went. You have your own super moves. Hey, wanna show each other our secret techniques? How the F did this woman teach children? You should be well rested for tomorrow, Kaminari. He just kept on ignoring Midnight, hoping she'd wear herself out eventually. Your body should need a lot of sleep for all the moves you did today. Tomorrow we were going to go over more quirk usage, but I think I'll edit the schedule. Nezu nodded vigorously. Fantastic. If you need anything, please let us know. Like if you have a location you want to be dropped off at. Ronin stood up, putting on his weaponry, then unsheathing Yamato. Yeah, right here is fine. He slashed downward, falling through the bottom of the jet and extinguishing the first portal. He then flipped his sword to reverse grip, teleporting himself upside down to reverse his gravity and losing all falling momentum until he landed on a building, landing about as safely as he could get. Back in the jet, everyone stared at the spot Ronin fell through. Dude, Kaminari smiled as wide as he could, amazed. He's so cool. The teachers had to hold an impromptu meeting, calling everyone back to UA. This was a very important issue that they had to deal with right now. The league is getting more and more active. We need to do something about them soon, or else this could quickly spiral out of control. It was obvious, but they had no clear leads. I'm worried about the amount of Nomus this time. After all, that amount of Namus was crazy compared to last time. How many of these things can they make? President Mike voiced his concerns, and he didn't know how worrying they truly were. All for One had hundreds of years, and possibly millions of quirks. He always kept them reserved until now though. He was creating Namus left and right. However, not even Recovery Girl knew the full truth of All for One. Only Nezu and Toshinori did. It's insane. Is it a quirk that forces people to mutate? Ugh. That's creepy. Midnight shuddered, the closest of all, even if unknowingly. They went back and forth for a while before Watchdog spoke up. Should Ronin be allowed on campuses? This is a difficult time, and it could be rough on security. No one pointed out his accidental bark as Nezu thought it over. He barely spared a thought until now, but it did pull the vigilante into focus. They knew now his real threat level, at least part of it. They'd learn more when they got Native's report, but everyone who attended in person saw him obliterate 5 Nomus without even touching them. His physical abilities were insane too. Just from watching him practice, he seemed to be able to go for hours without stopping. His endurance was amazing, although that could just be up to his own talents. After all, he didn't drink either, and just using energy couldn't replace that. If anything, his ability to go without water would imply a lot of training, and it was just his natural endurance. Nezu blinked, a stray thought forming. Has anyone ever heard any reports of Ronin using his teleportation without his sword? Everyone shook their head, confused, but they soon returned to his thoughts. But Nezu had thoughts. He mumbled quietly, so no one could hear him. Ronin had air guns that rely on technology, but were strong enough to blow enhanced bodies apart. In addition, he only teleports with his sword. Like it's the sword that has it, and he never lets anyone look at his equipment, despite us offering to design it. The extreme martial arts, his incredible endurance, why he's putting off quirk training, and the only training he could offer was extremely basic. Why he's so confident that even Kaminari can learn his martial arts. Why he mostly used weapons to fight. He already admitted that he used technology to make his guns, and it made sense because it had nothing to do with his stated main quirk. Spinning air didn't just take energy. Plus, his jacket and bodysuit clearly weren't made of normal materials. It had a metallic shine, implying that it was some kind of bendable metal, like one from a quirk that could not be in any way, shape, or form an energy quirk. Since he had 3 pieces of equipment made to replicate or created from quirks, it could stand to reason his last trick, his sword, followed the rest. But the trick he'd shown with his hand, his gauntlets. He wore very complicated-looking boots and gauntlets. How much of his uniform was just highly advanced technology? Nezu stared into the sky as if he was finally meeting God as the puzzle began to click. Ronin's guns were made from advanced technology, so it was likely his jacket, bodysuit, and sword were as well, since otherwise there was a series of unrelated people helping him, going against Ronin's anti-help regiment. And if all his technology was providing what they thought was his quirk, they didn't know what his real quirk was. But he could guess. Body enhancement is the logical guess, but it wouldn't explain why he looks so normal in his endurance. Transformation and emitter take energy and has a set time limit, while he has no limit and no visible effect. And his body looks humanoid, meaning he most likely didn't have a mutation quirk either. Midnight poked the open-mouthed, glassy-eyed principal. Sir, do you have any opinions on? Are you alive, sir? And if he didn't have any of those quirks, with his amazing endurance, known track record of training like a maniac, shown results of improving quickly, advanced intelligence in gathering and using information, that meant he was. I think he's all fine, just in the middle of one of his tangents. Recovery girl got off her stool from checking his eyes with a light. You better go on without him. No telling when he wakes. Nezu stood from his chair, clutching his head in both hands, screaming at the top of his lungs, "Oh my God." Midoriya threw the mask off his face, screaming, "God damn it." His leg already hurt from effing up his landing. His jacket and over 100 of his needles were gone. And his prototype spear was effing stolen. Oh, and to top it all off, he was going to be late. He slumped down on top that random rooftop, giving his legs a rest while he rubbed the tiredness from his eyes. God effing damn it. He sat on that roof for a while, leaning against a radiator with a sore head, a sore throat, and a really sore leg, really taking a chance to wallow in how sorry he felt for himself before he rubbed his face, took a deep breath, and pushed off that radiator to get back on his feet before he switched outfit. Midoriya put his vigilante outfit into his duffel bag, or what was left of it. Last time he ever uses his sit to tie someone up. Should have just used some of Stain's own headbands since the mother fur had so many. Midoriya walked home, rubbing his leg, and got grabbed on his way home. Kid, didn't anyone tell you this place isn't a safe place to walk alone? Knife-like fingers were at his throat. 3 of them, and he didn't have anything. Usually, he hid his spear inside his backpack. But, money or your life, chump, he didn't even hesitate, taking the wallet out and throwing it into the air. Catch. The eyes went up and the grip loosened as his hand snaked forward, pushing the knife fingers to one side while he jumped forward, slamming the crown of his skull into the man's nose. The man attempted to move backward from the blow, but the man's leg snaked out, tripping him. He fell backward roughly, and received a stomp to the stomach, driving the air out of him. The next approached. His body glowed, but the backpack loop caught one of his arms and was used to flip him. The arm was pulled down, the leg on the same side was kicked out, and he went airborne. He flew into the air, crashing into the first man, knocking the air out of him again. The man approached the final one, who was shaking. Come. His voice was oddly confident, and he seemed oddly tall for someone so short. His presence crushed his surroundings. His eyes stared straight through the man, undeterred. The final mugger took his words, charging with a knife in hand. The man didn't even use a weapon to dispatch him. He arrived late and immediately told his mom his excuse of having landed on his leg wrong, and so he couldn't get back in time. Technically true, to boot. He didn't delay anything and said to straighten out what happened immediately instead of dancing around it, while not actually telling the whole truth. After making sure she understood what happened and calming down any worries, he got to bed. He barely remembered anything after landing. He was so tired and hungry. He barely did his stretches at first but got into more as it made his leg feel great. Then fell asleep meditating instead of his bed, sprawled out on the floor. He didn't even notice the gap in his memories, only remembering his dream. There were more figures now. The old one still stood center. His hair flowed in a wind Midoriya couldn't feel, and he stood so tall he was like a mountain. The wide stance, hands on hips, the ground around him littered with weapons. Spears and swords pierced the ground and rose as common as if they were grass. Hammers and axes cleaved into the ground. Armor and shield shattered in his presence. The man never looked back at the wreckage but kept on smiling confidently, staring forward. To his left, a beast in human form. Its posture was forward, hands flexed like talons. Its body slowly shifted with the heavy breathing, filling the air with a low snarl. Its only weapons were a massive club tied to its back, and the wrapped hands and feet. It didn't wear shoes, but a pair of baggy pants that ended above the ankles. Its face was covered by messy hair, its entire body trembling as it prepared to pounce on some unseen creature. To his right, a wiry man playing with knives. His hair was forced down at the front, then flared out at the back, uncontrollable. He wore a mask to hide his face as he tossed a knife over and over, the most kinetic of the three men. Knives adorned almost every inch of his three-piece suit. They were long and narrow at his belt, sticking out of the legs of his boots, thin where they held his hair, but they were everywhere. Not a single figure looked at him. It was completely quiet except for the snarl of the left, and the sound of the glove hitting the knife to his right. He didn't try to make sense of it, because it was only a dream. Dreams never made sense. Right now, he had something more important to do. Create a new spear and find out what weapon beat the spear. As he researched and meditated, he found not much actually. No one really gave a good response to what weapon would counter the spear. Some people said sword, but he just proved last night that those people were bullshit if the spearmen knew what they were doing. It seemed for a more common response having two things, such as having a second weapon or shield, helped by one deflecting the spear, and the other attacking the spearman. So he could either master fighting with two swords, get a shield, or learn a new weapon. He did have one that looked pretty good to him, a new weapon for his arsenal. A better spear. Midoriya decided it was time to make a weapon for the old man. He left school, picking up the request from the golf course. A book. It included wood made from kamui, so it was considered a body part and leather. The big man even included thread for him, although he'd have to make the paper himself. There were a few more pieces like metal for decoration, 2 gems, and instructions for a second item, a ring. All for one wanted the activation piece to be inside the ring, and not the book, since that might set the book on fire. Reasonable, although he wasn't sure why he was picking such weird items. Wasn't his problem. Learning how to make a book, though, was. And how to set a battery into something so small. He looked around the room. It was best to get these over with, then develop his own. No. The best order would be to start with the book, then to use his new spear to practice making as small wiring as possible, then finish with the ring. Midoriya made his way back to the club, looking up how to make paper first. He even specified how many pages he wanted, over 400. That meant over 200 sheets, folded in half to form the pages. He needed to learn to form the paper before he could even think much about the book. But he still needed a little thought. This book was to be massive, practically an entire set of dictionaries in one. 2 feet tall, 1.5 feet wide, and roughly half a foot thick. Regular paper would have been big enough. It'd practically be a weapon in its own right when it was finished. Midoriya began to work on the paper by working the wood. First, he had to remove the bark, a weird sensation of basically descanning kamui woods. Don't think about it. Just focus, and only focus on the work. He boiled the wood to soften it all up, then cut off the ski bark. Just bark, not like skin in any way, shape, or form. After that, he could start adding more chemicals to make the wood softer and softer until he could tear it apart. He tore it apart with hands and pliers, then boiled the result to soften it up even more. Then he took a blender from the cooking club, who didn't seem to ever actually cook, and used that and some water to pulverize the wood. He then would remove the water, then start pulverizing the wood pulp again, and again, and again, until it was finally fine enough for him. The pulp wasn't like sand, since it was a wet mess that was small clumps instead of individual grains. He spread the pulp out in portions, bleaching it then letting it sit for an hour while he made more pulp. When he finished letting it sit, he poured the bleach out, reblended it, then added more bleach. Slowly, through rep after rep, the wood became white. After all that paperwork, it was time to pack up. Midoriya got to practice with his new swords, working on and adjusting his two-sword stance until he was comfortable with where it ended up, then packed up the shop for tomorrow, shipping out with his weapons in tow. Your time has improved again, Kaminari. The test was simple, but it required a lot of concentration. Kaminari could now move across the room at a normal pace while generating lighting from his waist down. Nezu ate some nuts as he watched. Indeed, it's amazing how simple the exercise is, but how great the improvement is. This seems like something a beginner would do. Indeed, it's so easy it makes me wonder why Yue doesn't do it. Ronin spoke, staring down Nezu. He could feel the threat, not because Ronin thought anyone knew about his secret, but because he clearly didn't like that Yue wasn't teaching as effectively as possible. After all, Ronin was teaching basic quirk management in a safe environment, something Kaminari probably wouldn't have had growing up when the elementary schools taught basic quirk use. They were on a budget after all, and Kaminari's quirk could seriously damage electrical equipment. Alright Kaminari, time to up the difficulty. Ronin grabbed another Gatorade and tossed it to him. Take 5 and we'll get into it. Ronin wore the same thing as last time. The bodysuit outlined his body but hid the scars he was sure were underneath. Nezu had interviewed Kaminari and Ida for their versions of the event already. Ronin was constantly training himself, adjusting to his new sword. He seemed better with it than Nezu would have thought someone who just picked it up would be. Ronin most likely had a martial arts background, but the sheer variety of weapons he could use made it impossible to guess what he practiced originally. Alrighty, what's next? Kaminari bounced from foot to foot. Ronin hadn't once paired Kaminari's quirk with his current attacking style. And if it weren't for getting used to having it at his hip, probably wouldn't even have Kaminari wear his sword right now. Ronin took the empty Gatorade bottle, placing it on the floor, kicked it all the way across the room and back. You still aren't allowed to move if you're not generating electricity. Get going. Kaminari began his trek, immediately kicking it off to one side and being forced to chase it down. Nezu watched him go, then turned back to Ronin, who moved quickly to attack in quick succession. Even against a phantom opponent, his body weaved around, cutting the air with what seemed practice ease. It wasn't until he took a break that you could see the slight tremble in his muscles, sitting down and performing breathing exercises. You know, you're quite a physically strong person. Nezu started fishing again, trying to get even one bite out of Ronin. And you're good at teaching. We don't have a physical education teacher here. What would you think about taking away from their time with All Might? I think not. Ronin led with the students in mind instead of a personal problem. He's the #1 hero in Japan, and the students should get to learn from him. He should be an excellent teacher on heroism, with no equal given his position. He should be, but he wasn't. Just teach a class or something. Take the bait, be an assistant for a day. At least mention the fact that you're a vigilante and we're heroes. Besides, a vigilante has no right to teach heroes. Our codes are too different. You're out there trying to look good. I'm out there trying to save people. If they were more similar, you'd focus on teaching them how to properly use their quirks for combat instead of letting them come up with methods on their own, or spending time picking fancy names. Are you saying you shouldn't be teaching Kaminari? You're doing yes. I should not. Huh? You weren't around in the age of vigilantism, I can tell. When the strong and lucky lived, and the weak and unlucky were just another line of text on the 5 o'clock news. Ronin seemed to stare forever as he sat. Vigilantes don't teach each other. Each have their own methods and secrets, but most of the time, those secrets died with them. The tales and techniques of men and women trying to change the world for the better, lost to time. He took off his gun holster, placing both guns behind him. He worked to undo his gauntlets, his eyes still staring at something beyond. Those days are done though. Heroism isn't about changing the world. It's about changing your bank numbers. It might have been about doing good once, but I doubt a single student in your class actually became a hero because they wanted to help others. My outdated ideology will just slow down these new heroes. He removed his gauntlets, undoing the top of his bodysuit. Only now, this close, could he see the mess of scars in such fine detail. Chemical burns, regular burns, cuts, bullet wounds, and tears, all healed or healing, decorated his body. All I can teach Kaminari is how to fight, not how to save. You can't teach someone who doesn't want to learn. After all, I do not want my legacy to be the scars I inflicted, but the ones I prevented. I dream of the day, someday, when the world no longer needs me. Someday, I will be hunted down. Someday, I will be another line of text on the 5 o'clock news. He stretched, showing that the bodysuit hid muscles more than it showed them. No tattoos, just scars. Some of them looked old, but his analytical eye determined the body beneath the scars was young. Little body hair on what wasn't burnt, and possibly still growing. Doing the math, that meant Ronin started his collection of scars from a young age. It wasn't a pleasant thing to look at for Nezu. It wasn't great for most heroes to have this many injuries, but he hated to see children who had gone down the wrong path. If his math was true, it was obvious why Ronin had become a vigilante. When no hero would save him, he rose up and saved himself. The fact that he never seemed to kill, with his hypothetical background, was amazing. Ronin finished stretching, going back to working out. It was also showing that, true to the theory, his body showed no signs of a mutation quirk. If there were any signs, they were only on his head. And that would have been one of the easiest to identify him by. There was very little chance of getting him to remove his mask and show that. Nezu wasn't quite sure what to say. Most people didn't insult heroes so much to his face. But it seemed Ronin had more reasons to than most people. He sat back, watching Kaminari move back and forth across the room. No, wait, he kicked the bottle into a corner and was still on his first go. Have you considered getting a hero license? Ronin nearly lost his stance, snorting. Which one? The one that doesn't even last a year, requires my legal name, and would force me to start following your rules. Hero licenses came in 3 flavors, so to speak. The provisional, the national, and the international. Provisional was more like a driving permit than a driving license, for a metaphor. Still needed a hero with their national license at least, and only lasted 1 year. Ronin was acting like he already had one. And Nezu had no doubt he could pass the test, but it was a bunch of rules that'd chain him down. You're quite a hard customer to please. Then don't consider me a customer. Your life will be easier for it. Nezu looked over the vigilante with one eye, and the boy with the other. Ronin was a great hero, there could be no doubt. He didn't have the legal title, and perhaps that's what made his heroism so pronounced. The people didn't even know of the vigilante who he'd seen go for a patrol every night, who'd take on armed men and brave the world on his own, but he still went out. But beyond that, there was a boy he believed to be in high school, as young as the one he taught, who'd suffered hell for a condition the world labeled him with. His body was a testament to both the heroism he was capable of and the trials he survived. For someone who tried to help children for a living, it tore him apart. He wanted to offer his help to the one everyone else was suspicious of, because he still remembered days from long ago. Days in a cold laboratory, where no hero rescued him, but a vigilante, his arm blown clean off and laughing as he took on hundreds of men at once. That vigilante had saved his life, but to the rest of the world, he was just another name on the 5 o'clock news. Then you're quite a hard friend to please. Nezu kept on smiling, and Ronin didn't refute it. You wouldn't be interested in joining UA. You wouldn't want to become a professional hero. You already expect to die from your job. If you want to do something for me, Ronin said between slashes, teach this generation the risks of heroism. Let them know that we're all going to die the same way, but they get a better funeral. Somebody seemed hooked on keeping this as depressing as possible, which was impressive with how cheery his apprentice was. Hey guys, did you see? I finally did it. I'm coming back now, I'll sit. Kaminari went off in a new direction while Ronin weaved the blades around. Just move on, Nezu. I'm just another passing fad. You're only interested in me because I rely on martial arts anyway. You speak so confidently for someone so wrong. It was refreshing to see someone who didn't hide his contempt, who didn't try to keep up. The honesty was like a breath of fresh air, even if the words made the air cold. He drank his tea again, then looked at Kaminari. He looks up to you, you know. He's not even aware you're a vigilante. He's what? Don't worry, I'll sort that out. Hey Kaminari, he bounced the teacup off Ronin's head. I wasn't finished. You're doing great, Kaminari. How long ago had he just seen Kaminari as the dumbest student in 1A? He always knew Kaminari could be a hero, but he didn't think the young man ever be capable of such feats of mobility, or able to remember so much. Kaminari could remember almost anything Ronin ever said to him, possibly because Ronin bent his teaching style to Kaminari's style. It was a little obvious he didn't use repetition so much when he practiced for himself. You are very different from the heroes of today, a completely different species. Instead of a breed even. Could you hand me that teacup? Ah, thank you. Nezu refilled his cup, then watched Kaminari dash quickly while maintaining his quirk. Such quick movements he would have thought beyond the young man just a week ago. You changed his life entirely. If you could even teach just 10 students, you might replace the entire top 10 heroes in Japan. You underestimate All Might. He spoke this time with confidence, his head bobbing a moment down and to the left, seemingly unaware of the hero's quickly fading time, and the other students in your school. But most of all, you underestimate Kaminari. His confidence doubled in his words at the boy's name. I only showed him a stupid move from an anime. He turned that stupid move, though, into a real attack. I taught nothing. What you see is the result of his work. Exactly. But with your guidance, he could use it. Nezu leaned forward, smiling with a wide grin. You showed me his real potential. You showed him. You didn't just teach him how to do some stupid move from an anime. Wait, what? You showed him that he was capable of so much greater ways he could use his quirk. The room he still had to grow. You might not want to be a professional hero, but you could be the greatest hero course teacher in the world. Ronin stopped again, having been doing a single chain of attacks the entire time. He worked his shoulders, but Nezu could tell he was listening. You're fishing for something. What? He was getting more obvious with age. He was sure of it. Oh well, I want you. Your teaching methods, your weapons, your possible quirk. He wiggled his eyebrows at that, but no reaction. You show people their full potential. I want to see yours. Want all you want, but... He paused, showing a slight twitch. Statistically, he was thinking about something by how his head moved to the left and down. When thinking, left and down generally was recalling sights and sounds, so a moment in time. This was a memory of something he experienced. A hero, one of the only ones I respect, told me that it was fine to dream but I had to be realistic. So do you. Something deeper was going on, and he didn't know what. And Nezu hated not knowing things. He could, with enough context, work something out. He had done the same motion when he talked about All Might. Exactly, the angle was precisely the same. Nezu's memory was sharper than Ronin's katanas, and he could never forget something he saw so recently. That would mean All Might told Ronin, probably civilian Ronin, that it was fine to dream, but he needed to be realistic. It seems to be a bad memory for him, so it wasn't anything good. He'd need to get with All Might to discuss further information. He knew coming to supervise this was worth the time, and every second was gold. This was more information than he'd gotten when scouring records over and over. He'd be checking in quickly with his teachers, mostly All Might, to see if they could help him get all the information about this vigilante anomaly. Also, if you're changing your ways, could you change the temperature in here? I'm already sweltering, and I think Kaminari is baking. Ronin brought him back into the real world, pointing a sword at the nearly naked Kaminari. Shirt, shoes, and socks had all been ditched. His pants were rolled up to his thighs, and he was still sweating buckets. Don't worry guys, almost there. Give me a second. Nezu nodded, pulling out his phone and changing it. He was the one who raised it after all, in an attempt to get the bodysuit off. If Ronin didn't want to remove his helmet to drink water, he'd have to cool down somehow, and he had chosen to remove his upper layer. Ronin still wasn't letting him get to his equipment, though, so he couldn't test out that theory about all electronic equipment. Did you want to eat a meal here? I can have lunch rush make some extra for tomorrow. Ronin thought it over, then nodded. Pork chops would be lovely if you could. Nezu smiled and nodded along. Guys, I did it. Kaminari threw his arms up in victory and took a Gatorade to the forehead. Congrats, Kaminari. You're doing excellent work. Kaminari picked the cool drink up, pressing it to his head for a minute before drinking. Your coordination is coming along nicely, and your concentration has improved by leaps and bounds. Nezu didn't listen to everything Ronin said, but more watching the overall experience. The compliments, the slight adjustments, the energy he imparted into his protege. Ronin clearly adjusted his style depending on what he was doing, in fighting and in teaching. The mostly negative tone, the dark memories, all the things he spoke of with Nezu was gone. Kaminari looked ecstatic at his mentor's words, nodding along. Ronin gave him a slap on the back and sent him back on his way. Nezu smiled, then bade the superb hero and the young man in training farewell. Midoriya was pretty sure it got to 90 degrees in that room. Might have something to do with Kaminari using lightning the whole time. Might have something to do with Nezu there. That guy was really pushy, but he couldn't work at UA. Legally, he was too young. Would be kind of funny though. Midoriya at least got his own dinner, finally. He walked with his favorite costume onto the bar, smiling as he greeted the men older than him as young men. They even thanked him for it. He was mostly alone as he sat down on the bar side. Maruko had been sent to Hosu for cleanup duty, according to the Hero News. Long day, Mr. Ken. The bartender made sure he'd never forget the name he chose, at least. Long week. Took an apprentice, and I seem to have forgotten how much work it takes. He laughed, mixing a bit of the truth in. Actually, that was all true. He really had forgotten how much work it took starting out. The sore muscles, the self-reflection, the effort, the exhaustion. Even as he taught it, he relieved it. He rubbed his shoulder at the thought. I even lost something important, but I think I should stop rambling, for the sake of your ears and my stomach. He put on a big smile, then checked the menu like he didn't know what he was going to order. The girl was looking for you. Sazu, the bartender, nodded to the empty seat to his right. Told me to give her a call next time you showed up. Thought I should give you a heads up in case, anything comes of it. He shook his head at that coy smile. At my age, you must be quite the romantic. For the flattery, I'll do something expensive today. Steak and ribs, medium rare, fries, and soup. He hadn't eaten lunch, and he was still starving from his lack of dinner last night. A light breakfast and snacks kept him going all day. He was clearly quite hungry. Besides, it's pointless to call her. She's in Hosu, right? Damn, old man, was in the area. Fancy seeing you here. Midoriya blinked, immediately checking his phone to make sure his info was good. Yep, she was supposed to be there all day. Was this an ambush? Had they set him up? Nezu poking him with questions and not giving him a chance to eat 2 days in a row so he'd be extremely weak. He couldn't fight right now. Many a question raced through his head, but foremost of all, what was Maruko doing here? Maruko might have been stalking out a dude twice her age, and trying to stay in Musutafu as much as possible. Anytime she could, she stayed within 10 minutes of the place, and with her speed, 10 minutes for most people was about 6 hops across the rooftops. So she might have arrived a second after him and plastered herself listening to him and the bartender talk. So she might be a little satisfied to know he did take apprentices. So she might have some burning questions about that important thing. So what? Didn't mean sit. Then he started mentioning where she'd been all day, and she decided it was the perfect time to walk in. Old man, was in the area. Fancy seeing you here. She sat down right next to him, only realizing a second after she turned to look at him that she grabbed the wrong chair. She screamed internally, putting on a brave face and a big smile. Sorry, but you're done with your menu, right? I meant just take that. She pretended it's what she meant to do, going to her usual seat and reading over the menu. She leaned back, reading it over while sneaking glances at him. He looked tired. Yeah, pretty tired. He kept rubbing his shoulders, making small talk with bartender guy. Couldn't remember his name. I'll take. She'd already eaten since it was late, but she couldn't miss this. Beer. You can pick kind. Oh, but a salad would be nice too. Salad and a beer. Bartender guy nodded and poured her a pint while the mysterious old man rubbed his forearms. He really did have scars everywhere. Kind of badass. A little bit. Maybe. A lot. He wore most of his usual outfit, but the gloves were missing. Hey old man, where are your glove things? Nailed it. Yes. I had to wear them most of the day and decided to take them off before coming. Thank you. Ken took his soup while Maruko tried to figure out why she could remember his name, but not the bartender she'd met 3 more times than she met Ken. You doing martial arts? Thought you said you didn't. She teased him, but he shook his head. No, I have a student, against my better judgment. It appears I'm a little overconfident in my skills, thinking I can teach someone. He laughed and continued drinking, consuming his soup. She smiled, knowing that he did take students, not that she'd be a student, mind you. Just getting a few tips to beat that Ronin mother fur. She wasn't doing this in any personal interest. You teach a class. Mind if I drop by? She took a swig of beer before looking at him, smiling wildly. No, I just teach small private lessons one-on-one. We don't really have a classroom you could drop by to. Private 1-1-1. That meant if she did one, she could spar with Ken herself and see how good he really was. So I can sign up and beat the shit out of you. Sounds fun. She laughed at the thought, but so did Ken. I can only take one student at a time, and I'm afraid this might be my last. Besides, you want to be so proud of beating up someone my age. Quite rude. He was smirking, so he wasn't being entirely serious. Still, low blow. Come on, just a few rounds. A few tips. Give me something to work with, Ken. Her salad came, and she started munching on it with a frown. How old was Ken again? She couldn't remember if he mentioned it, but he looked. Well, good for his age was an overstatement with all his scars. He looked like he was living well for his age. I'm afraid most of my free time is taken between my work and my current student. He was still working, so that meant he was under 60 if he only worked one job, right? You needed to work 40 years to retire, but what if he had been going for the maximum? That just meant he was under 70. I need to work in the mornings. I assume you don't want to pay for lessons. Oh yeah, he probably could take a few hours off if it was for his old dojo or whatever. He definitely felt like he worked at a dojo, so if she paid for lessons, she could steal him from his standard work. She even had a lot of money saved up since she hadn't broken anything important while working on a job in a while. I can pay. I'm not some cheap beach. Who do you think I am? Alrighto. Very nice as usual, Sazu. You're outdoing yourself. He took a large plate, adjusting his napkin and slowly tucking into it. I'm afraid I can only accept cash on such short notice. Would next week be good? How many hours do you want to put in? He took out his notebook with one hand and took another bite with the other. Why was he so fun to look at? I don't know. This is my first time. You got a beginner course. The weekend then. Saturday all day. Do you have somewhere you'd like to meet up? I'm afraid I don't have my own place to train anymore. He used that I'm afraid phrase a lot. I think I know a place. But let's meet at the park in case that doesn't work. The 1-2 blocks. What direction was it? She was rambling. She just needed to focus. He laughed again, calming her down. I understand. I'll be there at 9 a.m. I look forward to trying to teach you, but I'm not certain how much I'll be able to teach a professional hero as skilled as yourself, Ms. Yuzujiyama. Another bite and another smile. How'd he make it look so easy? He was doing that smile thing almost every time. Wait, she was doing it too. How was she doing it? She drank again, trying to figure out how she was doing it. This smile felt different. It wasn't unpleasant, but she didn't get it. Ken ate quickly, seeming as professional as ever, giving him a good look. It was hard to tell what his quirk was at a glance. Maybe it didn't have to do with fighting, and that's why he learned martial arts. She spoke with him briefly, and getting her first lesson for only 1,000 yen. Well, that was what he said she needed to pay, but that was pretty insultingly low. Most places gave free first lessons, but she was dragging Ken out of retirement. The least she could do was a little compensation. After giving up debating it on the spot, their conversation became more relaxed. He left first, leaving her to nurse her 5th round. She waved goodbye to him, smiling wide. It was nice being around the old man. He was a great listener, pretty badass looking, and didn't weigh her down with useless stuff. A thought crossed her head and made her open her eyes fully. She blinked a couple of times as she thought it over. He was, like, 60 or something. She just turned 26. A reverse cougar. She immediately slammed her head into the counter, nearly cracking it and getting up, laughing hysterically at the absurd thought, before throwing half her money at the counter and making a break for the exit. Midoriya shifted thin parchments together, checking how well this batch had solidified. He sorted them, some to be torn to pieces and recreated, others for sewing into packets, then into the coverless book. He'd finish at the end of the week, most likely. He checked his many projects, nodding over each as they progressed, and stopped at the one he didn't start. A gray beanie rested on the table, along with a note. It was finished, unlike how he left it. How long ago had he worked on it? Not even a week. He picked up the note, reading it over, a small smile crossing his face. He looked at the hat, then put it on. A little big, but so was his hair. He adjusted it a few times, then reread the note before closing it. A gift like this had to be reciprocated. Midoriya mumbled for a minute or two, thinking it over, before checking the time. Yeah, he had time. Today we're going over kendo, since you want swordplay so much. Ronin held up a bag with some sticks hanging out. Ditch the jacket and get hydrated. We'll be only doing the basics today. Alrighty. Hey master, I got another question. Ronin removed his coat, slipping into the kendo set. He had asked for a few tips when he borrowed the pieces. Ronin nodded to the boy as he adjusted the cloth mask, making sure everything was in place. Why aren't we covering quirk use more, like testing my limits? Todoroki, the best guy in Wano, can make these huge ice walls. Do you remember him? You fought him on the bridge. Of course I do. Ronin shook his head, chuckling. Is Todoroki the best guy in class because he makes these huge ice walls? Kaminari thought it over and stopped chugging Gatorade for a second. I think so. His only competition is Bakugo, but that guy has no chill, you know. Bakugo, not the other recommended student. Kaminari shook his head, and he continued. Is he the best because of his power then? They were getting to the sensei-esque wisdom. He could feel it. I think so, yeah. That's how you get into the top 10 heroes, after all. Nezu leaned forward, ecstatic. Come on, give me another good one. For some reason, Ronin was really good at making speeches. Not a clue if he just had them all prepared or was a natural speaker. But he always seemed to have one in the bag just in case. He'd asked him about becoming a teacher and instead got rocked by a speech about the life and death of a vigilante. Kaminari, do you know how a gun works? Nezu and Kaminari blinked, but Ronin picked up his sword, tapping the bullet-powered sheath. Don't worry, I'll explain. To start with, we're gonna talk about the life and times of a bullet. Ronin removed the clip from his sword, then flicked out a single bullet, tossing it to Kaminari, who managed to catch it this time with only 2 fumbles. Ronin pulled out another, holding it between forefinger and thumb. You might not know how bullets work. Most Japanese citizens don't. Maybe we could get Snipe here for a speech on it, but I've got bigger fish to fry. Inside this little bullet is a propellant and explosive, but just a tiny amount. The gun's job is to trigger the explosion and focus it so the bullet flies out in a certain direction. Ronin added hand motions to better explain to the pupil, then switched to action movie terms so he could better understand it. You know how when the car explodes, little bits go everywhere. The gun is aiming those little bits to hit a certain target. Kaminari nodded, and Ronin continued with the explanation. The explosion itself is really small, actually. The best it can do is maybe hurt your finger. But when it's focused by the gun, it can. Well, why talk? Ronin picked a gun off the table, put the bullet into the clip, and pointed it at the dummy. Bang! The gun turns a little power into something much more dangerous. If the explosion was bigger, do you know what happened though? He actively kept Kaminari involved in the discussion, forcing his student to think. The bullet would go further. No, wait. This is supposed to be a problem. So, Kaminari managed to figure out through context that what would happen wouldn't be good, at least. The gun would explode. It'd take quite a big explosion to do that. But yes, I suppose that would be bad. Ronin laughed. The explosion would blow up the gun, but the bullet wouldn't get as far. Sometimes, less power is more destructive. And my job is to turn that less. Ronin reloaded his holster, then performed Kaminari's signature attack from an anime over 200 years old. Bang F Shing. The sword cleaved the entire dummy in 2 in a single stroke, much more destructive than the single bullet which hit the dummy's center mass. Both attacks hit the same spot, but Ronin's tore through metal like cardboard, and unlike the last time he did this, his sword was fine. Into more. If you hone the minor details of your electricity, you can make these cheap shots look like golf swings. Kaminari was clearly inspired by the physical demonstration. Through repetition, dramatic speeches, and action, Ronin appealed to Kaminari's tastes and taught him lessons. You don't need to make huge bursts of lightning. A bomb can only do one thing, Kaminari, and I'll make you a sword. Bombs only destroy. Swords can dance, defend, attack, and so much more. Do you understand? Instead of only doing big attack things, like a bomb, Kaminari rephrased it, showing that he understood the message. Ronin wouldn't chastise him if he got it wrong, encouraging him to explore around. You want me to get really good at using my power in small amounts so I can help more people and last longer. Ronin clapped him on the back. Superb, Kaminari. I didn't even mention the longer endurance. You figured that out yourself, Kaminari. Excellent thinking. Kaminari's face lit up at the praise. Nezu wondered when was the last time someone genuinely complimented Kaminari's thinking. Made him feel a little guilty. The two began to spar well. That was a strong word. Kaminari put the helmet on backward and freaked out while Ronin walked him through it, calm as ever. It felt a little odd for Nezu, sitting on his side of the screen. It was Wednesday, and he had a small meeting to attend. Nezu looked through the mess that Aizawa had created. Hundreds of reports, all to find Ronin's real identity. You do know you should have had the police do this, right? You can take off if you need to. This is a personal matter. No, it's beyond personal. Aizawa had the focus of a man staring death in the face and looked straight past. Is this because he's teaching Kaminari better than you did? Probably. He's pissing me off more than those brats. At least he was honest. You could learn from his style, ask him for advice, and improve. All Might should be more worried than me about his teaching style. I'm annoyed that Kaminari can actually remember anything he talks about but can barely remember a paper I gave him 10 minutes ago. Nezu shifted through the papers, pinning down his suspected time frame. Anything after Ronin's curfew was removed. Anything from when he was in school was removed. Then he focused on when the noise complaints started, and the first incident of a seemingly no-quirk attacker. If his theory was right, and the reports were true, Ronin didn't always have his teleporting sword. He probably wouldn't at his first outing. What am I worried about? Toshinori walked up, coffee in hand. Nezu finished sorting through the incidents and dismissed Aizawa, assuring him he'd be at least the 5th person to know when he found out. Ronin teaching Kaminari, but more on that another time. He waved goodbye to Aizawa, then refocused on the number 1 hero. You're not in trouble, All Might. Sit. Toshinori was definitely figuring out something was off, slowly sitting down. Nezu poured him some tea, smiling all the way. He couldn't figure out what until Nezu kept on trucking. All smiles the whole way. Suo, have you been telling people that it's okay to dream, but they need to be realistic? Nezu hammered home on the first hit, and Toshinori's reaction gave away everything. The small fidgeting, unable to make eye contact and looking to the left and down, reflecting on a memory. He had him, which was good, because this was his only lead on the whole it's okay to dream, but yada yada thing. And if it wasn't All Might, he didn't have a clue who it really was. You met, him. Met Ronin. He obviously did. But maybe All Might was talking about Ronin's alter ego, or Ronin himself. I tried to meet with him and apologize, but I couldn't find him. He wasn't on the route Bakugo told me he'd be. What Bakugo? Did Ronin know Bakugo? How were they connected? I don't seem to know everything that's going on. We'll start at the beginning now, Toshinori. He might have been smiling as he was leaning forward, but it was a dangerous smile. He pulled out a pen and paper. Go ahead, start when ready. After I passed by a window on my way down, I noticed that the bottles I stored the villain in were missing. Who rolled up? You, firstly, landed on a random building in the middle of town. Then, showed him your weakened form. Next, you told him he could never be a hero. And as a grand conclusion to all of that, you left him on top of the building. Were you trying to see how many of his dreams you could break in one afternoon? Nezu rubbed his head. You know he might have jumped right. You barely even remember this kid's name, but he might have dived off the building for God's sake. No, he didn't. I went to where the slime villain was, and he went there too. He fought the slime villain with just a trash can and was starting to pull out Bakugo when the villain almost killed him, and I stepped in. He didn't bother to console the child that much, it seemed. The problem was that he might have killed himself. Not that All Might wouldn't have known if he killed himself. But I was overwhelmed after the fight by the reporters. Don't worry, the other heroes on the scene took care of the boys. Just ask Bakugo. This villain attack. God, how long ago was that? Over a year ago. Entire months before they were looking for him. That was ages ago. It put Ronin's real age as the same as Bakugo. Did they know each other? Oh, Bakugo and Midoriya went to the same school at least. Finally, a name. Midoriya. Yeah, that name didn't mean anything to him. More research for later. Their uniforms were the same, and Bakugo knew where Midoriya lived. From what he saw of their personalities, they wouldn't get along very well. Even his lecture this afternoon differed from Bakugo's ideas of power, it seemed. He wasn't sure anymore though. Maybe he'd have to give each of his students a closer inspection. I considered giving him one for all, but I couldn't find him. The boy never came home. So either the boy, Midoriya, was Ronin or knew Ronin in some way. It seemed the beginning of the story stuck with him more than the ending. Perhaps Midoriya became Ronin, but perhaps he died shortly after passing the story on, creating Ronin as a sort of vengeance for the people who wronged Midoriya. Either way, it seemed that boy was the inciting incident. He could narrow it down further, but from experience, he knew something that most people wouldn't pair them together by, funnily enough. It was one of his own largest traits, and a distinctive trait of Ronin too that most people wouldn't notice. Midoriya was rather short at the time, yes. Toshinori nodded. You would have thought he was a first year in middle school with how small he was. Not a third year. That put him in the age gap he wanted. Just started his third year and beaten down. Midoriya became the vigilante Ronin. Or one of his friends did. It leaned towards Midoriya, but the reports would tell him more. He'd get them tomorrow. I'd say you're not in trouble, but that's a lie. You should have told someone about this, shouldn't have left him on the rooftop, and should have re-examined your priorities. Keep this in mind going forward. He is fine, isn't he? Nezu had to cock his head at the thought. Perhaps. I never heard of any dream crushing never any dream crushing in detail. Just a boy who was let down by his favorite hero. Toshinori flinched at that. Keep in mind we don't just protect people's bodies, but their dreams too. Yes, sir. Toshinori bowed, then left, leaving the mammal to his thoughts. He drummed his fingers together for a moment, then began typing the requests for the documents he'd need to pile everything together and crack this mystery once and for all. Marvelous boy, marvelous. Ronin and Kaminari held the sticks in one hand, with Kaminari's legs emitting sparks as they danced. Such fluidity. You have improved by leaps and bounds. Yesterday, he left Kaminari with kendo gear from UA, supplied by his least favorite principal in the world. Now, after training for most of the day, Kaminari could attack and move while emitting electricity without stopping. Mostly, a few hiccups here or there, but he was doing quite well overall. Thank you, sir. Kaminari's sword flicked forward, taking advantage of the gap Ronin left and bonking him on the shoulder. He was smiling, enjoying himself. Good, good. You really have merged the previous skills quite well. Kaminari probably practiced moving while generating electricity in his free time. Now, it's time for the overly complicated bits. Are you ready? A bit more practice, please. A student who wasn't afraid to voice their complaints learned better. Ronin nodded, then switched arms. He usually used his right, taking a fencing stance, but now he used violence as roof guard. Then let's see how you handle this. Ronin stepped forward, forcing Kaminari to adjust to the new crushing force. This really was excellent. This really was terrible. Nezu stepped backward, forcing himself to stop looking at this. How many cover-ups could a kid handle? Whether or not Midoriya was Ronin was, for the time, irrelevant. More important was the child from the school reports that had been covered, and the fact there were probably many, many more. Hospital records of burns, reports of bruises, isolation, verbal harassment. The fact that Midoriya wasn't the next all-for-one was a miracle. He looked at the one listed. A burn in the distinctive shape of a handprint was reported on the back of his neck as if someone held him down while emitting high temperatures. It wasn't even the injury he was there for and seemed to have never been reported, but discovered by accident while checking something else. He might have a grudge against people, but it felt like Midoriya was one of his people with all the injuries the boy procured, and those were just physical. His eyes shifted down to the camera feed from the slime villain incident and got to watch the last of the boy's spirit and trust shatter in low definition. He hesitantly clicked play and watched, his usual smile plastered on, but looking as fake Monopoly money. He couldn't hear everything, but he could hear the heroes and follow Midoriya's gaze. From the fight, he rushed forward when Bakugo looked at the crowd. Not a moment's hesitation, just like All Might mentioned this morning. He danced around the villain, using his environment to attack. But it was obviously his first fight. The school records told him that, but he could see the mistakes that today's Ronin would never make. But shining through the mistakes and dirt, the shining core that would be remolded into Ronin. The first footwork, the relentless effort, throwing himself in the way of others. The final moment against the sludge villain had Midoriya position himself. He wasn't trying to avoid the hit. He was entirely focused on getting Bakugo out. At first, Nezu thought he wasn't aware of the villain, but a few calculations showed that the attack, while most likely killing Midoriya, would knock Bakugo out of the villain. After such a display, would he be paraded? Only if you spelled paraded B-E-R-A-T-E-D. You die here, all our reputations go on the line. If you don't care about yourself, at least look out for others. Death arms. To use a more modern and hip phrase, what the F were you saying? Midoriya's head snapped up from his rest, looking at him. He then began to gather his things off the ground, scattered by his own attack. Sheesh, all this sit on my first day. The press isn't going to be good. You could see him twitch, glaring at Mount Lady now. The heroes he once admired. The innocent admiration of the boy described by All Might, all of it was now dead. Though the eyes couldn't be focused on, he could see the exact moment the straw broke the camel's back by following the boy's eyes. The people were further away from the camera he chose to listen through, but if he listened closely, he could make it out. You were pretty brave, kid. I'd love to take you as a psychic someday. Midoriya, who had looked broken before that, had reformed, seeing that half of him showed him the side when he first met Ronin, an animal in human skin. It made sense, in a way. He did all of the work, and Nezu was a smart boy. He could figure out who started those fires. While Midoriya had bent down to pick up his things, Ronin rose, shouldering the bag. He left, muttering words that he couldn't quite make out. He danced through the people on his way out, passing directly by the camera. You gonna look on disapprovingly and wait for some kid to do most of the work, then have All Might step in at the last second to clear up your mess. Nezu then watched the child saunter on past. His shoes weren't the ones from his memory, but the pants were. He could see the yellow backpack as well. Following the next part became a paper trail. It was kind of funny. Technically, nothing he had done was a crime. He never illegally used his quirk, he physically couldn't. The cases he tracked down to being likely Izuku Midoriya, age 14 at the time, were either probably self-defense or definitely self-defense. It was so hilariously consistent he wondered if it was intentional. Ronin was known for a while to always let his opponent give the first attack, but that could be seen as intentional goading. From a legal perspective, though, it put him in a position of self-defense. The major crime they might put to his name is breaking and entering. But most people couldn't prove that he was the one who was doing it. Midoriya seemed a bright kid by his grades and the fact that he had any in the tiny school he was currently. He investigated around, and all his teachers gave high remarks for the quiet boy who never fought. He had, however, taken the week off from school. He worked ahead apparently and was already finished with the menial assignments, and didn't have any actual work until the test started. He was the head of a club, focused on crafting with 3 clubmates, all of which weren't real people. Deku, Kaken, who made these names. He'd investigate his current life more later, but he wasn't sure he was in the right mindset to keep reading it get worse and worse. Kaminari just kept getting better and better. He had the right mindset to move right now, even if only for a moment. Did you see me? I did it. He threw the stick into the air, laughing before it bounced off his dome. Kaminari had done his first successful dash with electricity running through his legs. The electricity tricked his muscles into tensing and relaxing faster than they normally should have, allowing him to dash with an incredible speed. For a few steps. Kaminari's first dash had lasted a whopping half a step, when he accidentally shot one of his legs up so quickly he fell over. It was still a success, at least. Ronin laughed with Kaminari. Excellent, Kaminari, but you're not done yet, I'm afraid. He helped the boy off the ground, even if the boy was larger than him. Kaminari smiled, then noticed something. I didn't know you were shorter than me. That's what happens when you start holding your head up, Kaminari. Ronin gave him a pat on the back, chuckling, then moving out of the way. You can do this. 12 reps, 100 reps, 1,000 reps, even if it takes 1,000,000 reps, you can do this. Kaminari nodded, then tried to get back into the former mindset, dashing around as he tried to do it again. Ronin packed up the things he brought, checking the clock. We've only got 20 more minutes, so wrap up in 5, then review. He mumbled to himself, unaware of Nezu and Midnight's arrival. Leaning down, you could see a strange burn on the back of his neck. Alone, it just looked like a strange round spot. If you know what it was, though, you could see the beginning of the handprint. Even as he spoke, Ronin himself didn't start to stop, but adjusted his tank top and got back into swinging his swords. There seemed to a syncopated rhythm to it, but not to each other. The swords would attack at predetermined intervals to themselves, like half a second between one and 3/4 a second between the other. This made it seem random, but each arm independently had a tempo they never broke. Midnight was looking pretty interested at him, and Nezu thought he could let her know later, if ever. This should have been something he'd tell everyone. But some things were better left unspoken, like All Might's form. Wait, didn't that mean Ronin knew about that? And he never brought it up. The cheeky bastard. He still pretended that All Might was in his prime while he knew he wasn't. Nezu laughed to himself, but only Midnight paid attention to him. Kaminari dashed around, then flipped head over heels and crashed into the padding. Ronin began to speed up, creating a wall of steel while his arms pumped. Each strike wasn't heavy on its own, but it required a lot of strength to move the blades that fast. Each swing could be lethal if Ronin wanted it to. Oh, hey, what are you guys doing here? Kaminari waved hello from the floor, laughing. Ronin didn't even break pace. Hello, I just wanted to stop by again. Tomorrow is your last day together, after all. Ronin nodded again, turning the head movement into overhead slashes and continuing. He'd been slashing for 15 seconds without stopping, swinging around 2 heavy chunks of metal like feathers. How long did it take to learn that? He had never considered until now. Do you have anything special planned for the finale? Nezu tried to get closer, but he was stuck to Midnight, who seemed to naturally repel him. It made sense. If he was a hero who wasn't about reputation or followers, he might not like being around heroes who did, and Midnight had quite the fanbase. Every lesson is important, from the first to the last. In an instant, he went from slashing to sheathing, then facing Kaminari. 7 successful activations. Kaminari. Excellent. We're done, so get over here. They began talking back over what they learned that day, with Kaminari leading the discussion to prove that he remembered it. Ronin mostly sat back and nodded, offering occasional additional words when prompted. Ronin finished packing up and prepared to leave, wishing Kaminari goodbye and still ignoring everyone else. Hey, Master Ronin dude, sir. Ronin stopped, not looking back, but stopping. It was good enough for Kaminari. Is tomorrow the last time we'll train? The hell are you talking about? Ronin still didn't look back but shook his head. Can you only train while I'm here? Will you stop training when I'm gone? Do you think I'm gonna die the second I leave tomorrow's training? There's a reason it's not called our final training session, Kaminari. Ronin waved goodbye without looking, walking out of the room like he owned the place. He's so cool, Nezu said with eyes sparkling. Midoriya shipped out early to put everything together. It was a lot of work, and he needed to work quickly. First up was All for One's book. Midoriya sewed the papers into packets, then stacked them all up, sewed the packets to pieces of rope to create the pages for the book, finishing by gluing the papers and ropes together. The rope served as a basis, putting the weight off all the paper, making it less terrible. Next, he applied the covers, thin sheets of fabric, then 2 sheets of plywood formed from the pulp and glue, with the rope spread and frayed before being glued between the fabric and plywood, cementing the bond. All this ended with more glue, then leather, then stitching, finally metal brackets to hold the entire piece together. He checked the details, although they were unnecessary. Embedded in the book was a black diamond-shaped gem that he had to inlay himself. Not too shabby, if he said so himself. The pages retained a little of that brown color for style. It weighed a ton and was pretty solid. Glue wasn't good for long-term most of the time, but books weren't usually meant to have a lot of wear and tear. Treated right, this book could last quite a while, if he did it right. He based it on YouTubers and not actual professional bookmakers, so who knew? He was going to do the ring later, but he figured out he could just use a small buzzer ring he found for 100 yen in a new body. He finished it up now. The gem could be turned to adjust the voltage and was on a tiny switch. Pushing the gem forward would turn the ring on, pulling it back turned it off. Plus, you could remove the gem to switch the tiny battery he found. Midoriya had to deal with the hardest part of the whole project though, the tiny gem. All for One wanted an adjustable ring. Fine, it could be done, just a little annoying. Wanted a tiny battery. It was an experiment for him too, why not? But putting that stupid little gem into the contraption he made. It was so annoying. After an hour of attempts, the ring had a gem in it, could create the electric current, and looked good. Only was way too hard. Midoriya quickly put the finishing touches on his gift to Aiko for the hat, nodding to himself before setting out, keeping the ring in a box so nothing could damage it, pain in the ass that it was, along with his final contraption. Midoriya showed up in a gray beanie. No mask, no apparent sword, just the package and some sticks, all in a cheap disguise. I brought the book and the ring, but I'm going to need a loan on those quirks. I want 3. His eyes were strong, his voice steady. Midoriya was calm and relaxed, handing Kurogiri the box. Kurogiri checked it before passing it off to his master. It seems to be missing about half the requested pages. Midoriya tilted his head. 400, right. There should be 400 pages in there. All for One looked at the book, seeming to realize something. I was not aware 1 sheet of parchment made 2 pages. It appears to be an oversight on my part. I believe then you already know what my next request will be. Oh, he wanted 400 sheets. Looks like he'd be remaking the book soon then. Very well, I will grant you the quirks you desire. Do you have anything in mind? Midoriya pulled out 3 sketches, placing them down on the floor and bowing deeply as he made his request. Kaminari could now sort of do the lightning step on command, like half of the time. Sometimes, occasionally all right, so he had barely improved, but he was getting way better at it. When he did do it, he no longer tripped and fell on his ass, or at least he caught himself before he fell on his ass most of the time, and wasn't that what really mattered. He had just finished his stretches and breathing and now lined up his body with the target. Today should be the day they'd put it together. Again, kind of what they did last time, but they'd do it again. He breathed in for as much air as possible, then leaned forward at the hips, keeping his upper body straight and pointing to the target. Feet flexed, his left arm held his sheath, and his right arm swung forward to build momentum as the air began to hiss, his entire body rocketing like the lightning bolt he was becoming. Nezu had already finished all his work before lunch and was now on to more minor details. He usually let his teachers have free roam, but it was time to delve into details more. If he wanted to get Midoriya on his side, he had to make his facility one the teacher would approve of. moving up the learning date for first aid, combat instruction, courses over reviewing information. All of these had to be implemented, but it seemed most would be coming in next year. It wasn't looking good, but it was better late than never. Ears twitched at a familiar alarm. Ronin was early, heading straight for Nezu's office, and fully decked. He wore his old coat, all his weapons, and carried a full bag. It seemed Ronin did have something prepared for the final day, but wouldn't let it slip in front of his student. Ronin moved through the crowds, hidden by his old disguise. The bamboo hat and cloak hid his body, and he stuck the badge like a tassel in front of his face to hide it while looking ridiculous. The students didn't even seem worried about the strange man in their presence, but for a hero, he did look quite tame. Not eye-catching, which is what most heroes strived for, just odd. He now knocked on Nezu's front door. Nezu wanted to take him to one side, but this was a little early by the principal's count. Nezu still needed to get his ducks in a row, clearing both his throat and thoughts. "Come in." Ronin entered, burying Midoriya under armor and grit as he put on a stern expression. "Good morning, sir. I want to borrow all UA." "What?" Ronin entered the training room, looking around the room one last time. Who knew when the next time he'd be here legally? He looked at Kaminari, still trying his best to dash while using the Godspeed. It was almost there. It was so close to being the real Godspeed. Just one little push, and he intended to give his disciple that little bit of help. He put down the bag, then checked the things he'd picked up. Everything seemed in place. It was time to get started. Kaminari. A good dash there. Somebody's been putting the time in. Kaminari finished his set, smiling and running over. "You saw that. I almost got it, Chief." He sheathed his sword, then gave a big smile. Warmed his jaded old heart. "You ate lunch yet?" Ronin checked the equipment, nodding before giving Kaminari his full attention. "Nope. Should I now?" Ronin nodded, laughing. "I must admit, I'm a bit of a fan of lunch rush. Couldn't turn down his food if I tried." They left, going to the lunchroom. Kaminari had been eating lunch late since his classmates weren't there, and he didn't have any of his friends to eat with. But now he got to eat with his boss. They went to lunch rush, Kaminari leading quickly while Ronin held back, reading over the list a few times before stepping up. "Katsudon and water, please." "Bro, what are you doing here?" Lunch rush was surprised to see him, but Ronin just nodded to Kaminari. "Oh, final day, huh? You got something special planned? Check your notifications from Principal Nezu. You should be hearing about it soon." Ronin took his food and bowed again, sitting down with Kaminari at his usual table. Kaminari ate quickly, only stopping to stare as Ronin removed his helmet. He looked as grizzled as Kaminari always imagined him, having a cool stubble and scar on his right eye. Kirishima would have been so jealous. He tied his hair up, bowed his head, said quick thanks, and began to eat slowly, smiling deeply. He covered his eyes with this weird black cloth, but you could see the bottom of the scar peeking out. Kaminari always knew he was a hidden mentor, and his real appearance showed it off. He radiated wisdom. Wait, did that mean if you were close enough you picked up some of his wisdom? Kaminari scooted a little closer to the old man. His hair was brown still, but you could see the beginning of gray mixed in, like a gray wig dyed brown. The scars accented just how muscular Ronin really was. "Dude, you look so cool." Ronin glanced at him, then smiled and gave a soft chuckle. "You flatter me, Kaminari." He took another bite, looking over the crowds of people, his smile slowly fading. "Are you ready for the end of this companionship? The apprenticeship?" "I think so." Kaminari thought up the events. Fought monsters. 1. Fought Sane. 1. Learned this sick dash attack. Got a cool sword, and hung out with you. I'm glad to hear you enjoyed it, but the graduation test is coming. He was so foreboding. How did he do that? Kaminari listened to his words, ready to study them if necessary. "This will be the final part of your apprenticeship. We will fight for 10 minutes at a time, with 30 seconds to break every time one of us is hit." He laid out the spar's rules, and Kaminari tried to memorize all of them. Ronin helped by doing hand motions, something Kaminari could replicate and helped him remember easier. "We'll break when classes do as well. Any questions?" "How long we break at the end of the 10 minutes? 1 minute. How long do we break at the end of class?" "Until classes restart." "Alrighty, I got it." Kaminari smiled at him, and Ronin seemed to be a little sad. "Summer, that meant like, calm sad." "Yeah, if you can beat this, Kaminari, I assure you that you will be much better off than your classmates." Ronin began to drink his water slowly as the intercom came on. "Attention all students, you might be hearing something for the rest of the day in the halls. We shall be having an event outside, do not worry. It will stop when classes end, so please deal with any problems at the break." Ronin set down the now empty glass and picked up both their empty plates. Everyone but them was leaving for classes now. Lunch rush shut the kitchen down right after Ronin gave him their plates. Ronin approached again, tapping a timer on his jacket. "This will ring when we take our breaks. The 30-second breaks count for time." And Kaminari chose to stand up, vaguely aware of what was about to happen. Ronin grabbed his helmet and gave him one final look. "Just believe in yourself." "Not in the Kaminari I believe in." Not in the Ronin you believe in. Ronin tapped Kaminari in the chest, smiling. Believe in the Kaminari who believes in you. Ronin stepped back, starting the timer and slipping his helmet on. Well, no point in wasting time. Ronin flipped over the table and drew his sword in one motion. Kaminari hadn't gotten a chance to take off his sword, and he started to suspect why he'd never gotten that chance. Ronin's first strike cleaved downward, putting the momentum behind his flip into the swing. Parrying would be impossible, and it forced Kaminari on the defensive from the very start. Ronin didn't even bother with both swords. He didn't even use his real sword, just his right hand and stains, carving the air into giblets. It swung at Kaminari with extreme force, making him dodge. Any attempt to block was crushed. Any counter swings knocked aside. Ronin used only power to force Kaminari across the lunchroom. The first hit happened 15 seconds into the exchange, striking Kaminari with the flat of the blade to the ribs. It was a hit that meant Ronin pierced all of Kaminari's defenses. Upon the successful hit, Kaminari remembered to call it out. Hit. Ronin stepped back into a kneeling position, resting. Kaminari adopted a similar pose. Hearing the seconds tick, it was hard to keep track of them with the hammering of his heart. They were 12 feet apart. He could try a squashed thunderclap and flash. Begin. Ronin leaped off the ground, performing a squashed thunderclap and flash. Kaminari had to roll out of the way, using the small training he got on the beach to reposition himself. He lined up his feet for the thunderclap and flash, then another swing at his head. Kaminari was forced backward, hitting a chair and nearly falling over, then pushed back and downward by powerful stroke after stroke. It completely overwhelmed him until he fell on his back. He felt the steel smack his leg and sputtered out his response. H-hit. He rolled over to see Ronin meditating again. Kaminari didn't try to mimic him this time, going straight into the position for thunderclap and flash. The second he said to start, he'd perform the move. Thunderclap. And begin. Bolt. The sword drew across his body to defend against attacks, then rose over his head. It was a clean slash downward, strong enough to break bones, but instead of trying to dodge, Ronin took the same stance and met him with the same attack, a lunging overhead right slash. Their swords clashed for a moment as Kaminari tried to remember what he learned in kendo. A strong attack. But this favors the stronger. Ronin forced Kaminari's sword to one side and hit him on his own first attack. Hit. Nezu watched from his office as Kaminari was, for lack of a better term, crushed. When fighting on Ronin's terms, no one was better. Forget All Might's weakness. Not even All Might could win in prime condition if he tried to beat Ronin at his own game. The fact Kaminari didn't lose on every first blow was amazing enough. His eyes flicked to the training room where Ronin had left his bag. He wasn't petty enough to look through someone else's things. Nimuri, could you be a dear and go get a bag in the third training room? Thanks. His eyes returned to the fight. It was the end of the first 10-minute spar, and according to the rules, it was time for them to relax for a moment. Ronin looked the epitome of calm. He knelt on the ground, hands on his knees, and breathing quietly. Kaminari looked haggard. Thunderclap and flash, thunderclap and bolt, nothing worked. He rubbed his head, trying to think of a tactic. Ronin was stoic and silent, as immobile as a mountain. 10 seconds. Kaminari breathed out. Then, in as much as possible, this was what his master considered his final test. And he could see why. He wasn't sure if he'd pass it in 10 years, let alone today. They collided again, their steel echoing around the room like thunder. Their first match in the second spar lasted a minute and a half before Kaminari backed into a table and got poked. Ronin even had enough time to flip his sword, hitting Kaminari with the pommel instead of the tip. Kaminari rested on the table, watching him. He probably was meditating during the 30-second break, trying to regain as much energy as possible. Wait, Kaminari had meditated before too. It had been really boring, stuck in a kneeling position. But the worst part wasn't moving, it was that you couldn't see. Kaminari took one hesitant step to the left, then another and another, slowly creeping around until he was behind Ronin. He was smiling. This was a great idea. He readied himself to hit Ronin the second he started the match. Begin. Ronin spoke but paused for a moment. Kaminari slashed. But instead of standing up, he stepped to one side and turned 180 degrees, slashing and hitting Kaminari in the side, winding him. Oof, hit. Oak. Kaminari rubbed his stomach, then looked at Ronin. He had paused, and he hadn't told Kaminari that was illegal. That meant, begin. Kaminari was nowhere in sight. Ronin rose, placing a hand on his saya and another on his handle. He crept along, listening. Sure enough, he heard snickering. He walked past it, then Kaminari sprung out. Gotcha. Bonk. You got me, no? Hit. Kaminari had begun to shake off the funk. Until now, Kaminari was just copying him. But it was time for his apprentice to spread his wings. A little sobering, but he couldn't take that step for Kaminari. That was something he could help with, but only Kaminari could take it himself. He had been the rewarding parent enough. It was time to be strict. Kaminari eventually realized something amazing. This was a fight. This wasn't a duel. It wasn't a match of heroes versus villains. This was a fight. There are no rules on what he could or couldn't do. That's why, at the start of the third spar, he led by throwing a chair at Ronin. Did I getcha? Bonk. Not quite. Next, he flipped a table and hid behind it, before tackling it in hopes to pin Ronin underneath. Ronin just jumped over it and bonked him again. On the third try, he threw a chair, thunderclap and flashed, then kicked the first chair at him again while bringing a sword down. This forced Ronin to draw his real sword for the first time to parry. Not bad. Ronin sheathed his first sword, now holding only his real sword in his left hand. Not many people knew this, but Ronin seemed to be left-handed. This meant he was actually starting to take him seriously. Kaminari laughed as they clashed, repeatedly kicking the chair to force Ronin to dodge or block 2 incoming attacks. But he couldn't force Ronin to use both swords at the same time. That was their first match over 2 minutes long. In the end, Ronin kicked the chair back at him and he choked. Bonk. Ronin went back to meditating while Kaminari thought, and figured out his next plan. Begin. Ronin opened his eyes to get splashed with water. Gotcha. Kaminari adopted a fighting pose, smiling widely. Ronin rolled his eyes and went to advance and nearly slipped on the now wet tile. Haha, you're going down this time. Ronin agreed, a little more literally. He slipped along like he was ice skating, performing a sideways slash and nearly getting hit by another chair. Kaminari jumped out of the way and onto a table, slashing his sword around like some kind of pirate. In guard, Ronin grabbed the table with one hand, lifting one end higher and higher. He tilted it up until Kaminari rolled off, crashing on the floor but hurrying to his feet, raising his sword and countering Ronin's first swing, flailing around and falling on his ass again, finally getting hit. But I was close. Ronin knelt again, smiling beneath the mask. Kaminari was starting to spread those wings. Nezu sorted through the stuff, checking to see when their final duel of the class period would start. There was a journal, a whole bunch of sticks, bundles of cloth, and some spare sets of kendo armor. Naturally, he didn't touch the journal. He put gloves on first. Didn't want to mess it up on accident. Inside hero analysis for the future number 15 were meticulous notes over many a person, himself included. He got so into it he missed the final match of the period entirely. When he stopped reading his strangely accurate specs, he just got to see 2 people, one kneeling calmly, the other stretching again. This got his gears a-turning, and he flipped through to find Ronin's notes on Kaminari. He started reading them as the second period started. Ronin rose from the floor and rushed Kaminari again, who this time fought with a chair in one hand and a sword in the other. Ronin used his sword's superior length to harass Kaminari outside of his own effective range. Kaminari countered with his superior weapon count, using the chair legs to try and trip him up. They danced back and forth before Ronin started getting fancier, jumping up and then kicking off the chair, leaping to one side and hitting the wall, then springing off the wall and into Kaminari. Hit. Kaminari laughed as Ronin disengaged, resheathing his sword. Kaminari didn't have the finesse to dual wield. Not right now. He was looking for a different development in Kaminari's fighting style. And as the 37th round started, he began to see Kaminari using his training to its full potential. Kaminari led by using the electric legs, laughing as he charged. His leg would occasionally seem to teleport into a new position, pushing him forward erratically. His new charging slash had a lot more power. And then Kaminari released his electricity. Ronin disengaged before, avoiding the wide range, and ended that round by kicking a chair at Kaminari. Bonk. Hit. Almost got you that time. Indeed. Ronin resumed his kneeling pose. It was time for the difficulty to rise. Kaminari prepared to start the round with an electric attack. Begin. Kaminari tried to tackle Ronin but instead took a stick to the face, throwing him backward and off track. Hit. He regained his senses and adjusted his plan, opting to lead with a chair until he noticed this time Ronin didn't meditate. Instead, he pulled out a second stick, clipping it into the first, then a third stick, and locked that into the second. He took a spear stance, whispering to himself, "Dance with me, Tombakiri." A quarterstaff. Feeling old man kung fu. Why? How wait. Doesn't Kiri mean cutter? Ronin twisted the spear, and the staff buzzed as a long, golden-white blade formed on the final third stick. It formed a circle-like pommel, then a beam of concentrated electricity generated from that. Correct. You should survive this. Begin. Midnight ate chips beside Nezu, watching the screen. He didn't have that before, right? I don't think he had a second spear when he fought Sane. And shouldn't you be teaching a class? Nezu stole a chip, watching Kaminari run around screaming away from Ronin and his super cattle prod. Just finished. I'll go back next period, get your own. She smacked his hand away and kept watching. You see, I could, but I'm the principal. Hey Aizawa, can you get me some tea and chips? Thanks. The spear could strike any objects thrown by Kaminari, forcing him to lose that part of his strategy. He now tried to dash in and squash the spear's range, But Ronin opted to jump up on a table so Kaminari couldn't get any good thunderclap and flashes in at him. Kaminari tried lifting the table but instead got his hand smacked and shocked. Hit. Wow, it's so weird to be on the receiving end of that. Ronin now rested by leaning on the spear, waiting for time to restart. Kaminari looked for a disadvantage, thinking back to Sane. Ronin had fought Sane with 2 swords, but Kaminari knew he couldn't pull it off for long. Sane and Ronin had fought for a while, meaning it took actual skill, and Kaminari didn't have the time to develop that. Instead, he knew something he was good at and something Ronin said earlier. Begin. Ronin swept the back of the spear into his hand with a slight kick from his foot, lowering the spearhead at Kaminari, who was sprinting for the door, already halfway gone when Ronin started. Finally, he's starting to go somewhere. Why is he running? Is the spear that good? Midnight leaned forward, trying to cycle the camera to the right one to see them running just to see both move past. No, it's because the spear has a particular stance Ronin can't take while running. Aizawa drank more of his juice. Remember how he took a sideways stance with his hips sideways to his target before he realized what Kaminari was doing? That one, if he has to chase down his opponent, he can't hold that posture. A wise deduction. Nezu applauded and refocused. But Kaminari wouldn't think of that. So what benefit does it give Kaminari? The 3 doubled their efforts as Ronin rounded a corner. Ronin rounded a corner and nearly went straight into Kaminari, who was ready and tried to use 1.3 million volts to hit Ronin. Instead, Ronin pole vaulted forward and into a wall, then stuck to it as he thrust his spear into the electric bubble and hit Kaminari again. Hit. Kaminari stopped using the large electric shock and shook his head, then looked around and ran toward the nearest bubbler. He finished drinking right as Ronin spoke again. Begin. Kaminari turned and started running away as fast as he could, using the occasional godspeed to get further away. Ronin now advanced more slowly, going at a light jog. Kaminari would randomly turn around, engaging in a few blows before running away again. Sometimes 2, sometimes 4, but never a lot. This lasted a full 6 minutes, until time. Ronin stopped and began to stretch while Kaminari fell over, breathing heavily. If he could get the pace down, he could turn this into a running competition. He might not be as good in a straight dash, but he was carrying less. He didn't get all that math, but Ronin had that cool jacket, his swords, his guns, and his spear. All Kaminari had to drag around was a sword. Kaminari finished catching his breath, looking ahead. If he really wanted to beat his teacher, he'd need to start using the thunderclap and flash in a new way that he never had. He practiced with it like this before, sure, but he never used it just for this purpose. Begin. Ronin kicked his spear into position while Kaminari hunched, concentrating. Thunder breathing, first form. He breathed in, kept his back straight, leaned forward at the hip, then began to breathe out, launching himself forward and away, using the move only for its movement ability. Thunderclap and flash. He disappeared down the hall, rocketing as he used this sword technique not to fight, but to run. He'd only used it to close distance so far in the fight, but now, he took turns so fast he rammed into walls at first. Then he remembered what Ronin did. Instead of just hitting the wall and losing speed, turn it into more speed. Kaminari kicked off the next wall like Ronin had when he avoided Kaminari's indiscriminate shock 1.3 million volts, then flipped off the wall. It was just like running on the wall. Glancing back, Ronin had put away the spear and was chasing him again. He now had no weapons out, but from the way he ran like an animal, calling him disarmed was one way to get a first-hand demonstration of that snap kick Ronin usually practiced. It seemed he was right. That spear really was unwieldy. Is Ronin's unarmed combat good? That wasn't in the records. Vlad King pointed with a hand still holding popcorn. Maybe. He uses a lot of kicks, but I don't think I remember anything about his hands. Aizawa scratched his head, looking at the other first-year teacher. Wonder what else he's good with all that endurance. Shut up. Midnight. What? Honest question. Nezu flipped through back to the pages on Kaminari. Notes on how long it took him to activate his quirk, and ticks that showed when he used his super move so he could avoid it. The limits on the boy's reaction speed, how fast he was, many a note over his skills, but what was more interesting was the teaching notes. Kaminari responds very well to repetition, in any form. Repeated phrases, motions, or even just sounds help him remember things. He seems partially aware of this but isn't aware of the full ramifications of this. Kaminari had started fast, but as they ran, his feet movement got better and better, mimicking the man he was running from. He has an innate ability to repeat tasks over and over while observing someone doing the same task. When learning something while watching someone else do it correctly, his learning speed is at least tripled. Now the two danced down the hallways, chasing and pouncing like it was a high-speed race. It seemed faster than humanly possible, but Kaminari's quirk didn't help go faster. Did it? Ronin pushed off a wall, soaring through the air as he pulled out his guns. Kindness, Cupid, you're up. Kaminari looked over his shoulder and had both eyes widen, then dove into a hallway as the blast slammed into the tile, creating dust clouds where they hit. Ronin used the guns to push himself forward like he was Soldier from TF2, bounding down the hall and going sideways while pointing both guns at Kaminari. The air guns only had significant enough recoil to send him flying when the bullets detonated on impact. In the air like this, they barely moved his aim off course. Kaminari got blasted into the wall and groaned. Hit. I was doing so well too. Wait, you have two. It wasn't like he was hiding the second one. He hadn't worn a jacket for a while, so most people should have known that. Wait, he has two. Midnight slammed her hands on the table. Where is he getting them? How much is he paying for them? And can I get one? I thought he always had two, Vlad muttered. No, he only used one in the pop quiz, Aizawa shouted from the couch he dragged in, which he lay on while inside his sleeping bag. He took a pop quiz, Toshinori questioned, squinting. Or he was part of a pop quiz. And where are they? All these halls look too similar. He was in a pop quiz. Recovery girl shook her head at the mess. And more importantly, don't all of you have things to do? Nezu looked around at all the people crowded around his computer. He could be a good principal. Booed, he was letting Ronin use his facility, Suo. Nope. The guns forced Kaminari to not just run faster, but to dodge as he moved. This was the second development he wanted. Kaminari not just running, but moving to gain a better position. Kaminari attacked from the ceiling, from around corners, from behind trash cans, anything to get a hit. He learned to take a zigzagged approach, moving around and circling around him. Now that he stopped running away, he'd be focused on winning and not escaping. Ronin used his guns to force Kaminari to not linger in places longer than he needed to. They had to break less and less as Kaminari slowly adjusted to the speed. Having just finished their first 10 minutes without a single hit, they sat back, staring at each other as students moved around. Some stopped to try and talk to them, and while Kaminari would give brief answers, Ronin just maintained his steady crushing stare. Even Mirio, the apparent disciple of All Might, couldn't get him to lose focus. Eventually, the students left, and they heard the bell ring. Ronin grabbed his guns and moved forward, pressing on the attack. Kaminari kicked off the wall like a swimmer and almost crossed the entire hallway in a second, instead running into the blast. He might have hit, but Ronin had pointed both guns at the floor and pulled the trigger, sending both of them backward. Ronin just went backward though, while Kaminari was pushed up higher into the air, a sitting duck for the guns. Instead of taking it, though, he flipped his legs up and kicked off the ceiling like he was jumping off the floor, spinning as he landed and running away to try and find a more favorable ground. Ronin jogged after him, not concerned with the pace. Rushing would just tire himself out, and it was fine if he was slower. He just needed to stay the same to win. It was Kaminari who needed to adjust his style to win. Ronin didn't even need to pull out any fancy tricks, or even try. Kaminari had to stop to breathe, and it wasn't even a downtime. Ronin's steps rang out, walking down the halls like a classic gunslinger. He even could do the gun-spinning trick. How did a swordsman beat a gunman? Simple, they didn't. Even he knew history well enough to say that. Ronin's quirk was mind-reading or something, so no matter what he'd do, if Ronin could see him, he'd react in time. He could be surprised, but not if he saw you. Kaminari walked along the halls, then looked back around. He was back at the training room. He gave a small laugh. They had gone through all 4 towers and wound up back here. He rested against the window, rubbing his head and avoiding the scared face in the reflection. He was terrified, not of getting hurt though. Ronin's weapon handling meant even when he got thrown into walls, it didn't hurt. No, he was terrified of effing it all up. Ronin clearly had high expectations of him, and it was the first time anyone did. Even his friends didn't think he was hot sit, but Ronin had so much confidence in him. How would he react if Kaminari couldn't even hit him once? If Kaminari couldn't make use of any of the things he got taught? Don't believe in the Kaminari that believes in me. What did that mean? Don't believe in the Ronin that believes in you. What did that mean? What did any of it mean? He mulled it over in his thoughts, then the first and final lines came back to him. Believe in yourself. Believe in the Kaminari that believes in you. I think I can do that. He pushed his worries down, flashing a smile at the reflection. Looked pretty cool, if he said so himself. And he just did. Yeah, I got this. Kaminari kicked off the wall. After running, he was a hero. Ronin didn't spend the week teaching him to run, but to charge. Ronin heard the steps approaching. He raised his guns. It was weird, coming from so far away. He pointed his guns down the hall. Tap, 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 tap. He checked the batteries on his guns, then pointed them again. Just how far away had Kaminari moved? It was getting louder though. Tap, 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 tap. He adjusted his stance, shaking his arms to get the tension out, then pat, 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 pat. Kaminari rounded the final corner, running along the wall for a few seconds before charging straight at him. Beneath his mask, Midoriya smiled. Good, good. Pat, 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 pat. His legs sparked with almost every step, forcing each one to be faster and faster. He pushed off walls, the floor, windows, anything as he darted forward. Bam, 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 bam. The steps grew louder and louder, syncopated with the gunshots that tore up the silence. Bam 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 bam. Finally, he approached, speaking aloud. Thunder breathing first form. Thunderclap in. Ronin placed both guns side by side. Duty's call style, second form. Bullet rain. Forward. Flash. The guns blasted forward, pouring forward, instead of aimed at a specific target. They were aimed in an area to force the target to dodge. Kaminari, however, just needed to avoid the area. He slammed both legs together and bent at the waist and knees, creating arcs of electricity as he jumped over them, pushing 12 feet up and into the ceiling in one jump. He spun slightly, putting his legs against the ceiling. Kaminari was just working on instincts now, abandoning his mind to just see what his body could do. He slammed into the ground, cracking the floor on impact. He looked up at the gun pressed against his head right as a timer rang. They both stared down at each other, then took a step back. Ronin checked his guns, giving each a fresh clip. Kaminari stretched his legs, which were sore after that final jump. He had been munching on energy bars between breaks, and these were his last two. He downed them without another thought. He'd need the energy. He had almost done it. If he could just do one more, he would have nailed him. Kaminari sighed, looking outside. It was raining. Perfect. He watched the lightning bolt strike out a real lightning bolt. Not the shoddy thing he was. His mom could do that, but he never got the range thing down. It seemed impossible for him. He shook his head, then watched a second lightning bolt. He stretched his back a little, then leaned forward. A third lightning bolt illuminated the hall and lit up his face. He looked down at his legs, rubbing them, then checked his sheath. I can do this. Biji Kaminari bolted past him, dashing to the other side of the room. Ronin stepped away to avoid a hit, drawing his sword instead of the guns. But as Kaminari hit the wall, he put his legs underneath himself and kicked off that wall. Then the next wall, and the next wall too. What kind? He moved faster and faster, his entire body creating arcs of electricity that danced across his body, striking and scorching everything near him as he hit his limits and kept going. Skin and muscles beginning to burn and snap under the force and energy of Storm only has one bolt. His entire body began to blur. His brain could barely focus, but it didn't need to. How many times had he done this move? Dashing across the street, dashing across his bedroom, dashing across the training hall. Thunder breathing, his body no longer touched on the floor, flying from wall to gain more and more speed. The rafters, the walls, the windows, even the ceiling was fair game as Kaminari strived to go just a little faster. Formless technique. His pants were hot. His shoes melted. He couldn't see where he was going. He couldn't think of what to do next. So, naturally, he stopped thinking. Thunderstorm. He dashed past Ronin but kept on moving. The gust forced Ronin to take a step back then again as the boy kept dashing. Going faster and faster. Ronin dodged the first hit in the second. Ronin parried the third and fourth. Ronin blocked the fifth and sixth, and even the seventh. But when just one slipped by, coming from behind faster than he could turn, Ronin was launched into the air by Kaminari's eighth strike. But Kaminari wasn't done. He sailed through the air for a moment before Kaminari jumped past again, striking him back and suspending him mid-air as the attacks became faster and faster, a torrent of blows from every direction slamming into Ronin. Crash! Kaminari screamed as he leapt from the ceiling, diving straight down while gripping the sword with both hands. His eyes were white, unfocused. His hair was a mess. His pants were on fire. But his appearance was irrelevant as the final hit came down, slamming his opponent down with enough force to break the floor. Kaminari breathed out the last of his air, lying on top of Ronin. The tile, the pipes, the stone all cracked. His arms were shattered from the impact, and his legs felt like lead. But with eyes barely focused, blood running down his nose, hair sticking in every direction, he raised his head. Did I? Ronin, the one who actually got hit with the super move and was the one who was supposed to be injured, lying half a foot in the ground, looked up at the barely conscious boy. Hit. Kaminari lay in the sick, unconscious. Ronin stood to one side, adamantly refusing medical care. I thank you, miss, but I will survive. He kept his hands in his pockets so that there wasn't any skin for Recovery Girl to kiss. You just don't want to get tired. Stop being a baby. Nezu pushed, but Ronin could not be baited. And let you remove my mask. I think not. Since he already took off his mask, it was reasonable that he had makeup or something on to hide his identity. He didn't even react when Recovery Girl pushed where his ribs were supposed to be. Your lower ribs were shattered. You might die if you don't get medical care. She bonked him over the head, but if touching his ribs didn't make him flinch, what would a cane upside the head do? Stop being so stubborn. Promise me that you won't remove the mask, I promise. Now hurry up and get kissed. Ronin held out a hand and was kissed. But instead of falling over, he stayed meditating. His concentration and pain tolerance was incredible. Recovery Girl should have left him exhausted with the energy it'd take to reform his ribs. But he stayed standing well, stayed sitting upright. How many teachers would be willing to shatter their own ribs just to let their students improve? They might die to protect them. But Ronin's willingness to fight was incredible, especially when shown by his weapons. Ronin had left a bag inside the training room, and inside, he left his weapons, his swords. Sure enough, after Nezu got everyone to leave the room, he turned on the sword and got to making portals. It seemed Ronin had never shown them his quirk, or his quirklessness. Ronin could guess that they would mess with his things. They did have to check for threats to the students, but it seemed Ronin was only a threat to himself. He sat now, cross-legged, breathing slowly. Nezu looked out in the hall at the accumulating heroes. Power Loader fumed. Why'd he have to break the ground right outside the training hall? Just one room over and we wouldn't have to worry about it at all. Now we've got to fix the tile and the piping. I've got to fix the tile and piping, Cementos corrected, indifferently. Why do we have Musutafu's number 2 most wanted man in our sickbay? Not to worry everyone, since you're all so excited about our student and not the guest. Kaminari, our student, the one with the broken arms, will be fine. Nezu hopped up on Midnight's shoulder to speak to everyone. Our guest is not the one who broke the floor. Although technically he was the object that broke the floor, Kaminari is the one who generated the force to break the floor. Now, I need someone to help me move Ronin to my office. Nezu looked over a sea of curious faces. Whoever helped him move Ronin would probably get to learn a little more about what he was doing here, as the internship thing had mostly stayed quiet and under wraps. Any volunteers? You can ask me, I'm already here. Midnight chided him. He was on top of her, so he might have guessed. You think you can lift Ronin? Vlad wasn't interested in Ronin, but seeing Midnight try and carry him could be pretty funny. She might even drop him a couple of times. Which way to your office from here? Nezu pointed. Down the hall, take a left then a right. Right-hand side. Thanks. Ronin limped away from the debate about who was going to carry him, the debate itself going quite a while before anyone realized he was long gone. Motherfing beach tits ass effing bullshit goddammit. Midoriya used every swear word he could think of. How did he break his ribs so much? The calm he usually showed was gone as he sat in the office. It was mostly fixed, but his side still ached. He forced himself to meditate in the office, alone. If nothing else, Nezu made sure he didn't have to put up with the other heroes at least. He had to give it to him. The little guy knew how to be hospitable when he wanted to. He might have just sat there for minutes or hours before someone else came in. The door closed quietly, and the smaller figure sat opposite him. Hello, Ronin. Nezu. Ronin was extremely formal, instead of the screaming Midoriya who was dying on the inside and trying not to cough up a lung. We've got some paperwork for you. He slid the papers across but kept an extra paper in his hands. Ronin used his own All Might pen from All Might's 20th anniversary. Even when he tried to hide it, Midoriya's fanboy tendencies peeked through. Not that most people would recognize it. Nezu only did because he never forgot anything. Is that all? Ronin placed the papers back together after a quick review and signing. Not that the signature meant anything. He seemed to practice writing the name for this moment. Nezu glanced between Ronin and the paper, then slowly slid it across. This is a job application. I would like to have you work at UA. Nezu smiled pleasantly, pouring tea for himself from a thermostat. Did you think I was lying earlier? Yes, but UA and I have very different goals. We wouldn't get along. Ronin slid back that paper. Nezu looked at him, then gestured for him to keep going. UA wants to create celebrities. I want to create heroes. I can't compromise, and your society won't compromise for a single vigilante. Ronin never seemed to hold back when it came to insults or, the truth. My skills and techniques wouldn't be helpful to most heroes anyway. Stop focusing on a fad, and either clean up your sit or keep counting your money. But your mindset itself is quite good for teaching. Nezu adjusted himself in his chair. And I'd like you to help us start reforming. Your abilities might be better than you think they are. If you signed up, you would work at UA as hero agency and be allowed to run free. I'd sort out the legal business, and you wouldn't have to make public appearances. All you'd need is a quirk usage license, and you'd be good to go. You don't have to agree right now. Nezu had to use a meter stick to push the page back since he wasn't close enough to get it otherwise. I just want you to think about it. I'll try to turn UA into something you'd be proud of, but I think you know best that the only person you can trust is yourself. Nonsense. If you can't trust heroes, who can you trust? Ronin rose, picking up the paper and reading it over. Oh, why didn't you say so? I'm glad to know you have the same trust in me as I do when I said I trust heroes. Who said I trusted you? Aren't you the one in charge of UA? When it became a sit show, his hatred pierced his own helmet, gouging straight through Nezu and into UA itself. Did you do anything to stop it? To create real heroes? He waited for Nezu's response, condemning himself. They both knew Nezu's response, or what it should have been. I am right now. Are you? Ronin stopped, looking back over the paper. Instead of crumpling it, he neatly folded it, grabbing his bag. I'm not sure yet. We'll find out, won't we, Nezu? He turned, leaving the office without so much as a glance backward, just a backhand wave. Kaminari was laughing before he even got to the room, so Midoriya just let himself in. Sensei, did you see my arms? Recovery girl says they were all wiggly earlier. Sensei, Midoriya scoffed. I did Kaminari, but who are you calling sensei? Who made that move you ended our fight with? Me. Wait, was there a different move with that name? Kaminari sat up. Oh, did I accidentally steal a form's name? This time, Midoriya just laughed. Though Kaminari, but you did make that move. You've started creating your own style, and are no longer my apprentice. You've moved past that, hero. It is the dream of every teacher to be surpassed by their student. And it seems you've finally outpaced me. And in only 1 week, no less. Midoriya reached into his bag, pulling out a package, neatly folded as if going to all for one himself. I'm glad to have been a part of your journey, and I wanted to give you one last gift. The next time we meet, we'll have to see how far along that journey you've gone. But before we can meet again, we must leave our own ways. Please, accept this gift. He bent at the waist, offering the package. Find your own path, and follow it. It's been an honor, Master Kaminari. Kaminari looked like he'd explode with excitement as he received the gift, smiling like $1,000,000. Sensei Master Ronin. Dude, thanks for guiding me through this. Can I be real? Ronin turned to face him, nodding briefly. I was kind of scared when we fought and all. How can I become fearless like you are? Is there an exercise or something I can do? Just something I can do over and over until I'm as brave as you. I don't want to be scared anymore. Ronin faced him, laughing slightly. You think I'm fearless? Kaminari, I hate to break it to you, but the only people who are never scared are the incredibly safe or the incredibly stupid. This might be my final speech, but this is an important one, so listen up. Ronin faced him head on. He'd gone from just looking over his shoulder to half facing, and now his entire body was directed at Kaminari. I'm scared every time I put this mask on that I might never get to take it off. Scared that every time I step out, my mother won't ever know what happened to me. But tell me, Kaminari. Ronin slapped the swords at his side. Can you cut an opponent you don't know is there? Kaminari thought it over. Well, you might accidentally, but then it's just flailing so. No sir, Ronin laughed. Then if you don't know fear, how can you beat it? Get used to fear. It can restrain you if you let it use you, but can become a new weapon if you use it. Fear means you have something to lose. Don't be afraid of being afraid, Kaminari. Ronin shook his head, laughing. Be afraid that when the bad times come, you won't feel anything. The fact that you were afraid means you valued this fight and didn't want to lose. Excellent qualities for a hero. Not some sideliner doing it because he can. Not some walking bomb. Ronin laughed, then turned back. Real heroes don't just win because they're the good guys. They don't get handed victories because it maintains the status quota. They win because they have something they need to defend. Now then, Kaminari. Ronin opened the door again and began to leave, only stopping to glance over his shoulder. What are you defending? Midoriya was free. Nobody to teach. No more plans to concoct. Just some good old-fashioned vigilantism and study time. Midoriya ran through the sewers, laughing with his new freedom. Finally, he could finish his own work. You want to borrow a room? Nezu checked the schedule. It was a little last minute, but they might be able to make it work. Improving other heroes already in the field was a good use of resources, and it had barely cost them anything. If she didn't break anything. Training room, from after 9 to. I'm not sure. All day. Nezu nodded, checking the rooms. None of them had that much damage. It was the area in front of the training rooms that was damaged. I think we can allow it. We'll have someone let you in when you come by tomorrow. Nezu put it into the calendar, nodding again. Anything else? Yeah, I won't be alone. That was surprising. That shouldn't affect anything. Have a good night, Ms. Maruko. She rolled her eyes and left, back to probably take out a few more criminals tonight. Who on earth managed to convince her to train? Midoriya enjoyed the first home dinner in what felt like too long. Most of the injuries recovery girl fixed were from way before Kaminari hit him. His leg felt miles better. He might have pulled something when practicing the thunderclap and flash. Thanks for doing this, Mom. Means a lot. Midoriya finished the food, then grabbed the dishes. What's got you in such a great mood, Izuku? His mother smiled at him, enjoying his great mood. He smiled back. Just enjoying school. I've got tests coming in 2 weeks, and the practice is Monday. I think I'll do great. He gave her a big hug and kiss, then got back to dealing with the dishes. It was true. He was going to kill that test coming up. That's great. Remember to get enough sleep, Izuku. He nodded, heading to his room and closing the door, then sliding his lock in place. He then stretched for a minute before trying a handstand. He didn't get to practice his parkour for a while, so it was time to train the basics again. He slowly bent his arms until his hair touched the ground, then straightened back out. He did these legless push-ups until he was sure he was 2 away from his limit and went down. But instead of coming up, rolled out of it. He then got to work on his flexibility. Izuku Midoriya would never be jacked, but he could hone what he did have. Midoriya's legs split apart as far as they could, as he usually did when he did his stretches. His legs could spread almost all the way, and since his hips had been healed, he was now feeling great about it. Until his legs went a few degrees further than he was comfortable with. He just bore with it for a minute before changing to a front split, then switching which leg was in front after another minute. After stretching his legs like that, he practiced kicking for 20 minutes, balancing on one leg and anchoring his foot down. He could kick for 5 minutes straight with one leg. He unleashed attack after attack, practicing in reps that flowed into each other. The balancing act forced his hips to adjust to balancing his weight, his leg to get used to resisting his momentum and keep him from falling on his ass, and his other leg to whipping about. After that, he did his side split again, capable of almost a complete 108. He held that for 2 minutes before one last switch up, then going into the lotus position and getting in that meditation before hitting the sack. He checked his makeup in his favorite school bathroom. He really would have to patch it up one of these days. Satisfied, he went through the floor, exiting in the abandoned district. He made his way to the park by 8:30, resting near the park's entrance. He suspected a traveling hero like Maruko didn't have anywhere for them to train, so he brought his own things and some spares for her. Gloves, tape, drinks. He really did buy a lot of drinks these days. He adjusted his bag, tapping his cane on the ground. Yesterday's rain had left the sewers clean and the grass sweet. Clouds rolled through the air. Birds sang. The sun shone. All in all, it was a great day. Old man. Maruko ran over. What was she wearing? Jeans. Only action heroes tried martial arts in jeans. And those boots, had she ever seen a martial artist? Hopefully, that bag had a change of clothes. You wait long. Oh, not long at all, Ms. Yuzujiyama. He smiled and stood up, walking with the cane. It only had 2 of the segments right now, making it a little under 5 feet tall. Will those be the clothes you want to wear all of today? These? She pointed, then laughed. Nah, I figured you could help me pick some duds on the way to the place I got us. All right, though I'm not sure how much fashion advice I could give. At least she thought this through a little, following behind her. She knew jeans were a bad idea. How much cash did she have? No, she'd just use the card. No point in buy clothes with cash. The way Ken gave her the once-over let her know almost immediately something was wrong with her wardrobe. The way he lingered on her legs, or was he checking her out? No, with the tone he had, he was definitely scrutinizing her. If she just did more research, she would have known that. She knew she should have done more than watch a couple of action flicks. Do you have anything in mind you want to learn? She looked at him, blinking. Martial arts. Yes, but is there something you want to work on? As I said, you're already quite good at your job, and I'm not sure how much I could help you with it. He looked through the windows at the shops, smiling as he spoke. He didn't seem upset that she didn't know, at least. Moving, kicking, throwing, punching. There are quite a few martial arts, you know. She thought over the options, and couldn't come up with a good answer. How about we spar once first? Then you decide how you can help me. You really do just want to beat me up, I knew it. He chuckled, then shook his head. A good idea, but it means we can't pick equipment on what you want to do. We'll just skip shoes and focus on getting you some pants. They came to a small little store with no sign. Entering. It was a weird store, with fishing supplies at the front. The clerk glanced up at them. Hey Ken, here for more polish. Not quite. This young lady wants to get into martial arts. We'll be picking up some clothing for her. He patted her on the back and she gave a bored glance around. It was kinda compact, actually. Besides fishing, there was boating stuff, weird armor, and metal sticks. Alrighty, what are you looking for? Full training clothes. I believe some taekwondo pants will suffice. Make sure they're loose, Ms. Yuzujiyama. Otherwise, it misses the point. She nodded, following the clerk and looking at a whole bunch of white pants. At least it matched her color scheme. She knew she should have brought her costume. That didn't have any leggings, so nothing to get in the way. She grabbed a couple, then looked around for a changing room, instead getting pointed to the bathroom. Sorry, we were a sports store before we were a clothing store. Yeah, whatever. She huffed, closing the door, and tried the first pair and couldn't get it on. She checked the size, then tried it again. And a couple more times. What the hell? She tried on the next pair. Or tried to try on the next pair. And the next. And the next. You started tying the pants in advance, I see. It looked like a fancy belt not for presentation. Won't newcomers have trouble with it? It's only the adult size. Most people who get into this are kids. Kenshi waved it off. Besides, it's nothing fancy compared to what you do. Midoriya was the main buyer here. He bought polish for his swords here and was the main reason they started carrying more martial arts gear. He bought most of his sports tape and chalk here, as well as the workout stuff he used for his Wednesday Parker gym. He even did a quick demonstration once or twice. That raised sales. He only came as Ken though. Built him up as an actual person who did things, instead of a persona who just bought food at one bar. He checked the baseball gear. You get more buyers. The season has started. With your demonstrations, a little. You get people's attention, people come in. And if they were thinking about it, they might give in and buy it. Kenshi leaned back in his chair. You think you can do another demonstration? I'll make it worth your while. He laughed, squatting in front of a catcher's full set, a modern suit of armor. Probably soon. I just got my free time back, and she's the last thing before I'm in the final sprint. Hope this goes well, Ken. Kenshi shook his head, looking out the window. She looks pretty fierce, not gonna lie. Why did nothing fit? She could get her legs in up to her thighs. And then everything went wrong. Why were the pants so tight? Some of them couldn't even get all of her thighs in. She didn't want to tear the pants, elastic as they were. She couldn't figure out what was wrong. Unless, did she grow again? She shook that thought from her head. She hadn't changed her routine, so she shouldn't have. Unless beating all those Nomus was more of a leg workout than she thought. In her growing confusion, she didn't think to check the pants she brought in, which showed her size still hadn't changed much. She was still short, at least. Do all women take forever? Kenji looked at the clock. I thought it was just my wife. It is her first time, Ken said, checking the gloves they had. She really was taking a long time. He went over and knocked. Picked a favorite yet? Those were not good sounds. Still, going. Give me a minute. If you're having trouble with the knots, you just need to ask. They can be quite confusing on your first try. Oh no, I got it, don't worry. Well, now he was more worried. What did that mean? She came out in 3 minutes with a huge smile for some reason. He didn't want to know why. They paid and left. No questions asked. So I rented a pretty big place, but I wasn't sure how much space we needed. Ken nodded. We don't have to use it all, so any size should be good. Ken projected this strange dignity for a guy with a cane weight. Do you need a cane? He looked at the stick he was holding, seeming a little surprised himself. No, it's just one of the fighting forms I'm familiar with. You weren't exactly specific with what you wanted me to bring. He glanced at her, making her look at the clouds with a little more interest. First the clothes, then the clothes again, and now this. She knew she should have looked it up. Apparently, it took more than some old martial arts flicks to figure out what real martial arts were about. She might have known it took more research than just watching movies to learn about martial arts. If she had done more research than just watching movies to learn about martial arts, kind of a self-fulfilling prophecy. Ken almost walked straight past the UA entrance and she had to grab his arm. Nope, this is our stop. He seemed to double take, then give it the once over. UA, yup. She smiled in satisfaction. How many martial artists got to show their stuff in the UA? Of all places. But why did he seem so reluctant? Was this showing off? This was kinda flashy. Really flashy. Okay, this was a bad idea. Play it off. Hey, Cementos, you here to let us in? She was more grateful than she felt like expressing at his arrival. Yes, come on in you two, I'll escort you to the room. Who did you bring? He stopped, giving Ken a second look. This is Ken, he agreed to give me a lesson. She played it off, trying to just get out of the archway. This was actually kind of awkward. Let's just go as quickly as possible. I don't believe we got to speak much, Cementos. It is a pleasure. Ken smiled at Cementos and walked inside confidently. Correct. I didn't think you'd be up again so soon. Huh, did they know each other? I hope I won't get in anyone's way, but I expect I can't avoid Nezu for long, can I? Can anyone? They walked side by side, talking like old friends. How did Ken know Cementos? Did they have a history? And why was she third-wheeling at something she helped set up? They walked along halls that gradually became more and more damaged before coming to a crater in the floor, right outside the training rooms. Good luck, Ms. Maruko and Mr. Ken. Cementos flashed a smile. Try not to break more of the building today, please. I doubt that will be up to me, but I appreciate the concern. Maruko's thoughts were spinning a mile a minute. How did Ken break the building before? How did Ken know Cementos? Most of all, who is Ken actually? Are you already changed? Midoriya checked all his things, smiling. This should be quick and easy. He'd just get kicked in the face or something. Then teach her some basics. Worst case, he broke his nose, but with Recovery Girl here, he'd be fine. If only he wasn't here. He was back in the room he trained Kaminari in, right next to the support rooms, in UA. Yeah, I am. Do you have some kind of history with him? Midoriya laughed, shaking his head. Not Cementos specifically. He'd barely seen Cementos ever, let alone the last time he was here, except at the end, after his body broke the floor. Just Nezu, but that is irrelevant to what we're here to do. He clapped his hands, moving past that to try and focus on the here and now. Did you want to start with any stretches? Stretches? Why not? She didn't even pay attention as she did some basic stretches. It seemed, despite her asking for lessons, Maruko was just like the rest. If he wanted her to learn, he'd have to beat some enthusiasm into her. He stretched his legs quickly, then worked his back when she finally came out of her thoughts and looked him over. What, arthritis getting to you? Not at the moment. He was pretty sure his mom had some of that. Not fun. How would you like to spar, Ms. Yuzujiyama? First touch, first to give up, in sets. First to give. Duh. She laughed but kept staring at random objects. She looked as interested in this training session as he was in working for Nezu. But wait, wasn't this her idea? Oh yeah, we usually do it in sets, so how about 3 matches? That should show you what I'm bad at. She finally looked at him, giving a toothy grin. And when I win, you tell me about that history with the headmaster here. Nezu was technically a headmaster since this was a private school, but the title he picked was Principal A. He didn't care that much about titles. And if, by chance, I win, what would I get? I dunno, pick it yourself. She scoffed, then shook her head. Very well. If I win, you'll stop wearing those stupid gloves and get some real ones. They were seriously useless. What was the point of wearing gloves that didn't help with traction or defend your hands? Maruko wore white, cartoony gloves. Even if the material was good, the design was dumb. He walked into a marked section of flooring that was softer, his shoes off. He just wore the pants and a tank top, along with his disguise, this time with cosplay makeup, glue stuff, and bobby pins to stick it to his hair. He would be wearing this wig for a while, after all. His hands and feet were chalked, taped, and relaxed. He slipped on his gloves, MMA style, and wiggled his fingers. He wouldn't be needing the feet guards for this. Are you ready? Ken stretched again, leaning to either side. He looked pretty good for an old man. Good arms, good shoulders, good chin. Wait, what was she doing again? Yeah, whatever, begin. She smiled, jumping into the air. He definitely couldn't block this attack, and he had no way of hitting her when she was this far up. She spun her legs around to build momentum, then plummeted toward him. F-whip, the tank top hit her in the face, wrapping around her head and throwing off her entire balance. She landed fine, crashing into the ground. Bam! Something hit the side of her knee, forcing it in and bending it while an arm wrapped around her neck. She was lifted cleanly off the ground but tried to buck her feet to swing over Ken. Instead, he wrapped his legs around her waist and held on. Was he? She felt herself beginning to run out of air as they landed on the ground. He began to pull her head and neck up and forward. She grabbed at his arm, but with his muscles flexed, it was like scraping at steel. She slammed a foot down, throwing both of them backward. Instead of letting go, he used the force to pull his body down and choke her out faster. His arm tightened its grip as he pulled, his legs crushing her sides and his knees forcing her to try and breathe out. He was going to rip her head off. She bucked, slamming him into the mat over and over, trying to get him off when suddenly everything went dark. So he missed the guillotine choke on her, but he still got one, and eventually, cutting off blood flow to her brain. Took a couple of tries, and with her bucking, it was hard to adjust his grip. Now, less than half a minute in, she passed out. If Midoriya did the guillotine choke right on the first try, it might have been under 20. He shoved her off his freshly rebroken ribs, doing the hand signal for medical help. Even if she'd be fine in a minute save for a nasty headache, he was going to get fully rested for the next beatdown. He flipped up, shaking off his arm. After heel checking her knee, she had nearly broken a few of his toes with her kicking, but he couldn't of her standing. That was a recipe that ended with them 30 feet in the air and both of their necks broken. He grabbed his tank top and stretched some more. He heard someone getting up. What did you do? I appear to have broken a few ribs. I'm afraid I must wait for Recovery Girl to come and fix me up before I can continue in full confidence. Grappling wasn't his forte. In theory, he was great at it. High pain tolerance to avoid flinching. Excellent grip strength and strong arms. In practice, he never got to practice. Seems he'd need to stop by the judo club in 2 days. This was harder than it looked. You know what I mean. She stomped her foot, impatient. Instead of answers, though, she got Recovery Girl. My, you're looking fit as a fiddle. To be so young and spry. Recovery Girl scowled at Maruko, then looked toward the waving Midoriya. You're not too bad off yourself. Aerobics works wonders. It's true. Mitsuki, Bakugo's mom, did it and she looked great. She even convinced his mom to give it a try, but his mom wasn't as into it. Some people enjoyed relaxing after all, and he was starting to see why after the week he just had. Oh, you're one to talk, with all the flipping about. She kissed him and he could feel his ribs going back into place, not exactly what one would call pleasant. He focused on the pain, using that to keep himself awake, and ate an energy bar, then washed it down with more water. And here I thought I'd be done, but you're back again with even more broken ribs. How is that all you ever managed to break? Natural talent. He had another protein bar and finished his water. Thank you for the help, MS. You're a lifesaver these days. She shook her head and went on her way while Midoriya finished his stretches. Was it bad he was getting used to having all his energy drained? Wasn't exactly pleasant, but he was fine in a minute. Just felt like more training, and he felt as tired as ever. But what did you do? Well, Ms. Yuzujiyama. He flicked both his arms. What she didn't realize was the cheap benefit of using Recovery Girl. His muscles weren't sore or tired anymore, which from his morning workout was great. He just was filled with general tiredness, but he was a high schooler. Something was wrong if he wasn't tired. I believe you'll need to win to find that out. He kept a loose guard as he walked forward until he was nose to nose with her, smiling confidently. "Now, are you ready?" Ken was really close. She was pretty sure he was looking right at her, but with his eyes covered, she couldn't tell. But she was Maruko. She didn't back down from a stare down. She smiled as she stared right back at him and said confidently, "RMY. I beg your pardon." He leaned a little more forward, and they almost touched. "Ready?" He nodded. "Begin." She went straight for a tackle, taking a step back and lowering the front of her body. If he blinded her when she went into the air, she'd just never give him the chance. An arm wrapped around her throat and pulled her forward, leaving her legs dangling in the air. She swung and swung, but all she did was wear herself out more as she was stuck on the back of her head and shoulders, the rest of her body stuck dangling. After several flails, she finally found a body and hit it with all she could as fast as she could, trying to get out of another instant knockout. "I knew I did something wrong the first time." He let go and pushed Maruko into a comfortable position. He hadn't grabbed her head right. This time, he did an incorrect leg grab, but it was to keep her legs in the air. She'd throw both of them into a wall or something if she got even one on the ground. He checked his arm for injuries, then gave it a small shake. Maruko's upper body strength wasn't anything to write home about. Good, yeah, but not as good as it could have been. For once, somebody should have laid off the leg days. As a whole, Maruko was definitely stronger than him, even with her less than stellar arms, but she lacked any technique or discipline. Well, it wasn't like she had a gym to work out at. This would be the most direct workout she'd probably ever gotten. Wah damn it. What happened? Her ability to go from completely relaxed to completely tensed was amazing. He drank some more, taking small sips instead of large drinks. Pacing was key, after all. "I told you, if you want to know that you have to win." He put down the water bottle, stretching his arms. "I meant, what was that? Is that your quirk? How am I getting knocked out like such a beach?" He had the Bakugo answer for that, but he'd saved that for someone more annoying. "I have to agree, you're going down so fast I can't see anything." "Don't worry, I'll slow down." "All right." Now he was definitely making fun of her. "Are you ready?" "Yeah." She kept getting stuck in his rhythm, so this time she built her own before he started, bouncing from leg to leg. This time, begin." She charged straight at him, spinning her own charge into a kick. She had good natural flexibility and could get her leg high. A little too high. She lacked the practice to know when she'd gone too far. Both his legs bent, putting his left shoulder underneath her kicking right leg. He leaned forward, taking the kick to the left shoulder and lifting her, grabbing her right leg with his left and her body with his right, then turning her own momentum into an improper suplex, with her crashing face first into the floor. "You lack control." She was on top of him, usually a favorable position, but he still had the grip advantage with one of her legs. The left one stuck under his right arm so she couldn't wrap her legs around his neck, and her right leg stuck over his shoulder, overextended. He spun his legs, forcing them both to roll over. With him now on top, he tanked her arms, slamming into him. The proper response would be to stop relying on her legs and drive an elbow into his skull, but she couldn't get past what her quirk could do. "Your quirk is strong." Hugh, on the other hand, she was quite hard to maintain a grip on, but his hands dug into the muscle. Smaller condensed muscles like his might be overall weaker, but they were more resilient against his crushing grip. His nails dug into her legs, her own motions cementing his grip as the muscles pulled and relaxed. It was like a snake letting a rabbit flail until it was too tired to fight. The position he had wasn't any real one. Her head was against the ground, with her legs flailing around as they were forced almost straight over her. Her right leg was pushed up so far it was hyperextending, nearly pressed against her own shoulder and protecting his neck from any chokehold. "You seem to rely on your legs a lot. You have arms, you know. Couldn't do this without them." He had planted his feet again and raised her in the air like he was going to do another suplex, but instead fell forward back on top of her, pushing her right leg closer and closer to her own shoulder. Pretty soon, muscles would start tearing. She tried to push him off with legs only, but it wasn't enough. She didn't have the momentum to break him off. It was easier to slip from holds than break them. He just replanted his feet though, and raised her up again, and drove the back of her head into the floor again. The impact was making him almost lose grip, a learning experience. "You don't give up, do you? Who do you think I am? Someone who didn't know how to use their arms." She could hit his head off with a knee strike if she could just get her legs free, but she wasn't using her arms at all other than to try and catch herself on the floor and roll on top of him. He could use that to his advantage. "Well, to be honest, I think you're about to get a concussion." He raised her again. "Anything goes." "Yeah, but you're about to get your ass kicked." He slammed her, head first, into the wall. With her body propped against his, her neck was the main weak point that might snap, but he hit her on the back of the head to force her head up instead of in a dangerous direction. Then he performed another over-the-shoulder suplex, making her kiss the ground. He then threw her entire body off, dusting himself off. She rolled off and jumped straight at him, aiming to tackle him into the wall. He kept his body relaxed and loose, leaning back slightly right before the moment of impact to perform the proper front roll. She slammed face first into the wall, only managing to kick him in the ass on her way past. She slumped, her own tackle knocking her out. He looked out, acting surprised. What do you know, we were both right. Son of a beach. Recovery girl's pen flew, making her fumble to catch it. You scared the daylights out of me, woman. Calm down, this is a sickbay, not a rock concert. Recovery girl snapped at Maruko, who felt like sit. It was like she just ran around a city nonstop for a couple of days, and her head was killing her. Ugh, what happened? Well, you faceplanted into a wall and managed to not snap your neck. Recovery girl tapped her head with her cane, still shaking her head. Almost all of the major damage was done by you, but you did have a few minor bruises from Ken. So the gears in her head took a while to turn, but with all the head trauma she just had, it was to be expected. That headbutt could usually break most walls. But Yue was made of sterner stuff. Well, you at least did better on the last try, though I think you need to learn some restraint. She looked over at the other person in the sick bag, calmly taking notes while his left shoulder was wrapped. You seemed to panic when rushed. Are you not used to being on the defensive? One more try. How did she get bodied like that? She was the number 7 hero. This isn't a contest, you know. It's just training. Ken flipped a page and kept writing. Any more and I might not have 2 working knees. She huffed, then lay back in the bed. So, are we already done for the day? Unfortunately not. I should regain enough energy to be healed again in 12 minutes. He glanced at the clock, then returned to writing. I advise you to think over what went wrong on your part. What? Did that just mean things that got her ass kicked? She already did that. The shirt throw in the first round. Well, actually it might be every time he grabbed her. As soon as he grabbed her, she lost all control of the situation. Like, I need to learn to escape grapples. Normally she'd just kick off the ground, but Ken seemed to have a technique to keep her legs stuck in the air. Yes, things like that. Or when you charge straight at a wall with no way to stop in time. You forgot to gauge distance and realize you didn't have enough room to spin. Ken massaged his shoulder, then checked the clock and went back to reading. She hated being stuck in the past and usually didn't think too much about the things that didn't work. But it didn't seem Recovery Girl was going to let her out of bed with how she got swatted every time she tried to stand up. So instead, she sat back and started trying to think over what went wrong. Why was it that when he won fights, he always seemed to end up more injured than his opponent? His butt hurt, his fingers were killing him, and his shoulder got dislocated. Again, he hadn't even been there an hour yet, and he got sent to Recovery Girl twice. This was supposed to be training, so why did Maruko keep going full throttle? Was she trying to kill him? All right, Mr. Ken, you should be ready again. He already ate again and had been meditating since he got here. He couldn't get to sleep fast enough for it to help. He didn't stop meditating until after the kiss, and Maruko had also been dismissed. And you, this isn't a fight, it's training. Learn the difference. I'm not here all day, you know. He ate more food, standing up. Tired as he was, his muscles felt great. He stretched again, looking over Maruko. How about we start with some stretches? That's a good opening exercise. Stretches? Again? I thought you were gonna teach me to fight. Midoriya nodded, working his back. But I'd feel responsible if you pulled a muscle, so we'll stretch first. Should only take 10, and we've got a lot of time. Way too much time. He shouldn't have said all day. Come on. It had seemed easy right until he tried to break her legs. She was flexible, yeah, but not that flexible. Just relax. You barely have to do a thing. He pulled her legs up to her shoulder one at a time, helping to balance her. He then helped her stretch sideways. Then they moved on from the leg stretches to arm stretches. For someone with such strong arms, you never seem to use them. He had to help her with this still, but this needed a lot more help than her legs. I suppose that's one thing we could train. My arms. She did have strong arms, but they weren't hot sick compared to her legs, and if one thing was just better than another, why use the other? What am I supposed to do with them? Escape grapples. Learn to catch yourself. Maybe even attack with them, if you're feeling up to it. He took out a set of fingerless gloves like the ones he was wearing and threw them at her. Don't worry, we won't do this for long. We'll get to kicks soon. How soon is that? Midoriya was barely trying anymore. Stop trying, muscle your way out and turn your head. Which way? He had her in a hold for so long, his arm was getting tired. You're right. And now pull backward and good job. He had to hold that pose for 7 minutes while he told her things not to do. He shook his arm, then rolled his shoulder. I'm going to have to use my other arm, I'm afraid. How many times do you have to do this? Maruko rubbed her neck. They were practicing the guillotine choke since it's the one he took her down with twice. As many times as you need. He put her head down and wrapped his arm over her, keeping a loose grip. Move off the center line. Use those legs you're so proud of. That's not the center line. Then what is? When being stuck in a guillotine choke, an easy way was to move across the body. Like if the person was choking you with their right arm, move your body to the left side. It took off the pressure and you'd be fine, rendering the choke ineffective. The middle of me. I'm going to try to get you on one side of the center line. You want to be on the other side of the center line, whichever one's opposite to my choke. He adjusted the pressure so she didn't go unconscious again since she didn't seem to know when to tap out. Since he was going for a choke with his left hand, she moved to his right side and crossed his body. Like that. Yes, yes. Excellent. I'm going to put a little more force behind it. How are you feeling? He tightened his grip. But from her new position it didn't do anything. Fine, I guess. Did I learn it yet? She was so eager to stop learning this, he'd just drop it with this. We're about to find out. He released the grip, stepping back. Get your head down, and try to move my body out of the way when I go down with you. I'm going to fall backward. You're going to grab my knee and shove it to move faster. Repeat to me what we're going to do. I put my head down. You fall back. I grab your knee and move to your other side. She had to think over her phrasing on the last part, but it was good enough. All right, then let's get started. He went for her with his right arm, and she moved into the choke instead of out, moving herself to the right. He gave her a moment in the choke before letting go. What do you do wrong? Wrong side. He nodded, helping her up. We don't do it until it looks nice. We do it until it's done right. Again, Maruko broke her 10th chokehold in a row and smiled proudly. How's that? Not bad for only one move, even if it's a little situational. Ken helped her up. Now, I believe you wanted to practice some kicks. Finally. But she didn't want to seem too excited. Yeah, sure. All right. We're gonna start with a forward kick. You're gonna want to bring your knee up and over your hip, like this. Ken demonstrated as he spoke. You can hit with either the ball of your foot, the heel of your foot, or just hit flat-footed. Here, I'll help you get a feel for it, if it's all right. Sure, whatever. He stood beside her, talking her through the motion and grabbing her knee. She already basically knew this kick. Boo what? When he grabbed her leg, you want to stand as straight as possible. You're only going to extend your leg after you get your knee up. All right. He was awfully close to her, helping her get her leg through the positions even though she could do them herself. After you get the knee up, the same arm is going to swing the opposite direction while you lean back. He did the motion with her a few times. Give it a try yourself. She went through the motions very slowly, then remembered this was supposed to be an attack and put some force in. A little too much force, judging by how she fell backward and had to flip out of it. Ken didn't chastise her this time, drinking more water. Remember to lean back and pump the arm forward. You can lean forward before you do the kick itself to offset it. She gave it another try and only had to flail for a second to get a hold of herself. This looked embarrassing, but it didn't seem as strong as her current kicks. It didn't require as much motion, at least, and Ken kept giving her small tips until she could do it over and over again without losing balance. You're doing a great job. Are you ready to try practicing with the back foot? While she wasn't familiar with the term, one of her legs was further back than the other, and that wasn't the one she was kicking with. Wasn't hard to figure out which leg he was talking about. Yeah, could you help me get a feel for it again? It helped a lot. Ken nodded and came beside her, giving a quick demonstration. She paid attention to his words. A little. She wasn't distracted. She did enjoy learning new ways to beat the shit out of people, unlike those escape techniques. This was kind of fun. Maruko smiled, and noticed the white thing in the corner, smiling smugly and wiggling his eyebrows at her. Oh, don't mind me, Ms. Maruko, Nezu said, just enjoying the view. It's you. Ken scowled, nearly snarled at Nezu. It is indeed me. Nezu laughed, waving hello. Hello, Maruko. Always a pleasure. Maruko stepped away from Ken, then looked between the two. Ken was completely fixed on Nezu and had a look like the one she got when seeing Ronin. Nezu was still smiling smugly. All eyes for Ken. Are you here for something? Just supervising. This is my facility after all. They had a history, but all she could tell was that Ken hated Nezu while Nezu, at least, didn't seem to hate Ken. Oh well, are you ready to continue? Ken moved on quickly, redirecting his attention to her. Sitting around here won't teach you a thing, after all. Course I'm ready. She snorted with indignation. She just needed to focus. Like Ken, why was Nezu here this time? Wasn't he usually just watching through the cameras? Why was he here in person? Yes, this was his place, but didn't that furry effer have some taxes to do or some more money to waste building robots? Ronin forced himself to keep going. If he couldn't be calm, he'd fake it until it was real. They moved on to the next kick. For the side kick, turn your back foot to face away from your opponent. He stepped forward with his back leg but pointed the back foot away so his heel pointed toward his target. You are going to turn your shoulders slightly further than sideways to show a little bit of your back. Your lead toes should be pointing down when you make contact, so your heel will point a little up. Toes shouldn't be higher than the heel. He kicked the air, then left his foot up while he explained with hand motions. You want to hit with just the heel if you can, but definitely not the toes. Bring the arm on the same side across the body to counter the force. You probably want to kick people in the head, yes. Maruko nodded, still giving an occasional glance at the annoying furry effer in the corner. Don't be afraid to lean back. It should increase how high you can kick and serve to give you more balance when you kick. He demonstrated 2 variations, one where you brought the knee up to your chest first and the other where your leg went straight from the ground into the kick. Maruko needed a couple of tries to get a feel for it before her kicks became noticeably faster. I can just do from the ground. It's just my foot jumping into their face anyway. Remember to move your arms. He'd given her a little push and thrown her completely off balance. A real opponent won't sit pretty while you hit them, and you need to be able to hit something without falling over. Move arms, got it. She kept practicing, with Midoriya serving to throw her off a little bit and force her to adjust. He made her do kick after kick until her leg felt like it was going to fall off, before finally switching legs. Remember, if you want more power, you want more momentum. To get more momentum, you have to move. And what direction do you want to move? He pushed up the poor training dummy and stepped back just before it got launched into a wall, towards the target. This was just basic stuff, but it was the basics that formed a foundation for excellence. Maruko adjusted quickly to kicks, even if she'd probably never use any of this again. She just didn't need more power. Good. Now, again. He grabbed a new training dummy, setting it up and taking a step back. Maruko jumped forward, her back leg driving off the ground to give herself forward momentum, then going forward while crossing behind her front leg. The back heel pointed toward the dummy. Her front leg pushed off the ground and twisted, driving forward and straightening as it hit the target in what would have been the ribs on a human. The metal caved in and went flying, crashing into the wall. Hey, old man, you're a good teacher. Where you work? Ronin stopped, chuckling, then continued resetting the dummy. Nowhere yet. Hey, you should work here. Nezu threw a water bottle to Maruko. It had been 30 minutes since her last drink and she should be needing one soon, by her work rate and the usual pace that Ronin gave her water bottles. Keep dreaming. Ronin shot him down as quickly as usual but avoided the inciting question, standing back as Maruko switched legs and hit the dummy in the head. Since the neck was still in working order, it didn't break, instead sending the target up and back until it came crashing down. It seemed almost redundant to teach Maruko how to hit harder since she never needed it. Nezu couldn't think of anyone who actually went toe-to-toe with her and won. She performed another kick, shattering the dummy. Maruko laughed as the bits flew, jumping backward. Thought this would be boring. This is kind of fun. Nezu, how many of these things you got? More than you could break in one day, I'm afraid. He chuckled. Even if it seemed pointless, Maruko did enjoy it and was improving. She performed another side kick into the air, then switched into several front kicks. He had seen Ronin do it, but it was obvious that it wasn't his quirk when put against someone who had super strength. Even the gust created by her strikes could knock you over, and that wasn't to speak of the speed she threw her legs out. You've improved a lot from when you started. Ronin swept away the remains of the robot to a corner with the rest of the junk. You should try to remember the power isn't everything. Accuracy is also key. And the only reason I still feel safe if I had to spar with you. Hey, I'm hitting the thing. She gestured to the many broken robots, all broken with crushing impacts. What other kinds of accuracy are there? Precision. Do you play darts? I don't want you to hit the dartboard anymore, Ms. Yuzujiyama. You've proven you can do that. He took out a bit of chalk, marking an X on the wall about shoulder height to himself. I want you to hit the bullseye and just the bullseye. Try hitting that. About 20 consecutive hits should be good. She looked around, trying to find the twist. It seemed easy, but she learned fast enough to know that meant something was wrong. As much power as you want. Go for it. That was just raising alarms now. She gauged the distance, made sure her legs could get that high even though she'd kicked higher just 5 minutes ago, and stepped back. She shuffled her feet for a moment before. Krolak. Her kick broke that wall like tissue paper, even if it didn't break through the entire thing like normal. Usually, the whole thing would just fall over. But this time, I missed. Her foot imprint had created a spiderweb of cracks. But barely one of the cracks touched the actual X. She had gone a little short and went too far to the right. A glance at Ken showed he wasn't disturbed by the slight miss. She stepped back in, twisted her hips and Krolak. Another bit of cracked wall. She partially hit the X with her toes. But most of her foot missed as it over-adjusted to the left since her last hit was to the right. Another step back, another kick. Krolak. She hit the X dead on this time and took a step back to admire her handiwork. The kicks had been looking clean for a while, but that was Maruko's first clean hit. She stepped up for another one. Krolak. And missed, going too low again. That was weird. Another one, and another one. Maruko could get about 3 hits before her exhaustion kicked in. Midoriya figured that this would be a problem, but hadn't brought it up. It was a problem most heroes had, but unlike vigilantes and office workers, they didn't have to deal with it often. At least, not in this way. Your legs feeling heavy. She was sweating more heavily, and her breathing was harder. Rest is just important as drive in a workout. Take a seat. I've got something weird to show you. He had already brought over a folding chair for her, but she turned him down to stay standing. Well, stay leaning on the wall. Is this some weird trick to why I can't hit the target? Little bit. Remember my starting words. He lined himself up with the target. Damn, Nezu would have to replace this part of the wall, at least. Hit the target, hard as I want, 20 times in a row. He nodded, it was close enough. As hard as you want doesn't mean you have to go hard at all. Midoriya moved at a snail's pace, using that flexibility and balance he practiced every day to slowly and gently touch the target while maintaining correct form. You can take your time, line up your shots, and experiment. That way, when you get serious. His lead leg kicked off the wall, pushing him back, then jutted forward and turned so its toes were pointing the opposite direction from his target. He brought the knee to his chest, lining up his chest, hips, and foot to make a straight line with the target, then pushed off again with his foot that was still down while driving the kicking leg forward. Crack. He didn't have as much power, but after Maruko's many near misses, his singular more focused kick demolished the wall. While she had landed blows with her entire foot, only his heel struck the wall, serving as the spearhead that forced it to finally break. Maruko could have done it with 3 with her unfocused kicks, regardless of if she actually hit the target. You can hit what you aim at. A novice strikes at his target, while a master strikes his target. The kick style you're using is faster, but you aren't used to hitting a precise target. It was harder to line up your body with the target from the floor than from a pulled back position. So you think my current problem is I don't have a good aim? Maruko finished the water and crushed it. Not many people liked learning what they were bad at, especially if someone else pointed it out. Among other things, a lack of endurance, focus, and over-reliance on power. But all of those things are things that almost all modern heroes struggle with. Instead of being nicer, he pressed on. Your main problem is you go full power every time. You don't have the endurance to do that though, so you need to relax more. You might rein it in, but you always try to use as much power as possible. Midoriya checked the time. Almost time for lunch. We can get into more detail later. For now, let's eat. Nezu still wasn't quite sure what Ronin was actually doing here, or what he was teaching. Giving Maruko tips on how to hit harder was pointless. He'd never seen her come up against any villains she couldn't beat. Teaching her restraint seemed counterintuitive, and like it would only get in the way. Don't hit hard enough, and the villains might hit harder in return. It seemed, at least, to take more energy than just going all out. Now, they are quietly around a table. Ken, as Maruko called him, ate slowly while Maruko scarfed her food down as quickly as possible. Most people knew Maruko spent as much time as possible on the streets fighting, and that meant she did everything else fast, including eat. Nezu thought about bringing it up, but Maruko did it first. What do you mean I don't have endurance? You don't have enough endurance. He took another bite of food, giving them 10 seconds of silence as he chewed. You do have endurance, otherwise your fighting style would self-destruct immediately. You can do plenty of quick fights, but you will tire yourself out if you get into long fights. You don't give yourself breathers, and because you put so much force into everything, against anyone better at running than you. Well, I already said what your fighting style does when you run out of endurance. Another bite, and more chewing. Most people lose when they run out of endurance, so dealing with that is nearly impossible. It's easier to deal with the problem of running out of endurance by preventing it. You could either increase your endurance more or try to change your style so you don't run out of energy so quickly. Is all of this making sense? Your endurance and power are already incredible, and I doubt I can do anything to improve them in the time we have. He took another bite and focused on Maruko, making her squirm slightly. Though, something else interesting was happening here, and Nezu almost entirely missed it. Focus. Mess with people in a minute, well, in 10 seconds. Yeah, she almost stuttered but straightened herself out. Hey, he could use this. Not sure how, but he'd find a way to use it. She nodded along. So you want to make me fight smarter, not harder. Ken, all right. He couldn't take that name seriously. Ronin nodded and finished his food. Correct. For example, when sparring, you nearly killed both of us every match. That wasn't a joke, judging by his glare. Well, let's go back over what we need to. Practice doesn't make perfect, it makes performance, and we'll need to keep working to improve. From there, his mocking of her techniques in the spar seemed merciful. She was confident in her endurance, and he put it to the test. She worked kick after kick, practicing getting her feet into good positions and how to strike with the heel. He cheered her on and encouraged her, the small recognition and competition fueling her to go forward faster than she could on her own. He had spine when he critiqued her technique, but wasn't a D about it and reined in the I told you so attitude. He taught her one final kick, a weird sweeping one where she struck with the leg instead of the foot. It led into the other kicks well enough, and she could juggle a dummy in the air for 20 seconds before the thing fell apart. It was still weird to try sparring. While she usually preferred going until one side gave up, she had to go almost as weak as possible in contact, or so she thought. Their legs clashed, with Ken only using the 3 kicks she learned that day to level the playing field. Her kicks were strong, but compared to his loose movements and flowing strikes, she seemed almost robotic. His attacks merged together, one kick quickly becoming 3 all while balanced on one leg. He mostly deflected her attacks then struck her body, his own hands in his pockets. If you move well enough, you can generate the counterbalance with just your elbows. He had anchored his hands in place but still managed to swing his arms enough to counter the force both of them made. They weren't playing for points anymore, but for her own progress. Remember to use your feet for more than just attacking. Usually, you're pretty good at this, don't get tunnel vision now. Maruko had more than just raw power, she had superior mobility. Most of the time, even if he didn't do as big of leaps as her, he always seemed to keep up with her. It was weird, so she brought it up between rounds. I'm not sure it matters right now, Ms. Yuzujiyama. It's not what we're focusing on right now. He stretched his legs again, smiling. Just focus on staying relaxed as you fight, and hitting quickly. In theory, she was just as fast if not faster than him. In theory, she was leagues stronger than him. In practice, he deflected her kicks with his own and struck like a viper. Stay relaxed until you hit. You're strong enough to survive these hits fine, and it won't hurt. It's just practice. They danced around in circles for a while, and she could see what he meant by endurance. Sort of. She knew most heroes would have given up and keeled over by now, while he just kept exchanging strikes with her and jumping around. Even she was getting a little sore from all the moving, but Ken just smiled and kept going. Come on, how are you doing that? Maybe it's a little more relevant than I thought. That's my fault, I'll explain now. Stand in place, but turn to face me as I move. He walked around her, and she shifted to always face him. He kept a distance of 5 feet from her, a distance either one could lurch forward and attack from. He stopped when he was 5 feet from where he started. Now to her right side if she hadn't moved. Which one of us moved more? You. It was starting to make sense. You're moving in a big circle, so you have to move more while I just turn in place. Ken nodded. See, you're doing a great job, and learning quickly. He retook his posture. Now that you've figured it out, I don't expect immediate improvement, but are you ready? Maruko nodded, and he smiled. Excellent. Now, again. Midoriya left before dinner, thanking Maruko for the time and bailing before Nezu could get a word in. His mom made dinner, and he could not be effed to stay there a moment longer. He moved at a relaxed pace, letting Nezu serve as a buffer between him and Maruko. He was out of UA before she could even get a word in edgewise against Nezu's rambling. Feet moved just as fast as the sparring match, and maybe even faster. He made ground like the ocean made waves, smiling widely. It happened, it finally happened. He was free. Come on, spill it. What? Maruko hated loose ends, and it seemed Ken was hiding a few himself. Nezu was one of the people who probably knew what was going on and could tell it to her. Problem was, her only lead was laughing his ass off, rolling on the floor. Oh, I'm sorry, but No, I'm not. This is hilarious. Just say it, jackass. She snarled. Whatever he thought was funny, it wasn't that funny. Shut up and say what's going on. I'd love to be, but it's kind of hard. Nezu was laughing so hard, he could barely talk. How the hell did you get him to teach you? I told Ken I'd pay him sit. She forgot to pay Ken before he left. He got away without getting any cash. No wonder he was in such a rush to leave. Whatever, I'll just pay him next time I see him. You see him regularly. Suddenly Nezu went from a mess to all composed and sit. Where? How regularly? I'll tell you when you tell me. So speak up. She was about to send this rodent to the effing moon. That'll be difficult. He was definitely just trying to get her more interested. Unfortunately for him, she was already hooked, and all this extra effort was pointless. That man is very hard to talk about. What, was Ken in some secret service? An ex-hero? A villain? Just say it already. She slammed her foot down on the ground repeatedly, cracking it. She couldn't have hidden her impatience if she tried, but Maruko wore her heart on her sleeve when it came to what she wanted. Most of the time. I guess you could call it a secret service. It is secretive after all. Nezu chuckled. I'm not sure I want to think about him being a villain. But a hero. Nezu laughed again but started to walk away. If you could convince that man to become a professional hero, crime itself would shiver. I haven't seen a man that idealistic and driven since. When was All Might's debut? Nezu thought for a second before laughing again. I'll see you again soon, Maruko. Hope you remember what that man taught you, and even improve on it. And if you ever find yourself in a tough spot, I hope he's on your side, for your sake. No more stupid UA. Brats to teach. No top 10 heroes to force to pay attention. He might love Kaminari, but a man needed some free time. Izuku sat beside his mom, watching cheesy flicks and making snarky jokes with her. They laughed and smiled, messing around. It was refreshing. No deadlines, no expectations, just some time to kick back and spend with his family. They went their separate ways, going each to their own bed. Izuku did his usual closing routine. then stopped as he stretched his arms. He didn't usually get to grapple, but outside of the few martial arts he stole from, it seemed a good route to explore. He'd have to get into a real club to advance any more with it though, in his opinion. Self-study only took you so far. It was weird to feel his limits coming up. All the practice he had done on his own could only be so far with the little information he had. Those limits weren't close, but his progress would start to slow down. The basics were quick to learn, but the road to mastery was hard and long. And pretty soon he'd have to stop faffing about with those basics and hone his craft. He wasn't bad at what he did. Just a quick check said most heroes thought he was some martial art genius. They flipped entirely. The people who once thought he was nothing now thinking he was everything. Instead of getting underestimated, he'd get overestimated. The problem was, that wasn't good for him. Most people he fought had never seen real martial arts, and so they assumed what he did was impressive. But in reality, he was effing shit at this. He could only beat real martial artists with outside help and double-teaming them, or by just running away. If there was a martial art he mastered, it had to be the art of running away. Izuku sighed, looking out the window with a smile on his face. It just took time, in the end. If he wanted to get better, he'd have to put in the effort, same as always. It was just that he couldn't coast along anymore. Midoriya shook his head, then grabbed his notes. It was time to learn martial arts, for real this time. And he was going to learn a martial art that he couldn't otherwise, one that required a partner. He'd be learning judo. Inko blinked, then looked at her son. Are you sure it's safe? Of course. Izuku laughed. There are no quirks in it, so even I can do it, and it's great for self-defense. Inko shook her head, thinking a little longer before signing the sheet. All right, if you're so sure. Midoriya picked up the bag with their stuff. Just when he started getting good at golf, they switched sports. He wasn't too upset. It was pretty hot out, and inside the ping-pong room was nice and cool. You're doing great, Izuku. You've really improved since last time, his mom said, hugging him. He might not have been good at ping-pong, but it was way easier than dual-wielding. Seriously, dual-wielding 2 full swords might have been his worst idea ever. Wrists were only so good. Even if he couldn't hit it back, he could block incoming shots. That meant his mom controlled the pace and forced him to go at her rhythm. All in all, it was a very good experience, even if unintentional. Thanks, Mom, but I think I'll be improving when I can score a point. He laughed it off, and they headed out to a certain bar that he usually only saw in his other form these days. It was earlier in the day, and Maruko wasn't in the area anymore. She moved back to Hiroshima and was already fighting again. Instead of sitting at the bar, they took a booth and chatted while they waited for their food. The quiet atmosphere was great. Midoriya had 1 month until his finals. That was 1 month to study up and hone his craft. The quiet of the bar gave him time to plan out his future, or at least the atmosphere to plan out his future. After school, well, if he was still being a vigilante, he'd need a job that gave him enough free time to run free. That wasn't office work. Maybe he could be a detective. No, they also had to work a lot of overtime. Plus, he'd be around more people to get suspicious of him. Just a beat cop would be fine if he went that route. But that was if he was still a vigilante. Heroes were heroes for the pay. That was their long-term goal. But what about him? Just stopping crime? That'd never end. He looked out the window at the street. It was the same rundown street, but the people there seemed brighter. The crime rate had gone even further down since he started. It was like a fog had lifted, making the entire scene cleaner. Just the sight lifted his spirits. He munched on fries as he watched the homeless move around. Their lives weren't easy, but the least he could do was make them a little safer. Izuku, are you all right? He snapped back into reality. Is something wrong? You've been staring out that window for 5 minutes. He laughed. It's fine, Mom, just thinking about things. Ronin stared back at Midoriya in the glass. A face so soft met one set like stone, determined. Big things. Midoriya showed up early to judo club with his papers, smiling happily as everyone stared at him. This was the easiest place to learn the basics, after all. He bought his own uniform already and bounced from foot to foot as he waited. They just kept staring at him until some people started putting out mats. Something even he could do. Do you need help with that? He eagerly stepped up and started trying to help, just getting more weird glances. What are you doing here? That guy wasn't in charge of the club, but he did have a higher ranking belt. If his memory was right, anyway. You part of Kendo. Technically, I'm just in the crafting club, not Kendo. Where does this go? Midoriya smiled and held up one of the mats, moving it with the guy he was talking to. I've got all the papers ready to sign up, and I'm excited to try judo. People exchanged glances, and some snickered. Yeah, sure, I'll sign it off for you. The senior, probably a second year, signed his papers. Midoriya bowed, thanking them, then turned it in before running back quickly. He wanted to learn judo as quickly as possible, after all. Most people didn't seem as excited as him though. They just seemed to lounge around, talking, instead of doing actual judo. Hey, when do we start doing judo? He looked to his upperclassmen for answers, but he was suspecting he knew the answer. "Oh, you want to start already?" The senior, still unnamed, laughed. He looked pretty confident in himself. He stood up and walked to the mat, stretching. "You sure sound confident for a student on their first day." "Thank you." Midoriya reined in the hostility and tried to play by his pussyboy attitude he was supposed to have. Didn't want to lose his cool here, after all. "Do we start with stretches? Laps? How do we practice?" Midoriya came onto the mat, all smiles and sunshine. The other student adopted a pose and Midoriya tried his best to copy it. The right leg went forward, the arms came up. "Should I just copy you to start?" "Yeah, something like that." The other student stepped forward, grabbing him by the collar and the sleeve. Midoriya did his best to copy the motion but was a little too short to get a good grip. He at least got a good sleeve grip. Even if his arms were too short to grab the shirt, you'll want to grab the shirt first. That gets a better grip. Otherwise, he smirked and stepped forward, sweeping at Midoriya's legs. Midoriya tried to step back, but the arm grip held in place and suddenly the world was upside down. And he hit the mats with a solid thump. The impact was pretty heavy, but compared to what he'd already done, it wasn't that bad. "Go for the central mass first, right?" "I understand." Midoriya scurried to his feet and retook his posture. "Grab the body, then the arm." "What's your name again, senpai?" "Koichi." Midoriya stepped forward and swiped, trying to outpace his larger opponent, but just got grabbed. "You want to lean forward so that you can do this." Midoriya spent almost an hour before school getting thrown around like a rag doll. But it might have been the fastest he had ever learned the basics, not that he'd show it. Midoriya. He had missed a lot of things, but hearing that voice wasn't one. It was like Bakugo mixed with nails on a chalkboard. "Midoriya, there are homework and finals and no one told me and I'm behind." "Hey, calm down." Aiko had grabbed him the second they got to lunch and started shaking him back and forth. It was like he never left the judo club. Midoriya gave Aiko a pat on the shoulder as he could hear his free time flying away. "It's fine, don't worry." Aiko slowly calmed down, her quirk shutting off as the last of the fog drifted away. "Midoriya, finals are in a month. I didn't even know we had tests." "This is a school. What did you think we did here?" Midoriya didn't have any comforting words this time. Seriously, what did she think schools were for? "You had to prove you learned." "Sleep." Aiko said it with such confidence that it sounded like a fact. "Look, I don't know anyone who could teach you everything you need in a month." He started eating his food finally, but Aiko slammed her hands on the table. "Could you help me please?" She bowed her head, and was putting so much strength into the desk it started to creak. "I asked the teachers and they said you were the best person to ask." "Fine, we'll tutor after class. Just try to do the work in class, get one assignment done every hour." He had to accept, if not for Aiko for the sake of the desk he built. Aiko leaned across the table and hugged him, dragging him across the table while his ribs made interesting sounds. "Thank you, thank you, thank you, thank you." He tried to tap out while she pulled him around like a chew toy. This made judo feel like a tickle fight. "I thought I was gonna fail this year. Thank you, thank you, thank you." "No problem." Like, my ribs ... and ears. Midoriya stopped trying to tap out and got put down gently. Didn't seem to be any major damage yet, and he wanted to keep it that way. "I'm so ahem, I'm so sorry. Are you alright?" She at least had the sense not to pat him down and add more bruises. "Let's just eat." For a minute, Midoriya sat back down and got back to eating, while Aiko kept sneaking glances in between bites. Midoriya mourned his free time while Aiko smiled, happy to spend some more time with her best friend. It was supposed to just be a quick tutor session. They worked together, figured out where she was, then they could plan a course. Midoriya checked through the papers, holding up the mathematics one first. Basic algebra. "Aiko, what is this?" "Oh, the second English part. I didn't get what it wanted, so I just made words with the letters." She sounded so proud and confident about herself. "My dad talks in English around the house, so I'm pretty good at it." She answered the algebra questions by turning them into poems. Midoriya rubbed his eyes. "Aiko, when's the last time you took a math test?" "Third grade. I just started growing out my hair, so." She counted on her fingers, and Midoriya slammed his head on the table. "Hey, are you alright?" Aiko, a phantom rose, locked into this mess by the social contract it was stupid enough to place itself in. "We're not going to stop this till you can do algebra." "Got it." Midoriya, you're kind of scary right now." The ghost slammed a hand down, barely able to imagine all the hours this was going to waste. "I didn't ask what I look like." Now, those hollow eyes that had once spotted freedom locked onto Aiko. "We've got some work to do." 4 hours. 4 hours of cramming. With Midoriya's skill at memorizing useless sit, he usually never had to do this, but Aiko had to go at a slower pace. There was no point in rushing, so they took regular breaks to talk over what she learned. Now, Aiko was spent. She swayed as she walked off, a reed in the wind. Midoriya could see the giantess from the club room as she walked out, barely awake. She should be fine. She apparently lived pretty close. As for himself, Midoriya refocused and got to work with the new list he needed to crank out to make his newest item, although not a possessed item. He needed to make a target to practice judo on. That'd need arms, a judo dummy he could practice with, sand to fill it, some sort of cloth to wrap it. The cloth was the big issue. It'd need to be durable enough to survive being thrown around and slammed into the ground. Canvas or leather would do, and he had a lot of leather. Time to put it to use. Midoriya would have to work with the cloth, but he needed to buy the sand. He checked his wallet. He had some cash. The department store should still be open. Time to sweep by. Ronin finished for the 7th time. Then started putting the sand in. Again, sand leaked from a single seam. Again, he emptied the bag and started patching it. Again, Ronin finished for the 8th time. Then started putting the sand in. Again, sand didn't seem to leak from the seams this time, so he gave it an experimental flip, starting the throw by kicking it with his legs. The legs pulled the dummy down, moving its center of gravity. Changing a center of gravity was how everything moved, from people walking to a marble spinning. He shifted that center of gravity in his favor, flipping the bag and driving it into the ground. Sand leaked from a single seam. Again, he emptied the bag and started patching it. Again, Midoriya had spent the entire afternoon patching it and was slowly reaching the end. By the 9th, it took 3 throws to find a leak. By the 15th, he couldn't find any leaks no matter how many times he threw it around. He finished filling it and set it down. Then stretched. He learned how to engage, and he already knew a throw from the internet. The bag itself was easily strong enough to survive anything he threw at it. It had been the seams that had been the weak point. But now, Midoriya wrapped his gi around the dummy, then tied a belt and stepped make. Dummy, not a good name. Deku dummy. Dekumi no, Deku dummy's better. Let's just stick with that, right Deku dummy? He patted his creation on the shoulder, chuckling and eyeing the time. He had half an hour before he needed to get home. He could get in a little practice. Midoriya slammed his entire body into the ground. He was getting really good at shrugging off injuries now. Midoriya, you're naturally built to be a punching bag. Don't think I've ever seen anyone take such a beating before. The club members laughed. No one else seemed to take anything seriously, despite their constant fights with the kendo club. That seemed more like fighting for the fun of it, while this was what they did in most of their downtime. It didn't look like anyone here took this school seriously. Midoriya rolled off the ground, regretting his improper landing. He'd stuck the landing a couple of times, but it wasn't something he could do on command. He retook his posture, putting in a few intentional mistakes. Didn't want to look too good here. Come on, Midoriya, what kind of defense is that? You're just asking to be thrown. Like Koichi stepped up and crushed Midoriya's defenses along the gaps. Midoriya taking special notes on his leg movement. The slight step-in was something Midoriya was used to, but the small kicks the legs used to flip people was not. Koichi's leg scooped him up and off the ground, giving him another free ride. The way Koichi used his weight and stature was impressive. Mao also had used his weight and height, but it completely changed based on the fighting style. Mao kept his weight back so he was immovable. Koichi put his weight into his throws to make throwing people even easier. Both used their length to harass their opponent from a close to middle range, although a very small middle range at that. Midoriya relaxed his body, letting his limbs flop as he hit but slowing them down on the recoil. His body took hits like the shore took waves. But these throws were meant to turn weight against you. But this was Midoriya. He was effing tiny. Sparring with Maruko was more painful, and she never even successfully hit him. Now, he rose again. That's amazing, senpai. Could you show me how to do that? Midoriya kept up the fanboy act while pretending to be more hurt than he was. This whole faking thing was harder than he thought it'd be. Koichi, stop messing with the newbie. Look, newbie, you want a serious lesson? Google it and shut up. Another member was really showing his passion for this. Weren't they supposed to be here to get better at judo? You want him to shut up, you teach him. That'll take away Koichi's pup. Whoa, Koichi's pup. That was a new low from Midoriya. Worked well for him though. The leader of the judo club stopped paying attention to the complainer and got back to playing cards. F that. The complainer played another card. You're just scared of losing. Ignore those chumps and focus, or else this will happen. Koichi grabbed Midoriya again, and it felt like he had learned how to fly before crashing like Icarus. Focus on sectioning it off into bits you can understand. You do it all at once, it's just a mess, so tear it into chunks. Midoriya talked Aiko through the math for their lunch period. He didn't even want to think about the other subjects for now. But how do I know what to turn into a section and what to leave? Aiko scratched her head, staring down intently at the paper. Probably, he couldn't see her face. She could have her eyes closed for all he knew. Just follow PEMDAS. It's English, but you're good at English, right? Aiko nodded, listing them off and making Midoriya smile. They were painting with broad strokes, but she had a lot of ground to cover. Great. Just remember, if something doesn't make sense, take a step back and look at the problem again. What's it asking for? What's it giving you? You should be able to find the answer with the information it gives you. Aiko nodded again, then got back into the work. They had a long way to go before they were done. Midoriya's foot slid across the ground, flipping the dummy up in his arms using the momentum to drag it into the ground. It didn't look like it would hurt at first, but a 200-pound man falling 4 feet to land on his back on the concrete wouldn't be getting up easily. He swept his foot under the dummy like a wedge, kicking Deku dummy back to his feet. They could almost be balanced on after an hour of experimenting and were just about good enough. Good enough was, right now, perfect. Midoriya mimicked the sweeping motion of Koichi's leg, moving like a scooper as he took out Deku dummy's legs and knocking him down again. It was an odd use of his legs that he wasn't used to, but he could adjust. He didn't get to practicing grabbing during class because of his short stature. Now, he ran freely and got used to twisting the cloth as he grabbed to get a better grip. From there, what direction Deku dummy went in was completely up to him. He'd need live targets for the next part. He had to take a break for training Kaminari, but now his afternoons were mostly free. All he'd have to do is teach Aiko, and then Midoriya waved Aiko off and then stepped back, changing quickly and heading out. He could feel now how his gloves needed editing, the changes and adjustments he'd have to make in order to properly grapple and throw people. Wrist protection was nice, but his were too constrictive right now. He'd have to free that up. He could tell not just from the feel, but from experience as he appeared behind his victim and grabbed his jacket, sweeping the legs and shoving him downward, all while falling on top of him. Their combined weight made for an almost instant knockout. He faded back as goons turned around. These people weren't fit to be called villains. Even calling them criminal was a strong phrase. They started to notice their dwindling numbers right as Ronin appeared, throwing one headfirst into the rest, then drawing both guns and opening fire. The blasts took out the last quickly, too quick for them to defend themselves. He didn't admire his handiwork, checking each one to make sure they really were knocked out and giving the fakers a few blasts as compensation before fading away entirely. It was these explosive bursts of practice that sent the criminals running. All could be right in a drug deal. Then a pair of guns could emerge from a wall and blast everyone into tomorrow. No one ever died, but no one could stay conscious through the dozens of blasts to the face. Midoriya hit the ground again, and it seemed the final straw. Aren't you going to teach him anything, Koichi? Shino was getting tired of winning at card games, it seemed. No one could complain like him. All you're doing is throwing him around. At least teach him how to properly engage. You want him to learn, you do it yourself. I'm doing it, so I do it my way. Koichi laughed, then spun and flipped the rising Midoriya. He was really getting a kick out of all of this. Shino finally hit his limit. He was bored, and Koichi never shut up. Fine, pup, you're gonna follow what I do. You're gonna learn some real judo now, so shut up. Shino flicked out his arms. Stretch first. Follow along. Cause if I hurt myself kicking your ass, you're dead. Midoriya nodded, following along. It seemed his persistence would finally pay off. Midoriya's pen flicked along the paper, making notes. Aiko twitched in her chair, as tense as a violin string. He looked over the work, nodding, then slid it to her. 80%. Did I really do 80%? She smiled like it was the best thing in the world, and for her, it was improving by leaps and bounds, even if the work he'd given her was for someone 4 years younger than her. Yup, way to go Ossit. Midoriya was picked up again, going on another ride as they spun around. I did it. I really did it. Aiko was lost in her own world, finally scoring above 75%. Took a lot of retakes and explanations to get here, but for Aiko, every second was worth it. Thanks, Midoriya. Yeah, no problem. He had wisened up and started wearing the bodysuit for protection. He could learn too, it seemed. Not much, but every bit counted when you were as dense as him. It was just a problem of him not focusing on the right thing. He focused only on the throws. He had now adjusted the gloves. He'd been training for over a week, and the new model of gloves could grapple the dummy much more easily. Ronin's eyes narrowed, then stepped forward. He didn't fight in official matches. He fought to win. He needed to get to setting up quickly and throwing someone straight after running toward them. His old movement tactics could be reworked. His judo steps emphasized the strength he needed, the ability to turn quickly. It created a new stance, adjusting with small steps and twisting his body to avoid attacks instead of sidestepping completely. The less energy spent dodging, the longer he could go. Ronin ran into Deku dummy, sliding his leg along the ground and hooking the dummy's knee with his own, shoulder checking the dummy into the floor. Deku dummy's back hit the floor first, taking the weight off his knee when it hit the ground. His knee guards would also absorb some of the shocks. All in all, not bad. The men tried to run as the monster hurled from the alley, wrapping a leg around one of theirs while shoving him down face first. It didn't even stop and kept running straight, stepping off the first victim and grabbing the second's arm, stopping him while kicking his knee out. The second goon was forced into a partial kneel, then got a side kick to the back of the head, slamming his head into the ground. Only one was left, and he tripped on his own feet. He sniveled as the monster looked down on him, cloaked in black. It didn't have a face, just a cloak that flowed in the breeze as it approached. Those swords glinted at his side, and what seemed to be thousands of needles adorned his body. The final victim tried to get up, feeling an iron claw wrap around his shoulder. Hardly anyone heard him scream, and even less cared to find out what caused that strange screech. They were getting close. They were only 2 grades away now. They were so close. So why are all the test results the same? They had so much progress until now, but it seemed every step forward was a step backward in some other field. This pattern had worked until now, so why did it stop working? It was clearly time to change tactics. But if he didn't know why the plan stopped working, he couldn't work around it. Sorry, I just can't remember everything. That made sense. He sat beside Aiko, looking over her mock tests he'd written up, thinking it over. Humans could only remember so much stuff, and he couldn't rush it. This was an unavoidable problem they were gonna run into eventually. And it might as well be now. It's fine. You've made great progress in the other areas. Midoriya checked the tests. She hadn't forgotten any of the old stuff. The problem was none of the new stuff was sticking. Practice the old sections to make sure you don't forget them. You might not advance yet, but that's just for now. You need to keep what you've got. Aiko nodded vigorously, finishing her lunch. I get it. Will we go over past stuff later? It was Midoriya's turn to nod. Yup. Now go get back to class and work some more. This break's run on long enough. We can fix another one of your jackets while we review. They had taken to doing a bit of sewing while they went over her work. The motion seemed to help her remember things more easily, and Midoriya would use every trick in the book and even some off the record to ensure his students succeeded. Aiko looked down at her results, seeming to smile underneath the blanket of hair. It was hard to read her, but hard was not impossible. Thank you for your time. I'll see you later. Aiko bowed and ran off, leaving Midoriya to finish his own lunch in quiet. They were improving, slowly but surely. Midoriya flipped the Deku dummy again, throwing him face first into the wall and then going straight for the chokehold. While he couldn't check if he was doing the hold correctly, it was the motion he needed to get down. A person who was falling, be it from tripping or from being thrown, would try to instinctively catch themselves, and that was both predictable and exploitable. He stood back up and got back into position, dragging Deku dummy into position before exploding again and chucking him across the room again. It forced him to throw closer to his body so he could quickly get atop his opponent, then choke them out. He practiced his holds as well as his throws, moving to dislocate limbs. Nothing permanent, but painful, and enough pain could lead straight to a knockout. All in all, it was great practice. He couldn't practice everything on Deku dummy. It wasn't a competition to try and knock him out, since Deku dummy never defended against his attacks. Instead, Deku dummy served as a safe place to try out new moves before he took them a little further. Ronin threw the goon into the wall face first, then pounced on him, wrapping an arm around his neck and turning him into a human shield. He kicked out the goon's knee, forcing him down, then pushing his head forward. Didn't even take 10 seconds to knock him out on a good hold, and Ronin was getting pretty good at it. He drove his knee into the man's back repeatedly until he went slack, then threw him at his buttocks. The large man served as a bowling ball, and while he didn't take anyone down, his impact slowed down everyone else. It forced others to dodge, and dodging was something Ronin had planned for. One unlucky buddy tried to dodge by diving out of the way and got a kick to the face, throwing him into a wall. He tried to catch himself, exposing his arms and giving Ronin a clean shot. Ronin grabbed the nearest arm in the goon's body, throwing him against the wall and then applying pressure. When you knew what you were doing, dislocating shoulders was as easy as 1, 2. Ugh, my arm, my arm. Ronin pulled the goon back and slammed him headfirst into a sentient trash can, rattling both goons. Ronin dropped the second goon and tackled the third, grabbing him by the shoulder and the sleeve, then hooking his feet out from under him, throwing the trash can man into the second goon, knocking both out. He ran forward, then leaped off the ground onto a wall, avoiding a charging dumbass and going straight for the gunman, who was holding the gun the same way someone would hold a venomous snake, both arms shaking. Ronin threw needles into the shaking arms, the flinch pulling the trigger and harmlessly shooting a wall. The goon tried to pull back, his gun now entirely pointing a different direction instead of even being close to the target. Ronin grabbed the gunman's arms and forced them up, hips rotating as he kicked the gunman in the head repeatedly. The gunman was trying to go backward and get his arms down, so after 4 kicks, Ronin helped him, stepping forward and spinning to press his back into the gunman. He pulled the man down right before the charging goon reached them, slamming him down shoulder first, right as the goon tried to tackle him. There was a new obstacle on the floor, tripping him. Ronin helped him with his charge, lifting the stumbling goon off the ground and driving him into the ground, then sweeping him off the ground and slamming him into the ground again, finishing with a third throw into the gunman. Punks these days. Ronin checked his stomach where he'd been shot. The bodysuit had stopped it, but that was going to be a nasty bruise. He glanced down at the original victim, tossing him his wallet. You dropped this. You dropped your guard again, pup. Koichi just laughed from the sidelines while Shino knocked his hand away, grabbing him and pushing him into the ground. That throw didn't even lift him off the ground, but he was still completely in Shino's control. The ability to accurately find the points to grasp was amazing, but Shino had a unique ability that most people didn't have. I thought you weren't gonna train him, you lazy a hole. Shino grabbed Koichi, who wasn't wearing a gi, and flipped him too. Shino had fought so much he could grab any clothes, not just jizz. Shit, I'm tired. What the F did you do, pup? Shino wiped his head off with a towel. Midoriya's influence had spread to most of the judo club, and now they were all training irregularly at least. Possibly due to watching his constant work, some other people were starting to take judo more seriously. I trained, senpai. It was the truth, even if Midoriya didn't show his best skills. Midoriya constantly put in the reps, both here and on the streets. Shino shook his head, grabbing a bottle and downing the contents. Whatever, pup. Kenshi, get that guard up. You're competing with pup on the mat. Get moving. Midoriya also did one more thing, although it was a bit rare. He finished his stretches, then ran at the wall and pushed off it, kicking off to get to the top of a platform. From up there, he could see all of the Parker gym. He couldn't do this every day, but it was necessary to practice and learn. Midoriya trained to kick off walls, redirecting himself, and get more height. You're back, Mop Man. The sleepy kid looked at him, and Midoriya waved from atop the platform. So I did, sleeper boy. Sleepy climbed up, moving a lot slower than Midoriya, but still making steady progress. He was pretty good at this climbing thing. Midoriya helped him up. You miss me? A little. It's pretty boring here. The Parker stuff wasn't his size, so Sleepy couldn't use any of it. Made sense it'd be boring. Midoriya nodded, then flicked Sleepy's hat. Cheer up, bucko. Wanna mess around a bit? Just the idea of doing something instead of lying around was enough to excite the kid. And they both started to play a little game of tag. Ronin flipped over the fence, tucking in his legs as he spun to clear the fence easily and kept on running. He was good at ditching cops, but he was getting great. The heroes even started to lose him in this playground of cement. He wasn't using super speed or anything. He just knew the environment better than them and could move across the ground easier. That gave him way more endurance. Even against Maruko herself, he was sure he'd win if it just became a challenge about running away. Ronin waved goodbye as he kicked open the sewer cap, then sliding in. This was getting easier and easier with every bit of practice he put in. Midoriya looked at the sky from where he landed. He could get thrown like a ragdoll without so much as a bruise, with all the practice he already got dealing with Bakugo. On your feet. Again, Shino was driving them hard, with only a few days before finals. The chaotic mess of a club had slowly been hammered into a real club through thousands of throws. Midoriya stood and got back into position. Pup, keep your eyes on the body. You need to learn to see from the side of your eye so you can see more. If you focus only on the legs, you can't see the arms. Got it. Yes, senpai. What had come off as mocking became slowly more genuine with time. Shino drove hard and was really good at judo, when he could be bothered to do it. Even Koichi was showing off those grappling skills he usually only used to toss Midoriya like a salad. He still wasn't completely genuine, but it was at least getting closer. You're getting closer, at least. Midoriya looked over the review sheet, nodding. Aiko could get at least 60% every try, and now she advanced to getting about 65%. In theory, she'd be great with just a few more weeks of practice. Really, Aiko lit up like a Christmas tree, clasping her hands together. She did that when she was happy, and wrung her hands when she was scared, even if he couldn't see her face. He was slowly getting better at reading her. Yup, if nothing else, you won't be in the bottom half of this school. That wasn't a high hurdle, but Aiko didn't seem to know that. She nodded vigorously, then looked over what she got wrong. I'll keep getting better, Midoriya. I won't let your work go to waste. She gave him a thumbs up. He might have to go to her house on the weekend if he wanted her to get above 70%. While she was improving every week, the next week was the test. If she wanted to get any better, she'd have to practice even more. All right, good luck in class. Aiko nodded again, then finished her lunch and ran off. While she was more energetic, she was the same shy girl who used to sit in the back of the class, content to sleep away the entire day and learn nothing. The progress was staggering. Speaking of progress, she wasn't the only person improving. Midoriya stood up, grabbing his newest friend. All right, Deku dummy, another round. Ronin worked his arm, sitting atop one of the goons and using one of their phones to call the cops. It was the problem with breaking into buildings to beat criminals. He had to call the cops themselves. On the streets, people would eventually find them and call the cops for him occasionally, but he always had to call the cops for jobs inside of buildings. He dropped the phone after calling, picking up another one, and dialing the police again. He just kept doing this until he was out of phones. Moving his shoulder, nothing felt too badly injured now. Hurt like a beach in the beginning, but now it was all fine. Well, it would be fine. Didn't get in his way, at least. Unlike them. Hey, any of you injured? A bunch of punks were in a corner, cowering. He'd followed them into the alleyway, but the twist happened when the van rolled up and shoved them inside. It had given him a run for his money and put his Parker skills to the test. If he couldn't teleport, he wouldn't have even followed that van over 100 feet. They were as responsive as logs. Ronin sighed, standing up. He was lucky that not much happened, but this was a little out of his leg. Human trafficking was for the police to deal with and track down. But he'd do his best to help. Ronin got up off the goon, checking his knots. His rope work wasn't something he actively tried to improve, but just on how often he did it, there was improvement showing. He could string a man up with a pair of socks at this rate. I'll see about getting a trauma team here. You guys have mouths, you can do the talking. Ronin approached, the children who were supposed to be the same age as him flinching away. He grabbed them one by one, untying and ungagging them as meticulously as he could. Didn't want to go too fast and hurt them. They were going through a rough day and it wasn't quite over yet. He dropped a phone in front of them, then walked away. Call your parents. I'll be here until the police show up. Ronin had to make sure the heroes had probable cause to enter, so he went to the front quickly and broke down the door. That should be good enough. He went back down to the basement, trying to get some better lighting. The kids were starting to talk again at least. Ronin stayed outside of the group, listening intently for the sound of sirens. Finally, he could faintly make it out, approaching in the distance. It's been fun, but let's never meet like this again. The heroes would have some better motivational lines than that, and they'd be there in under 5 minutes. Ronin had waited until he was sure they could all hear the police sirens so they'd feel safe before he decided to bail. He stopped leaning on the wall and went back to his entrance point, a mark on the ground where he came in through from the sewers. He searched for a second before finding the place he came through, the spot where he'd nearly hit his head on a desk when he entered and ruining everything. Yamato came out, smoke drifting through the air as he carved an X into the ground. Hey, wait. Ronin stopped, looking over at the band of kids, and one of the boys speaking up. Who are you? Eraserhead. Now they got a chuckle. Man, Eraserhead with a teleporting sword. That was some scary shit he didn't want to think about. That doesn't matter. Stay safe. He stepped through the X, then closed it after himself as he landed in the sewage, stopping dead for a moment and groaning. That was another hour to clean off his leggings. Midoriya didn't even want to meditate as he cleaned the boots, because then he'd have to breathe in deeply. He was normally fine, but that was when he had a mask on and didn't have to be that close. He finished off one boot and moved on. After this was the pants. He groaned, almost rubbing his head but catching himself at the last second. Midoriya kept on working even if the ground was annoying. The school flooring was hard and annoying, but at least there still was light. He had to stop early for this because people could smell him coming if he went out now. Tomorrow was Friday. He'd give one last review with Aiko in school. Then they'd try and finish the grind at her house on Saturday. Midoriya wanted to get Aiko's math average to at least 70%. They had briefly been working on the other bits, but nothing as serious as the maths. Her English, speaking at least, was stellar. If she just talked herself through it, she was fine. Midoriya leaned back, stretching his back and working his arm. He wasn't getting hit as often these days, but he still had a nice collection of bruises. He'd be wearing long sleeves for a bit at home. That should hide it from his mom. He then leaned forward again, finishing his other boot and throwing it next to the other. He grabbed the pants and got to work, grumbling all the way. Good throw, but try to put more of your feet on the ground when grabbing. Shino demonstrated as he spoke. That will give you a more solid base. Yes, senpai. Midoriya nodded and followed along with Shino. He kept both toes and heel on the ground, lifting Shino again and only breaking contact with the floor at the last second to get enough distance. Don't get stuck on the floor. Find a middle ground that works for you. If you went up too early, the push wasn't as strong. Too late, the push was choppy and could have control stolen. Shino flipped up. He was practically running the club now, with the main leader usually busy. Soka, what the hell are you doing? Give me a second, pup. Shino walked away, rubbing his head. Midoriya smiled, adjusting his gi. It was good to see the improvements, even if he was going to leave soon. This was his last day here, and then he'd move on. Ronin learned as much as he could from this club. Everything else would be refinement from practice. Staying here no longer benefited him. Midoriya looked around the room, then shook his head, laughing at himself for thinking it through. He already knew what they needed to do, and they couldn't stop here. Ronin shook his head, checking the time. It was almost time to leave for classes. Aye, pup. Koichi called over to him. Get over here. I need a partner. Ronin shook his head, walking over and getting into position. Ready? Yeah. They both stood still for a moment, eyeing each other. They weren't close, but they had the most matches. Koichi was used to Midoriya's mostly defensive style, which was created in response to Koichi's mostly offensive style. Koichi usually led the match from the moment he found a weak point and forced Midoriya to react to him. giving himself the momentum. They didn't stand still for long. Both stepped forward as their hands moved. Midoriya favored his left hand instead of his right, an unusual style that he picked because fewer people were used to it. His left grabbed Koichi's shoulder on the inside, while Koichi's right arm grabbed Ronin's left shoulder on the outside. Their other arms grabbed each other by the sleeve. Koichi went for leg sweep after leg sweep, pressing down on Ronin and smothering him. Midoriya liked this style because it favored footwork, something he had trained, but Ronin instead turned his foot and blocked the kick with his heel. You didn't win by running away, you survived by running away. Ronin didn't want to just survive though, and he was only here for 2 more minutes. He stepped in and used sheer power to throw off Koichi's grip, getting both hands in a better spot and kicking at Koichi's leg. That forced him back, and Koichi's arm pushed Ronin's off. Ronin didn't get a good enough grip on the first try, but that was the first try. Ronin pulled Koichi forward with one arm and got another grip, twisting the cloth to trap his fingers a little better. Koichi tried to sweep his leg from the inside, putting his leg between Ronin's. Ronin stepped over it and struck Koichi's remaining leg, throwing him off balance and pulling him up into the air before throwing him into the mats, then stepping back. Damn it, should have seen that one coming. Huh? Ronin nodded. Little bit. Koichi laughed, then sprung up. Not bad. Not bad at all. Hey. His usually boisterous face faltered for a moment. You leaving? Like, really leaving? Yup, gotta get back to my crafting club after all. Midoriya smiled, laughing a bit. You were pretty good, Koichi. I might drop by if I have a second to see if you're getting lazy again. Koichi chuckled. Looked like he forgot that this even was a school, and Midoriya would just be a building over. You better. That was the first loss I had in a while. Midoriya nodded, bowing, then grabbed his stuff. A lot of people said goodbye to him. He was strangely popular on his last day. Next week he'd be entirely focused on taking the test, so there was no point in being here. He headed off into the mess that was his class for one final review, and to witness one final war zone. Everyone was pretending or trying to study now. They had started randomly throughout the week, but the entire class was doing it now that the big test was just around the corner. Aiko didn't stick out at all, sitting in the back with 2 books open, reading one while taking notes in the other. She'd be hard-pressed to get everything done in time, but her effort was commendable. Midoriya's habits hadn't changed since day 1, sitting down and starting his work. He had already done all the homework though, so he spent his time reviewing and planning his future. Right now was that planning time. It barely took a week to get most basics done, but that was because they were the basics. It was easy. If he had to break it down into something mathematic, which he wanted to for his notes, everything after learning the basics took longer than the thing before it. After the beginner stuff came the easy stuff. This sounded like the same thing, but it was barely different. Beginner was knowing how to attack. Easy was knowing how to attack in a fight. He had finished almost all of the easy stuff and was dealing with the intermediate stuff, like how to attack at any time. Midoriya's judo had surpassed that point, being able to do it on command. He was no master of judo, but opponents who weren't trained to defend against judo were putty in his hands. If everything was as easy to get to this point, it took a month of almost complete devotion to a single art to get it to an intermediate level. That meant he'd take a month to learn each of his weapons at a real dojo, then going onto the streets and forcing himself to apply it everywhere. It had been 26 days since he'd taken anyone down with anything other than judo. He used at least 1 throw per person he fought, even if he had to use it on some people twice to get the average right. Obviously, the next one should have been swordplay, the second art he learned, only after running away. He could do kendo, especially if it was anything like judo. Shino and Koichi's judo had been twisted by all the years they spent fighting on the streets, modified into a style that was mostly practical in real fights. Kendo was only for one 2-handed sword though, although, technically, he'd never even heard of a dojo teaching how to fight with 2 swords. Maybe just start with 1. He surfed the internet, trying to find any 2-sword style dojos. Yeah, nothing. Didn't expect much else. He might try the kendo club to see what it was like, then go from there. Kendo was all about single strikes, and if nothing else, it should refine his attacks a bit. The style heavily restrained what your legs were supposed to do, and forced you to rely more on blocking with your sword, something he didn't ever do, mostly because he never fought anyone else using a sword. Yeah, kendo seemed a little useless, but what else could he learn from? Midoriya scrolled through his phone, trying to find anything but coming up short every time. It seemed like if he wanted good swordsmanship that was relevant to him, he might have to put off learning swordsmanship. But that left him a little open-ended on what he was supposed to learn. Technically, he could get some more Parker practice in. He'd been laying off it for a while, but there was always more stuff to learn. If he was feeling like looking stupid as hell, he could try to learn dancing as a way to learn better coordination. And no, he didn't have much pride, but the little he had told him if he was going to try and learn to run away, he was going to do it by practicing running away, not moving to a rhythm. He could try to figure out how guns worked. Truth be told, he was actually dogshit with the guns, kindness, and Cupid. It just never showed because they hit a large area. Learning how to aim the guns would help a lot probably, and it wasn't difficult. Sure, why not? Just guns for now. He still had some leftover metal actually. Maybe he could make another gun or two. Midoriya started sketching new guns as his classmates tried to memorize things, all intent in their task. It seemed that, after Aiko left, Midoriya would pay a visit to a certain riverbank to dig up some buried guns. He had some great ideas. Midoriya had to pick from his collection what guns he wanted to use. Guns were fine to use, but they were usually so big they couldn't be a part of his usual kit. The pistols were fine, but they were very light. He looked over the package of guns he had. The most common was pistols still, but he had a few goodies, thanks to Maruko. He might not have been confident to raid that metro without her, and he got some nice toys from those gun smugglers. If he was just picking two, that made it a little difficult. He knew of a lot of guns but had never seen most used outside movies and anime. The type of gun was the depth of his knowledge. Model, ammunition, proper cleaning techniques, all of that was beyond him. Still, there was a single weapon that required even less accuracy than what he'd been using, even if he only had two. He was probably going to break one while trying to make it, but he could make it work. Effort was a key ingredient to success, after all. He didn't care which one he grabbed, so he took the one on his left and began reburying the mess with his right. He restacked everything, sealed it, and buried it. Picking up his two choices, he did his best to disassemble them into his bag before he left. He had a few hours before Aiko came back. He had left right after lunch, so if he moved quickly he might pick a piece or two to replace and start planning his new modifications. Why did you start this club, Midoriya? Aiko rubbed her head, showing bits of a face as she ran her hair through her fingers. Never anything signature, just pale white skin that was usually buried underneath her black locks. Crafting. His answer was vague as ever as he checked over here results. His pen was moving a little too much for her comfort. What else would a crafting club be for? But I've never seen you working on anything. Aiko stopped messing with her hair and pulled out a carton of cranberry juice from her backpack. Do you want any? Midoriya didn't respond, just shaking his head as he worked. She unscrewed the top and drank straight from the carton then. It might have been an entire gallon, but it wasn't even as big as Aiko's head and was about the size of a juice box to her. What time do you want me over tomorrow? Oh, I don't know. His eyebrow rose, and she flinched. She knew she had a whole week to plan this out, but she kept putting it off. I'll find out right now. She pulled out her phone, texting her mom to see what time was good. At least 12:00. I can make lunch. She beamed. I'll show you I can craft something without hurting myself. Food. She chuckled to herself, hands on her hips. She was feeling pretty good right until she got the results back. Hope you can take tests without hurting yourself too, cause with scores like that, you have a lot more in your future. Aiko huffed. Then read through the notes. Midoriya pulled his chair next to hers and started to talk through the problems with her. She nodded along, taking her own notes on what he said. It was slow work, but so had been making friends. She could do this. Aiko was a good worker. She could do this with enough time, but it seemed like 65% might be her limit in this short of a time. Midoriya finished grading her tests and checked the time. Good job, Aiko. And I think this is a good wrapping up point. But why this? Midoriya held up the piece of paper she'd given him with her address on it. Aiko's head tilted to one side, then pointed. It's my address. Won't you need it to get to my house? I meant why don't we just exchange numbers? It's easier. He took out his phone and nodded to hers. He could almost hear the gears turning in her head. Oh yeah, that is easier. It didn't even take a minute. And he just took a picture of the paper. Problem solved. And if they ever needed to talk to each other, they now could. Easy. Midoriya saw her off again, then went back inside to look at the main piece he got. This would be hard, but he could pull it off. He was sure of it. Midoriya had many problems. Overall, the quirklessness thing was still kind of a problem, but he just learned that it wasn't too important. More seriously, finances. Ronin was a thief, first and foremost, who robbed unlucky victims. That human trafficking case didn't have anything go missing just because the money was important to the case, but otherwise a couple hundred yen would have gone missing per body. But he had a problem more immediate than that right now. As he looked at the gun he got, he was forced to deal with a very difficult problem for him to deal with. He had no effing clue what he was looking at. It was supposed to be a shotgun, but it wasn't pump action and it wasn't break action. It just had a weird handguard that went forward and backward. How was he supposed to load it? He could only find the part where the shells came out. A little bit of googling, a pushing of random parts, and Midoriya unlocked the lever action part of the lever action shotgun. He could now load the shotgun shells that he barely had. He put in all one of them, then had to get back to googling because he never figured out how to take the shells out. It took him 20 minutes just to get his singular shell out, and all he had to do was mess with the lever again and jam 2 fingers. In other obvious news, it seemed guns were not his forte. Midoriya had such a hard time with guns because any information on them was hard to get in Japan. His usual methods of tons of research didn't work when there wasn't anything he could research. Sword and spearmanship were ancient arts in Japan and kept alive in dojos, along with hand-to-hand combat. Parker wasn't restrained because it wasn't exactly considered dangerous. But of all his weapons, 3 of his weapons would be much more difficult to learn. The kanab was from a dead fighting style that wasn't used anymore. The only people who practiced fighting by throwing giant needles were ninja clans and overly enthusiastic darts players. Finally, only people with the correct authorization could even get guns in Japan, let alone learn how to use them. Those 3 fields would be the hardest to advance in. Midoriya finished what research he could get, then began to take apart the gun. It was slow and meticulous since he only had 2 chances at it. He already knew what parts he wanted to replace, the firing chamber and the barrel. Problem was, one of those parts was miles more complicated than before and the other was just bigger. It took several tries and a lot of glances between the gun in front of him and the gun in the pictures to find all the parts he'd need to replace or at least coat with the metal. He then took the pieces and made molds of them with sand, purposely leaving a little room so he could file it down after the fact. Then, he melted the metal and filed his casts. The casts were made from a bucket, some sand, and making flammable replicas of the parts he was casting. The hot metal would burn away the replica and fill its space, then slowly cool. Even with Midoriya's army of buckets, some bought and some stolen from the janitor's closet, he still couldn't get all the parts in one go. He had to wait for about an hour for the parts to cool before he could pull them out with tongs, then get to work with the next ones. The worst part was the barrel, which took so long to cool that it was done with the second set just because of size. In the meantime, he got to start with the time-consuming process of cutting and sanding the parts he did have to shape, testing each inside the working gun to make sure everything moved correctly. At least it was the weekend so he could stay longer. He had to constantly and disassemble the gun over and over as he tried out his parts, letting him get more used to each part as he had to recast the failures that broke from the first casting. He then practiced the motions with the complete original gun, testing out the weight and how it felt to hold it. It'd be a while before he had a 3rd air gun, and even longer before the 4th. There was no point in being impatient. He checked every part 3 times to make sure it wouldn't blow up the first time he tried to activate it. He already planned to put the battery in the gun's handle. He could add batteries as he did with the old gun and already started to make the section, carving out bits in the handle and lining up the wires. He had enough parts to make 5 more possessed items, or at least, make the battery sections for 5 more possessed items. He'd finish tomorrow. It was getting late. Midoriya put away each of the finished parts and left the still cooling pieces to finish. He could try it out before meeting with Aiko. The house, cleaned. The fridge, stocked. Her outfit, not dreary. Her parents, mostly out. Dad would be working in the garage and wouldn't be bothering them, which was fine. As much as she loved him, Dad could be really off-putting. He was constantly trying to get into fights, and she wasn't sure Midoriya would survive meeting him. She could already imagine Dad putting him in a headlock until he gave up, then bursting into laughter and throwing him into a wall or something. She checked the ingredients she had prepared, then the clock. Midoriya would be coming over at 10, and so she'd need to finish breakfast by then. She threw on her apron and tied up her hair, then got to work. First impressions were important, so it was time to stop making bad ones. Midoriya finished hollowing out the gun barrel, something that was usually one of the hardest parts of making a gun. Usually, you needed a large Dremel or something to drill through and turn the material into a barrel, but Midoriya had to pick a drill extension from the hardware store. He better end up using that extension more than once. The thing cost 55,000 yen. He measured 3 times before drilling, then went back after another 3 measurements to add the rifling with a different type of drill. He was holding the weirdest pipe he had in a while. With the barrel completed, his gun was finished. There was no stock, just a handle that he had decided to fit to himself. You only got better at what you practiced. And if he didn't experiment with modifying guns, he wouldn't get better. He even made the hard guard bigger for a trick he heard about. Midoriya practiced assembling and disassembling the piece. It was bigger than both of his pistols, but for a gun, it wasn't actually that big overall. It was the same length as one of his spear parts, even if it weighed much more. He stowed everything away. It was 9:30. Time for him to go to Aiko's house. Aiko lived in a pretty nice neighborhood. Lots of houses, big both in floor count and just sheer size. Midoriya was pretty sure he found Aiko's house from a block away just because of the scale. Getting closer, everything was bigger from the doors to the mailbox. A quick check of the address, pause really quickly to listen to the catastrophe in the garage, and then ring the front doorbell. "Hello, coming." The door opened, and Midoriya blinked, trying to figure out who he was looking at. To stall the description a little longer, because he was still trying to wrap his head around it, Midoriya had never seen Aiko's face but always had a rough image of what it could be. Something scary, which is why she didn't like it. Maybe slitted eyes like a snake, sharp fangs, or something ugly. He remembered that Aiko didn't like seeing her own face, so he just figured it wouldn't be cute. He didn't imagine big eyes with red pupils and black scleres, specifically because they looked kind of like his. He didn't imagine sharp teeth that better resembled bumps than knives, or a doll-like face, which is why he backtracked and tried to remember if Aiko had any siblings. It'd make sense Aiko would hide her face if she had a sibling with this face, not if she had it. It was threatening as a small dog trying to nibble you to death. You're early. I'm still finishing break. Aiko turned around and put her hair over her face. I'm still finishing breakfast, so come on in. She moved stiffly with him trailing behind. He couldn't see any of the pictures with how high up they were, but the whole place looked pretty nice. Upper middle class. The paint on the walls was good, the woodwork was detailed, and the floors were well kept. Someone took care of this place. The chairs in the dining room looked built to be climbed, and the table height was similar to the one he had in the shop. They probably had at least one shorter family member than the rest, since everything wasn't Aiko-sized. Aiko was sitting at the table, trying to eat eggs without getting them in her hair, and also keeping her hair down to hide her face. You can just keep your hair out of your face. They had been here for 5 minutes, and her eggs were probably cold by now. She hadn't gotten a single bite yet with her weird technique. We can't start until you stop. Since he wasn't sure of her opinions on her own face, he decided to use a logical reason instead of a personal reason. Aiko paused, then adjusted her hair. Her mouth was visible, letting her eat more easily, to make her feel more comfortable. Midoriya didn't focus on her face and instead set up for the study session. She finished in under a minute when she was sure he couldn't see her eat, as wrong as that security was. So, you ready to get started? Midoriya flashed a smile at her, all the materials laid out. We've got a lot of work ahead of us. Yeah, Aiko nodded, giving a cute little smile as she forgot to adjust her hair. She could see the hair, so she probably didn't remember that it wasn't covering her whole face with her bangs parted over her shoulders. She could look a lot better if she took care of herself a little more. That wasn't what he was here for. He wasn't a fashionista. Probably. They started with the dreaded maths, like basic geometry and algebra. It wasn't anything complicated, but for her, it was a new world. When they were tired of that, they moved on to history. A quick dip back into math after that, then it went on to science. A lot of memorizing, all in all. So cooking's just science. I'm a scientist. Aiko smiled at the thought, clenching her hands together. Her happiness at even the thought of being a scientist was palpable. Yeah, in a way. Seeing her so happy to learn something made him happier. The math in chemistry is pretty similar to the math in cooking, sort of. You might really enjoy it. Aiko nodded, then checked the time. Lunchtime. I should be done in 12 minutes. She got up, tying her hair up, and kept her back to him. She moved around the kitchen quickly with a grace she didn't usually show, crashing around the classroom and breaking desks like paper. It was nice to see her not panicking constantly, but it was even better to see her happy. The absence of bad was good, but the presence of good was better, if that made sense. I made katsudon. I figured you liked it since it's what you usually bring to school. Her smile was bigger than ever, her confidence in herself at an all-time high. I made some of the ingredients yesterday, but it should taste all right. She put 3 bowls down, putting one bowl on the far end of the table and placing the other 2 between them, then gave Midoriya chopsticks while she stuck to using a fork. She made an awful lot of food, but Midoriya had skipped breakfast, so it should all be fine. Thank you for the food. They both began tucking in. It seemed she was usually used to eating with her hair back at home, as she didn't bother covering her face as she ate. Still didn't explain how she couldn't eat with her hair down earlier when she did it every day at school, but trying to understand everything about a person took a lot longer than he knew Aiko for. Somewhere in this giant house a door creaked open. Then someone began to walk inside. Midoriya caught a glance of a man even larger than Aiko, wiping his face off with a dirty rag that was as dark as his hands, all coated in what was probably motor oil. The large man didn't say a word to them, didn't stop to look. He didn't even seem to notice they were there as he went straight to the bathroom to clean off. Oh, that's my dad. He's the big one. She smiled at the thought of him. She smiled a lot. He just couldn't see it. He's a little bit rowdy, but don't let him scare you. He's just really passionate. Midoriya nodded, smirking. Couldn't be more passionate than a certain gangster he knew, who'd bring a building down on his head just because he wanted a fight, or wreck an entire forest to chase someone down. If you told him Mao meant passion, Midoriya'd believe it. Don't worry, Aiko, I'll be fine. Midoriya was enjoying the katsudon. She really knew her way around a kitchen. He wouldn't have known some of the ingredients weren't prepared fresh if he hadn't been paying attention. I'm not as wimpy as I look. A surprise, I know. He laughed a little, then pointed to the food. This is really good, Aiko. You must have put a lot of work into this. She blushed at the praise, looking to one side, then blanked as she realized her face wasn't covered. She went to cover her face and got a rag to the face. Aye, why you coverin' such a pretty work of art? Worked hard to make that, you know. Midoriya froze. He knew that voice, as weird as it was. He might have moved past it, but whenever he thought about drive and motivation, he remembered that man laughing with hands on hips. The voice switched to English. This your friend Aiko. Looks a little short. Wait a minute. Midoriya smiled from ear to ear as he stood up, taking off his backpack. It had just get in the way of his martial arts. Aiko's dad slipped out of his jacket, rolling his shoulders and nodding with a similar grin on his face. He flicked his white dreadlocks out of his eyes with the nod, baring sharp teeth like a shark. His already thin eyes narrowed in on Midoriya, stretching his muscles with small movements. Centipiter. Midoriya took out his own hair tie, tying his hair up and back in an imitation of the traditional Japanese-style samurai were known for. He had dozens of needles at his beck and call, a gun and spear in the backpack, and a way better understanding of martial arts since the last time when he crushed this giant pain in his ass. Biker, Mao and Midoriya stared each other down, smiling widely with Aiko looking between the two of them. She didn't seem to understand martial arts well enough to recognize the tensed muscles as both started to think of ways to beat the other senseless at the first sign of trouble, eyeing every twitch of muscle to try and predict the other's move. Both extended an arm, shaking hands as they stared each other down, slowly piecing the situation together with eyes locked. Mao was here, and that meant that he was Aiko's. Centipiter was here today with a bunch of nerds sitting food, so it looked like he was invited, which would make him. Iwahaha. Both of them burst out laughing at the absurdity. Aiko looked confused, glancing between the two of them. Do you guys know each other? They did already say weird nicknames for each other, so they had at least met before, but it didn't show how well they knew each other. Obviously, not that well, judging by the circumstances of their second meeting. You're friends with this guy. Mao laughed, clapping Midoriya on the back with crushing force. And who said you had a terrible choice of friends? You did, but a bunch of gangsters wanted me to join them, and you threw them through a wall. I didn't know Mao was your dad, Aiko. Despite the heavy impacts, he stood tall, applying enough force to Mao's hand to choke out the average human. It's been a while since we've seen each other. They both laughed while Aiko tried to figure out their relationship. Her eyes shifted from one to the other. Come on, Mao. Your daughter prepared such good food for us. Wouldn't want to keep her waiting. You got that right, runt. Huh. He didn't even hesitate to let go of the death grip, both returning to their seats. He took a couple of bites, then laughed. This is some gourmet sit right air. Nice, very nice. Aiko looked between the two of them, laughing and eating with a weird vibe in the air, some mix between friendliness and competitive spirit. She slowly reached up to undo her hair and got bean with 2 pieces of pork to the head. Both the boys stared her down, making her lower her hand. As her hand went down, they went back to talking about the food and laughing. When her hand went up, both of their attention snapped to her, glaring her down until she stopped trying to mess with her hair. She couldn't understand their strange relationship. Midoriya was her age, and Dad had her at 19, so that made him 34, no, 35. His birthday was last month. How did they know each other? And why were they so friendly? Aiko sat between Mao and Midoriya, working slowly through math problems while the two talked. Anytime she tried to put her hair over her face, though, one of them would reach over and put it back without even pausing their conversation. Eventually, she got through the paper, sliding it to Midoriya while Dad smirked at her, wiggling his eyebrows. He nodded towards Midoriya and spoke in English, his first language, instead of Japanese. So, give me the goods on broccoli boy. Aiko blinked. Well, Dad. Well, Her dad kicked up his feet on the table. Hone's question. Stop avoiding it and answer. She glanced at Midoriya, still unsure how good at English he actually was. He's a good student. He's really smart. Aiko thought it over, trying to pick out things she did actually know about Midoriya. She knew he studied a lot, did all the homework, taught her, and could she really not think of anything beyond that? He likes katsudon. Aiko, I don't mean to be rude, but I don't think licking katsudon is helpful. I know it's not. Give me a minute. Aiko thought harder, trying to come up with anything actually about Midoriya. He's kind. He's doing this for me, and let me into his club. He even lets me pick our projects. Oh yeah, you both in thought crafting club, Rig. I get you. Her dad nodded, then glanced at Midoriya. So what you saying in Fanka terms is, I don't know sheet bout sheet. Aiko couldn't meet his gaze as her dad started laughing. Huh, you're as dumb as me. Mao, lay off the criticisms a bit. Midoriya spoke up, also using English. Your daughter has more important things to focus on than this broccoli boy. And Aiko, pay attention over here. I'm going to go over what you missed. Yes. Aiko nodded several times, then got to actually working. Midoriya was projecting a different air than he usually did, which was weird because he didn't physically change at all. Whatever he did, it hooked her away from both her dad and Midoriya, and onto the work she had to do. An average of 67%, 2 scores over 70, weighed down by her rushed scores under 60. He'd done everything he could. Now it was all up to her. Remember to be conscious of the time in the test, and you shouldn't need to rush. Pay attention to the clock, and don't rush. I got it. Aiko nodded, taking notes on everything he said. He just was repeating what his teachers told him, even if his current teachers were just books. He even started to read a book on teaching, since he did it so much. Well, I think we're about done. Remember to keep practicing. People usually forget over 50% of an incident in under 2 days. He put away all of his things, making an effort not to look at the third person at the table. Not yet, anyway. Keep studying. Don't forget. She nodded again, taking more notes. Maybe he'd just give her some of his old study books. But writing things down was another good way to remember them. Might as well give her one more method to remember her work. Nerds done. The third person at the table, the one he wasn't acknowledging, spoke up. Midoriya nodded, zipping his bag shut. Yup, thanks for having me over, Aiko. I'll see you at school. Midoriya bowed, ready to leave already. Well, come on, kid, it's pretty late. Why don't you stay for dinner? Mao showed some teeth as he smiled, enjoying every second of this. My wife's coming, and she'd love to meet you. Aiko chirped in, unintentionally unhelpful. Yeah, my mom's an even better cook than me, and I want to pay you back for your help. Stay and eat. Her eyes seemed to sparkle as she leaned forward, smiling. I can show you around our house. There's not a lot of stuff, but it's really cool. I can show you stuff I've been sewing at home. Come on. He barely had a say in this as he was pulled out of his chair and led away. Aiko talking faster and faster as she got more excited. It was nice to see her without any fear at all, completely in her element. However, she was definitely lying about not having a lot of stuff. It seemed that at least someone in the family was a collector by all the stuff they had. Pictures on every wall, tapestries, rugs. What did Aiko think a lot of stuff was? Eventually, after walking up and down the house, they got to the second floor in her room. It looked exactly how he thought it would, lots of stuffed animals. It was packed with pink dolphin plushies, some even hanging from the ceiling. I made this one myself. Aiko brought him out of his thoughts as she held up a pink dolphin with googly eyes, then pointed around the room. And that one, and those. I've made a lot of dolphins. She started counting them, then snapped out of it. Anyway, did you like the hat? Forever ago, they had both started making beanies, but Midoriya never got around to finishing his. Aiko did it for him, and he still wore it when he was cold. Yeah, you like the jacket I made for you. I don't think I've seen you ever wear it. To pay her back, Midoriya made her a jacket and left it in the clubroom in the same spot. Instead of saying if it was or wasn't comfy, Aiko just blinked at him. Oh, that was for me. Who else would it be for? Midoriya tilted his head, watching Aiko think it over and redden. I wasn't sure. I just put it away with the supplies. I haven't worn it yet. Now Midoriya was blinking. Aiko looked pretty cure when she was flushed and not using her quirk to tear his ears apart. I'm sorry. Hey, it's still there, so no harm done. You can pick it up Monday. He laughed it off. It didn't really matter when the gift got there. It was the thought that counted. Is your favorite animal pink dolphins? How'd you know? Oh yeah. She was, if nothing else, more observant than Kaminari. They're one of the few animals that are naturally pink. Really, Midoriya made himself comfortable while Aiko gushed about her interest, enjoying her enjoyment. Aiko, dinner. That was a new voice. Sounded like Aiko's mother was home. Aiko stood up from the pile of blankets, smiling. You're gonna love it, Midoriya. My mom's the best cook. Midoriya stopped stacking dolphins and followed her out, going back downstairs. It had been his first time in a girl's room, but it had been completely dominated by pinks, and that pink had sort of overwhelmed everything else. Downstairs, Mao was on the couch and not at the table yet. Instead, a tall woman swept through the kitchen. The colors were the same as Aiko, with dark black hair and pale skin, but she was a lot shorter. She was still tall, but not tall enough to be considered a pseudo-quirk. Ah, you must be Midoriya. It is a pleasure to meet you. She smiled at him, giving him a good look at her face. Same eyes as Maruko, but her teeth looked the same as a normal human's. She gave off a mature vibe, but maybe that was just because he met Mao first. Aiko talks quite a lot about you, Mr. Tutor. It's good to finally have you in our home, hey. Put that away at the table. Mao looked around, trying to figure out what she was talking about. He was spinning a revolver on his index, but looked clean past that like it wasn't anything special. My jacket. Okay, babe. No, the gun. And the jacket too. We have coat racks, but the gun first. Midoriya blinked at the revolver, thoughts creeping in. He hadn't thought about the chillers, the gang Mao was in when they first met, in forever. Now though he remembered what the chillers were known for. Most money-making gangs had one main method of making that money. Toxin lovers sold drugs, but the chillers were gun smugglers. They were, indirectly, the place most of his guns came from. And Mao was the former leader of the chillers, so he should know a lot about guns. Whoa, you own a gun. That's pretty impressive. Midoriya smiled, throwing the bait. Mao couldn't have taken it harder if he tried. This is just one of mine. Don't use them a lot though. Mao laughed as he walked away, getting beamed in the back of the head with his own jacket. Oh thanks babe. I'm sorry about him. Mrs. Voorhees bowed slightly. He means well, but he doesn't think things through. Here you go. Now, can you tell us what Ishiyami's like? Our Aiko doesn't say much about it. Midoriya smiled and went along with it, but his thoughts were elsewhere. Mao's guns were probably registered, since even if he didn't think about it, All for One probably wouldn't let any of his direct henchmen get caught on something so stupid. Thank you for the food. Most meals Midoriya had weren't exactly quiet, but Mao ensured that this meal redefined his definition of loud. Yo, you still be doing those martial dance things mitochondria. The Voorhees family seemed mostly immune to the random things Mao said. Midoriya just nodded and kept eating. Aye, we should fight. Come on, it'll be a blast. Mrs. Voorhees didn't even need to hit him, instead staring him down. Black wisps came off her body as she spoke. What did we say about fighting at the table? Only do it when Aiko's not here, aw damn it. I see. Mao nodded, then laughed. Next time then oh, I know what's not fighting. Midoriya. He leaned forward, smirking at Midoriya. Wanna learn about guns GWAK? So Mrs. Voorhees did sometimes hit him. Or this time give him an encouraging push face first into the table. Just eat. Even a faceplant couldn't stop Mao's enthusiasm. And he'd find new things to talk about almost every second, even interrupting himself to say his new ideas. Everyone else just let him wear himself out, but it seemed his enthusiasm and energy were joining the universe and human stupidity in being infinite. Thanks for coming over, Midoriya. And being Aiko's friend. We really appreciate it. Mrs. Voorhees gave Midoriya a quick bow, elbowing Mao to make him do the same. Yeah, you still running round air, aye. Mao laughed, leaning forward. I got moved over a city, but maybe I need to show you some real moves. Maybe. Thanks for having me, and have a good night. Midoriya waved goodbye as he walked away, leaving them staring at his back. The couple lingered in the doorway for a minute, Mao still snickering as he thought over their next fight. He'd been getting rusty, but now he had been practicing using the other quirks his boss gave him. And he would be sure to give Centipeder a run for his money next time they met, provided his wife and daughter weren't there, or in his own house. So, his lovely wife shifted her gaze from Centipeder's back to his. How do you know the kid? Is he part of a gang? I don't want Aiko hanging around anyone shady, you know. Centipeder? Shady. Mao thought it over, then laughed, patting her on the back. Guess he kind of is. Centipeder's shady as F. He laughed for an entire minute, then walked in. Don't worry. We may have had our differences, but so long as he's Centipeder, da man's good as gold. Anyone crosses him, though. Heh. He rolled his shoulders as he walked, the 4 stars on his chest stretching as he moved. Wonder if they'll get 4 tats too. Midoriya now wanted to get in contact with Mao, if nothing else but for guns. However, before that, he finally got a minute to process what just happened. Mao's Aiko's dad. Makes sense. Their quirks were pretty similar, and side by side he could see the resemblance. Wasn't something he'd come up with on his own though. He didn't expect to meet him like that though. Was kind of weird to imagine a gangster's home life. He walked along the dark streets, smiling at the few people he passed. These streets were once so scary, but with the crime rate going down, everyone felt a little safer. This area wasn't ever terrible. It was the same town as UA, after all, but through Ronin's efforts, it had become just a little safer. In theory, anyway. Walking along, seeing the trash rolling across the road, eyeing the abandoned buildings between Aiko's house and his made him get a little introspective. The streets were still in disrepair. No matter how many punks he bagged, it wouldn't end, not as long as there were people out there who didn't want it to. From thrill seekers to people in need, the cycle of crime would keep on spinning. Made you feel small. How many people had he taken down, just for more to come up? How many guns had he taken, just for more to get shipped in? How many more nights could he go out on his own and hit people with some advanced sticks? There was no end in sight. And there never would be. He took down so many people, but Mao hadn't even been in jail for half a year. How many others went in just to come out? Was he doing anything other than giving people scars, beating them senseless, then letting the police haul them away? Sure, he saved people all the time. That's what heroes did. They got dirty so the world stayed clean. Every second one of them spent in jail was a second they didn't hurt someone. Someone had to do it. Not for the money, not for the fame. Not for some stupid popularity poll. To help people, to save them. To send people to the hospital. Criminals had to be stopped. But was this the right way? As a random punk with a mask, meddling with professionals? The only fights he ever won against professionals were rigged in his favor. Maruko, when she wasn't supposed to kill him, was severely limited. Ingenium, when he couldn't even get starts. A bunch of children. He'd been fighting for months now, and the local crime rate had barely changed. Stain hadn't been captured, Mao was out of jail, and the greatest hero was a skeleton pretending to be alive. The former greatest hero and the greatest villain was a potato, sitting in a basement somewhere, helping him and about to retire. If they kept working, if they just kept going, they'd get results. All for one would retire, bringing down crime rates. They'd catch Stain. Things would be different because they'd make them different. They might have won rigged fights, but they still won those fights and they were only getting better. The figure walked down the road, slowing down with each step until reaching a standstill, glancing at his reflection again in another window. It was worn down and broken, and that was just his face, let alone the window. For all his actions, while the faces, masks, and words might have shifted, nothing changed. The slums were still the slums. There were still crimes going on everywhere, and they hadn't changed it. Ronin stared back at Midoriya. They were well slept but still looked tired. For all the fighting, for all the gadgets, nothing had changed. Heroes were still mucks who didn't know shit about real fighting and cared even less than they knew. Villains still sprung up everywhere, making things worse for everyone. And nobody gave a shit about fixing shit, including him, just happy to keep on cycling. He broke eye contact with the Ronin, staring up at the sky. Could barely see the stars. These days. Aye buddy, you got a lighter. Van had sauntered up to the figure, who was still staring up, oblivious to their presence. A few tried to follow his gaze, but he just stared up into nothing. He looked pretty young. You got somewhere to be. Do you think anything's changed? The man spoke with a hushed tone. Gotta speak up, kid. They laughed, one of them shoving him forward. Listen, kid, me and my boys need a little cash to hit the metro. Think you could? Do you think this place can change? It was supposed to be a question, but the man said them like statements. You interrupting me, punk? The leader laughed, backing off and pointing. The ball's on this kid. He stepped forward, taking a swing and hitting the man on the back of the head. It was a clean hit, but the man only took one step forward before he straightened again, rolling his neck and dropping his bag. Oh, look out, boys. Got a real badass on our... Bam! The punk took the hit to the side of the head, stumbling only a moment until the man grabbed him by his shirt, pulling him forward. Who knows? The gangsters didn't even know what hit the leader, but one drew a knife and stepped up and thrust, stabbing the leader as the man turned, using him as a body shield. The leader couldn't even scream, he was just fixated on those eyes. Sorry, it was a weird question. Just being introspective. The man dropped their leader and stepped back, his hollow eyes looking over all of them. How many punks had they taken out just like this? Hundreds, in alleyways, where punks like them thought no one would look. The man rubbed his head. Would it be enough to just hit them, or send them off with a warning? None of them looked great, smelling like cigarettes and with their own share of scars. They didn't look like they wouldn't listen to a warning though. It was too late for prevention, so this should be a punishment. There was no point in sympathizing with them now. They were shouting at him and talking a big game. He still felt bad for them in a weird way. He remembered an old quote from heroes long gone. Heroes don't just stop crime. They prevent it. Community service is the easiest way to be a hero. He was getting lost in the violence. Even his serene style was violent. I'm sorry. It looks like I have a long way to go still. The man bowed. But I don't think I can save you anymore. The F you say? You wanna save me, Beach? They stepped forward shouting and ready to carve him a second mouth across his neck. You little SHI. The world slowed down as he calmed his breathing. They weren't fast. There was just a lot of them. Knives and quirks came out towards the man. There was no point in feeling bad for them. It was too late for him to help whatever got them here. But he still did. All he felt was pity, looking over the men. They were scarred and tired, every last one of them. Not one person on that street looked healthy, with their messes of scars and bruises. It looked like all of them had a rough time. The man gave them one last glance. How many people like this had he knocked down? Only for more to take their place. He was completely at peace, settled into a mix of pity and calm. He had regrets, but it was too late to do anything with them, and he accepted that. The man took one final step back, freeing his arms. He was completely silent, letting the attacks move towards him at what seemed a snail's pace. He could have waited for them to come to him, but instead he came forward first. There were 6 of them, not counting the leader who was still holding his stomach. They were charging him, not caring if they killed him or not. For them, this might be the day they became killers. For the man, it was showtime. He grabbed one by his arm and turned his body perpendicular to the target, kicking him in the face. His victim wanted to move backward, but he couldn't because his own arm held him in place. The sudden move surprised the others, stalling them for a second before he moved again, pulling his leg back and kicking the man in the stomach while letting go at the last second. The first victim was launched backward and hit the ground like a sack of rocks. He stepped to the side, grabbing the next person and lifting him off the ground, applying his own momentum to start the throw. He lifted the gangster off the ground and drove him down, letting go and throwing him into the ground, following that up with a kick to the face. Now the others were starting to move. He stepped lightly across the ground like he was skipping, jumping straight at one of them and slipping his right leg between the gangster's legs. He bent his leg like a scythe and pulled back while using his arms and weight to force the body forward. His third victim fell, his arms tangled with the man and unable to brace his head as it bounced off the ground. The man rolled off his victim and stood up like he was taught in judo, watching the three that were left step forward. He lowered his body further until his head was lower than his shoulders would be standing upright, then exploded forward at one with his arms in front of him and his head up. The lead one tried to get him in a headlock, but he used his own arms to bat the gangster's arms away and move past him, grabbing his side with one arm and turning on a dime. His other arm snaked around, grabbing the other and locking at the hips as the man stood up and lifted him up and back, suplexing him into the ground. He flipped out of his own suplex and away from the rushing attackers. These guys weren't even the best he'd ever fought. The next one that was charging had his hands low, his quirk the type that made him a mix between an animal and a human. He was running on all fours now, mouth open and ready to tackle him. The man took half a step towards him and swung his hips, spinning around and kicking him in the face. The force the man charged with was so great it made him take a step back, swinging his hips and kicking him in the face again. There was only one left. The man gave the dog man one last kick to the head, striking him in the side of the head and shoving him out of the way before jumping forward. The final target flinched, covering his head with both arms. The man sprinted straight at him, shoving his knee into the man's stomach. The final target choked slightly as the air was forced out of him, and he was bent over. The man dropped his elbow on his victim's head, then shoved him down onto the ground. He didn't stomp on the gangster. There was no point. He looked over his work for a second, then moved to his bag, picking up his piece and turning. The man stood in the middle of the 6 gangsters and took a moment to breathe, then stepped up and kicked one of the gangsters in the face twice in barely a second, making him crumple while he moved on. He grabbed the next, throwing him into the ground and giving him a quick kick before he moved on. He jumped onto the third, sweeping one of the gangster's legs and knocking him over while shoving his head into the ground, then rolling off. He rushed them as they started to move, dancing around the fourth before suplexing him and flipping back to his feet and kicking the fifth in the head, taking a step back and kicking him again. He finished the fifth with one last kick, then moved for the last one, kneeing him in the stomach and then beating him into the ground. He stepped back, admiring his work, then walked to the bag he dropped, picking something up and pointing it at the last man left, the leader. 2 guns were pointed at each other. "You think I'd forget about you?" I don't want no trouble." The charge shot finished charging, blasting him as the man threw himself into the ground. The leader fired but was slammed into the wall by the shockwave. A second shot hit him, then a third, then a fourth and a fifth. Neither pal. He picked them up and strung them together, checking the gun. It was definitely illegal and would send him to jail. He wondered how many days before this gun was back on the streets again, in some new punk's hands. He stood over them, shaking his head. He put Cupid back in his backpack and shouldered it, then gave these streets one last glance. He spent 1 month bagging tons of people like this, and all that changed was he got a little better at bagging them. Crime rate hadn't seemed to change yet. It wasn't rising anymore, at least. If nothing else, he could do that. If he couldn't decrease all the crime, he'd at least stop it from growing for now. He could do that. "Are you all right, Izuku? You haven't said a word since we've started?" Inko looked worriedly at him, but he just nodded. "Focusing. Gonna get my first point today." He breathed in and out, focusing. He relaxed his body slightly, letting his arms go a little slack as his mom nodded, then hit the ball toward him. It flew over the net and bounced once. It was going to his right and would be towards the end of the table, so he took a step over and back while it hit his side of the table, then hit it back. He watched the ball move across the table, then adjusted himself to where he thought it would be hit. Inko hit it back after the bounce, and he readjusted his position to reply in kind. In a weird way, this was like a fight, just with stakes so low, they plummeted through the floor, and way slower, and way more annoying. So it was kind of like a fight. They went back and forth over and over. Midoriya's eyes followed the ball all the time, trying not to just figure out where it was going but where it would go. It was something that was good to do in fights, but this was an easy way to get practice in. His feet slid back and forth, making tiny adjustments to hit the ball better and try and get control. But for all his foresight, he just couldn't top the master. Well, all that focus does seem to be helping Izuku. And Ko didn't take it easy on him, at least. He'd feel worse if he knew she was going easy. "You're doing way better at following the ball." Midoriya nodded, getting ready for her next serve and concentrating again. Today was the day he'd get a point, at least 1 point. "Well, wasn't that a great workout, Izuku?" Inko smiled, paying for their ice cream. 1 point. I was so close." Midoriya stared into the distance, pondering all the times he almost got a point. But only almost. "At least you're closer." Inko patted him on the back. "Isn't it all about the journey after all?" You were just showing off at the end. Midoriya pouted as Inko stopped trying to meet his eyes. Hey, look, Gase, wonder if we can get any bread. He didn't miss that sudden topic shift but chuckled. At least he was improving. The gang swept out across the yard, checking between buildings and under trucks for it. Above them all, it checked the newest gun. Practice was necessary for correct usage. The figure stepped off the building, bouncing off the trash bin and rolling along the ground, then cocking the lever and taking aim. There was no stock to rest against his shoulder, so he had to use both hands to aim. For now, two of the guards turned the corner towards him but didn't notice him until the barrel pressed into one of their backs and pulled the trigger. BLAM. The man was sent flying, screaming as the air bullet spun his body 5 feet back, crashing him into the pavement. The other turned as Ronin spun the shotgun, then fired again, sending him flying right alongside his butt. Due to the increase in possessed metal, even a proportionally same level of energy input created a much bigger output. Ronin slunk away as people came running, sitting back and watching the chaos as he picked a new target, playing with his gun. The lack of recoil with the airguns was always weird, but it gave him an idea for the final gun. He'd around get to making it soon, but for now, he was doing the stress test with his newest gun. He had freed up space by ditching Muramasa for the moment, along with the cannon. They'd just get in his way and weigh him down, and right now he had this hit-and-run thing going. He lined up another shot, smirking before pulling the trigger. The men had just started to call for backup when BLAM. The blast hit the entire group, the air bullet becoming an air blast as most of the people standing around were sent flying. He readjusted and fired, again and again, pouring shots from the shadows, then cutting fire and making tracks as suddenly as he started. Over 10 men lied on the floor, unable to do more than groan. The remaining men had the common sense to spread out, some running at where he had been hiding. However, they didn't have a magic sword that let them move through walls, so they didn't think that the target would suddenly move to the top of the dock's storage and aim his gun down. Come to Papa, that's it. BLAM. The blast shoved them into the ground, and more screams were heard. When they all charged him, they had clumped up at a location, giving him nice, easy, moving targets. He couldn't stick around to admire his handiwork and twisted to look at the boat. It had been a while since he paid attention to the vigilante board, but apparently, rumor had it that some human trafficking was going on in this area. This was the local gang, and they hung around a dock. Even if the rumor was false, it was something good for the community to kick them to the curb. Given how close this was to the last place he'd been when dealing with kidnappers, it could be true. Didn't hurt to look. Ronin looked at the gun and spun it with both hands, readying another shot. He could get this done before 8. The police arrived to see gates blasted apart and men scattered across the grounds, with what sounded like explosions echoing from the distance. What started as a noise complaint had quickly escalated into what might have been a hostile situation. What heroes are in the local area? This late, it's mostly underground heroes. Shit, loud villains were usually a good match for loud heroes, who usually preferred the daylight. Judging by the carnage, this villain might be a code toxic loverboy or a villain that required more than one hero. Shot after shot rang out, and he could hear screaming. They rang in the call. While the classifications were pretty loose, they did some rules to call in for backup, ranging from the mooks heroes could take out by the dozens to the monsters that took entire operations to even approach. The police and heroes had a multitude of codes for them. To be a toxic loverboy, a villain had to be capable of a wide range of destruction, both in variety and physical distance. The police formed a barrier as they heard shots ring out, even seeing the occasional body fly into view on the horizon before dipping back down. It looked like carnage in there. Hopefully, God willing, the heroes would arrive soon. The demon chuckled as it stood above them, having blasted most of their gang into the ground already with its quirk. It's a simple question, boys. Who's running the human trafficking? I don't see why this is so hard. It shifted again, stepping back then attacking the group from behind, seeming to teleport. The second line of sight was broken. All I want's a name, and if you boys don't start answering. More laughter rang across the dock. Then it disappeared. The men huddled together until one managed to muster the courage to speak. Find him, he can't be everywhere. KABLAM. The shot hit the man so hard he cracked the wall he was imprinted into. Find him. Find who? Find an answer. The demon appeared above them, resting on a crate. You're goddamn right, you better find him. I'm running out of patience here. Men screamed as it towered over them, the snarl giving way to laughter. Hey, doesn't matter too much to me. Help me, don't. I was just wondering how many of you would survive until the heroes came. Doesn't look like many. The demon extended an arm, inhumanely long, chuckling. Iron brands, one of them screamed. The iron brands hooked up with some foreign SH mucks, selling them idiots off the streets. Not us. When one broke, they all broke. The demon gazed over the screaming crowd like a ringmaster, nodding as they broke rank and spoke all their dirty little secrets. The cameras in the area would become their downfall. Their own words would build their prisons. Not bad. Not bad at all. Second-rate heroes and third-rate cops flooded the scene, with the gangsters rushing them, begging to be locked up. This had to be the most damage he'd done so far in his career. The shotgun was more powerful than he thought it'd be. He had no doubts this could one-shot someone if he wasn't careful and hit them wrong, or at least break limbs. The name was fitting at least. Ronin barely thought about what he had done. The rumors weren't right, but he had a new lead if they were being true. He'd need to update the gun again, put in those last tweaks to get it up to scratch. Ronin didn't stick around to enjoy his handiwork. That was for people monologuing idiots and overconfident heroes. The second he could, he teleported the F out of there. He had places to go, after all, and a test to take. He arrived early and went straight to the club room, settling down and taking out his tool belt for the minor adjustments to the shock. Nothing major, just little things. Changing the grip mostly, and picking a new sight. The old one didn't work as well in the dark, it was too small. He'd gotten away with it because the weapon hit everything, but he shouldn't rely on crutches. He finished setting the new grip in when someone burst in. Midoriya, you're here early too. Aiko blinked at him from the doorway, or probably blinked. She had her hair down again. Instead of panicking, Midoriya kept his back to her and hid the shotgun. Yup, I come here before class. Oh, that makes sense. She walked past him to where they kept the supplies, opening it up. I'm just here for the jacket you made, sorry. Are you worried about the test? Midoriya finished putting the things away temporarily. Just keep calm and watch the clock, Aiko, and you'll be fine. Remember what we went over? Aiko nodded. Good. Remember that, and you'll do fine. Remember, the average student should be able to pass this test. He didn't mention that the average student didn't go through all of this in a crash course over a single month, and usually spaced all this out a little better. Aiko was fidgeting. Hey, after the test, see, could we do something to celebrate? We haven't really done any club things in a while. Yeah, I don't see why not. He nodded. I might have some summer plans, but I can do some club activities with you. Really? Her hands clasped together. Thanks. I'm gonna get going. See you in class. Aiko skipped off, leaving Midoriya to quickly shove everything into its proper place before following after. Midoriya hadn't seen all the seats in the right places since the start of school. He sat in his usual place, eyeing all the people who were obviously cheating and the spots for those who couldn't even be bothered to show up today. Some people were already asleep, making no attempt to pretend they were going to try. All right, dipshits. This test was designed by the higher-ups so even a moron could answer. Prove them wrong. Any questions? Their homeroom teacher, Mr. Kimiri, asked while scanning the class. He didn't even give time for anyone to answer. Fantastic. You get caught cheating, 0. No phones out, we're getting started. Take a paper and pass the rest back. He handed out the papers, giving them to the first person in each column, then sat back watching them to see who'd F up first. Midoriya passed back the papers and looked over his. He had already gone over his notes for the last 3 months, which felt a lot longer, given all the training and dramatic things that had happened, and mentally prepared for 4. Midoriya blinked. He read the first question once, then moved on to the second, then the third, and didn't stop until he read all the way through the test to the last page, then flipped back to the first. He blinked again. The F. Only 2 hours had passed since the beginning of class, with 7 students already caught for cheating. Kimiri sighed, rubbing his eyes and wishing he could get a cigarette when the only student he knew the name of stood up. I think I finished. Sir. Midoriya looked down at his paper in confusion, and Kimiri flicked his eyes up to the clock. It was pretty early. You sure? Kimiri shook his head. Whatever. You can go. Midoriya turned in his packet, and Kimiri did a quick read-through. Yeah, most of the teachers who knew him figured it'd go something like this. Midoriya only had to show up for the first 2 days. His first 2 classes had just finished their tests, and he'd only have half of one tomorrow. He already did the online ones. The problem had been one he hadn't even thought about, but it made sense. This school had a rate of people managing to pass, people who couldn't study, pay attention, and couldn't even write their own names. The first questions: what's your name? What year are you? Who's your teacher? What kind of effing questions were those? That was the easiest sit ever. F. What the hell had he been studying for? What had Aiko been studying for? What had any of this been for? Ronin was practically snarling but slowly got himself under control. More time to work on his kit was good, no matter how stupid it was. Seriously, how was that a test? No, calm down. Enjoy the easy top score. There were real questions eventually, but that test hadn't been a grueling effort. It had been a piece of cake that was annoyingly long. It might have been annoying, but he was mostly done. Already, at barely over 2 hours into school, stopped thinking about it. It was just pissing him off, but it was supposed to be good for him. Ronin grit his teeth and pulled out the shotgun, giving it a flip. He had a name picked out, but until he did the trick, he didn't want to call it that. For now, it'd just be the shotgun. Soon though, he'd have to work on the next piece. For now, he worked on the shotgun. He could work on the other piece after Aiko came by. He checked for scratches or damage, and how well the new handle was taking to the gun. A smooth grip was harder to hold, but he only put his grip on the front section of the gun. A few screws to hold it in place, lined up with where the battery was held, and it was good as gold. He checked the feel and made sure it was still good. Then tested the lever, letting the weight of the front of the gun and a slight flick of the wrist push the gun down and up while his hand and the lever stayed mostly in place. Then again and again and again. Midoriya kept practicing useless tricks, making notes of what he'd need to do to improve his design before giving a smidgen of time to actually check that other gun he brought. Sure, he'd practically never get to use it, but it was the thought that counts. How'd you finish so fast? Aiko was looking amazed, but Midoriya was just amazed everyone wasn't done yet. I'm only over halfway done. I practiced for more than a month. Midoriya kept his answers short as he ate the yogurt. Simple and healthy, even if a little bland on its own. Next time, he'd have to get fruit or honey or something. Oh yeah. She rubbed the back of her head, embarrassed. Don't worry, you're doing great. Midoriya pointed at her with his spoon. Remember what we went over and you'll do fine. Keep an eye on the clock and do your best. You can do this. You really think so? Aiko seemed to be smiling underneath her locks. I know it. Midoriya smiled, trying very hard not to think of how the test was an actual joke. Thanks. Aiko played with her food a little. She seemed happy but a little nervous. It's nice to know you believe in me. You can do this, but whether you will or not is up to you. He took another bite. Motivational speeches weren't his thing, especially after finding out all Might was anymore was motivational speeches. Sure, he took care of a Nomu. Big whoop. Ronin took on 5 at once, and he didn't even get hit while doing it. Going down that rabbit hole, it seemed All Might had a problem with All for One. All for One certainly had a problem with him, and it was pretty obvious to see which one won their fight. Sure, All for One might look like a potato, but he was still running an organization while All Might couldn't even encourage some kid on a rooftop. Actually, he was pretty sure he now knew who gave All Might that injury on his stomach. Made sense. All Might have had one of the most bullshit-powered quirks in the world. But All for One could have any quirk in the world he got his hands on. The fact that All Might survived was a surprise, actually. With how bad All Might was with his quirk, he probably should have died, but instead, he managed to get away somehow. Did you have some hard questions too? You're thinking pretty hard. Aiko chimed in, and he nodded. Yeah, just some questions I don't think will ever be getting answered. You might want to get back early and review your notes again if Mr. Kimura lets you. Best of luck. He gave her a pat on the shoulder, smiling. Thanks, I'll do you proud. She spoke English like Mao. Made him wonder if she had ever heard of the word you. Whatever she had heard of, right now she was on her way out. Midoriya waved goodbye with a smile on his face, then quietly shut the door and locked it, draping the curtains shut one by one. He had practiced with making air guns, and it was time for what might be his last one. He moved around the room, turning the basic locks he'd bought while he was waiting today. Still hadn't gotten to replacing that main door, but he didn't need to yet. He moved to the whiteboard and pulled slightly, then slid it along the railings. Those railings had already been in place so that you could get to the chalkboard behind it. He just used Yamato to carve a space. From there he just put in shelving and he had a handy little place to hide his stuff. He took the gun parts out, checked his notes, and got to work forging the final gun. Midoriya looked over the castings, checking each one to ensure it was settling nicely. No molds had visible cracks, nothing was leaking, and it should be time. With a pair of tongs, he began to dip each piece in the water bath to cool it faster. From there, he sanded it down until it was smooth and reflected the original piece, collecting the scraps that had been sanded and cut off for later in case he needed them later. He had to dismantle more pieces than the gun usually would allow, and would have to buy something just to carry it out. A case of some kind. But a suitcase would be too small. He'd drop by the thrift store later. He reassembled the gun and checked everything, switching it out part by part. The springs, the hinges, the case, most of it had stayed the same. But he couldn't know if the new parts worked. Not here anyway. The shotgun proved these versions were very loud, even on their lowest settings. Midoriya packed his things away and closed the doors. It seemed Ken would need to go on a shopping trip for a big box before Ronin could get to try out this new piece. Ronin finished dropping off the junk and had been doing something he hadn't done in a while. Research. He had looked around a while, but he never just sat back and planned. He never got the chance as much as he wanted to. But now with a little help from the thrift store he had a great disguise to test while he walked around. He walked the streets looking like an entirely different person. There wasn't a question that he had a quirk, or at least it looked like he had a quirk. He moved like Bakugo, glaring down anyone who looked at him funny but never making eye contact. Was a little hard to see, though. Ken's disguise had shown him something weird. Cloth wasn't that hard to see through, even if the cloth was dark as long as it was thin enough. Now, with some cloth and a mask from the thrift store, he completely covered his face. He even had a name for his fake quirk, blank face. He walked along the street looking like a punk, snarling at anyone who looked at him funny. It was kind of fun, with the baggy jacket and pants. Reminded him of his old days, when his outfit was just what he had lying around and was in the clearance section of a thrift store. He'd already done online research, but now he was looking out for gang logos on buildings. With his face covered, you couldn't tell what he was looking at, so you wouldn't notice. He roamed the streets and was having a great time. He saw a new diner that he wanted to bring his mom to along the way. Finally, after a couple of hours of walking, he started to find them, making a map of places for later. The vigilante board would soon have updated information if just so he didn't have to store it himself. Ronin practiced spinning the gun as he walked away from another successful job. If he was practicing gunmanship this month, he'd need to practice Parker with it, but he couldn't do that at the gym. That could only be done on the street and had some slightly different restraints compared to his usual freeform style. One arm had to hold the gun to get the obvious one out of the way. Swords could be sheathed, but a shotgun couldn't be drawn and attacked with at the same time. Probably, he didn't know how to do it if it was possible, which is why he bounded around, spinning his shotgun for style before taking his next shot. Another batch of mooks were sent off their feet, crashing into walls and the pavement. Ronin spun the gun around again, being sure not to catch and break any of his fingers. While it'd just be his pinky and ring, the pain might make him lose focus. Another blast and he started approaching, checking through the bodies. He'd call the cops soon, but for now, he was waiting for something. They were dragged away from the buildings and hidden, tied, and gagged. Ronin returned to the building, drawing a target and checking his stance, then opened fire. He barely used the shotgun's charged shot, since it wasn't necessary. The normal shot was stronger than the pistol's charged shot, something he'd have to fix. Adjust the voltage and it should be sorted. Copy LAM. The door caved in on the first and broke it off at the hinges on the second. He wasn't exactly trying to be stealthy today. What the LAM. His shotgun took the group inside by storm, almost literally as the impact flipped the table and sent them crashing down. Little birdie told me you guys have something nice going on, here to ruin it. The LAM. Another shot, another flick of the wrist. The people trying to sneak up on him got thrown back into shelves, breaking them and making junk litter the scene. I guess you could say I'm here to talk to you about your best chance of walking out of here with 2 working knees. BLAM. Being a dirty rat and telling me what I want to know. He stood in the midst of them, priming his gun again. I'm waiting. BLAM. Now he was just effing with them, shooting one as he tried to rise. You guys got some human trafficking, right? Come on, what's a guy got to do to get some good info these days? Ronin picked up one of them. Come on, give me some of the goods. Spill it. It was pretty hard to get information. He preferred the no-talking all-fighting method and was grateful he didn't wear his usual costume. Big spare coat and a whole lot of guns, along with a tacky cowboy hat he found pretty funny. The whole thing didn't even cost him 5,000 yen at the thrift store. Who the F are you supposed to be, snipe? The punk spit on his mask and tried to hit him, only to get a point-blank shotgun blast that threw him up and back into the wall. The wall cracked on impact and he screamed, "What part of a shotgun looks like I'm sniping, sick kid?" He laughed, then spun the gun with one hand. I'm just a gun with no holster, and you. He took a step back, getting all of them in his line of sight. You all are just target practice. Breathing was slowed, his gun lowered. His eyes flicked to each one, picking the firing order. His feet were set to get a better position. He grabbed the shotgun with both hands. Duty's call style, third form. Moving targets. The gun lined up, and he stopped breathing entirely to reduce as much movement as possible on his part, then pulled the trigger once per person as they rose. The blasts formed a wave that tore through the warehouse, breaking chairs and sending them flying again. The wave was too large to dodge and sent every one of them packing. So, I want to know a secret. And you all seem to know the secret. So we're gonna play a game called Whoever Rats First I Stop Shooting. Don't worry, I think you'll figure it out as we go along. BLAM. As much as he didn't like it, violence was his forte. He'd need to learn some alternative methods of getting what he wanted first before he could start experimenting with them. He slunk away as the sirens showed up, chuckling. He looked like an entirely new criminal, with no link to the mysterious figure called Ronin. After all, Ronin used guns. But Ronin didn't have a big shotgun and blow people through walls. He rested the shotgun against his shoulder as he moseyed away, waiting for the van to arrive with a new set of victims. For all the smiles and chuckles, this was some serious shit. If there was ever a point he wanted the police to get involved with him, it was dealing with a gang selling people to foreign powers. For all his skill with making injuries, he couldn't exactly take on entire crime networks single-handedly. That's what the police were supposed to do. But with all these heroes running around, the police had gotten lazy. Ronin checked his kit as he sat back, waiting for the van to show up. They had both ratted it out, and he found the files on it, copied it down for himself, then left everyone unconscious to get a visit from the popo. He'd call them in just a second. He wanted to get the van first and he didn't have an exact time on its arrival. Instead, he'd wait, patiently, in a small crook in a small city. Wait for them to show up so he could take them down so he could question them, and question them so he could find out the next target until, thread by thread, he tore this tapestry apart. We have another reporting of a villain believed to be the same one from the dock the other night, sir. Tsukachi nodded, looking over the report. Send the local heroes. They're earlier this time. Some heroes might be in the area. Get the car. Tsukachi gave orders to his partner as he grabbed his things. Is he in the same area as last time? No, further inland. The report says he's alone and inside a building. His partner finished issuing the alert and pulled out his keys, the two heading to the elevator. Let's hope we make it this time. KBLAM. Bang! The shot came from behind as the men got out of their van, completely unprepared for the ambush. Ronin stepped forward and fired again and again, the shotgun in one hand and kindness in the other. He no longer aimed, just pouring shot after shot into the front of the van. Kindness's bullets destroyed the front of the van, ruining the driver's side tire and door. That van wasn't going anywhere. Ronin approached, checking for anyone else before opening the back doors and seeing a whole lot of terrified people. He nodded at them and stepped inside. Right, let's get you all up and out of here, but we need to start with those gags. Come on now. He took off the gags, marveling at how bad the knots were. This wasn't rocket science, it was just advanced shoe tying. The police will want some words with you. Come on now, don't worry, one step at a time. Oh, give me a second. Ronin left again and drew the shotgun, blasting the two people again right as they started to get themselves resituated. The shotgun's blasts were so powerful they could leave you feeling dazed and confused with just one shot. Even Captain Morgan took a couple of shots to get that effect. He tied them up with their own gags, then went back to check on everyone. Stay calm, the police should arrive soon enough, and the heroes a little earlier if we're lucky. Seriously. He sucked at being motivational. He wasn't trying to, though. He was trying to keep everything in check while he got some information on his next target. He already knew what he wanted to do, and it involved him testing his new toy. That'd give him some fun. At least. Freeze, villain. That was fast, he just called them. Ronin glanced up, and then up a little more at Mount Lady. There goes his rooftop escape. You're under arrest. Come quietly, or come in painfully. Death Arms looked as sociable as ever and sounded twice so. Ronin looked for the third musketeer, sure that he was around there somewhere. That it? You're missing your best member. He leaned against the van and tapped it. Shouldn't you be dealing with these people, anyway? Shit. What? What's in there? I can't see. Death Arms. This guy got hostages. Actually, the knocked out idiots had hostages. You've got some people who want to get home, and I've got places to be. Ronin dusted himself off and walked away from the heroes. If Kamui Woods wasn't here, the best option was to slink through small spaces and fade out, then cut through the sewers. Places. Yes, I think we can have an interrogation room for you in a moment. The third voice came from the direction he was moving, one that he recognized. Couldn't just take advantage of the stealth and ambush him. Everyone had to be witty, including his shotgun, which had been charging a shot since Kamui started talking. Understandable, KBLAM. But not a fan, doesn't work for me. Kamui tried to dodge, but he couldn't outrun the shockwave that shoved him against the wall and let Ronin run straight past. It looked like he was going to get another chance to practice Parker with a gun. The target is on the move and heading away from populated areas. Over. The police sat back while the heroes moved around, taking the former kidnappers and leaving the area while the chase was underway. The target is of small build and dressed as a cowboy. He is armed and moving eastward. 3 heroes are on the scene. Over. The police were just there to help the heroes. They wouldn't be doing anything important. The bunch of hall monitors they had become. Ronin didn't even use his gun, he just ran. Ditching 2 out of the 3 was barely a challenge. And the last one even he was hard-pressed to outmaneuver. He seemed to recall Kamui making the same mistaking of accidentally ditching his group before, even if this group was just formed by people being in the same area. You can't run forever. Give up while I'm in a good BLAM. Does everybody have something to say? Sit. He didn't slow down after he shot and kept running, switching which hand held the gun to let himself get the most out of his arms. He vaulted around the alleys, having long since ditched Mount Lady and Death Arms. Kamui Woods was the only one left, and when he broke line of sight, Ronin would be free to disappear. He didn't want to connect this to Ronin, since this weapon was way more powerful than what Ronin usually was packing. He ran across the street, using the open environment to enjoy the fact that he was much better at running normally than the wooden man. Somebody didn't spend a lot of time just sprinting around the city like a dumbass, and it wasn't him. Ronin turned the of a building and stopped dead, aiming the gun. The second Kamui turned the corner. Kablam, how stupid are you? Ronin kept on running after that, giving himself 2 more corner turns, then ducked into the sewers. It might be one of the first places Kamui looked, but this was his domain. Anyone who followed him into here had a death wish. He didn't stop now, only pausing to close the sewer cap behind him before dropping and running. No one could make tracks like him, after all. Nezu looked over the reports, eager for the last day and to see how his students had developed. Their final exam would be heroics, and for those who failed, he had a special surprise in mind for them at the training camp. Usually, UA could only use so many professional heroes at a time. The government wanted everyone with hero licenses to be actively heroing, after all, and that meant their training camp would consist of one team who had some free time. They had been requested in advance, and with the new addition of a kid, they'd have a little time for his first-year heroics course. Their teachers could go too. It'd be fun. It'd be funny. And that was basically the same thing. He could imagine seeing Aizawa's expression already. It was the little things. Anyways, Nezu did have one other question he needed to ask, but he hadn't seen who he wanted to ask in a while. Ronin faded in and out of view like a ghost and was difficult at the best of times to get a hold of. People who failed were supposed to take supplementary tests to prove they were learning what they were supposed to. That meant there should be a supplementary test for heroics too, but Nezu didn't want the students to fight their teachers to fight again. Vlad King and Aizawa probably wouldn't be a good matchup to force the students to learn. He wanted someone a little wilder, someone who would force them to react and would take advantage of the benefits of both the other teachers. More mobile than Aizawa and a better suited AoE than Vlad King. In the mess of a forest, Ronin would be right at home to take over the scenario. Of course, this mostly applied if multiple students failed. Going one-on-one with Ronin was suicide. The only student who had done it hurt himself more than he hurt Ronin. And that wasn't counting the potential injuries Ronin would have given him on the way there. But even if Ronin wasn't the final feature, he was a great teacher and the government wouldn't be lending him to UA. Ronin wasn't a hero, so the government didn't care if UA used him. His teachings and tactics would be right at home in the forest. And maybe he could even teach a survival course if that's the class he taught when he joined UA. A practical survival course for students in dangerous situations. Nezu smiled as he thought over the possibilities. Ronin was a nice break from thinking about all the villains rising, like the League of Villains. What a dumb name. They were basically advertising that they were the bad guys, but people still joined for some reason. It was amazing in a weird way. The sewer alarm he installed went off. Something was moving through the sewers, quickly but not as quick as Ronin usually did. A little visual showed what looked like a cowboy, his face covered with a complete mask. Then a weird hat and a bandana. He was holding what looked like a shotgun, but the movement style was significant enough that Nezu could recognize him. He checked the time, checked his schedule, then sighed. He didn't have time to go himself and investigate this new wardrobe, so he'd have to send someone else. Nimuri. No, she'd been tortured enough. For now. Soon. Aizawa. Maybe, but he didn't think they'd get along well. Toshinori was never in the question. Yamada didn't seem like the type Ronin would like. All he needed was someone to go and ask Ronin to come to UA. But who could he ask to ask? Nezu rubbed his head, thinking of the pros and cons of each teacher. No one was exactly perfect, since no hero other than him seemed to be interested in the full potential of that vigilante, from his usefulness in society to his usefulness in UA, even down to the sheer destructive power that he himself seemed to be aware of, judging by the restraint he used. A hero who was good at restraint. He knew a few like that, but there was one heroine that Ronin got along with. Nezu smiled and checked the time. She should be open right now. He pressed a button and waited for her to respond. Excuse me, can I borrow you for a few minutes? Okay, sadly the chapter is over. And if you enjoyed the video, just leave a like and subscribe with post notification, so when the next chapter is ready, you will be notified. Okay, see you in the next video. Bye.